mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place here in New York only last week. K.O. Brown, lightweight boxing champion, was defending his title against a virtually unknown contender named Lefty Ross. The inspector and I were lucky enough to get ringside seats.
No doubt who that round went to, Bart?
Not a question, Inspector. Young Lefty Ross doesn't be doing so well, does he?
Well, I said right along the kid wasn't ready to meet K.O. Brown.
Yeah, you're right.
That fat head manager of his, what's his name? Niles Sampson, yeah. Knows as much about boxing as I do about flagpole sitting.
Was flagpole sitting the chief sport when you were a boy, Inspector?
Oh.
Look, Inspector. There comes Sampson now.
Yeah. I suppose he's going to give young Ross some fatherly advice.
Probably.
You know, if I had Sampson's reputation, I'd crawl into a hole and I'd just pull it in after him.
You don't think much of Sampson, eh, Inspector?
I'll say I don't. Hey, what's going on over there in K.O.'s corner?
It looks as though a private fight of its own has started among the spectators. Uh-oh. Here comes a policeman. They'll have it settled in no time.
Sometime I'd like to go to a prize fight and see all the fighting done in the ring.
Here we go, Inspector. Round two.
Yep. Hey, you want to make a little side bet on who takes it?
Right. 10 even says Lefty Ross takes it.
Are you kidding? That's a sucker bet.
10 even, Inspector. Take it or leave it.
Okay. It's a deal. Sucker.
That's all right. We'll see.
Hey, what's the matter with K.O.? He's laying down on the job.
You've got that twisted, Inspector. Young Ross is waking up on his feet. Look at that.
Hey, you bum! Get in there and fight!
You tell him, Inspector, he needs all the support he can get.
My golly. Sampson must have given the kid a shot in the arm or something.
Either that or K.O. was up late last night. Don't let that boy slow. Come on, Lefty. My money's on you.
What a sight. K.O.'s dodging. This is something I never expected to see.
You and 2/3 of the crowd, Inspector. Look, K.O.'s down.
Down. He's out. Like a light.
Get back to your corner, Lefty. Let the referee count.
He's counting. He's counting. Don't worry about your dog.
Stop it.
If I hadn't seen it, I wouldn't believe it.
Wait a minute. There goes Lefty back to his dressing room. They're certainly whipping him out of the ring in a hurry.
Well, there isn't going to be any hurry about K.O. leaving.
No.
He hasn't moved since Lefty hung that right hook on his jaw. Come on, Bart. Let's get out of here. I still can't
Wait a minute, Inspector.
Oh, all right. Here's your dough.
Never mind the dough. Look up there.
Where? Oh, so you want me to look at my boy, eh? You got to rub it in,
Inspector,
eh?
K.O. is more than knocked unconscious. Come on, man.
Good gosh, you're right. Follow me, Bart. Hey, make way there, will you?
Pardon me, folks.
One side, you
Pardon me,
guys.
please.
There we are, Bart. Climb up under the rope.
Right. That's Doc Stanley bending over K.O. now.
Yeah. By the expression on his face, I'd say things weren't so good.
Hello. How's the story, Doc?
Hello, Mr. Drake. This is bad. K.O.'s jaw is broken. He's dead. Look, Bart, if you think you're going to smell a murder out of this one, you're crazy. The fact that K.O.'s jaw was broken is
The
enough.
fact that K.O.'s jaw was broken is the reason why I'm suspicious, Inspector.
I don't get it. Look, if the kid could
This is
hit
K.O.'s
hard
dressing
enough...
room. Let's go in. Locked.
I'll take care of that. Open up. Come on. Open the door.
They don't seem to hear you, Inspector.
Oh, well, they better hear me. Hey, open this door in the name of the law. Who is that? Well, how do you like that? Who is it they want to know? The police! Open this door out! That's about time. Oh, the devil...
There's Lefty in the rubbing table, Inspector. Let's go over. Come on.
Yeah. There's Sampson with him. One side, Bob.
Oh, gentlemen. What's on your mind? Plenty. What's the matter with the kid?
What do you think? A couple of rounds of being slugged by a pug like K.O. don't do a kid like Lefty here no good.
You mean that Lefty's out?
He was out on his feet when we took him from the ring.
By the look of those red welts on his body, he took more of a beating than I thought.
Hey, take it easy, kid. Take it easy. You'll be all right.
Is that the reason you hurried him out of the ring, Sampson?
Sure. Don't do no good to let them things get around.
So I figured right, eh? The kid wasn't ready to meet K.O. But you shoved him in just the same. He got in a lucky punch and...
Take it easy, Flatfoot. You stick to your snooper and I'll stick to my prize fight.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, what the devil reason you got busting in here anyway?
Plenty. Now,
Inspector,
listen.
please. Sampson, would you mind stepping over here in the corner a minute? Bring along those gloves, Inspector. Yeah. All right, Sampson, let's go.
Say, what kind of a gag is this? Look, I got to tend to the kid.
It'll be just as well if the kid doesn't hear what we have to say for the moment.
Okay. What's on your mind?
Doc Stanley just finished examining K.O. He's dead.
Dead? What do you mean he's dead?
He stopped breathing. What do you think we mean?
Now, wait a minute. What's it got to do with me? What are you needling me for?
K.O. died as a result of a beating he took from your boy, Sampson. His jaw was broken.
What do you mean beating he took from my boy? That's a laugh. It was K.O.'s fight right from the first gong until Lefty got in that lucky punch.
Yes, it was. That's what made us think that something might be wrong. Inspector, have you examined those gloves?
Yeah, they're okay. Nothing wrong there.
Say, look, what is this? What are you examining the gloves for? If you think I had anything to do with this, you're crazy. Lefty couldn't hit anyone hard enough to kill him. Anybody know that?
That's just the point, Sampson. Lefty couldn't hit K.O. hard enough to kill him. And he couldn't hit hard enough to break K.O.'s jaw. That's why I think that K.O. was murdered.
Lefty.
Oh, hello, Donna.
Lefty, you didn't win.
Yes, I won. I'm the new lightweight champion.
Oh, darling. Darling, now we can have... Lefty, what's wrong?
But you haven't heard?
Haven't I heard what, honey? I've just been sitting here waiting.
K.O.'s dead.
Dead? Darling, what are you saying?
He's dead. He died because I hit him too hard.
Honey, you're joking. How could he die because you hit him too hard? That's ridiculous.
They think I had my gloves padded. They think I murdered him. They let me go because they couldn't turn up any evidence, but I can't leave town.
The idea. The very idea of thinking that you...
They're coming up here to ask me questions. They think I did it. They think I'm a murderer.
Oh, darling, don't. Of course you didn't do it. Of course you're not a murderer.
I must be. They said K.O. died from blows he received in the ring. He examined my gloves. They thought the gloves had been padded.
Look, darling, be reasonable. You couldn't have hit him that hard. And even if you did, it wouldn't be your fault. Lefty, your gloves weren't padded.
I don't know. I don't remember. It's all confused in my mind. Maybe they were padded. Oh, there they are now. I've got to get out of here.
You're doing nothing of the sort. You stay right where you are. This is the silliest thing I ever heard of. Yes?
Sorry to intrude, Mrs. Ross. You are Mrs. Ross, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Ross. If you're the police, Lefty has already
I'm Barton
told me...
Drake. This is Inspector Noaden.
Hi.
Hello, Lefty.
Hello, Mr. Drake.
Now, see here, Mr. Drake. It's utterly ridiculous to think that Lefty could have hit
Yes,
that.
I know. We don't believe Lefty's capable of delivering a blow hard enough to kill any man any more than you do.
But still, you've accused him of murder.
Not yet we haven't, lady. It's like this. If K.O. died as a result of the blows he received, the gloves had to be padded.
Padded?
Yeah.
Are you accusing Lefty of padding his gloves?
What does Lefty have to say about it?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Drake. I wouldn't pad them myself, but suppose someone else did.
Someone else? That's a hot one. Look, son, don't stand there and tell us. You wouldn't know whether or not you were wearing gloves with a hunk of lead in one of them.
Well, I suppose I'd know.
Sure you'd know, and the referee would know when he looked the gloves over.
That's just the point. The referee would know. Lefty, tell us exactly what happened from the time you left your dressing room until you returned there after the fight.
Well, I don't know exactly what... That is, I'm not sure. Everything's so confused.
You don't know. Now, look, son. You don't expect us to believe that.
And why not? Lefty was excited. It was his first big fight. Naturally, he's confused about what happened.
You remember the fight, don't you, Lefty?
Yes, I remember that. I remember taking a beating in the first round. I remember the roar of the crowd and Sampson yelling at me, calling me a coward, telling me to get in there and fight. Then the gong rang, and I remember thinking it would have to be now or never.
So you got in there and slugged, eh?
Yeah, that's right. Lefty, K.O. must have worked me over pretty badly. I guess I was out on my feet when they took me from the ring. I got in one lucky punch, and that was all.
Well, I got to admit it was a beautiful sock. Now, I don't think you were so confused, Bob.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I think he was.
But look, Bart, if he can remember getting in there and slugging...
Inspector, I'm going to change my opinion about K.O. Brown being murdered. I think his death was accidental.
Accidental?
Yes. Tell me, Lefty, this was to be your last fight, wasn't it?
Well, yes, Mr. Drake. Well, that is, if I lost, it was.
And you had every intention of losing. I mean, by that, you knew you weren't ready to meet K.O., and you didn't think you had a chance of licking him.
That's right. Sampson didn't think so either, but he offered me big money to take K.O. on.
Look, Lefty and I want to buy a farm. Neither of us have any relatives, except Lefty's brother Mike, who isn't much good. Fighting was the only way Lefty knew of earning enough money before we got too old. You can't blame him.
I'm not blaming him, Mrs. Ross. One more question, Lefty. Suppose K.O. hadn't died. Suppose you just knocked him out there by making yourself champion. Would you have stuck with Sampson?
Well, if I got to be champ, I don't suppose I could have let Sampson down until after I had at least one more fight.
Exactly. Inspector, I think we'd better get down to Niall Sampson's gymnasium. We're going to work a little bluff on Mr. Sampson that should definitely pay off.
Oh, it's you, Drake. Still snooping around, huh?
That's right. Still snooping around, Sampson. Well, are these two hairy gentlemen your bodyguards?
That's it, Drake. My bodyguards. They get paid to see that no harm comes to me. You understand?
Yes, perfectly.
Drake, you're smart. All right, boys, relax. Now, what's on your mind, Drake?
A little matter of murder, Sampson. That's rather a new line for you, isn't it?
Let's say it's out of my line entirely, chum.
I see. Meaning, of course, that you didn't murder K.O. Brown.
I didn't lay a hand on him. And I can prove it.
Can you prove that you didn't pad one of the gloves worn by Lefty Ross with a pair of brass knuckles or worse?
Ah, that's a laugh. I suppose next you're going to tell me I had the referee in my pay.
I think you would if you could, Sampson. Failing in that, you resorted to the next best thing. You padded the glove yourself. You did it between round 1 and 2.
Sure, just walked up, stuck a hunk of iron in a glove with everyone looking on it.
No one was looking at you, Sampson, because everyone's attention was attracted to the fight among the spectators that started near K.O.'s corner.
You're reaching for something that ain't there, Drake. Can I help it if a couple of drunks get to slapping each other around?
You helped this one. You paid the drunks to do it. Inspector Danton just took them down to headquarters, where I feel reasonably sure he'll persuade them to confess.
What? Why, you
So now that we've cleared up that point, perhaps you'd like to confess to patting Lefty's glove.
Look, Drake, you're too smart for your pants. Why don't you go have a talk with Lefty?
I just came from there.
And I suppose he told you that between round 1 and 2, I come up and stashed a slug in his glove.
No, I'm sorry to say he didn't.
Which blows your theory wide open, don't it? Listen, that kid's on the level. He wouldn't let me pull a fast one like that even if I wanted to.
I'm quite aware of that, Sampson. That's the reason I'm going to hunt through your desk for a bottle of scopolamine tablets.
You saying I drugged the kid?
That's what I'm saying, Sampson.
Now, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. I drugged the kid so he wouldn't know I was loading his glove. But he was still in good enough condition to knock out K.O.
You sound triumphant, Sampson.
Yeah, triumphant. Yeah, that's a good word. I think you're a little bit wacky if you expect anybody to believe that crackpot story. Now get out of here. I got things to do.
I'm afraid you'll have to postpone the things you have to do, Sampson.
Keep away from that desk, Drake.
Afraid of what I might find, Sampson?
I'll show you how afraid I am. Boys, lock the door.
I wouldn't do it, boys. Inspector Danton will be back here any minute, and he won't be alone.
So what if he is? I'm telling you to get out of this office or else.
Sorry, Sampson. You've been training fighters for years. You ought to understand this.
Boy, you lousy. Get him, boy.
Okay, if that's the way you want it, come on. Oh, you will, will you?
Give it to him. Open it. Open the door.
Take Sarah Drake. Come on, boys. Let's get out the back door. What Dent don't know won't hurt him. Hey, you get back out of sight.
Open up or I'm shooting this box of blazes.
Wait a minute, Inspector. I'll let you in.
Something. Judas Spot, look at your face. They did a job on you, eh?
Yes, it feels that way, Inspector.
Oh, what did you let them lock the door for?
I was busy at the moment.
Well, anyway, the bluff worked. Sampson thought sure as heck I was working over some of his boys down at
I'm
headquarters.
afraid our bluff missed fire entirely, Inspector.
What do you mean? I heard every word Sampson said.
The trouble is you didn't see what I saw.
You see something special?
Very special, Inspector. Just as Sampson and his boys reached the rear door, it opened and a man came in. Sampson yelled at them to get back out of sight.
Well, who was it?
Lefty Ross.
Bart, those mugs had done something to your thinking apparatus. That couldn't have been Lefty Ross you saw.
Well, possibly you're right about Lefty, Inspector, but there's nothing wrong with my thinking apparatus.
Who are you calling? Every minute we waste here gives Sampson more time to get away, you know.
Sampson won't go far, Inspector. As soon as he realizes that running away will amount to confession, he'll be back.
Hello?
Hello, Lefty. This is Drake.
Oh, yes, Mr. Drake.
Lefty, have you been away from your apartment since Inspector Denton and I were there?
No, Donna and I have been right here all the time.
Good. Now listen carefully, Lefty.
I wish I had your faith that mug Sampson would stick around when he knows.
That's right, Lefty. Now, if you'll follow those instructions, I think you and Donna will be able to buy your farm. You think you can handle it, Lefty?
Sure, Mr. Drake. We'll do anything you say. What time do you want Donna and me to leave the apartment?
Oh, in about 15 minutes. Inspector Denton and I will have everything under control by then.
Okay, Mr. Drake. We'll be there. You can count on us.
Fine. Goodbye, Lefty. See you later. Well, Inspector, do you think my plan will work?
It'll work as far as we're concerned, but suppose Sampson doesn't play ball.
He will, Inspector. I'm sure of it. We're giving him an opportunity to destroy evidence that will prove him guilty of murder, and I doubt if he'll fail to bite. Come on.
Where are we going?
We're going out the front door of the gymnasium and walk down the street as though we were leaving the place for good.
You figure that Sampson's watching outside for us to do just that, eh?
That's exactly what he's doing. As soon as he's sure we're gone, he'll return to his office. After all, he feels reasonably sure that we haven't got a thing on him. Now, if he can destroy certain evidence that is probably hidden around this gym somewhere, he's going to feel pretty smug.
Okay, I only hope those kids don't get themselves into a jam.
They won't, Inspector. We're going to be on hand to see that they don't. Come along.
Lefty, what if Mr. Drake's plan doesn't work?
Oh, it'll work, Donna. Drake knows what he's doing. It's the only chance I have of escaping a murder charge. Oh, this is Sampson's office here.
Aren't you going to knock?
No, let's surprise him.
Hey, what the... Oh, it's you, kid. And a little woman, too. Well, come right in. Come in.
Hello, Niles. I dropped by to tell you I was quitting the ring.
Oh, you did? Now, just a minute, kid. You ain't walking out on me just when I made you champ, are you?
Yes, I am. That fight wasn't on the level, and you know it.
You better back that statement up with a few facts, kid. I don't like it.
I didn't think you would, Niles, so I got the facts. All the facts I need.
Yeah? Such as what?
Well, I talked to some people who saw the fight. They said I took quite a beating in the first round.
They said it? Don't you know yourself whether you did or not?
No, I don't. That's what I wanted to ask you about now. Everyone I talked to said K.O. land-basted me all over the place. They said that mostly he went after my face and head.
Is that a fact?
Yeah. And when I heard that, I began to wonder why I didn't have any marks or bruises on my face at all.
Oh, so that's it, huh? Well, now, ain't that a shame? Kid, it's just a lucky thing my boys are here. They can just take care of your predicament without no trouble at all. Boys, the kid here figures he ought to have some marks on his face and head to show he's been in a fight.
Lefty, look out. They're going to be shot.
Now, Mrs. Ross, don't you worry. My boys will give Lefty what he wants, and then we'll all sit down and have a nice little talk about whether or not the kid's going to walk out on Niles Sampson.
No, leave him alone.
Give it to him, boys. He asked for it. Keep away from me, you mugs.
All right, you punks. Get away from him. Sit still, Sampson. Spot, go over there and frisk him, will you?
Glad to, Inspector.
Hey, what is this? What's the idea?
In case you're really wondering, Sampson, we'll let Lefty's brother Mike give you the details.
Why, you can't prove a thing by him. Not a thing.
What's my brother Mike got to do with this, Mr. Drake?
Quite a lot, son. It was Mike who fought K.O. Brown yesterday, not you.
That's impossible.
No, that's not as impossible as you might think, Mrs. Ross. You see, before the fight, Lefty was given a scopolamine tablet.
Scopolamine? What's that?
It's a new drug, Lefty. It puts the patient in a semi-conscious state. Some psychiatrists use it as a substitute for hypnotism.
Well, I can't believe I wasn't actually in that ring.
You don't remember the fight? You said so yourself.
Well, it's all confused.
I'll tell you why you can't remember it, Lefty. Sampson had a loudspeaker rigged up in your dressing room. You heard the fight, and Sampson kept yelling at you to get in there and slug.
And someone else kept whacking you with a wet towel, which accounted for the welts on your body.
It was your brother who was actually in the ring. He looked enough like you so that no one noticed the difference.
And between rounds 1 and 2, Sampson came up and patted one of Mike's gloves while everyone's attention was attracted to the fight near K.O.'s corner. Mike had been training for weeks. It wasn't much good, but he had enough stuff to last 2 rounds, which was all Sampson wanted.
Yeah, but why? Why did Sampson go to all that trouble?
The answer to that is obvious, Mrs. Ross. Lefty was going to quit the ring, but Sampson knew if he won the championship, he'd feel morally obligated to stick for at least one more bout.
And maybe Sampson could work the same gag again.
Okay, boys, you got me. That's just the way it happened. I should have figured I couldn't get away with it.
Huh? What? Did you hear what I heard? The guy actually admits it.
No one I'm lick dancing. I got that box of scopolamine pills in this drawer in case.
Watch him, Inspector. There's a gun in that drawer.
You bet there is. Take care of Drake, boys.
The boys better take care of themselves and Drake. Pull up here, Inspector. The Rosses live in that apartment house.
I know it. I've been here before.
That's right.
I don't know how Lefty and I can ever thank you two for all you've done
That's
for
fine, Mrs. Ross. It's the sort of thing that the Inspector and I enjoy. Hey, Inspector?
Oh, sure. We had a heck of a time. Say, look, Bart, I've been figuring...
Just a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Were you going to say something, Lefty?
Well, yes, I was. Well, what if no one had noticed, Mr. Drake? Well, I mean, Sampson never let me have much publicity. Do you suppose
That he
was
kept
trying...
you undercover on purpose? Yes, I do. The fewer times your picture appeared, the less likelihood of anyone recognizing Mike when he stepped into the ring.
I guess you're right. Mike and I look almost exactly alike. Did you know it wasn't me in the ring, Mr. Drake?
No, as a matter of fact, I didn't.
Well, then how did you guess? What gave you the idea that something was wrong?
It was your name, Lefty.
My name?
Of course. You got your name for being left-handed, didn't you?
Yes, I did, but...
K.O. Brown was knocked out by 2 rights to the heart and a right hook to the jaw.
That's it. That's what I was trying to figure out. Bart, hand me over $10.
$10, Inspector?
Sure, you bet me 10 even on that second round.
I don't understand, Inspector. I bet you 10 even that Lefty would take the second round, remember?
Well, sure I remember. But Lefty didn't take it. It was his brother Mike who took it. You proved it yourself. Now, give me my $10.
You won't. All right, you got me, Inspector. I stuck my chin out on that one. Here you are.
Thanks. Glad I happened to think of that. By the way, Bart, there's a fight at the Gardens next week.
So?
Now, look, I'll bet you 15 buckles.
No, you don't,
Huh?
Inspector. Not a chance. From now on, I'm betting on only one thing, and that is... Mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last fall. Paul Arno, the lifelong friend of mine, called me on the phone to report a murder. At the moment, Paul was unaware that only a few hours previously, his wife, Brenda, had had an unexpected caller.
Yes?
Hello, Pop. Now, don't tell me you're the Drake Paul Arno.
I beg your pardon. Look here, you can't come bursting in this way. Who are you, anyway?
I asked you first, Pop. Who are you?
I'm Roberts, Mr. Arnold's butler.
But... Well, what do you know? Toots did all right for herself.
Toots?
Sure, Toots. You mean you never heard of Toots?
No, naturally not. There's no one here by that name.
Now, wait a minute. Whoa. Toots would like... Toots? Well, I'll be a cross-eyed lizard. Say, if you ain't the
Tony,
pretty...
please.
Huh? What's the matter?
Tony, we're not alone.
Oh, I get it. It's nibs there, might tell your old man, huh?
If this person is annoying you, Mrs. Arnold...
No, it's quite all right, Robert. You may go.
But, Madam...
You may go, Robert.
Very well, Madam.
Well, what do you know? Toots, you done that like a lady. Yes, sir, you done it just like a lady.
I am a lady, Tony.
Huh? A lady, huh? Now, wait a minute, Toots. Take it easy. This is Tony Irwin you're talking to. Remember?
When did you get out, Tony?
Oh, so that's it, huh? I got you worried, eh, baby?
Oh, no,
You're
Tony.
thinking
no.
that I'm sore because I come home and find you married to this panty waist.
And why should you be sore, Tony?
That's what I was saying to the boys just this morning.
The boys?
Yeah. Some of the boys said, Tony, you ought to be sore at Toots, they said.
But why, Tony? Why?
That's what I told them. Why? I says, how did Toots know that I was going to get sprung after only doing it a couple of years?
Tony, please.
Double cross? No, sir. I laughed at him. Why, I says Toots wouldn't double-cross nobody.
I didn't double-cross you, Tony.
Sure you didn't. That's what I'm saying, baby. You wouldn't double-cross nobody.
Glad you feel that way, Tony.
You bet. Baby, I'm proud of you. You got class. I always figured you'd make the grade if you got the breaks.
Yes, Tony?
I ain't like some guys. Some of them boys... You know what they wanted me to do?
What?
Take that Chuck Pizzera, for instance. Now, there's a character.
Well, what did Chuck say?
Why, he says, look, Tony, don't be a dope. Toots is in the chips, he says. Look, he says, she used to be your girl, didn't she? Okay, to one up and clip her for a few $100. She'll never miss it, he says.
And what did you say, Tony?
Nothing doing, I told him. Not me. I ain't that kind of a guy, see?
Thank you, Tony.
I ain't that kind of a guy, I says, who'd stool on a friend. Not even if she did double-cross me.
Tony, I didn't.
So what if Toots would pay off to keep me from telling about the weekend we spent together?
Tony, that's not so.
Sure, it ain't. Yeah, but the thing is, this Paul Arnold don't know it ain't so.
What do you mean?
Well, it's like this, baby. Suppose this Paul Arnold was told you used to be a burlitue dancer.
Oh, Tony, you wouldn't.
Suppose he got to know about you and Jerry the Duke in that nightclub raid.
Oh, Tony, please.
Suppose he told and was told about you and me, and I showed him some pictures.
Paul wouldn't believe you. He'd throw you out of the house.
The way I figure it, baby, Arnold could check them things. He'd find they was true. Then, when I mentioned about that weekend...
Stop it, Tony. Stop it.
What's the matter, baby?
What do you want, Tony?
Want? Me? Not a thing, baby, not a thing.
Yes, you do. What is it?
Baby, you got me all wrong. You know, I wouldn't put the bite on you for nothing. Of course, since it's getting along towards Christmas.
Oh, I see. Very well, Tony, I'll give you a Christmas present.
Ah, swell, baby. Swell. Wait.
The safe is over here behind these curtains. I'll be back in a minute.
No, you don't. I'll just go along, too, huh? Maybe you got some ideas about telephoning? Hey. Huh. This is a kind of a cute idea, ain't it?
Go back where you were, Tony. I'll not...
Yeah. Kind of a cute idea. Big, heavy curtains hanging on the wall, just like there wasn't this little alcove behind them.
If you think I'm going to open this safe with you watching me, you're crazy.
Yeah, kind of cozy, too. Just big enough for us two.
Tony, don't look at me like that.
Come here.
Tony, you keep your hands off me.
Come here. Just us two.
Oh, no.
Like it used to be, huh? Come here. Take it easy, baby. Take it easy. Maybe we can make another deal. What's that?
There's someone...
Hey, who turned off the lights?
Yes, Drake speaking.
Hello, Bart. This is Paul Arnold.
Oh, Arnold. Well, Paul, it's good to hear your voice. How are you?
Right now, I'm not so good, Bart. There's a dead man lying in my living room with a bullet through his heart.
What?
Yeah, he was murdered.
Murdered? How do you know?
Well, my wife was standing beside him, and my butler was standing in the doorway and saw it. My sister was in the hall and heard it happen. And by the way, there's a guy here named Danton who has accused practically everyone of making it happen.
Danton? Not Inspector Noah Danton.
That's the guy. Know him?
Yes, slightly. Tell the inspector, Paul, that you've talked to me and I'm on my way out. And don't worry about him. The old boy's bark is worse than his bite.
Hello, Bart.
Hello, Inspector.
Come on in.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for you. You got my message, huh?
No, Inspector. What message?
What message? Didn't the babe call you?
What babe?
Arnold's sister. I was busy and I asked her to get in touch with you. I thought she did.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I haven't heard a female voice in a matter of hours, worse luck.
Oh, no? Then how'd you know about this murder? How do you happen to be here?
Paul Arnold called me.
Arnold? Why, that... Hey, what's he think he's getting away with? Hello, Bart. Glad to see you.
I'm glad to see you, Paul. It's been a long time.
More than a year. I've been in the service, you know.
Yes, I certainly do know. Huh. Wasn't I at your going-away party? What a time.
Pardon me for interrupting. You two gents don't happen to know each other, do you?
Paul and I are old friends, Inspector. We've known each other for years.
We were roommates in college, Inspector.
Well, isn't that sweet? Unless somebody thinks up some excuses mighty fast, somebody's going to be cellmates in Sing Sing. Now, look, Bart.
Always the man of duty, eh, Inspector? By the way, have you identified the corpse?
Sure, it was a punk named Tony Irwin. He was doing a stretch for grand larceny and got let off for good behavior.
I see. And what was Tony Irwin doing here?
Well, obviously his motive was robbery. His body was found lying near the wall safe.
Yeah, and there was a gun lying beside it with one bullet discharged. Look, Bart, come over here.
Yes, Inspector. You better come along, Paul.
Yes, I think I'd better. Your friendly inspector has ideas.
And I can guarantee you'll have a lot more before we get much farther in this case. Yes, Inspector?
You see these portieres hanging against the wall?
Yes, I see.
Look like decorations, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Okay, now I swing them out like this. On that crane they're hung on, and what do you see?
Well. A dead man on the floor, a gun beside him, and a small safe fitted into a sort of an alcove.
That's right. Now, when I got here a couple hours ago, things looked exactly as they do now.
Well, and what have you been doing for the past 2 hours, Inspector?
What have I been doing? I've been lining up the suspects. I've been waiting for you. I've been looking for clues.
All right, Inspector. All right. Now, who are your suspects?
Well, Mrs. Arnold admits being right here when it happened.
Now, just a minute, Inspector. Brenda didn't do this. You can't
Keep
say...
your shirt on, Bub. I didn't say she did it. I only said she was a suspect.
How did Brenda happen to be here, Paul?
Well, she came into the room and saw movement behind the curtain and decided to investigate.
And what happened?
This Tony, whatever his name is, was tinkering with the safe. Just as Brenda looked behind the curtain, the lights went out. There was a shot. Brenda screamed and ran out of the room.
That's her story.
Now, look here,
Never
Denver.
mind, Paul. The inspector sounds much worse than he means.
Oh, is that so?
Inspector,
Now,
have you checked the fingerprints on the guns?
That's being done now.
How about the safe?
What about the safe?
Well, if Mrs. Arnold were telling the truth, as you seem to doubt, Inspector, Tony's prints would be on the safe.
Huh. That's right, isn't it? Well, I'll have the boys check.
Good. And tell me, who are your other suspects?
Roberts the butler, for one.
Why?
He claims he heard Mrs. Arnold talking with someone in here. Just as he opened the door, the lights went off. Roberts says he saw someone standing near the door to the hall across the room. Then the shot came.
Did Robert see where the shots came from?
Yep, he says the guy that was standing near the other door fired it.
But he didn't recognize the other party.
No, he only got a glimpse.
Inspector, why do you suspect Robert?
Because he must have been lying. That gun right there is the one that killed Irwin.
Oh, you're sure of that, Inspector?
Sure, I'm sure. You know I don't make idle statements, Bart.
No. Whom else do you suspect?
Arnold's sister, Agatha.
Why, that's ridiculous. Aggie's so scared of firearms, she won't even look at one.
Yeah? And why didn't she call Drake when I asked her to? I'll tell you why, Bub. She's the guilty party, and she knew that if Drake got on the job, he'd prove she was guilty.
Inspector, let's not make idle statements, remember? Paul, it looks to me as though you're the only one that's in the clear in this case.
Yes, and I'm sure I wouldn't be if I hadn't happened to be on a plane coming back from Boston at the time the murder was committed.
Oh?
That checks. I called the airport. A Paul Arnold left on the plane that took off from Boston at 6:30 p.m. He couldn't have gotten here before 9 o'clock, and the murder took place at 7:30 p.m.
Well, thanks for that much, anyhow.
Don't mention it, Bub. We always aim to please.
And stop calling me Bub. Bart, it seems to me your friend the inspector is determined to make a complicated plot out of a purely simple case.
Yeah, well, Bart, it seems to me that your friend Bub Arnold is talking out of turn. What's simple about it, Bub?
Well, anyone with any sense wouldn't ask. This man Irwin is an ex-convict, sent up for larceny. Obviously, he came here with the idea of robbing my safe.
Okay, so then what happened?
We already know what happened. Someone shot him.
See what I mean, Bart? Everybody wants to get into the act.
I'm sorry, Paul. The inspector is right.
Sorry.
Why Tony Irwin is here is unimportant. Somebody murdered him. It's the inspector's job to find out who.
Okay, I guess you're right.
The only thing that we're sure of is that you're not the guilty party because you were on that plane.
Well, Brenda isn't guilty either.
I appreciate how you feel, Paul, but still the inspector...
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes, Roberts, what is it?
There's a Mr. Harrison on the phone, sir. He'd like to talk to you.
Harrison? I don't know any Harrison. What's he want?
Well, he said something about a ticket.
Oh, yes. Of course. I'll talk to him, Roberts.
Very good, sir. If you'll pick up the extension...
No, I'll take it in the library.
Very good.
Excuse me, Bart. I'll be back in a minute.
Take your time, Paul. No hurry.
Harrison, he doesn't know him.
Inspector, what are you doing?
I'm listening in on that conversation over this extension telephone.
Inspector, gentlemen, don't do that sort of thing.
I'm not a gentleman. I'm a cop.
Well, at least keep your hand over the mouthpiece.
I've got my hand over the mouthpiece. Ah.
Something interesting, Inspector?
Yes, something very interesting. Well, I'll be...
Well, Inspector?
But how good a friend of yours is this Paul Arnold?
Why, the best. I've known him for years.
Think he's on the up and up, eh?
Yes, I gamble on it.
That's too bad.
Why?
But I hate to tell you this. Arnold wasn't on the plane.
What do you mean he wasn't on the plane?
That guy Harrison that Arnold was talking to, he used the plane ticket that Arnold bought. He just called to thank Arnold. But Paul Arnold was here in New York at the time Tony Irwin was murdered.
Oh.
Brenda.
Yes, Paul?
Well, what are you doing?
I'm packing. I'm leaving you, Paul.
Leaving me? Why?
Because I think it'll be best for both of us.
Oh, then you've stopped loving me.
Oh, no, Paul.
Well, what else am I to think?
Well, I'm not very proud of my past, Paul. Among other things, I was a dancer in a burlesque show.
And you're ashamed of it.
Oh, no, I'm not ashamed. I did nothing to be ashamed of.
Then why?
Because I met you, Paul. Because I fell in love with you. Because I wanted so desperately to have you love me. And I knew that Paul Arnold could only fall in love with a lady.
He did.
What?
I said, Paul Arnold did fall in love with a lady. You're that lady.
You're trying to be kind. You're pitying me. I can't stand pity, Paul.
No, look, Brenda, listen to me. I've known for the last 3 months about your past.
You've known?
Yes, sure. Tony Irwin called on me. He told me all about you, even threatened blackmail.
And you didn't believe him?
Well, I found that everything he told me was true.
But why didn't you tell me, Paul?
Why should I worry the girl I love with something that was completely unimportant?
Oh, Paul.
Oh, there, you poor kid.
Kiss me, Paul. Hold me close. Oh, darling, what a fool I've been.
No such thing. I should have warned you. Irwin waited until things quieted down, then tried his blackmailing stunt on you. That's why I didn't go to Boston. I was worried.
You didn't go to Boston?
No, at the last minute I had a hunch. I gave my ticket to a man named Harrison at the airport. In fact, he just called me on the phone to thank me.
Then you were here when...
When Irwin was shot? Yes. I came in the back way just as the shot was fired.
But you didn't...
Shoot Irwin? No, darling. I didn't get the chance. Someone beat me to it.
Paul, listen to me. Does Barton Drake know that you weren't on the plane?
No, why?
Then you've got to tell him, Paul. If he finds out that you were lying,
Nonsense. Let Bart have his fun.
But it isn't only Drake, Paul. It's Inspector Danson. Oh, Paul, can't you understand how important this is? Drake's clever. He might prove that you...
Brenda. You don't think that I... Oh, darling. Come here to me. Listen, Bart's my best friend. Don't worry about him. And even if I did kill Tony Irwin, I've got the best alibi in the world.
Look, Bart. When are you going to give up and admit that your friend Arnold is the guy we want?
Why should I, Inspector?
Why should I, he asked. Because all the evidence we've uncovered points to his guilt. That's why.
What evidence, Inspector?
What? Now, look, Bart, I'm a patient man. You know that.
Yes?
Paul Arnold had a motive. He wasn't on that plane, and...
And we're keeping that knowledge to ourselves, Inspector. I don't want Paul ever to suspect that we broke his alibi.
Oh, you don't? This isn't a game, you know, Bart. Just because the guy's a good friend of
What other
yours.
evidence weave the points to Paul's guilt, Inspector?
His sister knows he was here, for one thing. I just talked to her. She admits that that's why she didn't do as I asked and call you.
Because she thought that Paul had shot Irwin?
Sure. She didn't want to see her own brother go to the chair.
Oh, Inspector, that's weak. Very weak.
Oh, yeah? Well, there's the gun lying beside the corpse.
From which the fingerprints have been carefully wiped. So far, you haven't mentioned anything that would stand up in court.
Okay. How about the fact that no fingerprints were found on the safe?
Yes, that proves that Mrs. Arnold was lying, doesn't it? She said she stepped around the curtain and saw Irwin tinkering with the safe.
Yeah, but if you just let me talk to...
Yes, Robert. Will you ask Mr. and Mrs. Arnold to step down here, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Inspector, what was it that you were about to say?
I was going to say if you just let me talk to Arnold,
You'd sweat it out of him, eh, Inspector?
Well, how are you going to find out if a man is guilty if you don't ask him any questions?
You'll get your chance to ask questions in a very few minutes, Inspector.
I will?
Mm-hmm. As soon as Paul and Brenda get here, I'm going to have the crime reenacted.
That ought to be fun. I can hardly wait.
Now, let's not be sarcastic, Inspector.
I'm not only...
Hello, Paul. Brenda, come in, please.
Bart, Brenda and I have just had a little talk. There's something we want to tell you.
I'm sorry, Paul, but that'll have to wait. We've something more important to do now.
Wait a minute. If the guy wants to talk, let him.
It's really quite important, Mr. Drake.
I'm sure it is, Brenda, but it'll still have to wait. Inspector, will you ask Roberts to step in here, please?
Now, listen, Bart.
And, Inspector, will you also ask Paul's sister, Agatha, to stand in the doorway to the dining room? That's where she claimed she was when the shot was fired, wasn't it?
Sure, but...
Fine. Hurry along, Inspector. We'll have everything ready by the time you get back.
Okay. Only I'm more used to giving orders than taking them.
Now, Brenda, if you stand over there, near the curtains, in the exact spot where you were when the light went out...
I will. Only if you'll listen to what Paul has to say.
I'm sorry. What Paul has to say will have to wait.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. This may change your whole outlook on the situation.
I'm sorry, that's impossible, too, Paul. Listen, I appeal to you. If Brenda won't cooperate...
She'd cooperate if you weren't so doggone rude.
I'm sorry. There are times when a man in my position has to appear rude.
Not to my wife, you don't.
Whose wife it is doesn't matter.
It does in this case. Now, listen, Bart.
All right, Robbie, inside.
Just a minute, Inspector Danton.
Pipe down, Gramp, and do as you're told.
Danton, take your hands off Roberts. He's done nothing.
Well, now, what's happened to the big, happy family I left a few minutes ago?
Never mind the wisecracks, chum. Bart, I thought you were a friend of mine.
Friendship ceases where murder's involved, Paul. Now listen to me, all of you. You're going to do as I say, or Inspector Danton will take the three of you down to headquarters and lock you up.
Now you're talking my language, Bart, old boy.
So this is when I ask a friend to help me out.
Oh, what's the use, Paul? If this is the kind of person Barton Drake is, then what we have to say won't matter anyhow.
Brenda, you're 100% right.
All right. If it's going to make you any happier, what do you want us to do?
Thank you, Paul. Brenda, will you stand over near the curtains, please?
Yes, all right. This is where I was when the shot was fired.
Fine. And where was Irwin standing?
Directly in front of the safe.
How were the curtains arranged?
Well, they were halfway open. About like this.
Thank you. Stay there, please. Now, Robert, if you'll just stand here in front of this door.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes?
It wasn't near this door that I was standing when I saw the shot fired. It was over there near the library door.
Yes, I remember your saying so. However, if you don't mind, I prefer that you stand here.
Now, look here, Bart. If you think that Roberts had anything to do with Irwin's killing, you're crazy. He's been with me for years.
We'll go into that later, Paul. Inspector, where's Paul's sister, Agatha?
She's out in the hall near the dining room door, bored stiff.
Oh, she is?
Look here, sir. If it were Miss Agatha, I mean, the dining room door is right behind where I'm standing. I mean...
Well, what do you mean, Roberts? Are you implying that Agatha murdered Tony Irwin?
Oh, no, sir. Of course not.
Then keep quiet.
Say, everyone's getting mad at everyone, aren't they?
Paul, will you go over and stand near the door to the library, please?
Okay. So now I'm standing here. What am I supposed to do?
Look over towards the curtains. Can you see Brenda standing behind them?
Sure I can. They're half open.
Excellent. All right, Robert. Tony Irwin was supposedly standing in front of the safe, farther back in behind the curtains, when you stepped into the room. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Robert, I want you to raise your hand as though you had a gun in it. Point it in the manner you claim to have seen the figure point it, and fire.
Yes, sir. The figure was standing here. He aimed deliberately. Good heavens.
Well, Robert.
You tricked me.
The guy has got a gun in his hand. Hey, someone turn off the light.
Look out, Agatha. He's coming at you.
Turn off the light.
Which way did he go, Inspector?
Through this door, come on.
Right.
Let go of me!
It's Agatha. He's holding her in front of him.
Stand back or I'll shoot. So will I.
Look out, Inspector. You'll hit the girl.
Not me, brother. All right, Roberts, you got one chance. That does it.
You blundering idiot. You hit Agatha.
No, I didn't. I hit Roberts.
Nice work, Inspector. Come on.
Agatha, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Is Robert dead?
Yeah, he's dead, lady. Inspector Danton never misses.
You knew all the time that it was Roberts, huh, Bart?
No, I only suspected. The thing that puzzled me is the fact that he had no particular motive.
But he did have a motive, Mr. Drake.
Oh?
Roberts knew that Paul and I were happy. He apparently overheard my conversation with Tony Irwin and realized that our happiness was being jeopardized.
Roberts has been in our family for years. He was just being loyal. You know, I wish somehow we could repay the debt.
Well, I think Roberts would feel repaid if he knew how things had turned out.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Oh, Paul.
Oh, no, darling.
Can I say something?
Yes, of course you can, Inspector.
All I want to know is, how did you know that Roberts was it?
Well, that's a fair enough question, Inspector. Roberts said he glimpsed a figure standing in the doorway that led to the hall. He said he saw that figure take deliberate aim and fire.
I get it. Anyone standing in the doorway leading to the hall couldn't see the two people standing behind the curtain.
Ah, that's right, Inspector. Roberts, standing in the doorway of the library, could see them plainly. So he assumed that the figure could see them, too.
Uh-huh. And how did you know that this figure just didn't fire blindly and hit Tony Irwin by mistake?
Oh, Inspector, I'm ashamed of you. Because if he had, there would have been a bullet hole in the curtain. Now, wouldn't there?
Yeah. And there wasn't, was there?
No, there wasn't. By the way, Paul, what was it that you and Brenda were so anxious to tell me a little while ago?
Why, well, Bart, it really doesn't matter now.
No, it isn't important at all.
As a matter of fact, it had something to do with my alibi. Bart, it would kill you if you knew.
It would, huh? Bart, shall we tell him?
Absolutely not, Inspector. I told you I'd like Paul to think that...
I don't mean that.
No, what do you mean?
Tell him, you know what?
Huh?
Well, maybe they won't think that we're so darn smart after all.
Oh, I see what you mean, Inspector, yes. Paul, whenever you think of how you put one over on Barton Drake, just remember that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last month in a small town in the upper part of the state. There'd been a recent snowstorm, and a young man and his sweetheart were enjoying the winter weather by taking a sleigh ride.
Well, here we are. Home again.
Oh, Harry, it's been fun. This is my first sleigh ride since I was a child.
Me too. Anne,
Yes, Harry?
you love me?
Oh, you know I do. Why do you keep asking?
Oh, because I like to hear you say it. Go on.
Silly boy. All right. I love you, Harry. More than anything.
Oh, my darling. Kiss me.
There now. You go on home and change, and don't forget to be on time for my birthday party.
On time. I'm practically back here now. Here, let me help you out. There.
Thank you, Harry. There's going to be another storm, I think. I hope it won't keep Fanny and Horace away.
It'll take more than a snowstorm to keep them home.
Goodbye, Harry.
So long, honey. Hello, baby.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Don't get excited, honey. Name is Chuck Anderson.
Chuck Anderson? That name means nothing to me. You're a thief. I'm going to call the police.
I wouldn't. Milt might not like it.
Milt?
Yeah, your brother Milt, honey.
You're...
Yeah, that's it. It was me made the break with Milt. Maybe you read about it in the papers.
Well, where's Milt now?
Not far from here. He couldn't come no farther, so he sent me on ahead to see you.
Sent you on ahead? Is Milt hurt?
Yeah, he's hurt bad. He can't be moved for a while, and said you'd help us.
I don't believe you. I'm going to call the police.
No, honey, be reasonable. That just don't make sense. If Milt got picked up, they'd just double his sentence. You know that.
You're lying. You and Milt separated. The newspaper story said so. You don't know where he is.
Okay, honey, okay. Suit yourself.
Milt wouldn't send you here. He'd be a fool to do such a thing.
Sure. All right, go ahead and call the cops. Go on.
I'm going to. I'll show you.
It's up to you, only I'm telling you. Milt's going to be awful mad. He never liked it in the pen. It'd kill him for sure if he had to go back and do double time.
Hello? Operator?
Milt said to tell you if they found me, they'd sure enough find him, too.
What do you want me to do?
Ah, that's better, baby. I figured you'd see it my way.
What do you want me to do?
Well, look, baby, it's like this. Milt and me got it figured out that the cops will eventually wind up here.
Of course they will. That's why Milt would have had more sense than to come here. Or send you.
Yeah, Milt's got sense, all right. He's a smart cookie. That's why he sent me instead of coming himself.
What do you mean?
It's this way, see? Milt figures I can stay here with you, and every day I'll bring him food and medicine and stuff till he gets well enough to travel, see?
You stay here with me? You fool, don't you think people would wonder who you are, ask questions, become suspicious?
Not when you tell him I'm your husband, honey.
My husband?
Oh, Milt says you wasn't no dumbbell.
What on earth are you talking about?
Jim. Yeah, that's it, baby. Jim. You remember Jim, don't you?
And Milt told you...
Yeah, Milt told me about Jim. Oh, sure. He said you were only married to the guy a couple of months, and then you threw him out because he was no good.
Jim's dead. He died 3 years ago.
Yeah, Jim's dead. I know he's dead, and Milt knows he's dead, and you know he's dead.
Well?
Oh, don't you get it, honey? It's the slickest idea I ever heard. Nobody but us three knows Jim's dead, see? So Jim ain't dead, so I'm Jim, so I'm back for a little visit, see?
Well, that's absurd. It's ridiculous. Don't you think people would recognize you?
No, baby, look. Milt and me got all the angles figured. When you were married to this Jim guy, you lived down in Terrenceville. Nobody here ever saw him. Folks around here knew you'd been married, but they never saw this Jim. Simple, see?
No, I won't do it. I can't.
Okay, then, so we let Jim go back to the pen and do double time if he don't die first.
Well, it wouldn't work. Our guest coming for dinner. There's Harry.
Just for dinner, huh? See, that's perfect. So you introduced me to him as your husband, and the word gets around. And nobody gets suspicious and calls the cops when they see a strange guy around here.
But you don't understand.
Oh, sure, I understand, baby. I ain't going to risk ruining a setup like this.
What do you mean?
Milt's got to have food and medicine, see? So I take him to him nights. I'm just around here daytimes, and I don't bother you at all. Oh, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Just relax and take it easy. You ain't got nothing to worry about at all.
They're coming.
Sure, so they're coming. That's fine.
I can't go through with it. I can't.
Oh, quit it. Don't be a fool. Look, the table's all set. There's a fire in the grate. Bright and warm and cozy. We're just a nice, happy family.
I can't. Harry will...
Hey, open up. We're freezing. Open the door, baby. Let him in. Just keep thinking of Milt and you'll be all right.
Happy birthday, darling.
Why, didn't you hear us knock? All together, everybody. Let's go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Oh. Well, there's someone else here.
Oh, I didn't know you were asking anyone else, Anne. Gosh, no. We wouldn't have come bursting in.
Oh, well, aren't you going to introduce yourself, Anne? Yes. Yes, I'm going to introduce you. Horace, Fanny, Harry. This is Jim. My husband. Your husband? Anne.
Oh, Anne, quick, isn't it?
Hiya, folks.
I'm not kidding, Horace. I was married a long time ago. Jim, he's come back.
I don't believe it. It isn't true.
It's true, Harry. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's some kind of a joke. It is a joke, isn't it? Anne, tell me.
No, Harry, it isn't a joke.
Oh, it must be.
Wait a minute, chum. Anne, who is this punk who's raising all the rumpus?
Oh, he's nobody, Jim. Nobody.
Nobody?
This is disgusting.
Oh, wait a minute, everybody. Let's not go jumping to conclusions. Let's give Anne a chance to explain.
Well, there's nothing to explain, Horace. It's true.
It isn't true. It's a lie. Anne.
Let go of me, Harry. You're hurting me.
I'll do more than hurt you. You can't do this. Take it easy, punk. Take it easy. Let go of her. Keep away from me. Anne, let go of her, I say.
Oh, stop him.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you both. You effort. Why, you cheap here. Cut it out, you two.
Right. Harry, Anne, turn on the light. Somebody put on the light.
Inspector,
Yeah, Bart.
what makes you think the horse's name is Dobbin?
I don't know. Aren't they all named Dobbin?
At least the horse doesn't object. How much farther do you think it is?
Who cares? I haven't had so much fun since I was a kid.
Huh?
Come on there, Dobbin. What are you doing, horse?
Nice work, Inspector. Now we've turned completely around.
Oh, well, I never did get along with horses. Here, Bart, you drive a while.
Very well, Inspector. Move on.
Thanks.
All right. Get along, boy. Come on. By the way, is your friend the coroner going to meet us out at the Wheelock place?
No, he's given me complete charge of the deal.
That seems odd.
Huh?
I mean, asking you to come away up here from New York.
Oh, I thought so, too, until he told me his son Harry was mixed up in the shooting.
Oh?
Yeah. You see, Harry was in love with this Anne Wheelock. He and two other people went to her house to a birthday party. And who should be there but Anne Wheelock's husband?
Well, ghosts from the past, huh?
Yep, ghost from the past, only this ghost got a bullet through his gizzard.
I see. As I understand it, Inspector, the lights went out just before the shooting took place.
That's it. So we know that one of the four people in the room shot Jim.
Well, it sounds simple.
Sure. Nothing to it. I guess that must be the place up ahead.
Oh, yes. Rather a bleak-looking cottage, isn't it? Not a tree within 100 yards. By the way, Inspector.
Yeah?
I don't suppose you read in the papers the other day about the two convicts who escaped from the state penitentiary?
Huh? Well, what about it?
One of them was named Milton Wheelock.
What of it?
His sister is Anne Wheelock. The second convict was a man named Chuck Anderson.
You don't say.
Yes, I do say, Inspector. I also say that that's the real reason you and I are up here.
No, wait a minute, Bart.
Inspector, I'm surprised. To think you keep me from sharing in the glory of capturing America's #1 gang leader.
Oh, Bart, listen, I wasn't
I'm
going
hurt,
to do nothing like
Inspector.
that.
Deeply hurt. Oh, well, perhaps I should feel grateful for your faith in asking me to come along.
Very funny.
Well, boy. Well, here we are. If you feel that you need me during the investigation, don't hesitate to demand my services, Inspector.
That's right, Inspector Denton. I'm Harry Parsons. My father has told me a lot about you. He has, eh? Well, I can tell you some things about your dad. All good, too.
Oh, thank you, sir.
And now, introduce me to these other people.
Yes. This is Fanny Shepard, and this is Horace McCready.
Pleased to meet you.
Hello.
Where's the girl?
Anne? Oh, she's in her room. None of us have seen her since it happened.
Look, Inspector, can't Fanny and I go home now? We didn't have anything to do with this. We didn't even know
I'll let you know when you can go home, Bub. Hey, Bart.
Did you want me, Inspector?
Found anything?
Oh, a good deal, Inspector.
And what do you mean, a good deal? You only been here 5 minutes.
Yes, I know.
Well?
Well, what?
What have you found?
A corpse, Inspector.
Whose corpse? Oh, look, Bart, stop being so hard to get along with. Where's this corpse that you found?
In that bedroom over there.
Oh, that's Jim, Anne's husband.
Anne's husband. Is it, Harry?
Of course it is. We ought to know. We were here when it happened. Afterward, we saw Harry's father put it in there.
Does that prove it was a corpse of Anne's husband?
Yes, it does. I ought to know my own husband.
Well, so this is Anne Wheelock, eh?
Yes, I'm Anne Wheelock. I suppose you're the two policemen that Mr. Parsons called in to find out which of the four of us shot Jim.
That's it, lady. We're the cops.
But you don't have to look any farther. I shot Jim.
Quit talking like that. You didn't shoot him.
Who did then? You? Fanny? Of course we didn't. That's right, Fanny, you didn't. I did. I could prove it.
Now, there's a switch. Someone trying to prove she's a murderess.
Of course I want to prove it. Do you think I'd like to see Fanny or Harry or Horace accused of a crime that I committed?
I don't know, lady. I just never happened to run across anyone who cared a doggone who was accused, so long as it wasn't them.
Well, we live and learn, don't we, Inspector? Here, take a look at this gun, please.
Hey, that is a gun, isn't it?
Yes. A .32 caliber pistol. I think Harry's father's already established the fact that Jim was killed with a .32.
Yeah, that's right.
I kept it in the desk by the door there. That's where I was standing when the lights went out. Fanny and Horace can tell you that.
You didn't kill him, Anne. You couldn't have.
Yes, I did, Harry. I'm sorry. There wasn't any other way. Well, Inspector?
Yeah, sure. Well, I guess that does it. She's got a motive. She's got the evidence. She even admits doing it, but I guess our mission is accomplished, eh?
I disagree, Inspector.
Huh? What do you mean you disagree?
I don't think that Anne killed her husband.
But I did. I proved it. What more do you want?
A good deal, Miss Wheelock. Your husband is dead, but I can prove that you didn't murder him.
Look, Bart, I don't think that was very smart, telling Fanny and Horace they could go home.
You don't? Why not, Inspector?
Well, suppose one of them is guilty.
Well,
doggone it. If they're guilty, they aren't just going to sit around home until we come after them.
don't you worry, Inspector. They'll be back within a couple of hours, as I asked them to.
They will, eh?
That's right.
That's what I call having faith in human nature.
Well, Inspector, that does it.
What does what? We've circled the house twice.
Mm-hmm.
Have we proved something?
I'm not sure, Inspector. I expected to find that one of the electric wires extending from that outside pole to the house would be down. Didn't you?
Did I?
But of course. The people who were here last night all assured us that the lights were put out by the storm.
Say. Yeah.
There isn't a tree within 100 yards of the house, so the disrupted service couldn't have been caused by a fallen branch.
That's right. On the other hand...
Which might indicate that someone turned off the lights. And if someone turned off the lights, I'd say that the murder of Jim was planned and premeditated. Wouldn't you, Inspector?
Yeah, but...
And since no one knew that Jim was here except Anne Wheelock, it looks as though she's the guilty party.
Very clever. Very clever indeed. Now, can I say something?
Oh, please do, Inspector. Make it profound.
Yeah. Now, suppose a tree branch were blown down by the storm in some other part of town.
Mm-hmm. Well?
Couldn't it have cracked up the main power lines and put the lights out in this house?
Very clever, Inspector. Very clever indeed. Now, can I say something?
Yeah, only make it profound.
Inspector, you're wonderful. Now, suppose we check your premise with the local power company and then take another look inside that house.
Naturally, I can't stop you if you want to search the house, Mr. Drake. I can't imagine what you expect to find, however.
I can't either, lady.
Thank you, Miss Wheelock. Inspector, suppose we start with this room here.
Well, is it necessary for you to search this particular room?
Is there some reason why you don't want us to?
Yes. This is my brother's room.
Oh, I get it. He was the guy
Inspector.
Huh?
I'm sorry, Miss Wheelock.
I don't suppose it makes any difference. Go in if you like.
Thank you.
The room hasn't been occupied or opened since Milt went away. Go on. Do anything you like. Nothing matters now.
Well, how do you like that?
Well, Inspector, she can hardly be blamed for acting upset. I understand that Milton was her only living relative.
How about Jim?
Jim is dead, Inspector.
Yes, so he is. I forgot. But look.
Never mind that now, Inspector. Let's go in here and have a look. Oh, rather gloomy, isn't it? Would you mind rolling up those shades, Inspector?
Okay. That better?
Yes, at least it makes the place more cheerful.
Yeah. Goes up the dust, too. Women are sure funny. Imagine keeping this room closed up.
Yeah, sentimental is the word, I think, Inspector. Found something?
No. Just an ordinary old alarm clock. I like to hear 'em tick. Reminds me of when I was a boy.
Like riding in sleighs, eh, Inspector?
Yeah, like riding in sleighs. Hey, what are you doing over there?
Oh, I'm just looking around, Inspector. Just looking around. Uh-oh.
What's the 4.
By Jove, Inspector, I've got it.
What, for crying out loud?
That's it. It must be. There can't be any other answer.
Doggone it, what are you talking about, boy?
Inspector, why didn't we think of it before?
I'll bite. Why?
It was too simple, that's why. What time is it, Inspector?
Time? Can't you read? There's a clock right under your nose.
Yes. 4:30. Fine. Now, Horace and Fanny will be here at 5. That gives us 30 minutes to search the cellar and the kitchen. Come along, Inspector. Now we know who murdered Jim and why.
But, Anne, why didn't you tell me? It doesn't matter if you've been married a dozen times.
I should have told you, Harry. I should have. I know that now.
Listen, darling, I love you. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Oh, it means everything, Harry. That is, it means everything. I don't know what I mean. I'm so confused.
Oh, you poor kid. I know you didn't shoot him.
Oh, I did, Harry. I did. You've got to believe.
Anne, listen to me. You're trying to protect someone, aren't you?
Protect someone?
You think I did it. You think that I shot your husband.
Oh, Harry, no, I don't.
You heard me threaten to kill him. You all heard me. And believe me, please, I didn't do it.
I know you didn't, Harry. I know that you didn't.
I wanted to. Nothing would have given me greater pleasure. But I didn't do it, Anne.
I believe you, Harry. I do.
Then why do you keep saying that you killed him? Why?
But don't ask me, Harry, please. Drop it.
Drop it? Anne, do you realize what you're saying? Do you realize what will happen if they take you away?
Well, that's what I want. I want them to take me away. I don't want to see this place ever again.
Anne.
I mean it. I've caused nothing but unhappiness. You ought to hate me, Harry.
I love you. I'll never stop loving you.
How can you? You're just being kind. How can you love the sister of a convict, a murderer?
Anne, look. I know how you feel about Milt. He was all that you had. He made a mistake. All right. Sure. That could happen to anyone. I'm not blaming you.
Milt was good, Harry. Down deep, he was good.
Sure. I know. Anne, listen to me.
That must be Fanny and Horace. Well, Anne, I'm surprised that you have the nerve to show your face.
Quit it, Fanny. Leave her alone.
I won't quit it. I think it's disgusting. I'm ashamed that I ever thought of her as my friend. I'm sorry, Fanny. Sorry indeed. I think it's a little late for apologies, Anne Wheelock.
Listen, Fanny. If you think that it was Anne who shot her husband, you're crazy.
Oh? Crazy, am I? And just why do you think Mr. Drake asked Horace and me to come back here?
Let's wait till we find out before we go making statements we might regret later.
Regret? I'll hardly regret giving evidence that'll help send a murderer to the electric chair.
Fanny.
Evidence? What do you mean, Fanny? I'll tell you precisely what I mean, Anne Wheelock. I happened to see you take that gun out of the desk drawer.
You couldn't have.
Oh, no? I was standing nearest to her, wasn't I? I have eyes in my head, haven't I?
Come along in, Inspector. Oh, you are back, are you?
We certainly are, Mr. Drake. And I, for one, am ready to testify.
Testify?
Yes. I saw Anne take the gun from the drawer.
I thought the lights were out.
The lights didn't go out until after I had gotten the gun.
Why didn't you tell us that before, lady? Because she didn't think of it before. That's why. Now she figures she can make a heroine out of herself by telling a lot of lies.
That's not true, Harry Parsons. I'm only trying to do my duty as a citizen.
It's pretty serious, Miss Shepard, when you accuse a person of murder.
I'm quite aware of that, Mr. Drake. Oh, what's the use? I did it. I told you I did it. Isn't that enough?
It will be, lady, if this case ever gets to court.
Miss Shepard, did Anne take the gun from the desk with her right hand or her left?
Her right.
Oh?
Oh, no. It was her left. I'm sure it was her left.
Did she fire it while she was standing by the desk, or did she walk up close to her husband?
Why, well, she walked up close to him.
How close would you say?
How close? Well, very close. She wasn't more than a foot away.
What part of the body did she shoot him?
In the forehead. There's a bullet hole in the corpse, isn't there?
Yes, and if Anne were only standing a foot away when she fired the shot, there would be powder burns, too.
Powder burns?
Yeah, and there weren't any.
You see, Miss Shepard, you weren't at all sure what you saw. Murder witnesses are seldom sure. That's one of the great troubles with the
But I did. I'm positive. I saw Anne take the gun from the desk with her left hand and shoot her husband.
No, Miss Shepard. Anne didn't take the gun from the desk with her left hand, or her right. She didn't take it at all.
But I saw
the
her.
gun wasn't even in the desk. And Anne didn't shoot her husband. The corpse lying in the other room is not Anne's husband.
Not her husband?
Anne.
He is. Horace and Fanny saw him alive. They know.
They only know what you told them, Anne. You introduced Chuck Anderson as your husband because he forced you to.
No.
Did you say Chuck Anderson, Mr. Drake?
That's right, Parsons. Chuck and Anne's brother Milton were cellmates. They escaped together. Milton became wounded and Chuck deserted him. Isn't that the way it was, Anne?
I don't know.
Yes, you do know. Chuck came here and forced you to pretend that he was your husband by threatening to let Milton die if you didn't.
Anne, Is this true?
Of course it's true, Bub. We don't make mistakes.
But what Chuck Anderson didn't know was that Milton had gotten here first. He was here when Chuck arrived. Anne had been taking care of him for days.
Yeah. So she couldn't go to the police because if she did, they'd search the house and find her brother. And why didn't you tell me?
How could I? I didn't know what to do.
Well, then it was Milton who shot Chuck Anderson. Is that right, Mr. Drake?
That's right, Horace. Then Milton got out of the house.
And left poor Anne to take the blame for shooting that gangster.
Yeah, poor Anne knew she'd never be convicted of murder, lady. There wasn't any evidence. She just wanted to give her brother time enough to get away.
Get away? Then you mean it? Oh, good heavens, what was that?
Just what it sounded like, lady. Come on back. This is it.
Shot himself.
Yes, and with the same .32 caliber pistol he used to shoot Chuck Anderson. Pick up that note lying beside him, Inspector.
Yeah.
I think you'll find it's a full confession.
Get up, Dobbin. Get along, boy.
Well, Dobbin seems anxious to get back to town, Inspector.
Yeah, me too. You know, Bart, I feel kind of sorry for Anne.
You do?
Harboring an escaped criminal is a serious offense.
Yes, but doing so at the point of a gun isn't, Inspector.
You mean Milton made her take care of him?
I don't know, Inspector. That's what his confession said. The local authorities will have to decide.
I guess you're right. Which reminds me.
Of what, Inspector?
Of asking you how you knew that Milton had been hiding in the house before Chuck Anderson got there.
Oh, that.
Yeah, that.
Well, it was that old alarm clock, Inspector.
What about the old alarm clock?
Anne said the room hadn't been opened or occupied since Milton went away. Yet the clock was running. Remember how its tickling gave you a nostalgic feeling?
By golly, that's right.
By golly, it is, Inspector.
By golly.
By golly, what, Inspector?
By golly, Bart. I'm going to stick my chin out. Tell me, how is it you can figure these things out so easily?
I see what you mean, Inspector. The answer, of course, is that mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Noah Danton and I had not been out of the city for some time when I received an urgent telephone call from Mr. Sam Hudson, an artist and magazine illustrator of Oak Ridge. We both welcomed the chance for a breath of country air. Unknown to us, Sam Hudson had had an unusual conversation with his half-sister Mary that morning.
Sam?
Huh? Oh, it's you, Mary.
Yes, it's me. Sam, I want to talk to you.
Now, my dear, I've asked you not to disturb me when I'm working.
Sam, this is important. Put down the brush and palette and listen to me.
Now, look here, Mary. I promised Robinson I'd have this landscape done by Monday. I intend to keep that promise.
Sam, Cousin John is dead. He died of a cerebral hemorrhage.
What of it? I'm sorry, Mary, but we hardly knew John.
Sam, you don't understand. He died of a cerebral hemorrhage. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
A lot of people die of cerebral hemorrhages. I don't want to appear rude, Mary, but really...
Sam, give me that brush.
Hey, stop that. Mary, what the devil?
Now, Sam Hudson, you listen to me. Cousin John is the third in our family to die of a brain hemorrhage within the past month.
So what? Maybe the family's having an epidemic of brain hemorrhages. Now, give me that brush.
No. Sam, you may be so wrapped up in your work that these deaths mean nothing to you, but to me they mean a great deal.
Why, for heaven's sake?
Because George Hudson will be next. And then you.
George, and then... Mary, you can't be serious.
I am serious, Sam, very serious. Cousin Elliot was first, then Henry, and now it's George's turn.
Then comes me.
Yes. There's a small fortune in our family, Sam. According to the terms of Grandfather Hudson's will, it's to be handed down in the order I've just named.
Mary, you're wonderful. So Henry killed Elliot to get the fortune. Then John murdered Henry, and George killed John. Then, hey, I must be the one who's going to murder George. Now, I wonder when I'm going to do it. I'm pretty busy.
Sam, I wish you wouldn't laugh at me. I'm frightened.
Nonsense. Now, forget this, Mary. You're being entirely too melodramatic.
Oh, I can't forget it. It isn't just coincidence that those three people died.
Of course it's coincidence. Mary, listen to me. Elliot and John and Henry lived miles apart. Their deaths were spread over a period of months.
I know, but you're all I had.
You're Dean Woodford. When my time comes, you'll inherit the family fortune, marry Dean Woodford, and live happily ever after.
Well, all right, Sam. Maybe I am overly concerned.
Of course you are.
But you will be careful. Promise?
I promise. Now, hey, there's Dean coming up the drive. Go on out and have a time to yourselves. Only don't scare him with any of your wild stories.
All right, Sam. Oh, I'm asking Dean to stay to lunch.
Well, I'm going into my study. You can have the place to yourself. See you at lunch.
Hello, Dean.
Hi, honey.
How's things?
Just fine. Nice coming in.
Where's Sam?
In the study. Asked me to come out for a walk.
Okay. Well, let's walk down to the river, honey. It's such a swell day.
All right. Sam won't mind. I told him that you were going to stay for lunch.
Well?
I did what you said, Dean. I tried him out.
What did he say? How'd he act? Are you satisfied?
Yes. Sam's not suspicious. I'm sure of it.
Oh, good, good. I told you that's the way it'd be.
I know, but I had to find out. I gave him every chance. It was the safe thing to do.
Well, you're too jittery, darling. No one's suspicious. They couldn't be. Why, it's a perfect setup.
Dean.
Yeah?
Stop here. We're out of sight of the house now. Dean, I...
Say, what's the matter? Come on, speak up. Has anything happened?
Oh, no, Dean. Nothing, only... Dean, you do love me, don't you?
Is that all that's worrying you? Come here. Does that mean anything to you?
Dean, I love you so.
You won't regret it, honey. After this job is over, we'll have plenty of dough and plenty of time to enjoy ourselves.
Dean, is it necessary that Sam...
Now, look, darling, there's no other way. You know that. You've known it right from the start.
Oh, I know, but Sam's my half-brother, and...
And what has he ever done for you? Made a drudge out of you. Made you live up here in the sticks.
But he did give me a home.
Sure. Why not? He needed a housekeeper. He had a few bucks of his own, and he couldn't stand it to have anyone else around while he worked. So you were the sucker.
Oh, you're right, Sam. You're right, but I wish it were over.
Oh, stop worrying. In 4 days, it will be over. First your cousin George, and then Sam. Cerebral hemorrhage. What a laugh. Even the doctors don't know.
And there isn't a chance of them finding out, is there, Dean?
Not a chance, baby, not a chance. They're all like that brother of yours. Too dumb even to think about it.
Hello, Drake speaking.
This is Sam Hudson, Mr. Drake. I'm up here at my place at Oak Ridge.
Yes, Mr. Hudson?
Drake, if possible, I'd like to have you take a run up here.
Oh, is something wrong, Mr. Hudson?
I don't know yet. You see, 3 members of my family have died within the past 6 months. All of cerebral hemorrhage.
Well, that sounds like an unusual coincidence.
Too unusual, Mr. Drake. My sister is... Well, you see, there's a small fortune in the family that's handed down from one cousin to another upon the death of the first.
I see. And one of you is next in line?
Yes. After my cousin George dies, the money comes to me. You know how women are, Drake. Mary's worried.
And you?
I must confess, Mary's got me going, too. I wouldn't want her to know I made this call. It would only worry her more. Still, I think an investigation would do no harm. On the other hand, if you'd rather not...
On the contrary, Mr. Hudson, it sounds like an interesting case. I'll get hold of Inspector Danton, and we'll take the first train up there tomorrow. Well, that's all I can tell you, Inspector. Sam Hudson suspects that he's going to be murdered because 3 of his cousins have died of a cerebral hemorrhage.
That part that just doesn't make sense.
It might when we hear the rest of the details.
Okay, but it sounds nuts to me. Guys who die of cerebral hemorrhages aren't murdered.
Stop worrying, Inspector. A couple of days in the country will do us both good.
Right there.
Yes, boy. Have you any local papers? One published in Oak Ridge?
You betcha, mister. Oak Ridge Gazette. There you are.
Thanks.
It's 3 cents.
Pay the boy, will you, Inspector?
Hey, oh, sure. Sucker me. Here you are, Bub. Can you break a nickel?
Break a nickel?
Okay. Keep the change.
Thank you, sir. Newspapers, magazines...
Wait a minute. Huh. Here's something, Inspector.
Rudy Nebb in another jam?
No, it isn't the comic strips, Inspector. It's right here on the front page.
Yeah?
George Hudson, a cousin of Sam, died last night.
What did he die of?
A cerebral hemorrhage, Inspector.
Yes?
Good afternoon. Is Mr. Sam Hudson in?
Sam? No, he isn't. He's in New York.
New York? That's odd. Can you tell me when he left?
Why should I? And why is it so odd that Mr. Hudson is in New York? Who are you men, anyway?
Who are we, lady? We're here to ask the questions, not answer them. Now, look.
Inspector, I'm sorry, Mrs. Hudson. You are Mrs. Hudson, I presume?
No, I'm not. I'm Mary Hudson, Sam's half-sister.
I see. Thank you. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Oh, the police.
Everybody acts surprised when there's a cop in the crowd.
Anything wrong, darling?
Dean, these men are policemen. This is my fiancé, Dean Woodford.
Well, what's going on, boys? Bank robbery or something?
We wouldn't know, chum. Murder's our hobby.
Murder?
Don't be alarmed, darling. I've heard of this man, Drake. He writes books about murder. He's harmless.
Thank you.
Suppose we all step inside out of the cold. That's better. This country air bothers my hay fever.
Now, see here.
All right, tut now. Never argue with a cop, Junior. Okay, Bart, go ahead and ask your question.
We're sorry to have to intrude on you folks like this, but, Miss Hudson, we've reason to believe that your brother might be in danger.
But why?
Would you mind telling me exactly when your brother left for New York?
Why, it was yesterday morning. Yes, yesterday morning. He had to deliver a painting to Jeb Robinson of National Magazine.
You were quite sure he left yesterday morning?
Yes. Oh, something happened to Sam?
I don't know. Miss Hudson, I'm betraying a confidence in telling you this. Your brother called me yesterday.
Sam called you?
Yes, he felt that you were worried because of the deaths of your three cousins, and Sam was thanked to admit that he was worried also.
That's utter nonsense. Mary's cousins died of cerebral hemorrhages. A mere coincidence.
I'd be inclined to agree with you, Woodford. If George Hudson hadn't died yesterday, also of a cerebral hemorrhage.
Then you know about George.
Why shouldn't we? It's in all the papers. You know, Bart, if Sam Hudson was worried enough to call
now,
you...
listen, this thing is getting to be funny. What if Sam did call yesterday? That doesn't mean that he was home when he made the call. There are pay stations all the way to New York.
That's true, Woodford. But why didn't Mr. Hudson arrange to see me in New York if he was coming down anyway?
Yeah. Why did he insist that we come up here?
I don't know. You'll have to take that up with Sam.
Yes, we intend to, Woodford. Inspector, I think you'd better call National Magazine and ask Mr. Robinson a few questions.
Look here, Drake. It just happens that Mary and I are engaged to be married, and I feel that I have the right to protect her.
Do you think she needs protecting, Woodford?
The way you're acting, yes.
I always say give a guy enough rope and he'll hang himself.
Just what do you mean by that, Danton?
Oh, nothing. Only I was wondering why Miss Hudson said her brother left for New York yesterday to keep an appointment when the man he had the appointment with says it wasn't until tomorrow.
Well, I can't see as that means anything. Sam finished the landscape earlier than he expected to. Went to New York on the chance that he could see Mr. Robinson today.
Without calling Robinson first?
How Sam arranges his appointments is no concern of mine. Or yours.
You're right, darling. Drake, in your quest for book material, you seem to make mountains out of molehills.
It usually pays off, brother.
Well, this is ridiculous. I certainly don't intend to subject myself to any further questions.
Miss Hudson, you seem to think that Inspector Danton and I are accusing you of something.
Well, it certainly sounds like
Let me assure you we're not. Our sole purpose in being here is to help your brother, if he's in trouble.
Well, he's not. Now, look. If it's being paid that you two are worried about, I'll give you a check myself, and you can go on home.
Well, now, that's mighty thoughtful of the young man, Bart.
Yes, it is, Inspector, and I think we'll take him up on it.
Huh?
We can make out that check for $150, Woodford.
What, you don't mean...
Yes, I think we're wasting our time here, Inspector.
Huh?
If anything had happened to Sam Hudson, we'd have heard about it before
But
now.
look, it was only...
Write out your check, Mr. Woodford. When Hudson returns, he can give us a ring if he's still worried.
Bart, look, you said yourself on the train...
Yes, that's right, $150. Thank you, Woodford. We're sorry to bother you folks. Come along, Inspector. There seems to be one time when we've gone on a wild goose chase.
I still don't get it, Bart. You walk out on the deal. Now, here we are on a plane heading for Bangor, Maine. Why?
If possible, Inspector, I want to save the life of Sam Hudson.
Save his life. For crying out loud, we don't even know where the guy is. What the heck are you talking about?
Something you said on the train, Inspector.
Of my said?
Yes, you said if a man died of a cerebral hemorrhage, he hasn't been murdered.
Well, that's true. You can't force a man to have a brain hemorrhage, can you?
I don't know. But the undertaker who buried Elliot Hudson when he died 6 months ago might give us the answer.
That's right. I'm Abe Shaw. I'm an undertaker, and I buried Elliot Hudson. Now, who be you?
Did you know Elliot very well, Abe?
Sure did. Known him all my life. Nice fella.
Abe, I want to ask you something, and I want you to think hard. Was there anything strange about Elliot's corpse?
Strange? What do you mean?
Any bruises or evidence of violence?
Violence? No, let me think now. No, can't say there was. Legs swollen a bit. Scar on his cheek. Hadn't been there for 10 years, though. Face bloated some. All that's natural. What you want to know for?
We're studying to be corpses.
Oh, funny guy, eh? Now, you look at here, you city slicker.
All right, Abe, you've helped us a lot. Now, I don't suppose that you know the doctor who signed Elliot Hudson's death certificate.
Sure I do. Everybody knows Doc Hayward.
And Doc Hayward said that the death was due to a cerebral hemorrhage.
Yep, cerebral hemorrhage, that's right.
Abe, had Elliot Hudson been seriously ill for some time?
How should I know? I never seen him much. He lived alone. Folks don't ask undertakers to call on him. Look, now, why don't you two go see Doc Hayward instead of asking me so darn many questions?
We intend to do that, Abe. Not only are we going to call on Doc Hayward, but on the doctors who attended both John and George Hudson. Come on, Inspector. I think we've hit upon our first clue. There's just one more question I'd like to have you answer, Dr. Hayward. Did you ever know a case in which a cerebral hemorrhage had been induced?
Certainly not. Such an idea is preposterous.
Now, look here, Scranton or Danton or whatever your name is. When I say John Hudson was one of the best-looking corpses I ever had in my morgue, I know what I'm talking about.
Okay. You don't have to get tough about it. That's all I can tell you, Mr. Drake. John Hudson died naturally of cerebral hemorrhage, and I'm sure of it.
Thank you, Doctor.
Well, Bart, that's the last of them. They all told us the same thing.
You sound discouraged, Inspector.
Well, aren't you? This is the third jerkwater town we've visited in the last 2 days. And what's it got us?
It's got us a lot, Inspector.
Oh, it has?
Yes. Now we know it was not mere coincidence that 4 men have died of brain hemorrhage within the last 6 months.
Oh, we do?
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe I missed something. I don't suppose you want to let me in on this secret, would you, Bart?
But of course, Inspector. I'll say, by the way, have you got our plane ticket?
Oh, yeah, I got him. There's plenty of time. Now, what was it?
Oh, yes. Well, Inspector, the reason that I know those 4 men did not die naturally is...
Dean,
Yeah? What's the matter now?
were you out there?
Yeah.
Was he...
No. I told you it'd take another 12 hours. Now stop asking so many questions.
I wish we'd never started this. I wish Sam would not...
Oh, shut up. Now listen, baby. We're in this up to our necks. Now quit your bawling. In another day, it'll be all over.
Oh, Dean, do we have...
Yes. I've gone too far in this to stop now. Besides, 5 murders are no worse than 1 in the eyes of the law. Well, are you going to quit that bawling?
Sorry, Dean.
Well, that's better. Now, tomorrow, when I bring Sam in, remember what you're going to say to Doc Ambrose.
I won't forget, Dean. Sam has been in New York for the past 3 days. He came into the house complaining of a headache and went right up to bed.
Perfect. About an hour later, you went up to see if he was all right. You found him unconscious and called Doc Ambrose.
And Dr. Ambrose will say that Sam died of a cerebral hemorrhage. Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. He can't say otherwise. It's perfect, baby, perfect.
Dean.
Yeah?
Look out there. It's those policemen.
What the devil are they doing back here?
Oh, Dean, I'm scared.
Now, quit that. Get hold of yourself. Yeah, it's them, all right.
They're coming in here. Dean, could they found anything out?
No. Now remember that. There isn't a chance that they could find out a thing. They'll probably pretend that they have, and we've got to play the game.
All right, Dean.
Come on. Let's see what they want.
Sorry, Miss Hudson, to have to intrude upon you again so soon, but certain things have come up.
Now, just a minute, Drake. We put up with your rudeness once before.
You're going to do it again, Bob. One side.
How dare you force your way into my house?
Oh, we dare anything, lady. We're brave men. Besides, this time we got a warrant.
A warrant?
Yeah, search warrant. Okay, Bart. Where do you want to begin?
Suppose you take a quick look around the house, Inspector. I'd like to ask these people a few questions.
Good idea. If you need me just yet.
Right.
Mr. Drake, I absolutely refuse to answer any more questions.
That's up to you, Miss Hudson. However, after I tell you the information and the evidence that we've collected, you may change your mind.
Evidence?
Don't listen to him, Mary. He's trying to trick you.
I don't think I'll have to resort to tricks, Woodford. Miss Hudson, I suppose you know that 4 of your cousins have died of cerebral hemorrhages during the last 6 months.
Yes, I know about it. Why?
And, of course, you know that there was a sum of money handed from one to the other.
I can't see as that concerns you.
Oh, but it does, Miss Hudson, because the last one to receive the fortune was, or would have been, your brother Sam, and Sam is my client.
Well?
In the event of Sam's death, you would inherit the money, isn't that true?
Yes, it's true. What about it?
After you inherited the money, Woodford was going to marry you.
What the devil are you talking about, Drake?
I'm building a case, Woodford, against you and Miss Mary Hudson, a case of murder.
Murder? Are you trying to tell us that Mary's cousins were murdered?
That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you, Woodford. Furthermore, you and Miss Hudson are the murderers.
You're crazy. They died of brain hemorrhages. You haven't got a thing on us. Don't listen to him, Mary.
Nothing to do about the place is clean.
I didn't expect we'd find anything in the house, Inspector. You folks won't mind if we look around outside, will you?
Yes, we will. This thing has gone far enough. Now, you two get out of here.
Take it easy, pal. Holding a gun on an officer of the law is a serious offense.
Forcing your way into a private residence is also a serious offense. Besides, I have a permit to carry this gun.
And we got a warrant to come into this house.
How do we know you have? How do we know you're even cops?
We're telling you, that's why.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Mary, go into the kitchen and call police headquarters. We'll settle this thing right now.
But, Dean...
Do as I say. You know where the phone is.
Yes, and she knows it isn't in the kitchen. Woodford, that's as nice an act as I've seen in a long time. Now I know why you were able to convince Sam Hudson's cousins that you meant no harm.
Drake, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do, Woodford. You're telling Miss Hudson
Well,
to go...
Mary, are you going?
All right, Dean.
No, you don't, lady.
Keep your hands off me.
Sorry, ma'am, but this is necessary. Okay, Woodford. Put down that gun.
Take your hands off her, copper.
I wouldn't, Bob. You'll hit the lady.
Dean, don't shoot.
I don't intend to. Instead, I'm going to make that phone call myself.
Hey, that's a switch. I thought the guy was actually going to show his hand.
No, not yet, Inspector. Woodford's going to play the game to the very end.
Let me go.
Just a minute.
Never mind the girl, Inspector. Come along.
Okay, but this isn't the way I'd play it.
Woodford went through that door.
Yeah, sure he did, but...
Locked.
Yeah. So now what do we do? Break it down?
No, we don't have to, Inspector. Woodford won't go far. I'm sure of that.
Hey, now the girl's gone.
Splendid. I think we'll find them both waiting for us in the garage. There's the garage, Inspector.
Yeah. And you still think those two will be waiting for us inside?
Mm-hmm. I'm positive of it, Inspector.
Why?
Because Woodford still has hopes that he's committed a perfect crime. Here's the garage door, Inspector. Here, help me grab hold.
Okay. Hey, it's dark in here. All the windows are covered.
Yes, and for a good reason. There are our friends over there in the corner.
Oh, Mr. Drake, something terrible has happened.
Yes, I see it has. Is that your brother's body lying on the floor?
Yes, that's Sam.
Don't get any ideas, Drake. Sam was dead when we found him. There isn't a mark of violence on him.
It's true, Mr. Drake. Dean lost his head back there in the house and ran out here to get his car. He found Sam just as you see him.
Now, that's what I call thinking on your feet, lady.
Yes. Turn on the lights, will you, Inspector?
That's a good idea.
You won't find any marks on him, I tell you. Sam died
of a cerebral hemorrhage. Is that right, Woodford? Well, there's the lights. Let's have a look.
There's nothing to look at. Dean's right. I think we'd better call a doctor.
And I think we'd better take a look at your brother's ankles, Miss Hudson.
Look out, Woodford's got a gun.
I see he has. Watch it, Inspector.
Hey! He hit the girl with a dirty...
Mystery is my hobby. There had been a murder in the small country town of Mendon. According to the newspaper accounts, the man who was at first believed to be guilty of the crime was allowed to go free, but no satisfactory reason was given. I reread the published stories and learned that on the evening of February 26th, a farmer named Walt Centrell was late for his supper.
That you, Walt?
Yep, it's me.
Well, set the milk down in the shed and come into your supper. It's been on the table more than an hour. Walt?
All right, I'm a-coming. Can't you give a man time to wash his hands?
Oh, wash his hands. Land's sakes, he's had time to take a whole bath, let alone wash his hands.
The way you nag, Marthy's enough to set a man's nerves on edge.
The way I nag. Well, my senses, Walt Sanfell. You've been out in that there barn long enough to milk 40 cows instead of just 2. Now sit down and eat your supper.
Who said I've been milking all the time? Agnes is sick. Man just can't sit around and let one of his critters suffer.
Well, it seems to me you haven't been doing much to help her. How much milk was there?
7 quarts.
7 quarts. My land. Walt, the thing to do is either call in Doc Halliday or get rid of Agnes. Now, we can't afford...
Listen. Sounds like Ed's drunk again. Oh, they're at it again. How she does put up with him, I don't
such
know.
Neighbors. I declare, if I were Marion Blake, I'd do something about that there husband of hern. I declare I would. Any husband who beats his wife ought to be put away.
Oh, Ed's harmless. He's just a drunk and no good bum. Listen to that, Martha.
I'm a-listening. My senses, I've been a-listening ever since Ed Blake brought that new wife of his into Mendon a year ago. And every time I boil inside. Walt, we ought to do something.
Now, it's none of our business. What can we do?
We can report to Constable Finn McNutt. That's what we can do.
Yeah, we did that once, and what good did it do?
Well, it did plenty of good. Finn talked to Ed, didn't he? Finn told him if it happened again, he'd take steps now, didn't he?
Steps. Martha, you don't know about them things. But unless Marion registers a complaint, taking steps won't do no good.
Well, then I think that we... Walt Santrell, I'm going over there. I'm certainly not going to sit here and listen to that. Why, he'll kill the
still. It's none of your business. You keep your nose where it belongs.
I won't. I don't care if I don't know her very well. I'm a woman and she's a woman, and it's my duty.
You sit still, I say. For all you know, she likes being beat up by her men. Some women are like that, to tell me.
Oh, if you could have seen that there little mite of a thing this morning, you wouldn't be talking such nonsense.
Seen her this morning? Did you see her?
I most certainly did. She come a-calling. Said she wanted to borrow some flour. But that was only an excuse. She knew it and I knew it. What she wanted to do was to talk.
What'd she talk about?
Well, what do you think she talked about? She talked about her husband, of course. He's drunk more than half the time, she said. And when she tries to reason with him, he hits her. Oh, it's terrible. She doesn't know what to do. She's scared half to death, the poor little mite. Well, that settles it. I'm going over there. And if you're not man enough to come with me, Walt Santrell, you can just stay
here.
Now,
wait a minute. Don't get your dander up. I'll go along with you.
Well, come along then. My lads, I've had all of this I can stand.
Marcy, this ain't none of our business.
I'm making it my business. Go back home if you want to, Walt Santrell. I'm going to see to it.
All right. You talk too much. They're not here. Now, the best thing we can do is go along home and forget the whole business.
Not me. I started this thing, and I'm going through with it. See? The door's open. That means they're home, don't it?
Well, why should it? Nobody in Mendon ever locks the doors. You're just using that as an excuse.
Oh, stop being so logical and keep quiet. Mrs. Blake? Oh, Mrs. Blake?
Oh, there's no one here now.
Now, be still.
Where are you going?
Out into the kitchen, of course. That's where the sounds come from, didn't they? Where else would I look?
Look for what?
My goodness. Oh, Walt.
What's the matter? What are you staring at?
It's her. It's poor Mrs. Blake. Look at her lying there on the floor. He's knocked her unconscious. Oh, I knew he would. The brute.
Well, stop your jabbering and do something.
What shall I do? What can we do?
Get some water from the sink and a towel. Good heavens, woman, stop your blubbering.
Oh, that brute. That poor little kid.
Knocked out cold.
Wonder what happened.
I'll get some ammonia. Just plain water won't... Walt, what's the matter?
We won't be needing ammonia, Marthy, or anything else. She's dead.
Bart, tell me just one thing. Are we up here to investigate a murder, or are we just out for the ride?
Well, let's say we're riding out to investigate a murder, Inspector.
Now, that's what I call a smart comeback. Yes, sir. That's a dilly. Ha, ha, ha.
Inspector, there used to be a day when you had a sense of humor. What happened to it?
I've still got it. Just say something funny.
All right. Have you heard the story about the man who at Christmas time asked his neighbor what he was going to get for his wife?
No.
No? Well, the neighbor replied, I don't know. I haven't had any offers. Inspector, not a very imposing-looking jail, is it?
Haven't had any offers. Now, let me see. How old was I the first time I heard that?
Yeah, come on, you old sourpuss. Don't pretend you've heard it before. Let's go in and have a talk with this Constable Finn McNutt.
Haven't had any offers yet.
Okay, Inspector, you win. However, Oh, there's someone at the end of the porch. Let's go over, Inspector. It's probably Constable McNutt.
That guy must be 90. Don't tell me he's the constable of this town.
You fellas looking for someone?
Yes. Are you Constable Finn McNutt?
Huh? I can't hear you. I'm deaf as a haddock.
Oh. I said we're looking for Constable Finn McNutt.
Ain't here.
Do you know when he'll be back?
Who?
McNutt.
What do you want to see him for?
I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Great. Well, why didn't you say so? My name's McNutt. Finn McNutt. Hey, come on inside. I got something to show you.
Well, how do you like that deaf old coot?
Who's a deaf old coot? Don't you call me a deaf old coot, bub.
What? Well,
I ain't old and I ain't deaf. That's what I want to be. And by the way, which one of you gents is Inspector Danton?
Which one? Well, look, Gramp, if he's Drake, I must be Danton.
Oh, smart guy, huh? Well, I'm going to show you fellas you ain't so smart, coming up here trying to show us county constables how dumb we are.
Wait a minute, we didn't...
Don't talk back to me, bub. You want to work on this case, you'll do as I say. Hear me?
By golly, in a minute...
You hear me?
Sure, I hear you, only...
All right, then. Talk when you're spoke to, not until. Which one of you gents is Drake?
I'm Drake, Mr. McNutt.
Oh, yeah. Well, why didn't you say so? Now, look here, Drake. I've been reading about you in the newspapers. You and that other feller, what's his name? Danton, Scranton, or some foreign name like that.
That does it, Bart. Are you going to tell this Billy Whiskers where to head in, or am I?
Huh? What was that? You got something to say, bub? Speak up.
I'll speak up, all right. Now, listen, you long-whiskered...
Let's forget personal grievances for the moment and find out about this murder.
Murder? What murder? Who said there'd been a murder?
I did. It was in all the newspapers. Don't you ever read the papers? You ain't a fooling me none. I know that's why you're here. Because I sent a clipping to Drake. And who dang well he couldn't stay away.
Now, wait a minute. Bart, what is this? Did this joker send you a newspaper clipping?
Yes, he did, Inspector. I'm sorry I forgot to mention it to you.
So that's it. You dragged me way up here on a two-bit murder case and
that ain't why Drake come up here, bub. That ain't why at all. Is it, Mr. Drake?
Well, no, as a matter of fact, it isn't.
You bet it isn't. Ain't, I mean. It's because I let the prisoner go. Ain't it, Mr. Drake?
Yes, that's it. According to all the newspaper accounts, it was pretty well established that Ed Blake had beaten his wife to death. And then suddenly you allowed the prisoner to go free. Frankly, I'd like to know why.
I knew you'd ask me. I knew it.
Well, tell us.
You bet I'll tell you. I'll show you city fellas I ain't so dumb. I let Ed go because he ain't guilty, that's why.
Now, that's a simple enough answer, isn't it, Bart?
Why do you think Ed isn't guilty, Finn?
Because Marion Blake was poisoned, that's why.
Poisoned?
You bet she was. Look here. Here's what I wanted to show you. Take a look at that paper.
All right. I see. A medical report stating that Marion Blake died of arsenic poison.
That's right. That's what killed her, all right. Arsenic poison. That there paper proved it.
This is very interesting, Mr. McNutt, but how did you know that... Say, wait a minute. This report is signed by F.T. McNutt, M.D. Is Dr. McNutt related to you, Constable?
Related? Why, doggone it, I'm him.
What? You're Dr. McNutt?
Sure I am, bub. I've been a doctor for 62 years. There's my certificate right there on the wall. Don't you ever have much truck with it, though. My hand's too shaky lately. Folks don't have confidence in the sawbones when they shake your hand. Spend most of my time these days being constable.
Well, cut off my bangs and call me Bob.
How's that, Junior?
Constable, I think I'm beginning to see what's behind all this. Being a doctor, you probably have some arsenic lying around your office.
That's it, Drake. I guess you were kind of smart at that.
Thank you.
Last week, some of that there arsenic was stole. Well, sir, the only one who's died around here in more than a year is Marion Blake.
So, you put 2 and 2 together, eh?
Yeah. Only in this case, 2 and 2 make 5.
How was that?
Well, sir, I performed an autopsy, see? And sure enough, Miss Blake was dead of arsenic poisoning.
How does that make 2 and 2 equal 5?
You keep quiet, Junior, and listen. You might learn something. The arsenic was stole one day and returned the next. During the time it was gone, Marion Blake was poisoned.
So you reasoned that whoever stole the arsenic decided to return it in the hopes that you wouldn't notice its brief absence,
Yeah, maybe. Hey, Drake, I reckon you want to know what made me suspicious in the first place, huh?
Yes, then I would.
Well, sir, it's simple. Ed Blake wasn't in no condition to beat his wife to death, that's why.
Why wasn't he?
Because he was skunk drunk, that's why. Because he wasn't to home when them Chantrells said they heard him beating her, that's why.
He wasn't at home. Are you sure?
You're dang tootin' I'm sure. Ed Blake was asleep right here in my office from 6 o'clock that night till midnight. That's it, Drake. You find out who stole that arsenic and how it was given to Marion Blake, and I'll pay you $1,000 cash money.
Well, this is rather unusual, Constable, being offered money by the police department.
It ain't being offered by the police department.
No?
Being offered by me, personal. As soon as folks find out the facts in this case, they're going to figure it was me that murdered Marion.
Figure it was you who murdered her.
Why, sure. Ed and me hated each other. Everybody knows that. He claims I killed a cow of his'n that I tried to doctor once. Said the critter was a purebred, and I owed him $2,000.
So last week he got drunk and came over to your office and tried to collect it, Is that right, Constable?
That's it. We had some words, and the folks gathered around outside. I ups and arrest Ed for disturbing the peace. Now, how about it, Drake? You want that $1,000 or don't you?
I'll take the case, Constable, but not because I think you intend paying me $1,000. Frankly, my only purpose will be to satisfy my own curiosity as to why you've gone to all this trouble to tell us such a deliberate lie.
Well, I declare, Mr. Drake, I don't know what Finn McNutt is talking about, I'm sure. I think he must be getting senile.
So, why do you say that, Mrs. Centrell?
Why? Well, my goodness, Mr. Drake, Walt and I ain't deaf. We know when we hear something.
Then you still insist that you heard sounds of a struggle in the Blake's kitchen on the night you found her dead.
Well, my land...
Now, look here, Drake. Of course we heard it. We've been hearing it for almost a year. What could possibly be the object in us both lying to you?
That's what puzzles me.
It doesn't puzzle me. That Billy Whiskers constable was thinking him up as he went along.
But why, Inspector? Why would he make up such a cock and bull story he knew we could check it easy enough?
Yeah, that's right. And to make it worse, he's willing to pay us $1,000 to prove he's a liar.
What? What was that you said, Inspector Denton?
I said that McNutt offered us $1,000 to prove him a liar.
Oh, my senses. That certainly is funny. $1,000.
Well, what's funny about it?
Just a minute, Inspector. Mrs. Santrell, you mentioned a minute ago that Mrs. Blake called on you the morning of the murder.
Yes. She said she come to borrow some flour, but I knew that was only an excuse. She talked about that husband of hers the whole time.
Come along, Inspector. Let's go over and have a talk with Ed Blake.
That must be Ed Blake splitting wood out in his backyard.
Oh, yes. Let's go over. Good afternoon. Are you Ed Blake?
Yeah, that's right. Guess you two are Drake and Danton. Been expecting you.
News gets around in these small towns, doesn't it?
Mr. Blake, I guess you know why we're here.
Yeah, Finn told me. Personally, I think you're wasting your time. Marion committed suicide. Finn thinks otherwise. As long as he does, I'm willing to help out by answering your questions.
What makes you say your wife committed suicide, Mr. Blake?
That's a personal matter, and it's none of your business.
Thought you were going to answer our question.
Never mind, Inspector. I think I know the answer. Blake, if your wife had committed suicide, there'd be a box or some sort of container lying nearby which held the arsenic she used. Did you find any such container?
I don't know.
The arsenic was stolen from Finn McNutt's office, and later the unused portion was returned there. Finn says you were asleep in his office from 6 o'clock until midnight.
Did, Finn say that?
Didn't we just tell you he said it?
I don't know whether you fellers are trying to trick me or not. I don't know if it makes any difference. Finn probably thought he'd help me by lying. Poor old guy.
You mean you weren't in the office all the time?
No. Around 7, I got up and went out to look for another bottle.
Where'd you look?
Not out here, if that's what you're thinking. I didn't come near this house all that day or evening.
Oh, just a minute. We've got 2 witnesses who'll swear they heard you and your wife fighting.
Who are they? Walt and Martha Santrell? They're always hearing things.
Their testimony in court will carry a lot of weight, Blake.
No more than my witnesses. I got witnesses who'll testify I wasn't anywhere near this house at the time a Santrell said they heard me beating up my wife.
Who are they?
I'll produce them when the time
You'll
comes.
produce them now unless you want to be arrested for the murder of your wife.
That's so? Who's going to arrest me?
I am.
Not without Finn McNutt's permission. Finn's got charge of this case, and it just happens he knows I didn't murder nobody.
You're pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?
Sure I am. Here comes Finn now. You can ask him if he wants you to arrest me.
I'm going to ask him plenty of things.
I wouldn't, Inspector. I think we're going to find that Mr. McNutt is a lot smarter than we gave him credit. Hello there. Hello, Mr. McNutt. How are you?
Howdy, Drake. Hello, Ed. Hiya, Finn. Who's that there, feller?
Now, don't give us that routine again, Longbeard. You know darn well who I am.
Well, dang my eyes if it ain't old Gumshoe Scranton. Well, Drake, you got everything fixed up?
Yes, I think so, Finn.
Know who done it, huh?
Beyond a shadow of a doubt, Finn.
I figured you would. I'm sorry I had to pull a couple of fast ones to help things along. I guess you and me understand each other, though, don't we?
We're beginning to, I'm sure.
You betcha. Well, let's get over to the Santrells and let them know how smart I am.
Well, my senses, this is certainly turning into quite an affair, ain't it?
Sorry we had to bother you again, Mrs. Santrell, but Finn seems to think you'd both be interested in the final outcome of the case.
I don't get it. What's the idea, Finn?
Oh, let Drake tell you. Me, I'm just an old hick cop that don't know nothing.
You can say that again, Gramp.
All right, I will. I don't know nothing. Now, Drake, you tell him, boy.
All right, I'll do my best, Finn. Look, Blake, do you still insist that you weren't at your house between 6 o'clock and midnight on the night of the murder?
Sure I do. And if the Santrells say any different, they're crazy.
Why, the idea, the very idea. You were there, Ed Blake. We heard you. Why, we could have heard you if you'd been a mile away.
Now, wait a minute. Are you sure you heard Blake, Mrs. Santrell? Or did you just hear Mrs. Blake?
Just hear Marion? Why, I don't know what you mean.
Sure we heard Ed. We both heard him.
Wait a minute now, Walt. Wait a minute. I think Mr. Drake's got something there. Now, just let me think a minute.
What do you mean, got something? We heard him, I tell you.
No, we didn't. I remember now. No, sir, we didn't. All we heard was Marion begging Ed not to hit her, and then we heard some furniture being knocked over. Well, I declare.
I don't blame you for being surprised, Mrs. Santrell. It'd be only natural for you to assume that Ed Blake was beating his wife when she kept screaming and begging him not to. Blake, tell me, did you ever strike your wife at all?
Yeah. Once.
So?
The time I found out she was seeing Walt Santrell's secret.
What was that, Ed Blake?
Your husband was not only carrying on a romance with Marion Blake behind your back, Mrs. Santrell, but he had ample time to administer the poison to her while he was supposed to be out caring for a sick cow.
That's a lie. I didn't give her the poison. Why should I? I was in love with her.
Oh, Walt.
It was Ed who gave her the poison. It must have been.
How could it have been? He was asleep in the constable's office all the time.
No, he wasn't. Marthy went down to get Finn after we discovered Marion's body, and there wasn't anyone in Finn's office. Was there, Marthy? Was there?
No. There wasn't anyone there. I got to stick by you, Walt, even though.
So there wasn't anyone there, eh? Not even Gramp here.
That's right, Junior. I'm in it, too. It could have been me. Could have. Had plenty of chance. I told you folks would think I did it.
Well, did you?
Never you mind. Go on, Drake. Needle him, boy. Needle him.
Are you quite sure there was no one in the constable's office when you got there after the murder, Mrs. Santrell?
Yes, I'm sure. I'll testify in court if necessary, if it'll prove Walt innocent.
I see. Then if no one were there, you had an opportunity to return the partly used box of arsenic, didn't you?
What did you say? What was that?
You wondered how you were going to get it back, didn't you, Mrs. Santrell? You certainly didn't want such incriminating evidence found in your possession, and you were afraid that Finn might notice the box was missing if you kept it too long. Then came a golden opportunity when you went running for the police to investigate a murder that you yourself had committed.
You don't mean you can't
Oh,
mean...
yes, I do mean, Mrs. Santrell. Another golden opportunity came to you when Marion Blake came over to borrow some flour. It solved a real problem, didn't it?
Marthy, you didn't.
Say, that's an angle. By golly.
You keep quiet there, Gramp. Let Drake pay it off. Go ahead, boy.
You loaned Marion Blake the flour, didn't you, Mrs. Santrell? You put arsenic in it. You knew she'd never notice it, or that there was any likelihood of anyone guessing how the poison had been administered.
Is it true, Marthy? Is it?
Yes, it's true, Walt. I put the arsenic in the flour. I knew she'd make biscuits. I knew Ed was drunk and wouldn't be home. I knew about you and Marion. I thought you'd be over there eating supper with her. You have before. I watched you. I wanted you both to die. I wanted you both to die. And then I wanted to die myself.
Take a good look at it. It says, leaving Menden. Come back and see us again. Only I'm not coming back.
You're still a little hot under the collar, Inspector?
No, I'm not hot under the collar. Only these country cops get in my hair.
You'll have to admit that Finn McNutt was pretty smart, Inspector.
Smart my foot. All he was the doggonedest liar I ever ran across.
Everyone in Menden seemed to do pretty well at throwing whoppers.
Yeah. Imagine those Santrells cooking up that story about hearing their next-door neighbors fighting.
Yeah, that wasn't a cooked-up story, Inspector. Martha Santrell actually did think Blake was beating up his wife.
But Santrell knew that Marion Blake was putting on an act, eh?
Exactly. It would have provided excellent grounds for divorce, Inspector, since both Santrell and Martha would have sworn they heard the beatings, see?
Ah, me, what lengths some people go to get rid of their spouses.
Yes, they certainly do, Inspector.
And that's another thing I can't figure. If Constable Longbeard was so smart, what did he want us in on the case for? Why didn't he just go out and arrest Martha Santrell?
But he didn't know that Martha Santrell was guilty, Inspector. He only knew that Marion Blake had died of arsenic poison. And that scared him.
Scared him?
Yes. Remember, his job as constable was virtually honorary. And Ed Blake had already been arrested for his wife's murder.
McNutt didn't want to stick his chin out,
That's it, Inspector. He had his pride. And he didn't want to lose his job as constable. It was his only source of income. He knew people would laugh at him if he tried to sell anyone the idea that Marion Blake had been poisoned.
But he figured a couple of city cops would swallow it hook, line, and sinker, eh?
Well, he kidded us into taking the job, Inspector. He had enough evidence to prove his poisoning theory, but not enough to convict anyone. You've got to admit he was clever about it.
Oh, sure, I'll admit it.
Good for you, Inspector.
Only I'd give my badge for a chance to go back there and pull his whiskers.
I think he'd let you do it, too. He was so pleased with the way things turned out.
Yeah, I'll bet. He was kind of cute at that.
Yeah.
You know what he said just before we left?
Well, I know he apologized to you for all the cracks he'd made. He said he tried to make us both mad so we'd stick around and pull his chestnuts out of the fire.
I don't mean that. I mean...
Oh, you mean when he yelled after us that from now on his new slogan was going to be, mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
Okay, Bart, go ahead and laugh. So I didn't recognize your voice over the telephone. Ha, ha, ha.
Inspector, I'm not laughing.
And what's that noise you're making? You gonna lay an egg or something?
I'm sorry, Inspector.
What burns me up is that this Albert Evans calls you instead of the police when he finds the body of John Crane. Fine thing.
Well, let's not be too hard on Evans, Inspector. He has the reputation of his hotel to think about, you know.
When a murder's been committed, nobody's got any
Murder?
right...
What makes you think that John Crane was murdered, Inspector?
Now, look, Bart, I'll admit that Crane was a crackpot. He had plenty of dough, and he lived like a hermit. But he wouldn't be screwy enough to kill himself by climbing into a trunk and then jiggling the thing into the lake.
I must confess, it's rather a unique way of committing suicide.
And besides, Crane died of a knife wound.
What? How do you know that?
Because I called up the doc at Chatsworth and asked him to examine the body. He found that a knife had penetrated the body just above the heart.
Inspector, you did that after I took you into my confidence and phoned you.
Yeah, you're darned right I did. I'm sick and tired of playing the dumb cop. Okay, Evans, so you won't talk because if your name is connected with John Crane's murder, your hotel gets a bad reputation. So we close up the hotel till we catch the murderer. How's that?
Oh, dear me, Inspector Danton. You wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't, eh? I'll even print your picture in the paper and tell the world that the trunk Crane's body was found in came from this hotel.
Oh, dear me, dear me. That would be dreadful. It would ruin me completely.
And stop being a cluck and talk.
Very well. What do you want to know?
Who found the trunk with a body in it?
Hugh Crane did. He's John's brother.
Brother, eh? Where's he now?
Oh, I don't know. He's around somewhere, I suppose, making himself obnoxious. What a man.
He can't be any worse than some of the other characters I've met up here. Okay, so Hugh Cross, John's brother, found the body. Then what?
Well, then nothing.
What do you mean, then nothing?
That's all I know. Hugh Crane told me he'd found the body, and I called Barton Drake.
Yeah, Drake. Why didn't you call the police?
Because if I did, they'd come up here and start bullying my guests, just the way you've been doing ever since you arrived.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Well, you listen to me, you little sawed-off cream puff.
Inspector, have you found out anything?
Oh, hello, Bart. And who's this gentleman?
This, Inspector, is Hugh Crane, brother of the dead man.
Well, if it isn't good old Inspector Danton. How are you, Inspector, you old bloodhound?
Mister, you hit me on the back like that again, and you'll find out how I am mighty quick.
Can't take it, eh, Inspector? Come, old man. Let's not get off on the wrong foot. We've got a lot of work to do together.
Yeah? What kind of work?
What kind? Listen to him, Drake. What kind of work he wants to know. Why, Inspector, you're a cog.
I told you he was an obnoxious person.
Now, listen, Shrimp, pipe down or I'll twist your little nose into the shape of a pretzel.
Say, he's a real tough character, isn't he? Where'd you pick him up, Bart?
I didn't. He picked me up. Tell the inspector all about yourself, Crane. I'm sure he's in the mood for listening.
Glad to, Drake, glad to. Inspector, you doing anything for the next couple of hours?
Look, I can see everyone's having a good time at the poor old inspector's expense. That's all very nice, but the only thing I want to know is... who murdered John Crane and why?
Now, there, Inspector. That's what I call getting at the hub of the thing. I'm glad you asked that question because I know the answer.
You know that... all right. Who did it?
Why, Shrimp here. Albert Evans, proprietor of the exclusive Chatsworth Hotel.
Why, you... that's a lie. How dare you accuse me of such a thing?
Because you've got a motive, Shrimp, and a good one. John owed you money, bought all the supplies here. You went down to his cabin to collect, got into a fight, knifed him.
Of all the outlandish folks, I never in my life tried to collect money from John Crane. I didn't even tell anyone he owed me anything.
There, you see, he admits that John owed him money. Don't try to get out of it, Evans. I'm too sharp for you.
You're nothing but a loud-talking, obnoxious windbag.
Now, Evans, just because you're going to the electric chair doesn't mean you should get sore.
Oh, no?
Sometimes I think I should have been a detective. It's such nice, easy work.
Now, think of that.
Crane, perhaps now that you've had your say, you'd better let Inspector Danton take over.
Sure thing. Help yourself, Inspector. Glad that I could solve the case for you.
Well, now, Mr. Crane, that's mighty decent of you. As soon as we get the little fella here locked up, I'll...
You can't lock me up. You can't. I didn't do it. Just because this big lummox said I did doesn't prove...
Take it easy, Bob. No one's going to lock you up yet.
But you just
The
said...
inspector was being sarcastic, Evans. It's a habit he has. You see, he was a little bit out of sorts because you didn't call him instead of me.
You bet your life I am. It's things like that makes a cop wonder why he's in the business.
Well, that's all right. But if you think that I murdered...
The inspector doesn't think that you murdered John Crane, Evans. As a matter of fact, we're both convinced that you couldn't have.
Oh, now look here, Drake. I've already explained why I'm sure that Evans killed my brother. Being next of kin, I demand you arrest Evans.
And being the cop on this deal, I demand that you stop talking, Crane. Bart, explain to this loudmouth why Evans couldn't have done it.
Glad to, Inspector. John Crane weighed a good 200 pounds. The trunk he was found in weighed at least 25. Our friend Evans weighs about 110. It would have been impossible for him to lift your brother's body into the trunk and then carry the trunk down to the lake.
You see what I mean, blabbermouth? Bart and I had that one figured out an hour ago, didn't we, Bart?
You bet we did, Inspector. Come on, let's take a look at that corpse. Crane's body and the trunk in which he was found are both in the shed, Inspector. Let's take a look.
Yeah. So that's what's left of Crane, eh?
Yeah.
Say, he was a big guy, wasn't he?
Yes, but of course you knew that, Inspector, when we figured out that Evans was too small to carry him, remember?
What? Oh, yeah, sure. What stumps me is, who would want to murder a guy who lived all by himself?
Anyone who wanted money badly enough and who figured that Crane had some hidden away in his cabin.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. See, the water sure did a job on the corpse, didn't it?
Yeah. After Mason estimates, the body must have been submerged about a month.
A month, eh? It was a month ago that Crane disappeared, wasn't it?
Yeah, no one thought much about it at the time. Crane always lived by himself in the cabin down by the lake. He came up to the hotel once every 2 weeks to get supplies. Evans got curious when he didn't show up and went down to investigate.
Yeah. Say, here's something.
Huh?
If the body is decomposed by water to such an extent that it is not recognizable, how is everyone so sure that it is Crane?
His brother, Hugh, the loud-talking gentleman, identified him by a ring he wore and a birthmark on his back. And his wife also identified him.
Wife?
Yes, they were divorced, but when she heard that Crane had disappeared, she came up to help in the hunt.
Decided she loved him after he was dead, eh?
No. Crane had a reputation for being a miser, and Mrs. Crane probably reasoned he might have some money lying around.
I get it. Say, is that why Brother Hugh is here, too?
That isn't likely. Hugh has more money than he can spend. I'm convinced his only purpose in coming up here is to help locate John's murderer.
And I wish he'd do his locating away from me. By the way, where did Hugh find the trunk?
In a cove not far from here. He was walking along the shore and saw it floating on the surface when... By Jove, Inspector.
What's the matter?
I just thought of something. Huh? Yes, I am right. I'm sure I am. Inspector, let's get down to the cabin where John Crane lived at once. That must be the cabin, Inspector. You just see it there through the trees.
Yeah. Not much more than a shack. I guess Crane was a miser, all right.
Inspector.
What's the matter?
There's someone in the cabin. I saw a movement behind one of those curtains.
Yeah? Yeah, and I can hear voices, too.
Let's get up closer so we can hear what they're saying. I crouch down, Inspector, and listen.
You're a fool to come up here, mate. I told you once it was all over between us, and I haven't changed my mind.
You can't mean that, Daphne. You said that only because of John that you...
That was when John was alive. He's dead now, and I'm free.
Then you didn't mean it when you said you loved me?
Mean it? Oh, Nate, you're so naive, really. Of course I didn't mean it. Oh, you were fun, you amused me no end, but what's the loving...
Stop it! How can you be so cruel? Daphne, in heaven's name, be human. You've got to marry me. I can't live without you.
Can't live without me? Darling, you're so old-fashioned, really.
Stop it.
You might as well know it now, Nate. I'm going to marry you.
You're going to marry Hugh?
Yes, he asked me this morning. I accepted it.
But you don't love Hugh.
Did I say anything about love? Hugh is one of the richest men in the state.
You're desperate. You're inhuman. You don't deserve anyone's love, and I'm going to...
Stop. Let go, please.
I'll show you. No one's going to have you but me.
Nate, please.
Come on, Inspector.
Grab him. Yeah. All right, Bubba. Take it easy. Take your hands off me. Let me alone. Now. It isn't polite to choke ladies.
She's no lady.
Yeah, I quite agree with you there, Bob.
Thank heaven someone arrived in time.
I presume that you're Mrs. John Crane?
Yes, I am. I was looking over some of my dead husband's personal things, and this terrible person came in and attacked me.
That's a lie. She asked me to meet her here.
Yeah, we know all about that. We were standing outside listening.
You were eavesdropping? You heard our conversation?
Yeah, every word, lady. So you might as well stop trying to act like a lady, ma'am, and be yourself.
Why, you dirty Who are you, anyway?
The police, Mrs. Crane. The gentleman holding your erstwhile love is Inspector Noah Danton. I'm Barton Drake.
The police? Then...
Yeah, then. That's the best answer you can think up, ma'am?
Okay, Flatfoot. What do you want of me?
Plenty. What's all this business about you and your dear, dead, departed husband? You and he were divorced.
Were we? That's where you're wrong. John wanted me to give him a divorce, but I refused. So he came up here and lived like a hermit. The fool.
Well, so now we got all kinds of motives.
What do you mean, all kinds of motives? If you think I had
a... Wait till you're accused before you start thinking up alibis, ma'am. I'm only saying that a babe who wanted a divorce from her husband so she could marry the guy's rich brother has a motive for murder, that's all.
That's ridiculous. I've told you that it was I who wouldn't give John a divorce.
You're lying, Daphne. You've been begging John for a divorce for years so that you could marry me.
You see what I mean, Bart? Motives. They're flying at us so thick and fast we gotta hire us a shorthand artist to take them down.
Yes, I see what you mean, Inspector. You're thinking that perhaps Nate decided there were other means of getting rid of a husband so Mrs. Crane could marry him.
Sure, that's
it. Not true. It's not true, I tell you. I hated Crane, but not enough to murder him.
So that's it. That's what you meant, Nate Hobart, when you said it wouldn't matter how we got rid of John, so long as he was no longer around. Oh, how foolish I was not to have guessed at the fiendish thoughts in your mind.
Daphne, what are you saying? You're making that up. You're trying to pin John's murder onto me because of what I might tell you.
What a fool I've been. If I'd only known there was murder in your heart.
Out of your mind. No one would believe such an absurd story. There isn't a shred of evidence.
Hold it. You two are breaking my heart. Any minute now I'm going to bust out weeping. Hobart, you're under arrest.
You can't arrest me. I didn't do it. I won't let you arrest.
Stop him. He's getting away. Why didn't you stop him? You deliberately let him escape.
Yeah, that's right. We let him escape.
Why?
She wants to know why, Bart. Shall I tell her?
No, not yet, Inspector. The pieces of the puzzle are beginning to fall neatly into place. We still have one more person to question before we can begin to speculate on the identity of John Crane's murderer.
Look, Bart, I got your signal back there at the cabin, and I let Nate Hobart escape, but I still don't see the reason for it.
Well, Hobart can be more help to us free than if we held him prisoner, Inspector.
Why?
Because he's still in love with Mrs. John Crane, for one thing.
Yeah, how's that going to help us?
And for another, he's not the murderer of John Crane.
Now, wait a minute. He's got a motive, and the girl said he made threats.
The girl was lying. Here's the hotel, Inspector. Let's go in.
So, what do we do now?
We have another talk with Albert Evans, the hotel proprietor. In case I didn't mention it before, Mr. Evans not only knows who murdered John Crane, but he holds the key to the entire mystery.
What mystery? All we got to do is catch Crane's murderer. That takes care of all the mystery.
Does it? I think we're going to find that apprehending the murderer is only a prelude to the real mystery, Inspector. Well, Evans isn't behind his desk. I wonder where he is.
Probably taking his midday nap. I'll ring the bell. No soap. Well, he can't be far away.
Listen.
Help! Help! Keep away from me! No! Stop! No!
It's Evans, covered with blood.
Looks like someone knifed him and then threw him down the stairs.
Go after him, Inspector. I'll take care of Evans. Well, Inspector?
Whoever it was got away. How about Evans?
Dead. A knife through the heart.
Then that means...
Yes, that means whoever murdered John Crane also murdered Evans. Because the murderer knew that Evans was aware of his identity.
Well. If it isn't old Inspector Gumshoe. Say, what's happened?
What's it look like, loudmouth?
That's Evans. There's blood. He's been stabbed.
That's right, Mr. Crane. Stabbed through the heart. In exactly the same manner that your brother was stabbed.
By George, this is a job for the police.
He's catching on, Bart.
Now life is worthwhile.
But look here, why would anyone want to murder the shrimp?
Because the shrimp, as you call him, Mr. Crane, knew who murdered your brother.
You don't say.
Yes. Mr. Crane, I'd like you to join the inspector and me at your brother's cabin in an hour.
At the cabin?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Glad to do anything you ask, but couldn't you make
Conduct my investigation here? No, Mr. Crane, I couldn't. The answer to the mystery lies in the cabin. Your sister-in-law will be there, and unless I'm greatly mistaken, your rival, Nate Hobart. I think you'll find a most interesting gathering.
Well, well, well. Isn't this the coziest little party? Mountain cabin, excellent company, and, by the way, Hobart, you were smart to give yourself up.
I'm not giving myself up. I came back to prove that it wasn't I who murdered John Crane.
You fool. Why didn't you stay away while you had the chance?
Because then everyone would have thought me guilty. And that's what you wanted, Daphne.
Oh, really, Nate? Must you be dramatic?
Returning here to the cabin was the smartest thing you've done, Hobart.
The kid couldn't be smart if he tried.
Oh, is that so, Crane? Ever since you made your pile and retired,
Okay. Pipe down, you two. We didn't come here to listen to you birds throwing insults at each other.
Well, what are we here for?
Do you object to being in this cabin, Mrs. Crane?
Oh, of course I do. This is where poor John was murdered. I hate the place.
I should think you might. Crane, what are you doing over there at that cupboard?
Getting myself a drink. We've got to stay here and fight cops and robbers. We might as well enjoy ourselves. Drink, darling?
No, thanks. You know I don't like scotch.
Well, that's all there is. Here's looking at you, Gumshoe.
Mr. Crane, at the time your brother was reported missing, did you come up here to Chatsworth immediately?
No, I waited a couple of weeks. Wanted to make sure he hadn't just wandered off for a while like he'd done before.
Not many people knew it, but John was a little odd.
He must have been to marry a babe like you.
I think you're positively insulting.
Well, I gotta live up to my reputation. Everyone thinks that cops are roughnecks.
Another crack like that, Gumshoe, and I'll take a hand.
That's what I'm hoping for. All I want is an excuse.
Mr. Crane,
huh?
Is it true that when your father died, he left you practically his entire fortune and omitted your brother John's name from his will?
Where did you get that information?
I've done some telephoning within the past hour. Your father objected to John's marrying Daphne because she was a chorus girl. When Daphne learned that her husband was to receive nothing, she left him.
And that's why Johnny decided to come up here and become a hunter?
Yes.
I don't see that's any business of yours.
Yes, what's all this about?
I'll explain in a minute. Mr. Crane, while you were up here conducting your search for your missing brother, did you live here at this cabin?
In this dump? I should say not. I stayed at the hotel.
Then this is the first visit to the cabin, inside the cabin, I mean.
Yes. Now, what's all this about, Drake? I don't like the tone of your voice.
I was just wondering how you knew where your brother John kept his scotch. He walked directly to the proper cabinet and found it.
Why, that is,
This is silly. I told him where it was. I found it this morning.
While you were looking over your dear, dead, departed husband's personal things?
And I was wondering, Mr. Crane, how you knew that your brother John owed Albert Evans a sum of money for supplies he'd bought. This morning you gave that as an excuse for Evans murdering John.
This is nonsense. Why shouldn't I know? Evans told me.
On the contrary, Evans stated definitely that he told no one that John owed him money.
Yeah, that's right. He didn't want his guests to know about it.
What are you getting at, Drake? Are you accusing me of murdering John Crane?
No, Mr. Crane. John Crane isn't even dead.
What, not dead? No.
John is dead. His body was found,
Not
wasn't
John Crane's body, Mrs. Crane. It wasn't John Crane's body that was in that trunk.
Then whose was it?
It was the body of Hugh Crane. This man here who claims to be Hugh Crane is John.
Drake, you're too smart for your britches. You haven't got a chance of proving that.
Oh, yes, I have. You and your brother Hugh look enough alike to be twins.
No, wait a minute. Bart, are you saying...
I'm saying, Inspector, that when the elder Crane died, John came up here and lived like a hermit, so people would forget any particular traits he might have had.
Oh, this is utter nonsense.
No, it isn't. You and John did look alike.
Why, you're crazy, Nate Hobart. You never saw them together more than once or twice, and that was 10 years ago.
I remember that they looked alike. They were the same size, too.
Go on, Bart.
John spent those 10 years trying to make himself as much like you as possible. He practiced his gestures and his blustering voice and his handwriting.
That was so he could sign checks, eh?
Yes. John and Daphne wanted the money they felt they'd been cheated out of. They inveigled Hugh up here, murdered him, placed his body in the trunk, and submerged the trunk in the lake. So his features would be decomposed to a point of being unrecognizable.
I get it. Then John, pretending to be Hugh, meant to go back and pick things up where Hugh left off. He and the girl here would be married a second time, and everything would be rosy.
That's it, Inspector. But unfortunately, John made one fatal mistake. Look out, Inspector. He's going to throw that bottle.
Hit him, John.
Put down that bottle around.
Duck, Inspector.
I'll take care of you, gumshoe.
Hit the Inspector right between the eyes. He's heading for the door. Grab him, Hobart. I can win it. Nice work, Hobart.
I learned that one when I played football in college.
Another minute and it would have been too late. Payne had a knife in his hand, the same knife with which he murdered his brother and Albert Evans. Well, how's the head, Inspector?
Okay. That guy was pretty good at throwing bottles.
Yes, and knives, too. I imagine that was another thing he practiced while pretending to live as a hermit.
Well, it's the first time a bottle of scotch ever went to my head. Say, I still don't see why Crane knocked off Evans.
Because Evans was the only man who saw John Crane while he was a hermit. Evans suspected that Hugh was John.
Then why didn't he call the cops?
But he did.
Huh?
Oh, I beg your pardon, Inspector. Evans called me.
Yeah, I remember. Now, if he...
And, of course, when John realized what Evans had done, he murdered him.
Okay. Now, what was the one fatal mistake that Crane made?
Both John and Daphne wanted to be sure that when the body was finally discovered, it would be decomposed to a point where no one would recognize it. So, John decided to discover the body himself.
So he discovered the body himself?
Yes. But when he told how it happened, he said the trunk was floating.
Something wrong with that?
Plenty, Inspector. If enough water had entered that trunk to decompose the body, it couldn't have been floating. It would have sunk.
Well, now, think of that. Now, wait. I know how you figured it out. You got a hobby.
Yes, Inspector. Mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Possess a mink coat. Inspector Danton and I had this brought sharply to mind one day last fall. A woman named Norma Luther had been found shot to death in the living room of her home in the town of Monte Vista. Inspector Danton had gone up to investigate and had phoned for me to join him. I just stepped from my car when a voice called to me.
Just a minute, there.
Oh, hello. You must be Officer Culver. I'm Barton Drake.
Oh, hello, Mr. Drake. Inspector Danton's waiting for you inside.
Thank you.
How are you, Bart? Come on in.
Hello, Inspector. Got something interesting?
Could be. At least it's messy. Want to see the corpse?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you. Over here on the couch. I'll just pull back the sheet.
Oh, face completely blown away. Go ahead, Inspector. Cover her up again.
Yeah. That'll make me happier, too.
You're sure she's Mrs. Luther?
Sure, I'm sure. The ring on her finger checks, so does her dentistry, also a fingerprint.
Fingerprint?
Sure. I had them taken off the pots and pans in the kitchen. Also a toilet article.
I see. From what you told me over the phone, it's generally agreed that Mrs. Luther committed suicide.
Yep, there's just one thing wrong with that theory.
Oh?
She didn't commit suicide.
You sound sure of yourself, Inspector.
I am. Come over here.
Right.
You see a double-barrel shotgun?
Mm-hmm.
This is the shotgun with which Mrs. Luther was supposed to have killed herself.
Oh.
When Polly Randall, a neighbor, came in, she found Mrs. Luther sitting with the gun across her knees. One barrel of the gun had been discharged, and Mrs. Luther's face was blown away.
Oh, it was Polly Randall who decided that Mrs. Luther committed suicide.
Why not? Polly isn't a detective. People who aren't detectives just jump to conclusions about these things.
Naturally. Did Mrs. Randall have any other reason for her conclusion jumping?
Oh, sure. There was a note on the floor written by Mrs. Luther stating that she had decided to take her own life.
Well, have you the note?
Natch? Here. Take a look at it.
Thank you. Ethan, I cannot stand this any longer.
Every other woman in our crowd has a mink coat. I'd rather commit suicide than to have to face them again. Norma. Well, is Ethan her husband?
Yeah, he's a traveling salesman. Right now, he's on a trip up in the northern part of the state.
I see.
It sounds screwy, eh, Bart?
Yes, it certainly does, Inspector. A woman who will actually commit suicide because she can't have a mink coat is a rare woman indeed.
Yeah, that's the way I figure it. Now, here's the switch. She didn't.
Didn't what?
Commit suicide because she couldn't have a mink coat. Come over here. Take a look at this.
Well, a mink coat.
That's right, a mink coat, and it belonged to Mrs. Luther.
Are you sure, Inspector?
Yeah, Bart, don't keep asking me if I'm sure. Of course I'm sure. We found the box in which the coat came. We checked with the department store where the coat was bought.
Well, who bought it?
They don't know or care. The clerk who sold it had an acute attack of appendicitis and was taken to the hospital last night. He's still groggy from the ether. He doesn't remember anything.
So Mrs. Luther craved a fur coat and got one and still committed suicide.
Nope, I just got through telling you she didn't commit suicide. Look, don't you remember? I said Polly Randall came in and found Mrs. Luther sitting in a chair with a shotgun across her knee.
Yes, I remember that, Inspector.
Well, then, let's face it. Nobody could blow their brains out with a shotgun and then face the gun across their knees, now could they?
It doesn't seem likely, does it, Inspector?
No.
On the other hand, it's possible that the gun could have fallen into that position when Mrs. Luther pulled the trigger.
Yeah? There's about one chance in a zillion that could have happened.
Well, we mustn't overlook that zillionth chance, must we, Inspector?
No, and we mustn't overlook the fact that it's physically impossible for anyone to point a shotgun at his own noggin and pull the trigger.
All right, Inspector, you've got me. This is murder. Now tell me, you've figured everything else out and done a very good job at it. Who murdered Mrs. Luther?
Bart, sometimes, very often, in fact, you kill me.
But why, Inspector?
Why do you think I got you up here? Look, I don't know who murdered Mrs. Luther. If I did, I'd let you read about it in the newspapers. Now, do you want to work on this case, or do you want to?
All right. Suppose we go over and have a talk with this neighbor, Polly Randall. I think she might have some interesting answers to our questions, Inspector.
Certainly. I've known Norma and Ethan Luther all my life. They lived over there, and I've lived over here. And up till the time Craig Mackey came to town, they got along fine.
And who is this Craig Mackey, Miss Randall?
Oh, he's just a fellow who came to town and got smitten with Norma and kept pestering her for dates.
Well, what's he do for a living? Where can we find the guy? Was he around here yesterday?
Now, don't go getting your dander up at me, mister. I don't have to answer your questions, and I won't. Unless you keep a civil tongue in your head.
Oh, you won't? Well,
Take it easy. Miss Randall, we'd appreciate it very much if you would answer our questions. Perhaps you don't realize it, but Mrs. Luther was murdered.
Murdered? Oh, but I thought...
Yes, we all thought it was suicide at first, but the evidence pointed the other way now. You see, that we have clues that turned up since that indicate foul play. Now, will you be good enough to tell us what you can about Craig Mackey?
You mean you think Craig did it?
Look, lady, we don't know who did it. Maybe you did it. Now,
Why, the very idea. How dare you?
All right, so you didn't do it. Now, are you going to tell us where we can find Craig Mackey, or do we stay here trying to get you to admit that you did do it?
I'll never admit it. It was Craig. It must have been Craig. He was here last night, and that must have been him.
What do you mean by here, Miss Randall?
I mean right here in this house. He spent the evening here. He left about 11 o'clock, and right after that I heard the shot.
Well. Why didn't you tell me that this morning, lady?
Because Craig asked me not to mention it, that's why.
But now that you think we might suspect you of the crime, you've decided to tell the truth. Is that it, Miss Randall?
Of course that's it. Maybe I'm in love with Craig, but I'm not enough in love with him to take the rap for a murder he committed.
But isn't it surprising the things that people say at times like these? Someone yells murder, and everyone else begins dreaming up motives for everyone else.
Yes, I quite agree with you, Inspector. Well, Miss Randall, where can we find this Craig Mackey?
Down at the Monte Vista Dam. He's a construction engineer.
Oh?
And while you're talking to him, you can tell him that I know all about the fur coat. He makes me sick thinking he can get away with that.
Are you referring to a mink coat that belongs to Mrs. Luther, Miss Randall?
Of course I am. Craig bought it for her. I know one of the girls who works in Hobson's department store, and she told me.
What? We'd be wasting our time talking to anyone else. This paper's got all the answers right here.
It does seem so, doesn't it, Inspector? Miss Randall, does Mrs. Luther's husband know that Craig Mackey bought her a mink coat?
Well, if he doesn't, he will as soon as he gets back from his trip up north. Norma's been yowling for a mink coat for years.
But won't he be a bit annoyed that another man bought it for her?
Are you kidding? She wouldn't even ask where it came from, so long as it shut Norma up and he could have a little peace.
Now I've heard everything. Lady, if you've got any more tidbits of information, you're going to spring on us. Get him over fast, will you? I'm getting a little dizzy.
I told you I wasn't going to answer your questions, and I'm not. You're not fooling me. I know how you policemen are always incriminating people.
Well, I'll be...
Miss Randall's been very helpful, Inspector. Let's not bother her anymore. I suggest that we go down to the Monte Vista Dam and have a talk with Craig Mackey, shall we?
Right now, anything seems like a good idea. Let's get out of here. You know what I think, Bart?
No, what, Inspector?
That babe was lying in her teeth. She found herself in a spot and began thinking them up as she went along.
Well, if you're right, we won't find her at home when we get back. She knows we can easily check her statements.
I don't know how we're going to check screwy statements like she made. What's the matter?
I think that shack must be the field office of the construction company. Let's go up and find out.
Okay. I hope this Craig Mackey won't be as nutty as the dame he's been playing around with.
Yes, the sign on the door says Mackey Construction Company. Well, let's go in.
Hello? Are you gentlemen looking for me?
If you're Craig Mackey, we are.
I'm Mackey. What can I do for you?
We're from police headquarters, Bub. We got a few questions we want to ask you.
Police headquarters?
Yeah.
Oh, then you must be investigating the death of Mrs. Luther. Routine checkup, I presume?
You might call it that. What's your story, Mackey?
Story? I haven't any story. If Mrs. Luther wants to shoot herself, that's her business. It doesn't concern me.
Well, now, how do you like that?
Mrs. Luther didn't shoot herself, Mackey. She was murdered.
Murdered? Well, that makes things... Are you implying that I murdered Norma Luther?
We're not that subtle, Bub. Why'd you shoot her?
Why did I... Come, gentlemen. Do you think if I murdered Norma Luther, I'd be sitting here at this desk now?
It'd be smart of you to do just that, Mackey. I suppose you can account for your whereabouts last night.
Of course I can. I spent the evening in town playing poker with some of the boys who work here in the dam project.
You didn't call for Luther home at all?
I'll give you an indirect answer to that question. As I understand it, Mrs. Luther died between 11 and 12 o'clock last night.
That's correct.
From 10 o'clock last night until 2 this morning, I was playing poker. Where I was before then is nobody's business.
Oh. I'm afraid we'll have to make it our business, Mackey. Polly Randall claims you spent the evening with her.
Yeah. She says you left her place around 11 o'clock. And right after that, she heard the shot.
She knows darn well I wasn't at her place last night, and she knows why.
Why, Mackey?
Because someone else was there, that's why.
Oh, this is getting interesting. Who was it, Bub?
Ethan Luther.
Luther? Norma Luther's husband?
Yeah, Norma Luther's husband. They've been playing around together for years.
How do you know that?
Norma told me. She also told me she was through with him.
Well, Bart, it looks to me like we stumbled on a true romance. So you arrived at your sweetie's all unsuspecting last night and found her in the arms of a next-door neighbor. Is that right, Bub?
Crudely, that's right.
Tell me, Mackey, did you have any particular reason for going to Miss Randall's last night?
I don't get it.
Apparently Miss Randall wasn't expecting you, or she wouldn't have been entertaining Luther. So I wondered if you had a surprise for her. A present, perhaps?
Yeah, to be more specific, a fur coat.
How do you know about that?
Oh, we know lots of
The fur coat was found in Mrs. Luther's home, Mackey. We think it was because of that coat that Norma was murdered.
Why, that's crazy. I bought the coat yesterday at Hobson's. What's wrong with that?
You bought it for Polly Randall, didn't you, Mackey?
So what if I did?
But when you found her entertaining Luther, you decided to give it to Norma. First, however, you let Polly see what you had, thereby making your revenge sweet.
You're pretty clever, mister.
My guess is, Mackey, that Luther was hiding in another part of the house while you were showing the coat to Polly. You knew he was there, but he didn't know you knew it.
You still haven't got anything on me.
One more question, Mackey. Is your father, David Mackey, president of this construction company?
Sure he is. Why?
Nothing. Thank you. Come along, Inspector. We've an errand to do in town, and then we're returning to the Luther home.
Look, Bart, how is leaving that suicide note at the local police department for analysis going to help us any?
Oh, it might not help us at all, Inspector. However, we've a lot of loose ends to clear up before we solve this case.
It's all solved as far as I'm concerned. Craig Mackey's our man.
Oh, then you think Mackey was lying, too?
Sure I do. They're all lying. Look, this guy Mackey comes to town, see? He's a good-looking kid, and the babes go for him. He gets acquainted with this Norma Luther and falls for her, only he doesn't know she's married.
And then hubby appears on the scene. Craig, being the jealous type, decides to kill her, eh?
Sure, it's simple.
I think perhaps you're right, Inspector.
You do?
Yes, I do. Well, here we are. Hey, that's odd.
What's odd?
There's not a light in the place. Didn't you tell Sam to stay here?
Sure I did, but I didn't tell him to sit under an arc light. Come on. Come on, Sam won't be far away.
There's something strange about this, Inspector. I don't like it.
Oh, you're always thinking there's something strange about something. Sam! Hey, Sam!
Sam must have fallen asleep, Inspector.
That's Sam. He's one of the best boys I got. Sam! Sam Calver! Let's go around back.
Right. Inspector.
What's the matter?
Get out your flashlight. There's something here in the grounds.
Come on. Okay, here we are. Jumping Judas, it's Sam.
Yes, it's Sam. And with a bullet through his head.
With a dirty cop killer.
All right, gents, get your hands up, both of you. One false move and I'll blow your brains out. Get your hands up, both of you. One false move, and I'll blow your brains out.
I think we'd better obey. The gentleman sounds as though he means business.
That's smart talk, mister. Trouble is, it's going to take more than smart talk to get you out of this murder rap.
Murder rap? Spot, did you hear what the guy said?
How could I help but hear?
Well, I reckon this proves that old saying that murderers return to the scene of their crime. All right. Inside the house, both of you.
Just a minute.
Let's not argue. The man with the gun is always the boss.
Well, mister, like I said before, you got sense. All right, you. There's a light switch just to the right of the door. Turn it on.
Do as the gentleman says.
Okay. That's better. Now, let me get a look at you two. I always wanted to see what a couple of murderers looked like. Yeah, you're the type, all right. Especially you.
Who, me?
Yes, you. Close the door, mister.
Glad to. Well, now that you've caught us, Luther, what do you plan to do?
How'd you know my name?
Who else would be so familiar with the location of the light switch in this house, except the man who lives here? Unless, of course, you or your wife are used to having male visitors.
Hey, you sound kind of sure of yourself, mister.
I'm very sure of myself, Luther. By the way, when did you get back from your trip up north?
Up north? Who said I'd taken a trip up north?
Your girlfriend, Polly Randall.
My girlfriend? Look here. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a respectable married man.
Oh, well, then you won't mind explaining.
Go off it, Luther. Drop the gun. Stop it. My arm.
That's better. Okay, Bart, pick it up.
Right. Nice work, Inspector. I have it.
All right, Luther, sit over there. So you're Ethan Luther, eh?
Murderous. I suppose now you're going to shoot me in cold blood the way you shot my wife. Well, go ahead. Nothing matters now that Norma's dead.
Before we go into this any further, I think we'd better explain who we are. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton from Police Headquarters.
Police Headquarters?
Yeah, Police Headquarters. And don't give us any of that malarkey about you didn't know it. I hate a cop killer.
Cop killer? I didn't kill that officer. He was dead when I got here. Naturally, when you two came in,
Yeah, sure. You thought we were a couple of murderers returning to the scene of our crime. That gives me a pain. Now, I suppose you're going to tell us you didn't spend last evening with your girlfriend next door.
Well,
aye. Everybody says aye when they can't think up some kind of new fish story. Now...
That was Polly. She must have discovered the policeman's body.
You're probably right, Luther. Let's find out.
Ethan, there's... Oh, it's the policeman.
That's right, Miss Randall. How do you happen to be standing outside here?
I wasn't standing outside. I saw a light in the window. I knew Ethan must be home, and I came over to comfort him.
Comfort him. Now, there's one for the record. Look, lady, as far as we can figure, you did enough comforting last night to last for...
Last night? What are you talking about? I haven't seen Ethan in weeks.
Polly, they know about last night.
Know about last night? Well, then they know...
Know what, lady?
Nothing. I don't have to answer your questions, and I'm not going to.
Fortunately, Miss Randall, it won't make any difference whether you answer our questions or not. We know who shot Mrs. Luther, and we also know who murdered Officer Culver.
You know who killed my wife?
Of course.
I don't believe it. If you know, why don't you make an arrest?
That'll come a good time, Miss Randall. Both of you are at liberty to come and go as you like for the present. Inspector, we're wasting our time here. Come along with me.
Look, Bart, weren't you being a little optimistic when you told those two last night that you knew who the murderer was?
Oh, well, possibly, Inspector. However, I think we justified my optimism with that inquiry at Hobson's department store.
Yeah, I know it was about the fur coat.
Yes. I was just wondering how many fur coats a store of that size carried in stock.
So the coat was ordered especially for Craig Mackey from New York.
Yes, and paid for by him in cash.
So now we know young Mackey bought the coat.
Inspector, in a town of this size, there wouldn't be many $5,000 coats carried in stock at any store. It was just reasonable to suppose that if a sale were made, the front office would know about it.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. You got some other plans in mind?
Oh, yes, definitely. I'm going to stop at the police headquarters now and pick up that note we left for analysis.
And what am I going to do?
You, Inspector, are going out to the dam project and pick up young Mackey and bring him out to Polly Randall's house. Unless I'm greatly mistaken, we'll find both Polly and Ethan Luther waiting for us there.
I told you, I don't have to answer your questions.
Look, lady, put on another record, will you? You've given us that routine so many times I'm beginning to get a headache.
Well, I don't have...
All right. Nobody's asking any questions. Now, keep quiet, will you? Okay, Bart, let's get this over with.
All right, glad to, Inspector. Mackey, we've checked and found it was you who bought that mink coat at Hobson's department store.
So what? I've already admitted that I bought it.
But you didn't tell us you paid cash for it. Your father has an account at Hobson's. You've always used it before. Why didn't you use it this time?
I didn't want to.
Well, that's fair enough. You didn't want your father to know that you were buying $5,000 coats for your girlfriends. In a moment, I'm going to prove that that's an important piece of evidence.
That I've got to see.
You will. Luther, you admitted that you came here to Miss Randall's the night before last instead of going home after you returned from your trip up north.
If it's any of your business, yeah.
We're making it our business, Junior. Answer the questions and never mind the ad-lib.
You don't have to answer the questions if you don't want to, Ethan.
There she goes again. Hey, keep quiet, will you?
I won't keep quiet. I'll talk if I want to.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead and talk then. Who's stopping you?
I won't talk. I don't have to.
Oh, my gosh. Bart.
Miss Randall, perhaps you'd like to explain to us why we shouldn't accuse you of murdering Norma Luther.
Accuse me?
That's right.
Well, I certainly will explain it. I was right in this house every minute, that's why.
And how do we know that?
Because these two men were with me, that's why.
Oh, both of them? All the time?
Ethan came first. He dropped in to say hello on his way home.
Just sort of neighborly like, eh?
Yes, just sort of neighborly like. While he was here, a knock came at the door. Luther stepped into the next room.
Why?
Because he thought it might be someone who'd get the wrong impression. That's why.
Oh, my.
Was this new arrival Craig Mackey, Miss Randall?
Yes, it was. Craig had a mink coat in a box. He showed it to me and said he was going to give it to Ethan's wife.
And what did you say?
I said, isn't that nice? But I thought it was very sweet of him.
Well, I'm a cross-eyed woodchuck.
And then what happened, Miss Randall?
Craig put the coat back in the box and left. Ethan came out of the other room. We talked a while, and then he went home.
And then?
Craig came back.
How long did Craig stay, Miss Randall?
Until 11 o'clock. I went to the door with him. As we stood there talking, we heard a shot. Or I thought we did.
Yeah, the last time you told that story, you were sure.
I was sure. Only Craig said he thought it was the backfire of an automobile or something.
But you didn't think so?
No. After Craig left, I went over to the Luthers and found Norma dead. I screamed.
I'll bet.
Was Luther there?
No, I ran home and called the police. And that's all I'm going to tell you, so you needn't ask me any more questions.
Can we count on that?
You've told us quite enough, Miss Randall. Well, Mackey, what have you to say?
There's nothing more to say. Polly's told it all.
I see. Luther, how about you?
Well, what about me?
Did you get home before Mackey left your wife?
No.
You found her then, trying on the fur coat. You became raging mad and asked her who'd given it to her. She laughed in your face, so you picked up a shotgun and shot her.
Oh, that's a lie. I didn't. You can't prove it.
Oh, yes, I can prove it. In the first place, that suicide note that we found on the floor lying beside your wife's dead body was written a year ago.
What? How did you know?
That was easy to prove. By a chemical analysis at local police headquarters. She wrote that note a year ago hoping that you'd break down and buy her a coat.
Smart guy, huh?
Yes, smart guy. But you laughed at her. However, you kept the note. It came in handy the night before last after you'd shot your wife. You reasoned it would serve well to plant the suicide theory.
Keep your hand away from your pocket, Dad. 3 murders and no more than one. This gun... I hate a cop killer, Luther. Drop that gun. Stand back, you fool. No, you won't do anything. Take this.
He killed him. He killed him.
No, Miss Randall. Even though the inspector hates a cop killer, he knows the law will take care of Luther. And you. was a mighty brave thing for you to do, jumping Luther when he was holding that gun.
Well, I hate a cop killer.
Yes, so do we all, Inspector. And Luther was more than a cop killer.
Yeah, to my dough, none of that bunch was much good. That reminds me.
Yes, Inspector.
You told Mackey that you were going to prove that the fact that he paid cash for that mink was important evidence, and you never did.
I didn't have to.
Huh?
However, if you'd like to know why I thought so, I'll be glad to explain.
I hate to seem curious, but go ahead.
The way I looked at it, Inspector, the solution to the whole case hinged on that mink coat.
Why?
If Mackey had charged the fur coat to his father's account, it wouldn't have been terrifically important to him. But since he paid cash for it out of his own pocket, it was tremendously important.
I don't get it.
Well, Inspector, it's like this. A man who pays $5,000 for a mink coat isn't going to give it to someone he doesn't expect to live very long, especially when there was no chance of him getting it back.
Say, that's right, isn't it? If Mackey had figured on murdering Norma Luther, he wouldn't have given her the coat. By golly, that's a fact.
You have it, Inspector. So when both Luther and Mackey confirmed Polly Randall's story that she was at home until after 11 o'clock, I knew it had to be one of those two men who had murdered Norma. And since Mackey had bought the coat, it was reasonable to assume that he wouldn't murder the one he gave it to.
That's terrific. You know, sometimes I think you ought to warn people in advance. They'd give up more easily.
Warn them? About what, Inspector?
About what, he asked.
Oh, you mean warn them that mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I've selected case history number 112 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it 2 Hours to Live.
Come on, Andy, hurry it up. We've only got a half hour to get to the airport. Planes don't wait, you know. They don't wait.
Be through in a minute, George. Just want a final word with this precious brother of yours.
Look, Andy, I don't like your attitude. Why?
No. Careful, Ken. You're out there. You're out there.
Why, I ever had dealings with a shyster like you? I ought to have had my head examined.
Look, I brought your case to court and we lost, that's all.
You mean I lost?
Come on, Andy. We'll miss the plane. We'll miss the plane. We'll miss the shooting. Mr. Shooting?
If you ask me, I lost because the other side paid you off.
I don't care what you think. And I'll expect my fee. It'll be $5,000.
Oh, yeah? Try and get it.
Look, Andy Fisher, there's a law that says...
Too bad there isn't a law that allows a man to exterminate rats like you. Come to think of it, one of these days I just might take the law into my own hands.
Don't you dare threaten. Oh, my elbow. Bill. Gotta have a bill.
And that reminds me, Ken, I refilled your prescription. I have it right here. Have it right here.
Give me one, quick.
With pleasure, dear brother. With pleasure. Here.
Glass. Water. Desk.
What did you say?
Desk.
Oh, I see.
Oh, well, quick. Fiddling with it. Bring it here.
Keep your shirt on. Here.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. I hope you choke.
Now tell me, Inspector, what is all this about? First you tell me to pack a few things and not to forget my shotgun. And now, from all the signs, you're driving me out to the airport.
You're going hunting.
I am?
Yep, at the expense of the city.
Oh, well, now, Inspector, that's the kind of assignment I like. But I know you too well to think you're just packing me out for fun. So give, Inspector, give.
Lawyer by the name of Kenneth Slocum, dropped dead today.
Huh? That's Shyster?
Oh, you've heard of him?
Yes.
Well, I've got an idea he was poisoned.
Oh? What kind of poison? By whom?
Well, we don't know what kind. Haven't had the autopsy yet. As for who did it, might have been any one of a million people.
Had a lot of friends, huh?
And a brother who didn't like him either. Now, this brother and a friend left this morning for Pembroke Lodge. That's a couple of hours northwest of here by plane.
I know.
Now, I want you to go up there and nose around a bit. See what you can find out. Will you do it?
Is the shooting good up there?
Oh, the best.
Then I'll do it. What are you going to be doing in the meantime?
I'm going to have a talk with a Mr. Elliott and his daughter. They were with Slocum when he kicked the bucket.
Fine, Inspector, fine. Good hunting.
Good hunting. Say, you're the one who's going hunting.
And that's the way it all started. No one ever had to ask Barton Drake twice if he wanted to go hunting. So a few hours later, we find him standing deep in a wooded solitude. Suddenly, there's a thunder of beating wings as a whirring grouse breaks cover. And in a split second, with perfect timing, Barton Drake's gun is at his shoulder.
Got him.
Good shot, fellow. Splendid.
Thank you, friend. One shot. Wow. I wish I could do that.
I'm afraid if you don't drop these fellows with the first shot, you'll never get another chance. Any luck?
Well, only a couple, but not too keen, too. How long have you been out?
Oh, I just flew in. I've only been out about a half hour. Sort of looking the ground over.
Well, I guess the shooting's over for today. Sun will be down in a few minutes.
Yes, I guess you're right. Well, we'd better be starting back to the lodge.
Mind if we walk along with you? Walk along?
Certainly not. It'd be a pleasure.
Good. Figure we might as well know each other. My name's George Slocum. Druggist to trade. Druggist. My friend here is Andy Fisher.
Glad to know you, gentlemen. I'm Barton Drake.
Howdy.
Did you say Barton Drake?
Yes.
Not the writer, the detective?
Yes, I'm afraid I'm guilty. Well, hadn't we better be starting back?
Yeah, better head.
Well, now, this is interesting. Yes, indeed. It's interesting. Fancy meeting you in person, yes. Fancy that.
I hope you're not being disillusioned.
On the contrary. I'm fascinated. Yes, indeed. I'm fascinated.
Well, thanks. Yes, indeed. Thanks.
Of course, I don't agree with the slip that you fellows so often make, that there never was such a thing as a perfect crime.
No? Why don't you agree?
Because I have a plan for a perfect crime. A plan that's absolutely foolproof. Yes, it's foolproof.
Well, now I'm the one who's fascinated. Go on, my friend.
Yeah, if it's your brother Ken you're thinking of bumping off, George, let me in on it, will you? I'll be glad to help.
Well, yes, that would be a good example. Now, let's suppose that I did want to kill my brother Ken. Just supposing, sir. Do you know how I'd go about it? Do you?
No, I haven't the faintest idea.
Well, I would arrange a hunting trip. Just such a hunting trip as this. I'd bring Ken along, we'd go shooting together. I'd stop to tie him a shoe or something and drop behind him, and then, when he wasn't looking, I'd shoot him in the back. Claim it was an accident. There, now, what's wrong with that? Ask you what's wrong with that? What are you laughing at, Mr.
My dear Mr. Slocum, it's as full of holes as your poor brother would be if those slot-shun slugs were in his back.
It is?
Yes, of course it is. Well, that trick is tried at least 10 times every hunting season.
And they never get away with it, eh?
No, certainly not.
Yeah, why couldn't I? What's wrong with it?
Well, in your case, Mr. Slocum, you just rest. And you made it in front of two witnesses, Mr. Fisher here and myself. That would be remembered most assuredly after the crime. Also, in such cases, we always look for a motive. A bit of investigation would turn one up in your case, I'm sure. Mr. Slocum, if you're contemplating the murder of your brother, I sincerely advise you against that method. Because, in a sense, you've already made your confession.
Well, I'm afraid Mr. Drake is right, George. We'll have to figure out some other way to kill him.
Nothing like a good meal and a good stretch in front of a warm fire after a day in the woods, eh, gentlemen?
You're right, Drake. You're right.
Yeah, I'm going to turn in early. Want to get at those birds by sunup.
Drake, forget about what I said this evening, will you? I said I'd like you to forget about it.
Oh, yes, you mean your plan for the perfect crime?
Yes, I was talking through my hat. Talking through my hat.
You know, you interest me a great deal, Mr. Slocum. A man doesn't think criminally without some good and sufficient reason. Civilization has gentled people over the ages to the point where murder is the last resort. Except, of course, in crimes of passion.
Yes, I know. And I repeat, I was talking from my hat.
You must hate your brother tremendously, Mr. Slocum.
Oh, not any more than a dozen other people.
Of which I'm proud to be one.
Oh, do you mind telling me why?
As long as we've gone this far, Mr. Drake, you might as well know the rest. That is, if you care to listen.
I believe I brought up the subject.
Well, George's brother, Ken Slocum, beat him out of his entire inheritance. Every bottle of pills and every dollar.
Bottle of pills?
Yes, their dad used to own a drugstore. Ken, the older boy, studied law, while George here studied pharmacy in order to carry on in the old man's footsteps.
Suppose you let George tell it.
Sure.
Well, my father was confined to his bed for the last 2 years of his life.
the last few years. And Ken, being the oldest and a lawyer, was given the control of his business. I carried on in the store. Yes, indeed, I carried on.
Mm-hmm. Your father, of course, had made a will.
Yes, he had. And he had given me to understand that in the end, the drugstore was to be mine.
Well, that's quite understandable. But, well, now, I'm only guessing, but when the elder Mr. Slocum finally died, you discovered that a new will had been made, disinheriting you completely.
Yeah, that's right, exactly.
The beneficiary, naturally, being your brother Ken.
And leaving me $1 and a job as prescription clerk in the drugstore that rightly belongs to me. Yes, indeed, belongs to me.
Yes, that's easy. Now you understand what I meant, don't you, Mr. Slocum, when I said that if you killed your brother, a bit of an investigation would turn up a motive. Many men have been slain for less. Well, this has been an interesting discussion, gentlemen, especially in view of the fact that, perhaps you don't already know, that your brother Ken, Mr. Slocum, died early this afternoon.
Ken? Dead?
Yes.
Well, what do you know?
Good Lord. Ken?
Well, it's 8 o'clock. I suggest that you both go to bed and get a good night's sleep. Because in the morning, Mr. Slocum, I'm going to ask you to go back to New York with me. I'm quite certain that the good Inspector Danton will want to arrest you for your brother's murder.
And now back to Glenn Langan for the second act of Mystery is My Hobby.
Oh. You, Inspector Danton? Yes, Oscar. Have the Elliots arrived yet? Yes. They're waiting in Mr. Slocum's office. Come in, won't you? Thanks. This way, Inspector. I know where it is. This door. I tell you, I know where it is.
Father, it's Inspector Barton.
Yes, Helene, I see. My daughter's very upset, Inspector. You are upset, aren't you, Helene?
Yes, Father, of course.
Oh. Well, she's going to be a lot more upset before I get through with you. All right, now, I want to ask a few questions.
We'll answer them. You'll answer some questions, won't you, Helene?
Yes, Father.
Now, you told us before that you two were with Mr. Slocum when he, died.
Helene?
Yes, he was. Was careful. Poor man had a heart attack right before our eyes. Toppled over on the desk there and stopped.
What makes you so sure it was a heart attack?
Why, of course it was a heart attack. What else could it have been? That's right, isn't it, Helene?
Yes, Father.
Yeah? Did either one of you say something that might have brought on this heart attack? Did Slocum fly into a tizzy or something like that?
Helene?
Well, you might call it that. You see, Father had just demanded an accounting for Mr. Slocum.
An accounting? Accounting for what?
An accounting of the trust fund which was left in Mr. Slocum's care by my mother when she died.
Oh, and you think maybe Slocum had been misappropriating the funds?
We have reason to believe that he has exhausted them completely.
Well, now, if that ain't a motive for murder, I never heard one.
However, you must remember that Mr. Slocum wasn't murdered. He settled that question himself by dying naturally.
It isn't quite as simple as that, Miss Elliott. You see, Mr. Slocum didn't die naturally. He was poisoned.
Poisoned? Why, that couldn't be. We were right here. We were right here with him all the time. Weren't we, Helene?
Yes, Father.
And that's just as good as a confession. However, I'm trying to be fair. I've still got a few more questions to ask. Now, when did Slocum have this attack?
I can tell you to the minute. It was just 2:30.
Hey, how can you tell as close as that?
The clock in the hall had just struck the half hour.
Oh. Now, Mr. Elliott, at any time while you were here in the room with Slocum, was anything served? Anything to eat?
Well,
Well, how about it, Mr. Elliott?
Helene?
I'm afraid not, Inspector. Nothing was served.
Did you have any drinks?
No, Inspector, not a thing. The meeting was strictly business.
Did either of you offer Slocum a cigarette? Maybe lit a fresh cigar.
The fact is, Inspector, I did offer Mr. Slocum a cigarette.
Huh. Now we're getting somewhere.
But he refused it. He said he didn't smoke.
Now, think this over. Very carefully, Miss Elliott. Your answer will prove whether this is suicide or murder.
Yes, Inspector, I'll do my best.
The autopsy shows that Slocum had ulcers. Now, did he at any time in your presence, and particularly just before he died, did he put his hand to his mouth or take a pill of any kind?
I'll answer that. No.
You're absolutely sure?
Helene?
Father's right, Inspector. He didn't.
Inspector Danton, why all this fiddle-faddle? Mr. Slocum died of heart failure. That's what I think. And I'm glad he did.
And I think you're lying. That's what I think. Come on, I'm taking you both down to headquarters and sweat the truth out of you. I'm arresting you both for murder. Just 8 o'clock.
Inspector. To sate the jaded appetite of a tired and weary man, there's nothing like a plate of good old Mrs. McClarski's goulash.
Just like Mother never used to make. Now, Bart, can I bring you up to date on all that's happened?
Of course, Inspector. But before you start exuding pearls of wisdom, I think you ought to know that I brought George Slocum back with me.
Yeah? Well, what did you do that for?
Well, you wanted him, didn't you?
What did I want him for?
For murder, of course. He did murder his brother, you know. Inspector, what are you laughing at?
For once they put it over on the great Barton Drake.
Yes, and just how did you put it over?
George Slocum didn't kill his brother. He couldn't have killed him.
Why couldn't he?
Because we held an autopsy, Mr. Drake. And the autopsy showed that Ken Slocum had enough cyanide inside him to kill an elk.
Oh, then the poison used was cyanide.
Right, Sherlock. And cyanide is one poison that works instantaneously. Just a little swallow, Bluey, the angel thing.
Yes, it does work instantly.
So how could your friend George give his brother cyanide when he was 300 miles away when it happened?
I see what you mean, Inspector. You've got a point there. Well, I guess you might as well have George turned loose. And I thought I had a beautiful case.
Oh, don't feel bad about it, Bob.
I don't feel bad. It's just that
I've got the guys who did it all safely locked up in the clink.
You have, Inspector? Who?
Mr. Elliott and his charming daughter, Helene.
Oh, I suppose you have a complete confession.
Well, no, not yet.
I see, and just what makes you so certain that they did it?
Because they had to, that's why. It had to be somebody in the room who gave it to them. They were it.
Did you possibly consider the theory that it might have been suicide?
You bet I did. I asked the Elliots. They said Slocum didn't take a pill of any kind.
You say that Slocum didn't take a pill?
Right.
And it was the Elliots who told you that he didn't?
Right.
Well, Inspector, right goes your whole case right into an old cop's hat.
Right. What do you mean?
When you asked the Elliots that question, you gave them a perfect out.
An out?
Yes, Inspector. All the Elliots would have had to do to clear themselves completely of any charge of murder would have been to claim that they had seen him take a pill. The verdict would have then been suicide. And all the sweating you could ever do would never prove it different.
Yeah, that's right.
Listen, my suggestion, Inspector, is that you turn the Elliots loose immediately and save yourself a suit for false arrest.
Yes, I will, but... Bart, what do we do now?
I don't know, Inspector. I'm afraid for once in our bright young lives, we're completely and irrevocably stuck.
And now back to Glenn Langan for the third act of Mystery is My Hobby.
Here's your change for the aspirin, man. Here's your change.
Thank you, Mr. Slocum.
Sure. Hope your husband will be all right in the morning. Oh, well, hello, Mr. Drake. Hello. And you too, Inspector.
Good evening, George.
Howdy.
How are you progressing in your investigation of my poor brother's death, General?
We aren't.
Oh, no, isn't that just too bad? That's just too bad.
Well, the signs you should be the murderer, George.
Yes, I know. Really, it's a good thing for me that I was far, far away when it happened. Now, isn't it? Yeah, I say, isn't it?
I'll say it is.
By the way, George, when did you last see your brother alive?
Why, at 8:30 a.m. yesterday. Yes, that's when it was. Andy Fisher and I dropped by his house just before we left for the airport.
At 8:30 in the morning?
Mm-hmm. That must have been about it. We just caught the 9 o'clock plane, and my brother lives exactly a half hour from the airport. Just a half hour.
Just why did you call on your brother so early, George?
Well, Andy wished to see him on business, and I wished to deliver a prescription he'd ordered.
Prescription?
Ken had ulcers for a brother, suffered terribly.
What was in that prescription, George?
Well, sodium bicarbonate, 10-grain tablets. They're very commonly used for intestinal disorders. They're excellent. Oh, they're really excellent.
Yes, I know. Did your brother by any chance take one of these tablets while you were there yesterday?
Yes, I believe he did. He had an attack, in fact. I gave him one, and Andy handed him a glass of water. I remembered distinctly that I see what you're getting at. You think perhaps it was I who slipped my dear brother his lethal dose?
Could be.
Oh, now, you know better than that. I left my brother's house at 8:30, and I was out shooting 300 miles away when my brother died. Oh, no, I'm afraid you can't pin this one on me. No, indeed.
You might have slipped a poison pill in with the others, and he didn't take it until later.
That might have been true, Inspector, except for the fact that 2 witnesses have sworn that Ken Slocum positively did not take a pill just before he died.
Well, that alibi of his is entirely too good to suit me.
Yes, I agree with you, but still, you can't break it down, Inspector. So come on, let's be on our way. I don't think we can accomplish anything further by staying here.
Well, I'd like to have an ice cream soda.
You'd like to... All right, go ahead. I'll wait for you in the car.
Oh, sure. You sure you don't want one?
On top of that goulash, Inspector, what are you trying to do? Kill me?
Well, what do we do now?
I don't know, Inspector. Suppose we just drive around and think. What's the matter, Inspector?
Stomachache. How about that Andy Fisher, Bart? Maybe he slipped the cyanide into the glass of water we gave Slocum.
Inspector.
Yeah, that's right. Slocum didn't die until he was 300 miles away, too.
That's right.
His alibi's just as good as Brother George's. Tell me.
It's too bad you haven't some sodium bicarbonate. Slocum says that it's excellent for things like that.
I have. When I was having that ice cream soda, I bought a bottle.
Well, Inspector, I never knew you had ulcers.
Well, that ain't nothing I'd rave about.
Well, as long as you have them, you might as well take one.
Yeah, I think I will.
You better give me one, too. Mrs. O'Farrisky's goulash wasn't just quite up to par tonight. Well, I guess we might as well turn in, Inspector. We've been chasing around for 4 hours now, ever since we left the drugstore, and we aren't any nearer to a solution than we were before we started.
Yep. This is the worst case I ever tackled. The coroner must be wrong. He must have done an autopsy on the wrong corpse.
I wish I could believe that, Inspector. If it just hadn't been cyanide, something else that didn't act so quickly. Oh.
Why, what's the matter? Still got a stomachache?
Yeah, I have. That pill you gave me didn't do me much good.
Well, why don't you take another?
Well, maybe I'd better at that. Give me the bottle.
Here. Big things, are they?
Sodium bicarbonate, 10 grains. Oh, smoke.
What's the matter? Anything wrong with them?
Inspector, turn around.
Huh?
We're going back and arrest George Slocum for murder.
Bart, are you crazy? You said
No,
yourself
wait a minute. Don't turn. We'll send somebody else out to do that. You'd better get us down to headquarters as fast as you can drive this wreck. Hurry, Inspector, hurry.
Okay, you're the doctor.
I only wish I were. And if we don't get a doctor and a stomach pump in the next few minutes, we've got just 2 hours to live.
And now back to Glenn Langan for the conclusion of Mystery is My Hobby.
You feeling all right now, Bart?
I'll live, I guess. How about you, Inspector? It's not much fun tangling with a stomach pump.
Oh, I'm all right. Doc says you got the pills all right. Had enough cyanide in them to kill a horse.
That's exactly what I was afraid of.
But, Bart, that just isn't possible. You said yourself, when any guy swallowed cyanide, he'd drop. Plunk. Right now. How could we have all that cyanide inside us for 4 hours and still be alive?
The science of medicine never stands still, Inspector. It is always advancing on to newer and better things.
Yeah?
Now, take that enteric seal, for instance.
Enteric seal? What's that?
That's the stuff that those sodium bicarbonate tablets you bought from Brother George were coated with. It said so right on the label.
Yeah. Well, I still want to know what it's good for.
You see, Inspector, ulcers are not only found in the stomach, they're quite often found on and beyond. So in such cases, they give the patient these N-seal tablets. They're made with special coatings called enteric seal, which take exactly 6 hours to dissolve. Do you follow me?
Yeah, but I still don't get it.
Inspector, use your imagination. Our druggist friend simply took some cyanide, coated it with enteric seal, gave it to his brother, and went hunting. When the 6 hours were up, the coating dissolved, and Ken Slocum dropped dead, leaving George with a perfect alibi.
Yeah, but how did we happen to get it?
You asked me that, Inspector?
Well,
I have a notion that friend George got a bit panicky when you started to question his alibi.
Huh?
And then when you blundered right into his lap by buying those tablets, he slipped you some of his very special brand. He probably put something extra in your soda, too, so that you take the pill right away.
Why, the dirty little skunk.
You know, come to think of it, we should have cracked that alibi long before this, Inspector.
Yeah? Why?
Because Brother George was only told that Ken died of poison, remember? And most poison works rather slowly. So if he didn't know it was cyanide, how could he be sure he was 300 miles away when his brother died?
Hey, how about your stomach?
My stomach ache? Oh, I'm afraid that was just coincidence and goulash.
Oh, yeah, I see. Well, you'll have to admit, the little guy was clever.
That he was, Inspector, that he was.
He came the closest I ever saw to committing the perfect crime.
And I'm afraid he would have succeeded, too, Inspector. All but for one thing.
Yeah? What's that? What's that?
Because mystery is my hobby, Inspector. I say, a mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I selected case history number 114 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Bullets Make Holes.
Like I was telling you before, this fellow Ronald the Razor, we called him the Razor because that's what he mostly used to commit his crime. Take a razor and slit your throat from hairline to hairline, just as slick as a feller's skinning a catfish. Well, sir, this fellow, Ronald the Razor, escaped from the pen last week, and I got a hunch he's heading straight for this lodge. Probably cross the Pierre Marquette on the bridge below Walhalla, then sneak up along the south bank. They caught him here, you know. Started slitting throats, beginning with cabin number 1, and worked his way up to number 6, doing a neat job in all of them. Never would have caught him in number 6, only his razor got dull, and he had to stop and strop it on the bedpost.
Barton Drake snapped shut the box of fishing flies that he'd been fondly examining and preparing for the steelhead run that was to start on the Pierre Marquette tomorrow. Slowly he rose from his chair and walked over to the fireplace where he stretched his long bones in front of its cheerful warmth. For there was still a trace of snow on the old Pierre Marquette. Slyly he winked at Inspector Noah Danton as old Charlie Ames, the lodgekeeper, concluded his gory tale when the inspector dropped his can of worms. Then
What was that?
Shots, Inspector. Pistol shots.
Somebody screamed.
Holy pickled peanuts, them shots, they come from cabin number 6.
And now back to Glenn Langan for the second act of Mystery is My Hobby.
That's cabin 6. Over there.
No light, John.
No, there they go. They're on now. Hurry up, Inspector.
I ain't as young as I used to be. Can't take it.
Here we are. Better slow down to a walk.
Yeah.
Dead, Max. Blood, horrible.
What's going on in here?
It's and blood.
Who is this man, Charlie?
Steve Morgan comes here every year to fish. Him and his pal, Max Warner.
Yeah.
Holy buckets of buttermilk. There's Max there on the floor.
Take that gun away from him, Inspector.
You bet. Hey, you. Give me that.
What I get? Gun.
Give it here.
Yes, take it. Blood, horrible.
Drake, this fellow Warner's a mess.
Yes. The shot went through his jugular vein. That accounts for so much blood.
45 automatic, Bart.
Yes, and 45s always make big holes.
Max, not Max. Couldn't have been Max.
What's the matter with him, Bart? Nuts?
I hardly think so, Inspector. More likely a state of shock. Come on, fellow. Snap out of it.
Snap out of it. Snap out of it.
I hate to do this to you, but I...
Don't. What?
I'm sorry, but you've got to come to. Morgan.
What? I'm all right. What happened?
That's what we want you to tell us.
I don't know.
Did you shoot this friend of yours, Max Warner?
Shoot him?
Yes.
I don't know. Well, yes, I shot him. I must have shot him.
Take away that blood. I can't stand blood.
Pull yourself together, man.
I'm sorry. This has been an awful shock. Yes, I shot Max, but I didn't know it was him.
Yeah? Just who'd you think it was?
I don't know.
Stop saying that.
I went to bed early. Wanted to get an early start fishing in the morning. Something woke me up. A noise, I guess. Sounded like somebody raising a window. I knew somebody was in the cabin. I lay here scared to death thinking of that Ronald the Razor that Charlie Ames has been talking about for the past 2 days.
Ronald the Razor? Well, you didn't believe that yarn, did you? That's just a tall tale I tell to keep you guys interested. Holy barrels of bullfrog.
Well, this is a fine time to tell me.
Go on, Steve.
Well, as I was lying there, I heard this fellow moving around. So I reached under my pillow where I always keep my gun. And I saw him outlined in front of that window over there.
This one?
Yeah, it's the big one.
And then?
I was panicky, I guess. I pulled the trigger and he dropped.
Yeah? But we heard 7 shots.
I know. I was excited. I guess I did fire some more. Probably emptied the gun. Can't you do something with that body? It's making me sick.
Throw a blanket over it, will you, Charlie?
Yep, but I'll charge the laundry bill to Morgan here.
Then your shooting of Max is apparently an accident, ain't you, Steve?
Hey, he's right, Bart. There's 7 bullet holes in the floor here.
And you claim self-defense, I suppose, that you shot at a prowler thinking he was somebody else.
Well, of course, Mr. Drake. Why, Max was my best friend. We've been friends for years. In fact, we've had many business deals together.
It's strange your friend should sneak into your cabin, isn't it, Morgan?
Yes, I can hardly believe it. I thought he was kidding.
Kidding? Kidding about what?
Well, you see, Max and I are both numismatists.
Numismatists? Huh?
Coin collectors, Inspector.
Oh.
Well, I had a coin that Max wanted, and I was showing it to him earlier in the evening. Max tried to get me to sell it to him, but I refused.
And that made him angry?
No, he just laughed, said I'd better watch out, or someday I'd find it missing.
Mm-hmm. Then you think perhaps he came back here tonight and tried to steal it, huh?
Well, he must have. That's the only answer. I only wish I'd known he was that serious. I'd have gladly given it to him.
Holy cranberry cakes. I just thought of something.
Yes, Tully.
Max's wife. Somebody ought to tell her.
Yes, I rather think somebody should.
They was living in cabin 10.
Inspector, do you want... Just a minute, Inspector. Somebody's coming.
Steve, did Max come over here? Oh.
Good evening, Mrs. Warner.
How do you do, Mr. Drake? What is all this, a clam bake?
Something terrible has happened.
What's the matter? Did Brown Copper go down?
Your husband was shot, Mrs. Warner.
Shot? Max? Where is he?
Under that blanket.
Killed?
Yes. I'm sorry to have to tell you this.
You're sorry? What are you sorry for? I'm glad he's dead, the louse.
It's a beautiful morning, Inspector. It's a shame that last night's events will have to interfere with our fishing.
Yeah, me with all those nice fat worms, too. I don't see why we don't forget the whole thing and let the sheriff handle it. Looks like an accident to me.
Yes, on the face of it, I'll have to admit it does. However, there are a couple of things that don't jive, and I won't be satisfied until they do.
Okay, Sherlock, what do you want me to do?
I want you to take this station wagon and drive into Ludington. That's about 25 miles from the nearest town where you'll find a telegraph office.
Well, if you just want to send a wire, why don't you phone it in?
There might be too many people listening. There's an extension in every cabin, you know. Besides, this station wagon is the only means of transportation here at the lodge. With it gone, it'll keep all the interested parties close to home.
Okay. Where do you want me to wire?
Wire the stock exchange in New York. I want to know whether brown copper is up or down. Let's walk around here by cabin 6, Charlie.
Huh? What for?
Something Steve Morgan said last night bothered me. He said he thought he heard a window open.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Now, this big window here, this is the one Max said he was standing in front of when he was shot. Steve said he made a perfect target.
Would have, I guess. Anyway, his head and shoulders. He couldn't open that window, though.
Why not?
It don't open. Nailed in there solid as a tombstone.
I'm saying. How about these around here at the side?
They'll open.
Careful, Charlie. I'm looking for footprints.
I don't see none.
No. The ground is soft, too. If anyone had tried to open these windows from the outside, there'd be plenty of them. Hey, let's go around back.
Ain't no windows there. Nothing but the back door.
We'll go around there anyway. You know, Charlie, it's a funny thing.
What is?
Why anyone would take the trouble to come in through the window when the door was unlocked all the time.
It was?
Of course. Don't you remember last night when we heard the shots? We ran over here and walked right in.
Oh, well, now. Ain't that a pretty picture?
Oh, hello there, Drake.
It depends on what you call pretty.
I was just consoling Jill here.
Rather fervently, don't you think, Morgan?
Well, it's been an awful shock to her, and...
Oh, nuts, Steve. Why don't you tell him the truth? To find it out anyway.
Well,
Steve and I are in love, Mr. Drake. There's nothing any of you can do about it.
Oh, I'm sure I wouldn't care to. That little accident last night seemed to stir things up tremendously, didn't it?
Yes, it settled a lot of things.
Tell me, Mrs. Warner, did your husband know that you and Steve were carrying on a love affair?
Of course he didn't know. Steve and I were too clever for that.
I'm beginning to wonder if you were quite clever enough.
What do you mean by that?
I'm not sure that I know. Yes.
Don't get any funny ideas that the shooting wasn't an accident. Sheriff gave me a clean bill of goods last night when he came to get the body.
Well, I'm not disputing the accident theory. Yet.
Will you stop saying that yet?
Go ahead and get to it, Steve. It's just shooting in the dark.
Yes, something like you did last night, eh, Steve?
What, you Steve!
Oh, I'm sorry, Jill, but this guy gets my goat.
Use your head. That's just what he's trying to do. And now, Mr. Drake, when is that policeman friend of yours coming back?
Oh.
Steve and I want to use the station wagon.
He'll be here almost any moment, I suppose. What do you want to use it for?
We want to go into Luddington and get married.
Holy bales of bananas, and your husband's body ain't even cold yet.
What's the difference? There's no reason to kid anybody.
I'm inclined to believe you're right. You'd better get married right away. That is, if you ever expect to get married at all.
And now back to Glenn Langan for the third act of Mystery is My Hobby.
Well, Inspector, am I glad to see you back?
Yes, I had to wait a while at the telegraph office for an answer.
What did you find out?
Brown copper is down, brother. And I mean down.
Down, eh?
The very bottom.
Well, come on, Inspector, tell me. I know you well enough to know that you'd find out why it was down.
Well, Brent, it's this way. You see, this fellow that was killed last night, this Max Warner and his pal Steve Morgan, had a corner on that stock.
I see.
Yesterday, this Steve Morgan wired his broker to unload his entire interest. He did. Sold at a big profit and broke the market.
But Max didn't unload his stock.
No, Steve left him holding the bag. Must have wiped the guy out.
Well, this is really beginning to stack up, isn't it?
Well, I don't see how. If Steve pulled a dirty trick like that on Max, then Max would have been the one who would have been gunning for Steve, not the other way around, the way it happened.
Well, that could have been it, Inspector.
I get it. Max finds out that his pal has sold him out and sneaks over to Steve's cabin to get even. Steve sees them prowling around in the dark, thinks he's a thief, and shoots him.
Right.
Well, any way you figure it, it still comes out the same. You can't pin a murder rap on Steve.
Well, it seemed to be it, Inspector. If Max had received any word of what Steve has done. I wonder. Oh, Charlie! Charlie Ames!
Yeah?
Will you come over here a minute, please?
Yeah. What do you want, Drake?
Charlie, Max Warner was here at the lodge all day yesterday, wasn't he?
Yep, he was.
You'd know if he made any long-distance calls, wouldn't you, Charlie?
Yep, all long-distance calls has to be okayed by me personal.
That's what I thought. Did Max make any or receive any yesterday?
Nope. Holy piles of pancakes. What are you getting at?
Did he receive any wires?
Nope. Nary a one.
Well, what do you think of your theory now, Inspector? Apparently poor Max never learned that he'd been double-crossed.
Which puts us right back where we started from. Well, at least the poor guy died happy.
Oh, you'd better go in and get your lunch, Inspector. We all had ours an hour ago.
Yeah? What are you going to do?
I'm going over and have another chat with the occupant of cabin number 6. I wonder. Hello there. Anybody home?
Come right in, Mr. Drake.
Oh, it's you, Mrs. Warner. I rather expected to find Steve.
Steve's out getting the station wagon. We're going into town to get married, remember?
Now, I hate to be a party to the curtailment of such sweet happenings, but I'm afraid, my dear Mrs. Warner, you're not going anyplace.
Who's going to stop me?
I am.
You and who else?
Now, really, Mrs. Warner, you can do better than that. Such a trite little phrase.
What's the matter with you? What have you got against Steve and my getting married?
Well, nothing. Nothing at all. Only I'm not sure that Steve knows what he's getting into.
It's a nasty remark.
Yes, I know. And I also know a nastier one. A little thing called murder.
Don't make me laugh. You couldn't prove my husband's death wasn't the result of an accident.
I can only prove it was murder now, but I knew it was murder from the very first.
How did you know?
You tell me.
Well, supposing it was murder. I mean, even if it was, that has nothing to do with me. I didn't shoot Max. It was Steve.
You're such a refreshing young lady, Mrs. Warner. Starting to turn on your lover already.
Well, I'm not going to a chair for something he did.
I'm afraid you are, my dear girl. There's such a thing as an accomplice. That also can carry the death penalty, you know. Now, will you come along peaceably, or shall we go to meet your paramour, or do I have to use force?
I'm not going anywhere.
I think you are.
Does this look like it?
Well, another automatic. You and Steve must have brought out an arsenal.
And I'm a better shot than Steve, Mr. Drake. I wouldn't advise you to make any false moves.
I see. Well, certainly you don't expect me to just keep on standing here.
No. You're going to get in that closet. You're going to stay there till Steve and I can make our escape.
Really, I don't believe I care to. I imagine that closet's rather stuffy.
Get in there, Mr. Drake, or I'll shoot.
I don't believe you would, Mrs. Warner.
Just try me and see.
I'm coming after that gun. Yes, I believe you would.
Now get in that closet quick.
All right.
And don't try to break out, at least not until after we're gone. If you do, next time I'll shoot to kill.
Well, as good old Charlie Ames would say, holy miles of mustard. There they go. Happy bride and groom. I hope the good inspector heard that shot. There's nothing like a shot to make him come a-running. I guess I could bust out of here at that. The place is too small. I can't get... run for it. Charlie's got staunch cabins, good solid oak. And that lock's no easy mark either.
Hey, Bart!
I don't see him nowhere.
Bart, where are you? You all right?
In here, Inspector.
Where, in the closet?
Yes, unlock the door, will you?
I can't. There ain't any key.
Then shoot out the lock. Hurry.
Okay, keep your shirt on and stand out of the way.
Go ahead.
For that, holy gallons of gula.
Charlie, those closets of yours weren't built for comfort.
I heard the shot while I was eating my pie. Charlie and I rushed out just in time to see our friend Steve drive up to the cabin in the station wagon, and his girlfriend come running out. She gets in, and they drive away like mad. What's up?
Mrs. Warner, the little vixen, stuffed me in the clothes closet like an old stuffed shirt.
What? You let a dame?
Now, listen. It isn't funny, Inspector, when you're looking into the open end of a 45.
You mean it was the gal that took a shot at you?
Well, she pointed something at me that went bang. I don't believe it was her finger.
Holy cases of candle.
Never mind that now. Which way does they go?
Turned right up on the road, probably crossing the West Bridge. That'll take them right into Leadington.
No, they won't go to Leadington. They'll realize that all we'd have to do to catch them would be to telephone the sheriff there. What other way could they go, Charlie?
Well, now, let's see. After they get across the bridge, that's about 2 miles down the road, they could double back and go east. There ain't another town that way for 60 miles.
You mean they'd have to come back this way? Only on the other side of the river?
Yeah, I guess they would.
Bart, if we only had another car, we could maybe catch them. That is, if we had a bridge up here to get across the river.
Yes, but we haven't got a car, and there isn't a bridge. You'll have to think of something better than that, Inspector.
Say, I got an amphibious jeep. Bought it at the surplus sale. Use it for fishing. Why, it'll cross the river like a duck.
Well, what are we waiting for? Come on. It'll have to do, Inspector. You better hold on. We're going into the river.
This is for me, Bart. I'm going to buy me one of these things.
The current's taking us downstream, Charlie.
All right. We'll come out right about here.
Now, if we can just miss a few of these trees.
Whatever you do, get us over to that road in a hurry, Charlie.
Okay.
Well, there's the road.
Good. I hope we're here in time. Drive the Jeep right out onto the road, Charlie. Make a roadblock.
Not me. That station wagon's my property. And if them two idiots don't take a notion to stop, I'll lose both the station wagon and my Jeep. Nope. I'm going to stop her right here.
I'll stop him. I've got ways.
Well, all we can do is try to...
By George, we made it. Here they come.
And look at them come. Holy cow, they must be doing around 80.
Wait here. I'm going to try and wave them down.
Bart, come back here. Bart!
Stop!
Bart, I'll shoot out the tire. Bart, you all right?
Yes, Inspector. I'm
Caught
fine.
fire the minute she smashed.
Turned over 5 times. I counted.
What a mess. What a mess.
Well, there's nothing we can do for them now.
The poor devils. Even if they were guilty of murder, that's a horrible way to die.
And now back to Glenn Langan for the conclusion of Mystery is My Hobby.
Now, Bart, will you please tell us what this is all about? Before we all went off on that moving picture chase, I thought that Max Warner's killing was an accident.
Oh, I'm surprised at you, Inspector. You should have seen the minute we walked in that cabin that it had to be murder.
You mean you knew it all the time?
Certainly.
How?
Well, the way I see it, Inspector, Steve Morgan and Joe Warner came down here with the express purpose of killing Joe's husband, Max.
Premeditation, huh? How do you figure that out?
Because of the fact that Steve unloaded his brown copper before Max was murdered. Say, what would you suggest is the best fly this time of year, Charlie?
McGinty, best fly for the spring.
Good.
Tell me more, Bart.
Oh.
More.
Well, Inspector, on the night of the murder, Steve invited Max over to his cabin to look at a rare coin. And Max came still thinking that good old Steve was his pal. When he got there, Steve simply pulled out his automatic and shot Max, dead. So you think of McGinty as the fly to use, Charlie, eh?
Hey, wait a minute. If what you say happened, how about the lights? Max wouldn't come into a dark cabin if he was just on a visit.
But the cabin wasn't dark, Inspector, not when Max arrived.
It was, too. We saw him turn on the light when we were running over here.
Well, now, Inspector, if Steve could turn on the light, he could also turn it off, couldn't he?
Well,
You forgot that we were in the room here with Charlie Ames when we heard the shots. It would have been a very simple thing for Steve to turn off the light before we could run to the door. Charlie, what weight leader would you suggest?
Oh, about 10 pounds.
Seems to me that's all theory. You haven't any evidence that would stand up in court. I could think up a pretty story, too.
About 10 pounds, you say, Charlie?
Look, Bart, how did you know it was murder?
All right, Inspector. All right. How many shots does a .45 automatic hold?
7. That is 7 in the clip. Could hold 8 if there was one in the chamber.
And how many shots did we hear?
7.
Then I could safely say that there wasn't an extra shot in the chamber, couldn't I, Inspector? Inasmuch as the gun was completely emptied when you took it away from Steve?
Yes, you could safely say that. And so could I.
Thank you. And how many holes were in the floor of Steve's cabin, Inspector?
7.
And how many in Max's neck?
1.
And where did that one come from?
Why, the one in the chamber.
But we couldn't safely say there was one in the chamber, could we, Inspector?
Oh, nuts.
I think I'll borrow that amphibious Jeep of yours, if you don't mind, Charlie, tomorrow.
Where did the 8th bullet come from?
Oh, there wasn't any 8th bullet, Inspector.
Well, then how...
That's how I knew that Steve Morgan was lying. You remember that Steve said he was awakened by a prowler who stood between Steve's bed and the window that couldn't be opened because it was nailed shut.
Yeah, he said that all right.
Steve swears that he shot at the prowler's head, which was silhouetted against that window. The shot going through Max's neck.
Yeah, that's right.
Then where is the hole in the window, Inspector? If the bullet went through Max's neck, there would have to be a hole in the window. Bullets do make holes, you know.
Well, I'll be...
No, don't say it, Inspector. There's more to come. When Max came in that night, Steve knocked him down and shot him on the floor.
Yeah.
Then he emptied his gun. There were 7 bullet holes in the floor and 1 in Max's neck. That bullet, you see, making 2 holes. Then he turned off the light, waited until he heard us coming, and turned it on again. He wasn't very clever, Inspector. No, he wasn't very clever at all.
Yeah.
You know, Mr. Drake, that killing reminds me of the time that Harry the Hatchet was stopping here.
So?
Terrible fellow, Harry the Hatchet. Why, one night he started chopping up people. Started with cabin number 15. Well, sir, he hacked his way all the way down to cabin...
No.
Huh?
That's enough, Charlie. Your stories are too obvious.
What do you mean, obvious?
Obvious fabrications, nothing subtle. In other words, Charlie, they're just plain, barefaced whoppers.
Well, holy boxes of bear meat.
I like intrigue, Charlie. After all, you know, mystery is my hobby.
my hobby. The story began last autumn. Mr. Grant Parker, a wealthy art collector, had called me and asked me down to his country place for the weekend. 15 minutes later, I picked up my good friend, Inspector Noah Danton, and we were on our way to Woodsville, the small country town where Parker spent his summers.
So, we're going down to see this Grant Parker, who says he's a what's the thing you call him, Bart?
A numismatist, Inspector.
Is that good?
Well, a numismatist, Inspector, is a man who collects coins.
Who doesn't? Personally, I prefer collecting the folding kind of dough.
Numismatology, Inspector, is somewhat different than merely collecting money.
Oh?
Some rare coins, minted at a value of, say, 50 cents, have sold for as high as $10,000.
You don't say.
And I understand that Grant Parker has an equally valuable coin in his collection. It's called a Maria Teresa Toller from the island of Matsira.
Well. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
Doesn't it ever hurt to know so much?
Now, don't you take it seriously, Inspector. I looked that information up before we left headquarters.
Why?
Because Grant Parker explained to me over the phone that he believes one of his weekend guests is planning on stealing that coin.
Now you're talking my language. What gave him that idea?
Because last night Parker was knocked unconscious while working on his study.
And the coin was stolen, eh?
No, but the room was ransacked. Fortunately, Parker had taken pains to find a good hiding place for the coin.
Yeah, but not so good that the thief can't eventually find it, eh?
Yes, that's right, Inspector. Oh, Inspector, we are to pretend we're merely guests. Parker told no one of the attempted theft, and he doesn't want his guests to know our real purpose in being there.
Good idea.
Turn here, Inspector. This is the place.
Okay. Here's the gate right here. Well, how do you like that? The driveway gate is closed.
And locked, too, if that padlock means anything.
Yeah. Did you say that Parker expected us?
Yes, well, he probably has some reason for wanting to keep the automobiles out. Shut off the motor, Inspector. We'll walk the rest of the way.
Yeah. Walking's out of my line. Wonder how far it is to the house.
Oh, it can't be a great ways. There's a small door here beside the gate that seems to be unlocked.
This guy Parker must expect an invasion. Iron gates and 10-foot brick walls. Say, isn't that a house up there through the trees?
Yes, I believe it is. Let's go.
It's kind of pretty around here, all these trees and everything. Hey, what's that?
Duck, Inspector!
Holy suffering cats, what was it?
A boomerang.
A what?
There it goes, behind that clump of bushes. Come on, Inspector, let's find out what this is all about.
Here, you two, what are you doing?
There he is.
Yes, I see him.
What the deuce are you two doing running around here? This is private property, I'll have you know.
And we'll have you know we don't like being targets for boomerangs. Where is it?
Where's what?
The boomerang.
Boomerang? What the deuce are you talking about?
You know darn well what we're talking about.
Inspector, since the boomerang seems to have disappeared, suppose we introduce ourselves and explain what happened.
Well, who are you?
I'm Barton Drake, and this is Inspector Noah Danton.
Drake, Danton, never heard of you.
We're here at the request of a Mr. Grant Parker.
Nonsense. I'm Grant Parker, and I requested nothing of the sort.
You are Grant Parker?
Of course. Now get out of here, or I'll call the police.
How do you like that?
I don't like it, Inspector. Mr. Parker, someone called me this afternoon, said he was Grant Parker, and asked me and Inspector Danton down here for the weekend.
Why, that's preposterous. Now, look here, you two. I don't know what your game is, but
Good gosh, what's that?
Someone's in trouble. Come on,
This
Inspector.
way.
I see them over here.
Yes, there's two of them.
Charity, come away. Charity, what are you yelling about? Good heavens.
Jumping Judas, look at that guy on the ground.
Yes, he's practically decapitated. Uh-oh. So?
Yeah, I see. The boomerang and covered with blood.
Charity, in heaven's name, how did it happen?
I don't know. I was coming along the path and found him.
Perhaps you can tell us how it happened, Grant.
Me? Blast you, Monty, what are you suggesting?
Guess.
Why, you miserable young pup.
Come, break it up.
Who are you?
The police.
The police?
Police?
Yeah, convenient, isn't it, to have the police right on the spot when a murder's committed. Now, suppose we ask a few questions. Parker, who's the dead man?
None of your business. I've already told you to get off my property. If you don't,
You've told us too much already. All three of your suspects. Now, smarten up, wise guy. And...
Look here, are you accusing me of
Grant,
being...
let's not make things any more difficult than we can help.
Well, now...
The dead man is Sam Jenkins. Was a guest of ours.
Of whose?
Mine and Mr. Parker.
Oh.
I'm Mrs. Parker, and this gentleman is Marty Osgood.
He's a guest, too, I suppose?
Oh, yes. Now, may we all go up to the house, please? I feel rather faint.
You poor... Keep your hands off my wife, Osgood. As for you two, I don't know who you are, and I don't believe you're the police. I order you to get off my property.
Just a minute, Mr. Parker. All this blustering doesn't impress us in the least.
Why?
There's been a murder committed here. Whoever called on the telephone anticipated it. Neither the inspector nor I are leaving until we find out just what this is all about.
Look, Bart. Sitting here in this room and waiting isn't getting us anywhere.
It will, Inspector, if you can just control yourself.
Yeah? What do you expect to happen? The murderer going to walk in here and give himself up?
Perhaps not the murderer, but I am expecting a visitor.
Who?
We'll know in a minute, Inspector. In fact, we'll know in less than a minute. Oh, hello, Mr. Parker. Come in. We've been expecting you.
Expecting me?
Yes. Are you quite sure our conversation here can't be overheard?
Positive. Look here, Drake, why do you ask that?
Isn't that your chief concern? Didn't you want to wait until we could get someplace where we could talk freely?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. Though I'm blamed if I can figure how you knew it.
That's unimportant. The point is, it was you who called me this morning, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Well, I'll be... You mean you were putting on an act out there in the woods?
Yes.
Huh.
Gentlemen, I'm in grave danger.
What kind of danger, Mr. Parker?
In danger of being murdered, I'm afraid. Whoever threw that boomerang this afternoon intended me to be the victim.
How do you figure that?
I had announced earlier that I meant to take a walk. I knew I'd be followed.
How did you know it, Mr. Parker?
Because one of the guests who's staying here this weekend is determined to get hold of my Maria Teresa Toller.
Is that $10,000 50-cent piece you were telling me about, Bart?
Yeah.
So you figure somebody would murder you for a $10,000 hunk of lead? No, I can't buy that, Mr. Parker. There's easier ways than that to get dough.
Ah, you don't understand, Inspector Denton. Numismatists, in fact, collectors of all types, become fanatics.
Oh.
They'd go to any lengths to acquire a rare specimen.
Yes, that's true, Inspector. The intrinsic value of items can't be considered here. Mr. Parker, why exactly did you put on your act out there in the woods? Was it because you feared that whoever followed you would overhear our conversation?
Yes, I was sure of it. I didn't want anyone to know that I was suspicious enough to call the police.
Not even your wife?
I see what you mean, Drake. Please remember that there was another person present when we discovered my wife beside the body of Sam Jenkins.
Yes. Your wife is considerably younger than you, isn't she, Mr. Parker?
Yes? Why?
Is she in love with you?
I resent that question, Drake.
Now we're getting to the real motives.
You can leave my personal affairs out of this.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parker, but your personal affairs are most important where murder is concerned. By the way, may I see your Maria Teresa Toller?
Yes, of course. I carry it here in my wallet.
So that's the reason the thief didn't find it when he knocked you out and ransacked your room, eh?
Yes. After today's experience, I'm convinced that whoever's after the Toller has figured out that I carry it about my person at all times.
So he's got to murder you to get his hands on it.
That's right. It is, Drake.
Thank you. Yes, this is a collector's item, all right.
Who's the dame on it?
That's Maria Teresa herself.
Oh.
The date the Toller was minted, 1790, is directly beneath.
Well, you seem to know considerable about rare coins yourself, Drake.
A minor hobby of mine, Mr. Parker. Look, Inspector, you see the band of pearls in Maria's hair?
Why, sure, I see them.
That band and the clasp on her dress, also made of pearls, is what makes the Toller genuine. Isn't that so, Mr. Parker?
Yes, it is. Drake, you should make numismatology a hobby.
I already have one hobby, Mr. Parker, one that takes most of my time. It's murder. Which brings us back to the matter at hand. How many guests are staying here with you this weekend?
8, or rather 7, now that poor Sam is gone.
And are they all collectors?
Well, let's say they're all interested in collecting. Any one of them would like to possess this Toller.
Exactly. Mr. Parker, I'd like you to invite all your guests out into the lawn immediately.
But look here, what for?
I took the trouble to investigate your guests before the inspector and I came down.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them are independently wealthy. That's why they're interested in collecting rare items. Something to amuse them. That and hunting big game with boomerangs.
I get it. We'll let them show us how good they are with those boomerangs, and that'll tell us something, huh?
That, Inspector, is going to tell us more than you think if we're allowed to live that long.
We've got to tell him, Monty. Don't you see we have?
No, Charity, not now. It's too dangerous.
Why is it dangerous? Oh, Monty, I'm frightened.
Oh, there, my dear. Charity, why did you slip away and go down the path after Grant this afternoon?
Because I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to tell him about us.
Oh, you shouldn't have, darling. That's my job.
No, it isn't. I'm his wife. Oh, what a fool I was to ever believe he loved me.
Charity, where were you when poor Sam was hit with a boomerang?
Where was I? I don't know exactly. Monty.
There, darling, I only thought...
You thought what?
Charity, please, don't look at me like that.
You thought that I murdered Sam.
Of course I don't, darling. I only want to help you. Now, be reasonable.
I can't believe...
Now, see here, Charity, listen to me. You were alone out there in the woods, and so was Grant. You hated him, and everyone knew it.
Stop it, I won't listen.
You will listen. Those police are going to ask you questions. They're sure to find out that you're an expert with a boomerang. They're bound to think that you mistook Sam for Grant.
I hate you, Monty Osgood. I was a fool to have ever listened to your drivel. And you said you were in love with me.
I am, believe me, I am, Charity. If you need help...
If I need help? Is yours then the kind of love that can attach itself to a murderer?
Charity, stop.
Now I see your game. Sam was your best friend. You loved him more than you did me. You thought I was jealous of him, and I deliberately...
Charity, you're out of your mind. Come back here.
Okay, Mr. Monty Osgood. Perhaps I did murder Sam. Wouldn't you like to know? And wouldn't you like to know also what my plans are for you?
Drake, I don't like this. After what's happened today, no one's in the mood for playing games.
This isn't a game, Mr. Parker. It's deadly serious.
And we're not kidding.
All right, folks. Who will be the first volunteer?
I will. I'm no good at boomerang throwing, but I'll be glad to help you out.
Thank you, Osgood. Select your weapon and go ahead.
Well, one's as good as another. Hand me one, huh, Drake?
Yesterday, you were bragging how good you were. Here, take this one.
No, thanks. Man's out of style if he doesn't brag in this gathering. Okay, here goes.
This is the craziest...
Nice throw!
Right around that clump of trees.
Here it comes back. Too bad. Off about 10 feet.
There you are, Drake. Does that make me the murderer?
The purpose of this experiment, Osgood, is not to identify the murderer.
No?
No. On the other hand, making a wild throw doesn't prove you innocent either.
I don't like this. I'm only trying to cooperate, and you fellas are trying to...
Thank you very much, Osgood. Now, will you please step aside and let the next volunteer take over? Who's next, please?
I suppose sooner or later you'll come to me. I'll throw if you like.
Thank you, Mrs. Parker.
So, it's a woman's game, too, eh?
My wife is considered an expert at many kinds of games.
Are you trying to be subtle, Grant? Please don't. You succeed only in sounding ridiculous.
Blast you, Charity. I'll not tolerate
Would
your...
you mind throwing the boomerang, Mrs. Parker?
Well, he...
I now never...
Very well. Watch it!
Wow! Hot diggity. Low and fast. The gal's good. Here it comes back.
Yes, only it isn't coming back where it should.
Not Parker! Good heavens! Whipped him on the side of the head.
Good heavens, his head!
He's not seriously hurt. Well, Mrs. Parker, whoever said you were an expert with the boomerang was either lying or you are being very clever.
I know it was an accident, I swear it. Oh, Grant.
How does it feel now, Mr. Parker?
Well, I'm all right. It's just a nick. Where's Charity?
She's downstairs.
She with Osgood?
No, she's alone. Mr. Parker, do you think your wife deliberately tried to hit you with that boomerang?
No. Of course not. It was an accident.
But you yourself said she was an expert.
Well, she was nervous. She must have been. I shouldn't have spoken to her the way I did. It must have upset her.
I see. It would have been much more gallant if Osgood had failed to make a perfect throw, wouldn't it?
What do you mean? What are you driving at? I'm deeply in love with my wife, and she with me.
Did I say that you weren't, Mr. Parker?
Well, you implied it. Drake, you're overstepping your authority. I asked you down here because
as you expressed it, you felt you were in grave danger. Mm-hmm. It seems to me, Mr. Parker, that some of that danger has materialized.
Nonsense. Drake, do you think that my wife deliberately tried to kill me?
Do you?
No,
Come, Parker, stop pretending. Have you ever known your wife to make such a wild throw with the boomerang?
Well, no, I haven't. Well, wait a minute. Something did happen once.
Oh, so?
Well, it's ridiculous to think of. I'm sure it was an accident.
Tell me about it.
There's not much to tell. Haven't given it a thought since. Once a group of us had gone to Africa to hunt tigers.
Oh. And what happened?
Nothing. That is, Charity and I were out one day alone with a native guide. We saw one of the beasts crouching in a tree. Charity made a throw and missed. The guide had to shoot the tiger with a high-powered rifle.
And what happened to the boomerang?
Why, it barely missed striking me. But this is absurd. I'm sure it was an accident.
Your story is absurd, Mr. Parker, but not for the reasons you suggest. Oh, come in, Inspector.
How's Parker?
He's doing very nicely.
Now, look here, Drake. I want you to explain that remark you just made.
In a moment, Mr. Parker, in a moment. Inspector, have you talked with any of the guests?
Yeah, I talked to them all. You know, Bart, it's a funny thing.
What is?
I got a feeling that most of these people hate each other. All this double talk they do is an act. They don't mean it. Now, you two, listen to me. I won't have you talking about my guests like that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parker. We've a murder to solve. Go on, Inspector.
Well, the way I get it figured is this. These people haven't got enough to do. They've all got more money than they can get rid of. They spend their time collecting things and big game hunting and being mean to each other.
Nice work, Inspector. I think you're right. A murder on the side gives them a new lease on life, something unusual and exciting.
Yeah. I think any one of them could have committed that murder. Blast it, you're not going to get away with such talk. I'll turn you over to the police.
Relax, Mr. Parker, relax. Inspector Danton is all the police that are necessary to solve this crime.
But what do you mean?
I mean that the guilty party has been painfully obvious in his mistake. We know positively who it was that murdered Sam Jenkins.
Look, Bart, if we know who it was murdered Sam Jenkins, why don't we arrest the guy?
Well, it would be much easier if the murderer came to us than if we went to him. Don't you think so, Inspector?
No.
No?
No. If he comes to us, he'll come with homicidal ideas.
That's exactly what I want, Inspector. If he attempts to murder us, then we'll be positive he's guilty, won't we?
Positive? Yeah. Say, wait a minute. I thought you said you were positive.
I did, Inspector, and I am. But I want to be able to prove the person's guilt once we decide to make an arrest.
Well, I'll be, look, Bart, sometimes, boy, you wear me down.
Oh, I'm sorry, Inspector.
Yeah. But 2 hours ago, you announced that you knew who murdered Jenkins. Where are we going now?
We're going to trap the murderer.
We're going to trap... Jumping Judas, Bart. Let me in on the deal, will you?
Yes, you bet I will, Inspector. But here we are.
What's this?
Grant Parker's trophy room.
Where'd you get the key?
Parker gave it to me. Huh. Must be a light switch here. Yeah, here it is.
Jumping Judas. Look at that.
Yes, quite a display of trophies and equipment. Well, Inspector, that does it.
Huh? What does what?
Here's the rack where the boomerangs are kept. Let's take a look at them, Inspector.
Hey, look, Bart. Are you going to let me in on this, or aren't you? Am I a cop or what?
Quiet.
Huh? What's the matter?
Don't look now, Inspector. But there's a man peering in at us through the window directly behind where we're standing.
Behind me? A man? How do you know?
I can see his reflection in this glass case.
My gosh, you're right. Hey, he's opening the window.
Yes, and he has a rifle,
Yeah.
a high-powered, big-game rifle.
Well, what are we going to do? Are we going to just stay in here and be knocked off like clay pigeons?
No, wait a minute. Wait until he gets his rifle leveled.
Huh?
Then I'll throw this handful of boomerangs at him.
Why wait till then? I'm sweating already.
Because if we wait, it will take him a few seconds to detach himself from that cumbersome rifle, and we can use those seconds, Inspector.
I get it, but I don't like it. Hey, he's leveling the rifle now.
Yes, and he has his finger crooked around the trigger.
I can't stand it any longer.
All right, Inspector, jump!
Yeah!
Come on, Inspector, after him.
I'm right with you, son.
There he goes, Inspector.
Yeah, I see him. Stop or I'll shoot.
I guess he didn't hear you.
Well, he'll hear this.
Too bad, Inspector. He ducked behind the garage.
Why, the dirty... He's shooting at us.
I suppose we have to expect that kind of treatment from a murderer.
Have you got to be funny at a time like this?
There he goes.
Yeah, and this time he's out in the open.
Take your time, Inspector.
Yeah, I can't miss.
Good work. Your aim is improving, Inspector.
I only hit him in the leg.
He dropped his rifle when he fell. Come on, let's have a look.
Jumping Judas. Look who it is.
Are you surprised, Inspector?
Grant Parker. Say, I thought he was the guy we were supposed to protect.
He was and still is, Inspector. Here comes his gang of alleged friends from the house to gloat over what they probably hope will be another murder.
Well, it's certainly good to be back at the old Lamplighters Club after all that excitement. How about a game of chess before we turn in, Bart?
Excellent idea. Oh, Inspector.
Yeah?
Well, don't you want to know? You've been sitting there for 15 minutes trying to act unconcerned.
Oh, is that so?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How'd you guess?
It wasn't guesswork, Inspector. It was knowing certain facts.
I suppose so. What facts?
Facts about the Maria Teresa Toller that Parker had. It was a phony.
Well.
You see, in the first place, the date on it was 1790. All Tollers from the Madeira Island, Inspector, carry the original date of minting, which is 1780.
My.
Also, the band of pearls in Maria's hair contained exactly 8 pearls, but there were 10 on Parker's coin.
How can you argue with a guy like that?
You see, Inspector, Parker knew that Osgood was in love with his wife and she with him. So he used the coin as bait to get Osgood down here, because Osgood is a collector of rare coins.
So Parker decided to become a collector of corpses, eh?
Right, Inspector. And Parker thought it was Osgood who had followed him on his walk this afternoon. He had to throw that boomerang hurriedly because he heard us coming through the brush. When he discovered his mistake, well, it made him a little mad.
No regrets, eh? Nice people.
Plus, he saw a chance to get back at his wife by letting me think she deliberately tried to kill him when she made that wild throw this afternoon.
But of course you knew he was lying, eh?
Yes, Inspector, I did.
How?
Because Parker said he and Mrs. Parker had hunted tigers in Africa.
Well?
There are no tigers in Africa, Inspector. All the tigers known to exist are in Asia.
Well, I'll be a monkey's dear departed aunt. Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
I can't wait. Tell me.
All right, Inspector. Murder is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place here in New York about 2 weeks ago. In the early evening of a bright spring day, a young lady climbed the 4 flights of stairs to the studio of a famous young artist in Greenwich Village and knocked. Linda. Well.
You act surprised to see me, Mark.
Well, under the circumstances...
What circumstances, Mark?
Why, the fact that I finished your picture.
Oh, Mark, finish my picture. You're wonderful.
What do you mean by that crack?
You finished my picture 3 months ago, Mark, remember?
Well?
Twice a week for 2 of those months, I've been coming here to your studio.
Well, there was a reason. I had some touching up to do.
Yes, I remember. You were ingenious at inventing excuses, darling.
Where are you going?
My curiosity's aroused, darling. I'm dying to know whose portrait you have so carefully covered with your smart.
Let that alone.
My, what a charming young lady. Who is she, darling?
Never mind.
Another conquest, I'll wager.
No, she isn't another conquest. Her name is Diane Mayberry. She's a client, and that's all there is to it.
And how long has Diane's picture been finished?
A month.
If she's been returning for the touching up treatment. Is that it, darling?
Now, look here, Linda. I don't know what you're getting at.
Don't you, Mark? You're rotten all the way through.
So I'm rotten. Now that you've had your say, will you get out of here and let me go on with my work?
No. Did you think I came here just to talk, you fool?
Oh, look, Linda, we had fun together. Now, why don't you forget it and go home?
I wish I could, Mark. I wish I could forget. I guess I'm just one of those stupid women who play this game of love for keeps.
All right, Linda. I hoped I could spare you this embarrassment. Your husband was here this afternoon.
What did you say?
Oh, quit play acting, Linda. It isn't going to pay off. Leo told me all about you.
That's a lie. I haven't any husband.
Shall I prove it to you?
You can't.
Can't I? Listen to this. You were married 3 years ago to a man named Leo Bunker. You lived together 2 years, and then you left him. You wanted excitement and romance when you found it with me. Now quit your squawking.
That's not true. Leo and I were divorced. We never loved each other. It was all a mistake.
Oh, so you do admit having a husband.
What if I did? It isn't important. I was very young.
Oh, sure. Young and naive. Didn't know your way around. Yes, you sold me the idea that you didn't know what the score
Stop
was.
it, Mark. That isn't so. I fell in love with you.
Fell in love with me? How many others have you told that to?
There haven't been any others, Mark. There's never been anyone but you. You've got to believe me.
Have I? Well, I'll show you how much I believe you. I'm going over to Diane's right now, and I'm going to ask her to marry me. I'm sick and tired of what are you doing at that desk?
You used to keep a gun in the drawer, Mark. How fortunate. It's still here.
Put down that revolver, you little fool.
You're not going to marry anyone, Mark. No one else is going to have
Put down that revolver, I said.
Keep away from me, Mark. I warned you.
Give me that. Have you suddenly lost your mind?
Yes, one more step and I'll kill you.
Give me.
You're not going to.
Oh.
I killed him. I killed him. I've got to get out of here. I didn't want to kill you.
The little fool. Thought I'd let her get away with shooting me, huh? Let's see now. Yes, there's the gun lying half under the divan, just where she dropped it. Now I'll just check in here. Yep, there it is. Oh, what a perfect setup. And now to set the final scene. Hello. I'd like to speak to Miss Diane Mayberry, please.
I'm sorry. Miss Mayberry went out an hour ago and hasn't returned.
What, out? But that's impossible. She had a date with me tonight.
Oh, is this Mr. Adrian?
Yes, it is. Did Diane leave any message?
Diane said she was going to your studio, Mr. Adrian. She should have arrived long ago.
She said she was coming here? Good heavens. Are you sure?
I'm positive that's what she said, Mr. Adrian. Do you suppose something's happened?
No. No, I'm positive everything's all right. Don't worry. Goodbye. Good heavens, if she comes here. Oh, but that's nonsense. She'd have arrived long ago. Operator, get me police headquarters. I want to report a murder.
You know what, Bart?
What, Inspector?
Sometime when we start out to investigate one of these murders, I'd like to come sailing up in a squad car with a siren howling. Be kind of exciting, wouldn't it?
I'm afraid you've seen too many movies, Inspector.
Well, maybe you're right. The last one I saw was a thing called Dragon Lick. Not bad. Well, here's the joint.
Never met an artist till you refer to one of these Greenwich Village establishments as a joint, Inspector.
Any apartment building is a joint to me unless it has an elevator.
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, there's only one way to reach the top, Inspector, and that's keep climbing.
Holy smokes. How many more flights is it?
One more, I think, Inspector. Getting tired?
Oh, no. I like it. This sort of thing appeals to my sporting nature. Phew.
Well, let's stop and rest a minute. I'm worn out.
Oh, you don't have to stop for me. I can take it if you can. However, if you insist.
I think it'll be a good idea if we're not out of breath when we walk into Mark Adrian's apartment. No telling what we'll find.
According to the guy who called, we're going to find a corpse. What are we complaining about? He'll be out of breath permanently.
Inspector, this man who called, he said his name was Leo Bunker?
Yeah, Leo Bunker. He used to be married to a babe who now calls herself Linda Stewart.
Stewart? What did she change the name?
I don't know. Neither does Bunker. It seems that Bunker's been away for a year doing some kind of research up in Alaska. He got back the day before yesterday.
I see. And what happened?
We heard his wife was playing around with this artist guy, Mark Adrian. He comes up here to Adrian's studio about an hour ago and finds a dead man lying on the floor. So?
So he called the police.
Yep. That's all there is to it. Well, are you rested enough to tackle the last flight?
Yes, I think I can make it.
Why the heck do artists have to live on top stories anyway?
It makes their work lighter, Inspector. Well, there seems to be only one apartment up here. Must be Adrian's.
Yep, there's a sign on the door that says so.
Didn't you say that Leo Bunker said he'd wait for us here, Inspector?
That's what he said.
Doesn't seem to be anyone here now. Let me try the knob. If Bunker were here, he apparently became frightened and decided to leave. The place is as black as ink.
Wait a minute. There must be a light switch around someplace. Yep, there we are. I don't see any corpse lying around.
Inspector, do you suppose that telephone call came from one of your crackpot friends?
I haven't got any crackpot friends except you.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh, yes, that's it. A gun lying half under the divan, huh? I'll just pick up my handkerchief here and take a look.
Any shots fired?
Yes. 2.
Well, maybe there's a stiff lying around someplace after all. I'll take a look in this room. Hey, Bart, come here.
Find something, Inspector?
Yeah, take a look.
Well, our corpse, eh?
Corpse is right. Bullet through his gizzard and blood all over the place. What's that in his hand?
Looks like an artist's paintbrush, Inspector. By Jove, look there on the floor.
Yeah, he tried to write something with a paintbrush. What's it say?
Let's see. Nothing much more than a scrawl. As near as I can make out, it says, Linda killed Bunn. Last words trail off as though he'd been unable to finish it.
Well, it's easy to figure out. He tried to write Bunker. Linda killed Bunker. He got as far as the B-U-N in Bunker, then he must have died.
Yes, but that's odd, isn't it?
Why? Looks plain enough to me.
But I thought you said the man who called you on the phone was named Bunker.
Huh? Well, I did, didn't I? Say, this is kind of a funny deal at that.
Yes, very funny, Inspector. Look through his pockets and see if you find any marks of identification.
Good idea. Let me see here. Here's a billfold.
Good.
Driving license made out to Leo Bunker. Identification card made out to Leo Bunker. Membership card of the Eastern Horticultural Society made out to Leo Bunker. I'm told this guy's Leo Bunker.
And it was Leo Bunker who called you on the phone. And Leo Bunker who wrote on the floor. Inspector, I think we'd better get busy. Linda Stewart, I imagine, will be expecting us.
Oh, you're the police.
That's right, Miss Stewart. We're the police. Come on in, Bart. How'd you know we were the police, lady?
I've been expecting you. You found out, haven't you?
You guessed it. That's why we're here.
Well, I'm glad. I was a fool to think I could get away with it.
Well, this is something I didn't expect. You mean you're ready to make a full confession?
Yes, I would have given myself up anyhow. Doesn't matter now. Nothing matters.
Why not, Mrs. Bunker?
Bunker? How did you know my name was Bunker?
Isn't it?
Yes, but for the past year I've been living under my maiden name of Linda Stewart. How did you know?
Your husband told us.
My husband?
Yeah.
Then Mark was telling the truth.
How do you say that?
Mark said that Leo had come back and told him everything, but I didn't believe him. When Leo went away, he promised he'd never bother me again.
Just a minute now. I better write this down. Let me see. First, you confessed to the murder.
Yes, I confess.
And your reason was what?
Well, I was terribly in love with Mark, but he'd become interested in someone else.
Excuse me a moment, Inspector. Miss Stewart, will you tell us exactly what happened tonight?
I went to Mark's studio. He'd found out about Leo. He wouldn't listen to my explanation. He said he was through with me. He said he was going to marry a girl named Diane Mayberry. I guess I lost my head.
And what exactly did you do?
I've already told you. I knew there was a gun in Mark's desk drawer, and I found it and shot it.
Hey, wait a minute. Let me get this straight.
Why do you keep questioning me? Haven't I already confessed? I know you found the gun. My fingerprints were on it. I was a fool to leave it behind, but I wasn't thinking. I didn't care.
Okay. So you shot your husband. Why?
I've already told you. What did you say?
I said you shot your husband. You've already admitted it.
Shot Leo?
Yeah. Now, what I want to know is, what did you shoot him for if Mark Adrian had already given you the go-by?
Shot Leo? What are you saying? I didn't shoot Leo.
Oh, my gosh. I knew it couldn't be as easy as this. Look, lady, you've already confessed.
Shot Leo? Well, why would I want to shoot Leo? What have I done? What have you made me say? The man I shot wasn't Leo.
No? Who was it, Miss Stewart?
It was Mark Adrian.
Having fun, Diane?
Oh, yes, I like it here. And we're together. That's what's important, Mark.
You bet it is.
We'll always be together, won't we, Mark?
I'm sure we'll, honey. Just you and me. Always having fun. Now, let's have another drink, huh?
Not now, Mark. I want to talk about us. About after we're married.
Yeah, always having fun. Waiter, come in. Give us another round of drinks.
Yes, sir.
No more for me, Mark. I've had enough.
No, you haven't. You gotta have another.
All right, if you say so. Mark.
What's the matter?
You're through with that other girl, aren't you?
What other girl? Who are you talking about?
The girl whose picture you painted. Linda something or other.
Oh, her. Sure. All through with Linda. All washed up.
She was at your studio tonight, wasn't she?
Linda at my studio? What do you mean?
Oh, I saw her go into the building. I was coming up to surprise you, but she came along the street, and I waited to see if she was going in.
You're crazy. There's nobody at my place tonight. I haven't seen Linda for weeks.
Don't lie to me, Mark. Please.
I'm not lying. Linda wasn't at my apartment. Nobody was. Nobody. Understand that?
All right, Mark.
You don't believe me, huh?
I believe you, Mark. I must have been imagining things.
Oh, that's better.
Here are your drinks, sir.
Never mind the drinks. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Is something wrong, Mark?
I don't know. My head's all jumbled up. Something's cockeyed somewhere.
Well, perhaps we'd better go.
No, I gotta think. Let me see now. There's something I gotta think about.
Don't worry, darling. It can't be important. Mark, I do wish you'd explain.
Keep quiet. I gotta think. Yeah, it's all right. Listen, you just remember now. You saw Linda come in at 7:30.
But, Mark, you said she wasn't there.
How do I know whether she was there or not? I wasn't home.
You weren't home?
Of course not. I was at the club having a workout in the gym. I was having a workout all by myself.
Oh, darling, why didn't you tell me?
Well, you were suspicious of me, that's why. I had to figure it out.
Darling, you went to all that trouble just to prove to me that you weren't seeing Linda.
Yeah, that's it. I had to prove it to you. Didn't want you suspicious.
Oh, Mark, and I was worried. How foolish of me.
There's no need to worry about old Mark. Just give him time and he'll figure things out. Well, let's go.
But, darling, you haven't touched your drink.
I don't want it. I've had too much already. Come on. We'll go up to my place and have a nice chat.
There's a cab pulling up in front of the studio building now, Inspector.
You're in two people getting out. You suppose that's Mark Adrian?
I know it is, Inspector. He He's quite a familiar figure as the better-known night spot.
Yeah, well, I don't get around to the better-known night spot. Hey, that's a good-looking babe he's got with him.
Yes? Well, let's go up, Inspector, and get this over with.
Okay, I only hope you haven't missed the boat.
Don't worry about the boat, Inspector. It's the murderer we're after.
Say, Mark, it's terribly late.
Huh? What did you say, Di?
I said, Mark, what in the world are you looking for?
Looking. Oh, nothing. Nothing. Why?
You're acting so strangely, darling. When we first came in, you seemed almost surprised, as though you expected someone to be here.
Oh, you're imagining things again, my dear. Whom would I expect to find here?
I don't know, I'm sure. Oh, well, I'll put my coat in the bedroom.
No.
Mark, what's the matter?
Never mind putting your coat on that robe. Leave it out here.
But, darling,
Leave it here, I said.
All right, if you want to act that way.
What's that?
Callers at this time of night, Mark?
Oh, it's a mistake. No one will be coming here.
Open up, open up.
Mark, who can it be?
Probably some drunk. I'll find out. Who is it? What do you want?
The police, open up.
The police? Mark, what in the world can they want here?
Don't worry. It can't be anything important. Yes, officer?
How are you, son? Your name, Mark Adrian?
Yes, my name's Adrian. Is something wrong?
That's what we're here to find out. Come on in, Bart. I'm Inspector Noah Danton. This is Barton Drake. What's your name, miss?
Don't answer him. I think you'd better tell us what this is all about, Inspector, before you start asking a lot of questions.
Suppose you tell us. All I know is we got a call at headquarters saying there was a corpse lying around up here.
You mean you're just that's silly. There's no corpse here.
Of course there isn't. Who is it supposed to be, anyhow?
Your boyfriend here, Mr. Adrian.
Me? Well, that's a hot one. Do I look dead?
Not yet. Bart, take a look in that bedroom, will you?
Glad to, Inspector.
Say, what is this? What's the idea?
Don't get excited, Bub. Maybe it was some crackpot.
You better come over here and take a look, Inspector.
Okay, come along, you two.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Someone's been playing jokes on Mark.
Does that look like a joke?
It's a man. He's dead.
Good heavens.
Everyone's surprised, eh? Well, let's look him over.
Is it anyone you recognize, Adrian?
No. I mean, I'm not sure. He looks a little familiar.
According to these letters, the gent's name is Leo Bunker. That name mean anything to you, Adrian?
Why, no. It seems as though I've heard it somewhere before, but I can't think where.
Mark?
Is something wrong, miss?
Mark, that's the name of Linda's husband.
By Jove, you're right. That's just who it is.
And who is Linda?
Well, she's a girl I know. I painted a picture. She and I, we became interested in each other for a short time.
For a short time until her husband showed up and threw a monkey wrench in the works, eh?
Well, crudely, that's it. I didn't know she was married until he returned from Alaska.
Uh-huh. Bart, do me a favor and take a look around here, will you? These kids and I can talk in the other room.
Very well, Inspector.
Come on, you two. Well, let's see. Hubby comes back and starts to beef because his wife is playing around and someone knocked him off. Well, that's the start, eh?
Say.
Thought of something, son?
Yeah. Diane, tell the inspector what you saw at 7:30 tonight.
Why, I was coming up here, but I saw Linda entering the building, so I changed my mind. Mark, you don't think Linda
I'm
could have...
afraid that it looks bad for Linda, Inspector. There's some writing on the floor beside the body. It states that Linda shot Bunker.
Is that a fact?
She must have lost her head when she found Leo here in my studio.
Now, I wonder why she'd do that.
Why? He probably accused her of coming here to see me.
Well, was she up here to see you?
I suppose so. She kept coming up in spite of the fact that I asked her not to.
And what did Linda say when her husband accused her?
Well, how should I know? I wasn't here. I was at my club having a workout in the gym. Wasn't I, Diane?
Yes, that's right.
Were you with him, lady?
Of course not.
Then how did you know he was there?
Well, he told me.
Oh. Where'd you find that gun, Bart?
It was lying beside Bunker's body, Inspector. I picked it up without thinking. Sorry.
Oh, you fool. Now you've obliterated a fingerprint.
Whose fingerprints, Adrian?
Linda's. They were on the gun.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. They'd have to be on the gun if she shot Leo, wouldn't they?
Not necessarily. If she had any presence of mind, she'd have wiped the gun clean.
Linda wasn't that type. She would have become panicky and thrown the gun away before she left the apartment.
In that event, the gun would probably have been here in the living room, wouldn't it?
Yeah, halfway under the divan.
Halfway under the... What the devil are you talking about?
There's something else I'd like to bring to your attention, Inspector. Only one shot entered Bunker's body.
Is that a fact?
What is this? What are you trying to do? Are you cops or aren't you?
That's why we're here, son.
Well, then why don't you get your experts up here? You'll find out that the bullet that killed Bunker came from that gun. And you'll find Linda's prints on the gun. Now, what more proof do you want?
You see, Inspector, it's paying off, isn't it?
I guess you were right at that, Bart.
What do you mean?
What time did Bunker get here, Adrian?
7 o'clock.
What time did Linda get here?
How should I know? Why don't you ask her?
You did.
She says she was here at 6:45.
Well, she's lying. She's trying to save her own skin.
Of course she was lying. I saw her entering the building at 7:30.
Was she entering or leaving, Diane?
Why, she was entering. I'm sure of it.
What time did you leave the studio, Adrian?
5 minutes after the girl. Somebody saw her.
That's a lie. I stayed up here.
Then you weren't at the club.
No. I got there before Linda came.
How did you know Linda was here?
Who fired the second shot, Adrian?
Linda. She must have.
Who said a second shot was fired?
Drake did. He just said so.
Then where's the bullet hole?
I don't know. There must be one somewhere.
Well, let's look.
No use, Inspector. The second shot was a blank.
You don't say.
It couldn't have been a blank.
Why not?
Because it couldn't.
I'm afraid that's the mistake you made, Adrian.
What do you mean, mistake?
There's the gun lying on the table, Adrian. Pick it up and look at the empty shells yourself.
No. Why should I? What do I care about the empty shells?
Your fingerprints are on them.
They're not. I wiped marks.
Well, I guess that ties it.
Does it? I'll show you. So one shell was blank, was it? Well, the others are.
Sorry, Adrian. I put the gun there so you would pick it up. There aren't any shells in it at all. It's completely empty.
Why, you...
Oh, Mark.
You'll never prove I did it. It was Linda. I fixed everything. There wasn't a chance of anything going wrong. I had it all fixed. I tell you, I had it all fixed.
Well, Inspector, here's my corner.
Yeah.
Everything's under control, isn't it?
Yeah, everything's under control. Adrian confessed when he got to headquarters.
Yes, and it probably was a big relief to him.
Yeah. You know, guys like him make me feel kind of bad.
Oh, why, Inspector?
Well, he's smart. He was on the road to success.
True.
What do you suppose made him figure he could outsmart the police?
I think it was a matter of necessity, Inspector.
You mean he didn't want to kill Bunker, eh?
Probably that's the answer. Bunker came to his studio and accused him of alienating his wife's affection.
So one of them pulled the gun went off, and Bunker came out of it dead.
It was fortunate that Adrian made one mistake, wasn't it?
Yeah. Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
Just to refresh my memory, what was the mistake he made?
Why, Inspector, you saw it yourself.
But I want to know what it meant to you.
It was the scrawled message on the floor, Inspector.
Let's see now. What did the message say? Linda shot Bun.
Mm-hmm.
That was to make us think that Bunker had died before he completed the sentence.
That's it, Inspector.
That's it. Yeah. Now, where did you think he made the mistake?
Inspector, I'm surprised. Bunker was supposed to have written the message, wasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he was supposed to.
If Bunker had written the message, he would have said, he wouldn't have said Linda shot Bunker. No. He would have said Linda shot me.
That's right, of course.
You see what I mean, Inspector?
I certainly do. Well, good night, Bart.
Good night, Inspector. Oh, Inspector.
Yeah?
Stop me if you've heard this one before, but mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Our story began on a warm summer evening last month. Estelle Wainwright, wife of the young Playboy millionaire Tony Wainwright, sat in her room in their palatial Long Island estate, writing a letter.
And I, Estelle Wainwright, knowing that death is now certain, and believing that there is no longer any hope, have decided... You! How dare you come into my room? What are you going to do with that gun? No, keep away from me!
And I, Estelle Wainwright, knowing that death is now certain and believing that there is no longer any hope, have decided. Well, it sounds like a suicide, all right, Bart.
Yes, doesn't it, Inspector? I suppose that's why Tony Wainwright asked us down here.
What do you mean by that? Yes, doesn't it? You got some doubts about it being suicide?
Against such evidence? Why, Inspector... Oh, I'll take it. Hello. Yes, Clancy, this is Drake. I see. Thank you very much. Clancy says that Mrs. Wainwright's fingerprints were the only ones on the gun.
Well, that clinches it. We found the powder marks, Clancy found the fingerprints, and here's a suicide note. Come on, let's go back to the Lamplighters Club and finish our game of chess.
Just a moment, Inspector.
Yeah? What's the matter?
What's the name of that young lady who discovered Mrs. Wainwright's body?
Jenny Austin. She was asleep in a room down the hall a couple of doors. The shot woke her up.
Yes, that checks all right.
Sure. So, let's be on our way.
One moment, Inspector. I want to take another look at the corpse. She's over here.
What do you want to look at the corpse for? We've already...
Here she is, Inspector. Now, please note that Mrs. Wainwright was apparently ready to retire.
How do you know that?
Well, her hair is done up in curlers. She's wearing pajamas. There's cream on her face. No lipstick.
I suppose you ought to know about those things. So what?
No woman, Inspector, as lovely as Mrs. Wainwright would think of committing suicide in such a condition.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Women, you may have heard, Inspector, are vain. If Mrs. Wainwright contemplated suicide, she would never do it with her hair in curlers and cream on her face. No, quite the contrary.
Well, I'll be... Hey, maybe you got something there, Bart.
I'm sure I have, Inspector. This isn't suicide. It's murder.
Drake, you kill me. Listen, if Stell decided to commit suicide wearing a gunny sack, she'd do it. That gal didn't care a hang for anything or anybody.
Including you, I'll bet.
Take it easy, copper. Just because you're a gumshoe doesn't give you the right to be insulting.
Mr. Wainwright is quite right, Inspector. Even though we suspect murder, we
Murder? Are you kidding, Drake?
Hardly. Someone murdered your wife, Mr. Wainwright, and was very clever about it. The fact that Mrs. Wainwright's fingerprints were found on the gun proves that.
But who the deuce would want to murder good old Stell?
That's what we're here to find out, Sonny.
That's good. Murder, drama, just like you read about. Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Wait here. Jenny.
Yes, Tony?
Come here a minute.
What is it, Tony?
Drake, old man, this is Jenny Austin.
Oh, yes. We've already talked to Miss Austin.
Watch out for a gag, Bart. This guy's a funny man.
Just helping you boys out, trying to make your sleuthing worthwhile. Jenny and I are getting married tomorrow.
But, Tony...
Tomorrow?
Now, wait a minute. Your wife...
Her corpse is hardly cold, Inspector? You see what I mean? That makes it look as though Jenny and I were just waiting for Stell to kick off. Provides a motive, helps you chaps along.
Yeah.
Boy, what a story. I can hardly wait to see it in the papers.
Look, Bart, we've been up all night, and so far we haven't gotten to first base.
That's because the murderer is even more clever than we thought at first, Inspector.
Yeah, if there is a murderer. This guy Wainwright is making us look like a couple of monkeys. Maybe we better...
Fall back on the suicide theory and let it go at that.
Well, it certainly looks as
No,
though...
Inspector, we'll just have to do our best to act like a couple of monkeys until we can prove ourselves otherwise.
Yeah? What are we going into this room for?
We're not going in, Inspector. I just wanted to examine the woodwork of this door.
Examine the woodwork. What the heck do you want?
You know, this Long Island home of Wainwright's is quite famous, Inspector. They say he spent more than $1 million building it.
Well, who cares? Look, I'm sick of playing the part of a monkey.
$1 million is a lot of money to spend on a house, Inspector. Look at the structure of this door.
Yeah.
I dare say it could withstand a tremendous amount of pressure if anyone were attempting to break in.
Now, that certainly is going to be a big help in finding out who murdered Estelle Wainwright.
You'd be surprised how much it's going to help us. Well, come along, Inspector.
Huh? Where are we going now? To examine more doors?
We're going to find Mrs. Austin, Jenny Austin's mother. She was the only other person in the house last night besides the servant. Here we are. This door opens onto the veranda.
There's someone sitting in the hammock.
I think that must be she. Good morning.
Are you Mrs. Austin?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Austin.
I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Denton.
Oh, yes, the police. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Pleasant spot you have here.
I'm tired enough to sit a week.
I want to thank you for not disturbing me last night. I rather thought you might. The police, I heard.
Real tough characters, eh?
Well, yes. However, I'm happily disappointed.
Oh, we have our moments.
Tell me, Mrs. Austin, when did you first hear of Mrs. Wainwright's death?
Well, this morning. What a terrible thing to have happen. Stella was such a lovely girl.
Yes, but tell me, you heard none of the disturbance that went on last night.
No, I'm a very sound sleeper, and I can't imagine why she should ever think of doing such a thing.
You can't?
Well, no, I can't.
Well, we can.
Well, what do you mean?
Mrs. Austin, did you know Mrs. Wainwright well?
Well, yes, I did very well. She was a sweet girl, and I was very fond of her.
Now, for the first time, I'm really beginning to smell something.
I beg your pardon?
Inspector. Mrs. Austin, you are aware that your daughter, Jenny, and Mr. Wainwright are planning to get married soon?
Well, of course. Everyone in our crowd knew it.
Well, I'll be...
That doesn't make sense, Mrs. Austin. Everyone in your crowd knew it, and yet Mr. Wainwright was already married. We've learned that Mrs. Wainwright had refused to give her husband a divorce.
You see what we mean, lady? A guy can't be married to two dames at the same time. And if Mrs. Wainwright wouldn't give Mr. Wainwright a divorce, there was only one other way to make things convenient.
Well, of all the outlandish...
Try to see our side of it, Mrs. Austin. A man brings his fiancée into his own house under the same roof with his wife. He invites his fiancée's mother along as a sort of a chaperone. During the night, the man's wife is murdered.
It just doesn't add up.
No, it doesn't, does it? Oh, dear you, policeman.
What do you mean, us policemen?
You're so dramatic. You do insist on imagining things. Say, I have it.
Have what?
A motive for you to work on. Jenny and I are very poor, you know. I've been wanting Jenny to marry the Wainwright millions for years. Why couldn't I be one of your suspects?
I'm beginning to feel like that monkey again, Bart.
Tony, haven't you had enough to drink?
Take it easy, baby. Little old playboy Tony doesn't like taking orders from his wife.
I'm sorry, Tony.
Sorry. Here. Have a drink yourself.
No, thanks.
Okay. All the more for little Tony. Good stuff. Pre-war. Baby.
Yes, Tony?
Come over here.
Yes, Tony.
Sit down. Oh, here are my last.
All right, Tony.
Atta girl. You know what?
What, Tony?
You're a cute-looking little number.
Well, I'm glad you think so, Tony. I want you to think so.
Now, wait till us finish off this drink, huh? There. Yes, sir. A cute-looking little number. Little old Tony can pick him all right. Every doggone one of his wives have been good-looking.
Oh, Tony, please don't talk about the others.
You don't want to hear about it, huh, baby? A little jealous, maybe?
I guess I am, Tony.
That's wonderful. Love me, baby?
Yes, Tony.
Say it.
I love you, Tony.
Say it again. Like you mean it this time.
I love you, Tony.
Yeah, that's true. Now kiss me. Oh, not like that.
Tony, let's...
Come on. Yeah, girl. Baby, you're all right.
Tony.
Yeah?
Well, when are we going to get married?
Tomorrow. Did you hear me tell Drake?
Yes, but...
But what?
Well, it's rather soon, isn't it? I mean...
Oh, so now you're going conventional on me.
Oh, it's not that, Tony. Only...
You want to wait a decent interval, I
No.
suppose. Listen, sweetheart, either we get married tomorrow or not at all.
All right, Tony, all right.
Plenty of dames will jump at the chance to marry little old Tony. I got millions, that's why...
Oh, Tony, please.
Every time Tony Wainwright gets married, something to read about.
Tony.
Yes, sir, something to read about. You know how many wives I've had? Five. Count them now. 1, 2...
Oh, Tony, it doesn't matter. I'll marry you anytime, please.
Get out of here.
Tony!
I don't know as I'll marry you after all. You're after my dough just like the others.
Oh, Tony, please. You're drunk. You don't know what you're saying.
I'm not drunk. I will be in a minute, folks. Women. Always after your dough. Well. What do you know? Look who's here. Little Flatfoot himself. Come on in, Drake. Come on in. Have a drink.
No, thanks, Wainwright.
Oh. Particular, huh?
Very particular. Wainwright, I want to talk to you.
So you won't drink with me, huh? Okay. I'm particular, too. I drink by myself.
Wainwright, Inspector Denton and I have enough evidence to prove that you were deliberately responsible for your wife's death. Unless you care to answer my questions, you could...
I don't like you.
Well, I'd be bitterly disappointed if you did.
Oh, smart guy. You've got something over here. I don't like you one bit, Drake. I don't want you around here anymore. Now get out.
Put down that gun, you fool.
Get out of here or I'll blow your brains
Put
out.
down that gun or
Get
I'll...
out of here.
Tony!
Stand back, Drake. I'm a dangerous man. Keep away
Give
from
me that gun, you...
Tony, you've killed him.
Jumping Judas. You're all cut up.
What happened?
That's what I want to know. Here, take my handkerchief. I'll pour you a drink.
Thank you.
Here. Here, drink this.
I need it.
You feel better?
Yeah, I'm all right. Where'd he go?
Where'd who go?
Wainwright. He pulled a gun on me and I jumped him.
Why, the dirty... Say, it's a lucky thing you got him before he had a chance to pull the trigger.
He did pull the trigger. Huh? He was too drunk to shoot straight, but he fucked me with the gun and went out like a light. Didn't you hear the shot?
No. I must have been standing right outside, too. Say,
Inspector, by Jove.
Hey, who's that?
I don't know. Let's find out.
I don't care if you are Jenny Austin's mother. Tony Wainwright murdered my sister, and that's utter nonsense. Your sister wasn't murdered. She committed suicide. Oh, there you are, Mr. Drake. Will you please tell this person
Just a minute, Mrs. Austin. Who are you, please?
I'm Lenore Barrows, Estelle Wainwright's sister. I want to see Tony. Well, you can't see Tony. He's busy.
You mean, don't you, Mrs. Austin, that you don't want Miss Barrows to see Tony because you intend that nothing shall interfere with your marriage to his daughter?
Well, Mr. Drake, since when did you and your flunky decide that you had the right to come
Ever since you decided to be funny, lady, and told us with a merry ha-ha that you'd like to be a suspect.
Well, I don't know what all this is about. I don't care. I'm going to see Tony.
Yes, exactly why do you want to see Tony, Miss Barrows?
Why, I want to ask him some questions.
What about?
Well, that's my business.
You believe that Tony's responsible for your sister's death. Is that it, Miss Barrows?
I know he is. He tortured her and tormented her.
One moment, Miss Barrows. How did you know your sister was dead?
Why, There, Mr. Drake. That was very clever of you. Now I guess we know what happened to Estelle.
Do we, Mrs. Austin?
Well, of course we do. This sister of Estelle has practically admitted I admitted nothing. I know that Estelle is dead because she called me last night. And told you that she was dead, I suppose. A likely story. Mr. Drake, I demand that you
Then I
arrested.
demand that you stop talking, Mrs. Austin, and let me handle this.
Well, I'll do no such thing. If you let this person see Tony, why, she'll murder him,
Inspector, will you please...
Okay, bye. All right, lady.
No.
Come with
Get your
me.
hands off of me. You fool.
Lock her up in her room, Inspector, and keep her there.
There isn't much more to tell you, Mr. Drake. Tony asked Estelle to give him a divorce more than a year ago. She refused, so Tony began flaunting other women in front of her.
He thought that she'd break down and give him the divorce, huh?
Yes. Bad as he is, Estelle loved him. She called me last night and said she couldn't stand it any longer. If she didn't give Tony the divorce, she was afraid of what might happen.
I see. If you knew that your sister was contemplating suicide last night or believed herself in danger, why didn't you come here at once?
Well, I came as quickly as I could. My home is in Rayburn. That's a long ways from here.
Mm-hmm. Of course, you realize I can check with the telephone company and find out if Estelle did make that call.
Of course. Mr. Drake, do you think that
Your knowledge of Estelle's death, Miss Barrows, is based only on supposition resulting from that phone call. However, the proof of your innocence would depend wholly on an experiment I plan to conduct within the next few minutes. Now, listen carefully to what I have to say to you. You're sure that Mrs. Austin can't leave a room, Inspector?
Not unless she jumps out of a window. And if she does that, she'll break her neck. And that's all right with me.
It's Wainwright's room, Miss Williams.
Well. Look who's here.
Yes, Wainwright asleep on his bed and Miss Austin applying cold quarrels.
How dare you come in here?
When a guy takes a shot at somebody, just for practice, we cops will dare anything.
Wake him up, Inspector.
I'll wake him up all right.
Mr. Drake, you should know that Tony wasn't responsible for what he did.
Come on. Snap out of it, sleeping beauty. Oh, go away.
I'll have to ask you to go to your room, Mrs. Austin.
Oh, come on. Get up. We got some experimenting to do.
I'll not go to my room. Tony...
We'll take care of Tony. Come along now.
Oh, what's he doing to Tony?
I'm dumping this pitcher full of water on him, lady. Watch.
Drake, you got a nerve shoving me around like this?
Listen to him, Bart. We got a nerve, he says, after he tried to murder you in cold blood.
I was drunk, I tell you. I didn't know what I was doing. Why have you got me in my wife's bedroom?
It was in here that your wife was murdered. You remember, Wainwright?
If you think you can pin this on me, you got another thing coming, Drake.
You sound quite sure of yourself, Wainwright. According to your sister-in-law, you killed your wife by remote control, as it were.
My sister-in-law? Hey, what is this?
She arrived about half hour ago, after receiving a telephone call last night from your wife.
A telephone call? That's a laugh. Listen, Drake, you're getting farther off the beam every minute. Lenore's hated me ever since Estelle and I were married. She's trying to sell me down the river.
Perhaps. However, you and I have another angle to settle, Wainwright.
What do you mean?
I don't like being shot at and hit over the head with a gun. Inspector, lock the door.
Yeah, sure. Okay, Bart.
Now, wait a minute, Drake. Take it easy. I'm a sick man.
Oh, you're well enough for what I have in mind. Inspector, let me borrow your gun.
Oh, no.
Well, now look.
Your gun, Inspector.
Well, okay, Bud. Here you are, only...
Thank you, Inspector.
Drake, what are you going to do?
What do you think, Wainwright?
No, you can't. Not in cold blood.
Why can't I, Wainwright? You did.
But I was drunk. I didn't know what I was doing.
Look, Bart, old boy. I'll handle this, Inspector.
Don't, Drake, don't. I'll do anything. Anything at all.
It's too late, Wainwright.
Don't, please. For the love of heaven. You can't shoot a man in cold blood. Jumping Judas, Bart. What's the idea? You shot right into that log in the fireplace.
Yes, missed Wainwright by about 4 feet.
Missed him? You weren't even aiming in his direction.
He thought so. Look at him. He's out like a light.
I guess he thinks he was shot.
It'll do him good to know how it feels.
I still don't get it.
You will in a minute. Come on, Inspector.
No, of course I didn't hear any shots. Mr. Drake, you let me out of this room at once.
No, I didn't hear any shot, Mr. Drake. Has someone else been murdered?
Inspector, this is it. If this is a game we're playing, I'd like to know the name of it.
Well, Mr. Drake?
Well, Miss Austin?
Is something wrong?
No, nothing wrong. We're just a bit curious, Miss Austin.
Curious? What do you mean?
We were wondering why you didn't come running down the hall when you heard the shot.
Shot? But I didn't...
You didn't hear any shot. Is that what you were going to say, Miss Austin?
Wait a minute. Look, Bart, if she heard the shot last
That's
night...
it, Inspector. Miss Austin heard the shot last night, but not from this room, as she told us. This house is so well constructed that the rooms are practically soundproof.
Well, I'll be... Say, that's the reason I didn't hear the shot when Wainwright fired at you, and I was standing out in the hall.
Exactly. Miss Austin was the only one who heard that shot last night because she fired it. She entered Estelle's room when Estelle was writing a letter to her sister, probably explaining that the time had at last come when she thought it necessary to go to the police. Now, isn't that right, Miss Austin?
Yes, that's right. I told Estelle. Tony and I had tried to go to him to getting a divorce. We'd even threatened. I knew she was going to the police. I didn't intend to lose my chance at the Wainwright millions. It seemed like a fair gamble at the time.
Yes, that's the pity of this sort of thing, Miss Austin. Because now even the Wainwright millions can't help you. Sure move, Inspector.
Yeah. I'll just move my knight over here. Hey, you know, Bart, chess is a relaxing game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very relaxing, Inspector. Now, let me see. If I move this pawn...
Bart.
Come on, Inspector.
I was wondering why you didn't plant Wainwright in a room like you did the others to see if he could hear the shot.
Oh, that. Well, you see, Inspector, Wainwright could have heard the shot. His room was next to Estelle's with a connecting bath between.
I see.
And if he did hear the shot, he ignored it. However, I'm sure that if he had anything to do with his wife's death, he would have confessed when he thought I was going to shoot him.
Yeah, he was that type, all right.
Well, here we are, Inspector. I'll move my queen there and say checkmate.
What? Wait a minute. Well, I'll be... checkmate it is. Say, I thought your hobby was...
It is, Inspector. Mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. This story began only last week. Inspector Noradan and I had settled down for a friendly game of chess at the Lamplighters Club when... Well, Inspector, I guess we have a free evening ahead of us for a change.
That's all right with me. Which do you want, the black or white?
White. And I feel pretty sharp tonight. I hope you're on your toes.
Don't worry about me. Okay, go ahead and move.
Very well. I'll jump my knight over here.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
You been reading some books or something? Never saw you open like that before.
Variety, Inspector. Variety is the spice of life. Haven't you heard?
Yeah, I heard all right, and here it comes now.
Here comes what, Inspector?
Variety in the form of Jimmy the Page Boy. I knew something like this would happen.
Phone for Mr. Drake.
Okay, Jimmy.
I'll plug it in here if you want.
Thank you, Jimmy. Here you are.
Thanks, Mr. Drake.
This telephone gag is beginning to get monotonous.
Yes, Barton Drake speaking.
Drake, this is Fred Chambers. 327 St. Andrew's Circle.
Yeah?
Here it comes.
I'd like you to come out right away, if you will. My wife has just shot herself.
Shot herself? But look here, why don't you call a doctor and...
There is a doctor already here. In his opinion, my wife was murdered.
Oh, I see. Then, of course, the police have been notified.
Police? That's me. What's all this about?
The police have not been notified yet, Mr. Drake. You see, Dr. Morrissey and the others think that I murdered my wife.
Think that you murdered your...
You'll find this a most interesting case, Drake. Most interesting. Solve it and you'll be mailed a check for $10,000.
I can assure you that $10,000 interests me very much, Mr. Chambers, but I don't suppose you are guilty of the crime.
It's going to appear as though I am, Drake, even to you. That's why I'm offering you $10,000 to prove that I didn't do it. Goodbye, Drake.
Well, that's strange.
What's strange? Who's been murdered? Who was that calling? Let me in on the deal, will you?
It was a man named Fred Chambers, Inspector. He said his wife had just shot herself. And the doctor who examined her believed that he, Chambers, murdered her.
Is that strange?
Yes. I had the impression that Chambers didn't believe I could or would prove him innocent of the crime.
Maybe he isn't innocent. Maybe he did murder her. Say, that's an angle. He knocked her off. Someone suspected him. He offered you $10,000 to prove him innocent. I know a lot of guys that paid $10,000 if they could shoot their wives.
No, Inspector. I think you're on the wrong track. Oddly enough, I think Chambers is innocent.
It doesn't add up, Bart, my boy. If the guy is innocent, he shouldn't be running away.
Maybe he isn't running away, Inspector. Suppose we stop guessing and we get out to Chambers' home. You know, I have a feeling we're going to have a surprise waiting for us.
Yeah, it'll take a lot to surprise me after working with you for the past 10 years. Okay, let's go.
This is it, Inspector.
Yeah, you can see the house number from here.
I wish we could see the future as clearly as we can see that sign.
Huh? Yeah. Say, it looks as if they were having a party.
Yes, at least the place is brilliantly lighted. Well, we'll know in a minute. Push the door bell, will you, Inspector?
Yeah.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Denton.
Oh? The police? Oh, is something wrong?
We're not sure yet. We'd like to see Mr. Fred Chambers, please.
Come in, Fred. Fred is upstairs with his wife at the moment.
Thank you.
Upstairs with his wife, is he?
Yes, Maxine, Mrs. Chambers, has been ill for some time. I am Dr. Joel Morrissey, her physician.
I see. Will you be good enough to show her to...
Oh, there you are, Gretchen. You and Dorothy come over here, please.
More callers, Joel? I hope one of them can play bridge.
Just an innocent little group looking for someone to make up a foursome.
Yes. Gretchen, I want you to meet Barton Drake and Inspector Noah Danton. Gentlemen, my wife.
How do you do, Mrs. Marcy?
Hello.
Barton Drake. Oh, how exciting. Dorothy, did you hear? It's Barton Drake, the criminologist. Yes, I heard. I wonder...
This is Miss Dorothy Winters. We're all old friends of Fred and Maxine.
Good evening, Mr. Drake.
Miss Winters?
You must have a reason for coming here at this time of night, Mr. Drake. Is something wrong?
That's the second time we've been asked that question. The answer is we don't know yet.
Oh, this is exciting. Well, of course, you must suspect there's something wrong. I mean, you must.
You won't be disappointed there, lady.
Dr. Marcy, how long ago did Mr. Chambers go up to see his wife?
Oh, about an hour ago, I should judge. Why?
He's been gone an hour, And none of you wondered what had detained him? Is he in the habit of asking guests to play bridge and then leave them to shift for themselves?
Aren't you being a bit prying, Mr. Drake?
Yeah, that's our business, lady.
I'm afraid you don't understand, Mr. Drake. We're all old friends of Fred. His wife has been confined to her bed for several months. Frequently, she calls, and Fred goes and sits with her. It's the least he can do.
I see. Being a doctor, I should think that you would also go to your patient when she calls, Dr. Marcy.
Isn't he clever?
It's an angle, lady. Drake never overlooks him.
It isn't that Maxine is in pain, Mr. Drake. She merely wants company. I'd only be in the way.
I see. What's the nature of her illness, Dr. Morrissey?
She has leukemia.
I object to all these questions. You two men have no right to come in here.
That may be true, Miss Winters, but for the moment, however, we'll have to override your objections. Dr. Morrissey, which room is occupied by Mrs. Chambers?
I'll take you up.
I prefer if you didn't. Professor Danton and I can find our own way.
Oh, I like that. Joel, you do no such thing. Dorothy, do you want to spoil the most exciting thing that's happened to any of us in years? The first room on the left at the top of the stairs, Mr. Drake.
Thank you. Come along, Inspector.
I'll not tolerate this. Joel, stop them.
I think it best to let them go, Dorothy. It will be time enough to demand apologies.
Say, Bart, that Winters babe acts as though she owns the place.
Perhaps she expects to, after tonight.
Huh? Oh, I get it. Wedding bells, eh? You think maybe she...
Let's not jump to conclusions, Inspector. We don't even know that Mrs. Chambers is dead yet. That might have been a phony call I received back at the club. This must be the room here.
Jumping Judas. If that's Mrs. Chambers lying there on the bed, there's nothing phony about what's happened to her.
No, she's quite dead. Shot to the heart. Well, so far, things are happening just as Fred Chambers described.
Happening as he described? He said they'd already happened.
Yes, that's true. Chambers also said that Dr. Morrissey would call this murder.
Yeah, that's right. And Chambers said he would be accused of the murder.
But that Mrs. Chambers shot herself.
If she shot herself, where's the gun? She was shot through the heart. She couldn't have hidden it.
That's good reasoning, Inspector. Let's look around a bit. And afterwards, we'll let Dr. Morrissey examine the body.
A good idea. If he calls it murder like Chambers did, then we'll know something.
Or will we?
I think we'll know more after Medical Examiner Ryan gives his report, Inspector. Inspector, Chambers said we'd find this a most interesting case. And you know, I'm inclined to agree with him.
Dorothy, in heaven's name, will you stop that endless pacing back and forth? Makes me nervous.
Oh, I'm nervous, too. What in the world are they doing up there?
Are you worried, darling?
Worried? Why would I be worried?
Yes, search me. Unless it's because Maxine and Fred might affect a reconciliation and you'll never get to marry the guy.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Gretchen, don't be so vulgar.
Vulgar, she says. Darling, you're wonderful.
Fred was gone an unusually long time. I wonder if it had anything to do with the Rembrandt.
The what?
Nothing. I was just thinking.
Oh, Joel, for heaven's sake, forget that old painting.
Forget it? I'm not apt to. If anything's happened to Fred, I might not be able to collect my just debts.
Just debts? What in the world are you talking about?
Oh, Joel, he won that painting that hangs in Maxine's room from Fred at poker the other night. Fred asked Joel if he'd leave it hanging there until...
The Rembrandt? Fred lost it at poker? Well, that can't be true. Fred would never gamble with that painting. He prizes it more than anything he possesses.
Well, he did gamble with it, and I won it. I have witnesses. He promised to give it to me as soon as Maxine...
As soon as she dies. Oh, why don't you say it, for goodness sake? And who cares about the old picture anyhow?
Gretchen, it's a pity you don't know more about art. That original is worth thousands of dollars.
Oh, thousands of dollars? What nonsense. Well, a 5 and dime store...
But it is worth thousands. Fred's told me so a dozen times.
Really? And just who would pay...
I'm sorry to keep you folks waiting.
Well, I should think you would be. Who were the people who came and left the house by the back way? While you can find us in this room. Does Fred know what's going on? I'd like to see it at once.
Question at a time, please. The people who came and left by the back way were Medical Examiner Ryan and his assistant.
Medical Examiner Ryan?
That's right.
Now, look here, Drake. I'm Maxine's physician.
That's what you're saying, Mr. Chambers, Miss Winters. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you.
Well, where is he, for goodness sake?
I haven't the remotest idea.
Oh, nonsense. Drake, what's this all about? What's happened? What brought you here in the first place?
That is something I think you will help me find the answer to, Dr. Morrissey.
I? What are you talking about?
Maxine Chambers is dead. She was shot through the heart more than 2 hours ago.
Maxine murdered? Well, why, that's incredible. Who could possibly want to kill her?
Did I say she was murdered, Dr. Morrissey?
Oh, why, well, that is,
How very clever of you, Mr. Drake. Yes, how very clever. I suppose that's what you call a trap.
You can call it what you like, Mrs. Morrissey. Well, Doctor?
You tricked me into saying that, Drake. You implied that she'd been murdered. You put the words in my mouth.
No, Doctor. Fred Chambers put the words into your mouth. He called this evening and said his wife had been shot. He said that you would call it murder, Dr. Morrissey. Why do you suppose he said that?
Fred called you?
Hmm?
Well, that's a lie. How could he? He was here with us all evening.
You all admitted earlier that none of you had seen him for an hour after he went upstairs to see his wife.
Then it must have been Fred who shot her. That's it. He shot her, then escaped down the back way and called you. He figured that you would charge me with the murder because I had a motive.
That's interesting. What was your motive, Dr. Morrissey?
I'd won an original Rembrandt that he owned at poker. And there was a stipulation that I was to leave the painting hanging in Maxine's room as long as she lived.
I see. And being Maxine's physician, you knew she would live a long time, so you hurried things along?
Now, that's not true. You can't arrest me on such flimsy evidence. Dorothy had a motive just as strong, if not stronger than I.
Oh?
Joel Morrissey, how dare you say such a thing?
I'm saying it to protect myself, if you want to know. You were going to marry Fred as soon as Maxine was gone. Perhaps you decided to hurry things along.
It's despicable of you to even think such a thing.
Well, you had your chance, darling. You went upstairs to powder your nose just before these policemen arrived.
Well, so did you, Gretchen Morrissey. You were gone a full 15 minutes. And Joel went up to get a package of cigarettes out of his coat. We all had a chance if it comes to that.
Well, this is an interesting case. I wonder what you're all going to say when we determine whose fingerprints are on the gun.
You found the gun?
Oh, yes, we found it. It was lodged between the bureau and the wall. Evidently, the person who put it there stupidly thought it wouldn't be found. What are you looking so frightened about, Doctor?
Was the gun, was it an old hammer-action antique revolver?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it was.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, at least you all seem familiar with the lethal weapon.
Yes, we're all familiar with it.
Well, you see, Fred bought that gun today in an antique shop. He showed it to us when we first arrived. We all handled it.
And when Fred went upstairs in response to Maxine's call, he took it with him.
Then that means... By Jove, that means that Fred must have murdered her. He deliberately got our fingerprints.
Oh, come in, Inspector.
But you weren't kidding when you said this was a strange case.
Something unusual turned up, Inspector?
Plenty. There were only 2 sets of fingerprints on the gun. One was Mrs. Chambers.
The other must have been Fred.
Why? A minute ago, you were deliberately accusing Fred of getting all of our prints on the gun.
Wait a minute, lady. Wait a minute. There were 2 shots fired, and both of them went through Mrs. Chambers' heart.
2 shots?
Yeah, 2 shots. Only it's a funny thing. There was only one exploded shell in the gun.
By Jove.
Well, Doctor?
It's as clear as crystal.
Uh-huh.
Fred and Maxine were quarreling. I heard them when I went up to get my cigarettes. Fred must have shot her twice. He started to reload and heard me coming along the hall. He had time only to get one fresh cartridge into the breech and then ran out onto the balcony and jumped to the ground.
That, Dr. Miles, is not very clever. Chambers didn't have time to shove home the second cartridge, but he did have time to wedge the gun behind the bureau? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, yes.
I think we're going to find that Mrs. Chambers was killed by someone who's in this house right now.
What the heck are you hunting for in that wastebasket? What are you doing in this bedroom anyhow?
Well, this is the bedroom that Fred Chambers occupied, Inspector, and I'm looking for... Oh, here it is.
Guess what? Looks to me like an ordinary piece of wrapping paper.
Exactly what it is, Inspector. It's the paper that the gun was wrapped in. Yep. Here's the name of the antique shop. The Old Antique Shop, 521 Washington Place.
So, now what do we do?
Call them up, Inspector. Ask if they provided an extra cartridge when they sold Chambers that revolver. I've a hunch that the manufacturers long ago discontinued making ammunition of that particular caliber, but still it is possible that...
But for God's sake, you don't think that Mrs. Chambers' murderer actually stopped to reload?
We can't pass up any bets, Inspector, especially when we know that both those bullets came from the old hammer-action revolver.
How could they both have come from it? Even if the rifling is the same, it just doesn't make sense.
That's right, Inspector. It doesn't make sense. The only logical answer is... an extra cartridge that would fit that antique gun.
All right, but I still think... Hey, what are you doing here standing outside this door?
I'm sorry, sir. I was just about to knock.
I'll bet eavesdropping. Come on in here.
Very good, sir.
Well, and who have you got there, Inspector?
I don't know yet. What's your name, Junior? Come on, speak up. What were you doing listening outside that door? What, are you going to talk?
I am, sir, if you'll give me a chance.
Yeah, are you going to tell us who you are, or do we have to beat it out of you?
I'm quite willing to.
Oh, so you won't talk, eh? Okay, Junior. What? Did you say something, Bart?
I wonder if you'd make that telephone call to the antique shop.
Telephone call now? But look, this eavesdropper...
I'll question the eavesdropper. You make the telephone call.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay. Only if he won't talk, just let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. My name is Edwards. I'm Mr. Chambers' manservant.
I see. Where have you been all evening, Edwards?
I was at my sister's.
Oh?
Today was my day off. I just returned a few minutes ago. Dr. Morrissey told me of the terrible thing that had happened. I'd like to offer my services.
Services?
Yes. I'm a bit of an amateur sleuth, if you'll pardon my saying so.
Mm-hmm. Is that a fact? Didn't know it was loaded, eh? Okay, thanks. You were right, Bart. The antique shop had a record of the sale. There wasn't any extra bullets. The shop owner didn't even know the gun was loaded.
That rather complicates things, doesn't it,
Puts
Inspector?
us right back where we started. Has Junior here decided to talk?
Oh, Inspector, this is Edwards, Mr. Chambers' manservant, and he's a bit of a sleuth.
Really? Well, a sleuth's just what we need. You and I aren't getting any place.
Mr. Drake, would you mind letting me see the 2 bullets that came from the gun?
Not at all. Show him the bullets, Inspector.
Okay, here you are, Bob.
Thank you, sir.
Say, Bart, come over here a minute, will you?
Yes, Inspector. What?
I don't get this. How do we know but he's the guy who murdered
Not so loud. What if Edwards overheard you say that?
Oh, what if he did? Who cares? Listen, maybe he's got a motive.
He has, Inspector. He's got the best motive of them all.
What the devil are you talking
Never
about?
mind, I'll explain later. Just take your cue from me, and I'll guarantee to have this case solved within an hour. At last, we've got something definite to go on.
Something definite?
Well, Edwards, you find something interesting?
Indeed, I have, sir. Look here.
Look where?
Here, at these bullets. See their peculiar shape? Both of them are flat on one end only.
That means anything, Edwards?
But it does, you see it.
Nonsense. You're trying to make something out of nothing.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. Now,
Inspector, I'm surprised. When will you learn that these amateurs are all alike?
I beg your pardon,
That's quite
sir.
all right, Edwards. Now, I want you to go downstairs and to tell our 3 guests to come up here at once.
But, sir, if you'll just let me...
I'm sorry, old man. You've wasted enough of our time already.
Now, you look here.
That's enough. Are you going to do as I ask, or will I have to put you out forcibly?
Very well, Mr. Drake.
Thank you.
All I can say is, whoever assigned you to this case was a fool.
Well, Inspector, that does it. At last, we've solved the strangest case we've ever been asked to handle.
We have, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Bart, you know what I think?
Now what?
I think you've suddenly gone crazy.
Oh, calm, Inspector.
First, you won't let me ask the guy any questions. Then you won't let him talk when he figures something out. What do you mean we got this case solved?
Coincidence, Inspector. Everything is based on coincidence. Haven't you wondered why nobody claimed to hear the shot that killed Mrs. Chambers?
That's right. I wonder why I didn't think that.
Coincidence again, Inspector. Chambers had gone to his wife's room. He left the door open. He was probably telling his wife that he had to give the Rembrandt painting to Marcy.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going to tell me he heard someone coming along the hall and slammed the door.
That's precisely what I'm going to tell you, Inspector. He slammed it. Exactly as Edward slammed the door in this room a moment ago.
Now, look, Bart, wait.
Coincidence, Inspector. Coincidence. But in a moment, coincidence is going to begin working again.
Jumping Judas, what's that? Police! Help!
That's it, Inspector. That's coincidence. Come on.
Just here, Dorothy. Dorothy, hurry up. Hurry up. I'm coming.
Well, what are you coming up here for, ladies? Where's your husband, Mrs. Marcy?
I don't know. He came up here. We heard a crash and someone yelled.
Yeah, and I got a hunch that the guy who yelled was Doc Morrissey. What did he come up here for? We told you all to stay in the library.
Well, Joe was nervous. He wanted to talk to Mr. Drake. That's not true. Gretchen, it's about time we began telling the truth.
That's a good idea, Miss Winters. Suppose you start.
I will. Joel came up to get the Rembrandt painting. That's a lie. He only wanted to make sure that it was still here.
And that means he's in Mrs. Chambers' bedroom. Come on, Bart.
I'm right with you, Inspector.
Here we are. Darkest pitch inside.
Yes, with the light switches on that right-hand wall.
Yeah, I got it. What?
Oh.
Hey, there's Doc Morrissey on the floor.
What's happened? Joel. Is he dead?
No, knocked out is all. He'll be all right.
Joel, darling, speak to me.
Yes, what happened? Suppose you tell us, Doc.
Give him a chance, can't you? He's hurt.
Take all the time you want. Just keep him here, that's all. Hey, Bart, what are you doing over there?
Oh, just checking the windows, Inspector. Is the doctor all right?
Yeah, he's okay. Say, look, those windows...
All locked, Inspector. You feeling better, Dr. Marcy?
Yes, I'm all right.
Shall I have Edwards get you something?
Edwards?
Mm-hmm.
Well, who in the world is Edward?
Who is he? You were talking with him a little while ago. It was you who told him what happened to Mrs. Chambers.
Nonsense. We've talked to no one all evening.
Exactly. Dr. Marcy, did you recognize the man who attacked you when you came up here to steal the painting?
Steal it? Now, look here, Drake.
Fine. I see you didn't recognize him. Inspector, let me see those bullets that were taken from Mrs. Chambers' body.
Bullets? Oh, yeah, here they are.
Thank you. Now, please notice that one has been flattened on the pointed end and the other on the firing end.
Well, what does that prove?
That, Dr. Morrissey, is the answer to our very strange case.
I wish you'd explain how it answers anything.
Gladly. A long time ago, the revolver which was used to kill Mrs. Chambers was fired, and the bullet became lodged in the barrel.
Say, that's the answer, Bart. When the gun was fired the second time, it knocked out the first bullet, and both of them penetrated Mrs. Chambers' heart.
That's it, Inspector. The flattened ends of the two bullets prove it.
Oh, yes, maybe, but it doesn't prove who fired the gun.
I think it does, Doctor.
Who fired it?
Mrs. Chambers did. Chambers had wiped it off, handed it to her. She was examining the gun when Dr. Morrissey came along the hall.
Sure. Chambers knew that Morrissey was going to demand the painting, and he didn't want his wife to know he'd lost it playing poker.
Yes, Inspector, that's it. He slammed the door in Morrissey's face. Now, isn't that right, Doctor?
Well, yes, that part's right.
The slamming of the door startled Mrs. Chambers. The gun went off in her hand, killing her.
Wait a minute, Bart. Who hid the gun behind the bureau?
No one did. The terrific recoil of the two bullets knocked the gun out of Mrs. Chambers' hand, and it landed behind the bureau. Coincidence again, Inspector.
Well, I'll be a brown-eyed blonde. But look, why did Chambers take it on the lam?
Because he knew Morrissey had heard him and Mrs. Chambers quarreling. He knew his fingerprints would be found on the gun. He thought Morrissey had heard the shot, and he knew he was sunk.
Yeah, but I still don't.
After he got away, Chambers called me. Then he began thinking. He finally figured out what had happened.
Chambers figured it out?
Yes. He tried to tell us back in his own bedroom, but I wouldn't let him because I wanted to be positive that the man who called himself Edwards was Fred Chambers.
What?
He proved it when he caught Morrissey trying to steal his painting. Inspector, open up that closet door and ask Fred Chambers to step out, will you?
Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Decent of Chambers to let us spend the night here, wasn't it?
Did you wake me up to tell me that?
Well, no, I was wondering.
Wondering what, Inspector?
How did you know that Edwards was Chambers?
I guessed.
Now, listen, don't tell me.
Well, of course, my guesswork was backed up by the fact that I thought it strange Edwards or Chambers should call us both by name when he never met us.
Oh, I see.
Also, the fact that he asked to see both the bullets.
Huh? So he did. Yeah. Then he claimed he was a bit of a sleuth, tried to sell us the idea that sleuthing was his hobby.
On the contrary, Inspector, I think he tried to sell us the idea that he knew that...
Yeah. Go ahead and say it.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last autumn. Arthur Gideon, playboy, world traveler, and multimillionaire, had been asked to write his memoirs. He'd invited most of the people whose names would appear in the book up to his estate on the Hudson for a weekend party.
Well, Barry, come in. Everything all right?
Yeah, everything's fine, Arthur. Just dandy.
Good. I like to feel that my guests are enjoying themselves.
I'll bet. That makes it easier for you, doesn't it, Arthur?
Well, what was that, Barry? Easier for me.
Sure. Easier for you to study them, to get their reactions. That's what you invited us down here for, wasn't it?
Oh, Barry, you amaze me. Are you implying that I coerced you and the others into coming down?
Yes.
Oh, come now, Barry.
And you were very clever about it, Arthur. Very subtle. The invitations that you sent us sounded genuine.
They were genuine.
Yeah, except for one thing. It's the first time in 3 years that you've had a weekend party.
I know. I'm ashamed I've been ill.
It's a pity you didn't die easily and comfortably in bed.
Well, that sounds suspiciously like a threat, Barry.
It's more than a threat, Arthur. It's a statement of fact. I'm going to kill you.
Oh, Barry, that's very amusing. Shall I act terrified, drop to my knees, and beg for mercy?
You think I'm kidding? Take a look at this.
Well, a knife, and a big one, too. You plan to slit my throat with it, or will it be a quick plunge to the heart?
You still don't get it, do you, Arthur? Listen. Last night, after everyone had gone to bed, I came in here to your study.
Yes, I noticed that my desk had been tampered with.
I found the chapter that you had just completed in your book of memoirs.
Oh, you did? Then you read a few facts about yourself that you thought I'd forgotten. Didn't you, Barry?
I read some facts that I hoped you'd have the decency to forget.
Oh, Barry, my dear boy, when a man is asked to write a book of memoirs, it's because his publishers feel that he has certain things to say that will be of interest.
Arthur, you're a rat. You're an unmitigated pig. It's a wonder to me that someone hasn't called your bluff before now.
My bluff? I've never bluffed in my life. Everyone knows that.
Everyone's been afraid of you, Arthur. You had money and power and influence. Your life has been sheltered and protected. You've been allowed to get away with things for which other men have gone to jail.
What sort of things, Barry?
Bullying people. Slandering their characters. Upsetting their lives
And
amusing yourself by breaking women's hearts.
Oh, Barry, you're priceless. Can't you ever forget that Fran Darwin?
No. I was in love with Fran Darwin, Arthur. Can you understand that?
Yes, I remember. It was unfortunate because dear Fran happened to be in love with me.
That's a lie. You bought her. You offered her jewels, furs, cars, servants, and she fell for that.
Oh, yes, how vividly it all comes back. Youth, Barry. Youth is a wonderful thing. Tell me, Barry, how many years was it you spent in jail?
A lifetime.
Thanks to you. Oh, I suppose it did seem like a lifetime. Refresh my memory, Barry.
Why was it you were sent to jail?
You should ask.
I'll tell you why, Barry. Couldn't meet competition. You didn't have the money to buy Fran's blood.
Why,
You tried to steal it and got caught. If you'd succeeded, you'd have done exactly what I did. Offered to buy Fran for a price. You knew she was in the open market?
Shut up, you cheap two-timing...
Oh, now. Calm yourself, my boy. Calm yourself. Let's face facts. We both played the game and you lost.
Lost? Well, you framed me. You gave me the tip on those stocks. You knew the bottom was going to drop out of the market.
Oh, come, Barry. That's the way the game's played. The cards are dealt, the chips are bet, and the loser grins and plays the next hand. There are no hard feelings, are there?
You know what will happen if my present boss finds out I'm an ex-convict?
Well, I'm sorry, Barry, but it seems that my publishers feel that I've, lived rather an interesting life. Now, would it be fair to them if I omitted the incident of Fran Darwin and you?
It would be the only means of saving your life.
Oh, Barry, for heaven's sake, stop talking about killing me. You're not going to kill me.
No?
Of course not. You haven't the courage.
You're quite sure of that. Are you, Arthur?
Of course. Consider your chances of getting away with it. The house is full of gas.
You're wrong, Arthur. We're quite alone.
What did you say?
Your guests are all attending the skeet shooting matches that you arranged for them last night. Remember?
Oh, nonsense. It isn't all go to the servants.
The servants are under orders not to disturb you during the morning hours while you're at work on your book. Surely you remember giving such orders, Arthur?
Well, what of it? Someone knows you're here. Someone is... Harry.
No, Arthur. No one knows I'm here. I went to town to send a telegram. Oh, I've arranged things very nicely, Arthur.
Harry. Don't be a fool. Somebody will hear you, though.
No, Arthur. No one will hear. The night is silent and smooth and quick.
No, Barry, don't. In heaven's name, I'll do anything.
I haven't the courage, Arthur. You fool. Look at me. Backed against the wall. Your eyes terrified. Sweat on your face.
In the name of God.
Come, Arthur. Why aren't you still scornful and contemptuous and sure of yourself?
Mary, take the knife away from my throat, please.
That's it, Arthur. Beg for your life.
Please.
That's what I want to hear. That's what I've dreamed of hearing.
I do beg you, Harry. I do. I'll do anything you ask. Anything at all. Only please take that knife from me.
How does it feel, Arthur? Tell me.
That point is pricking your skin now, isn't it? Your eyes are wide with terror. You're trembling.
You're sweating from every pore.
Harry, in the name of...
So you thought I wouldn't have the courage to kill you. Why, you filthy scum. Thought I didn't...
Arthur! Oh, Barry, I thought you'd gone to town. Where's Arthur?
What are you doing back here, June? You're supposed to be at the skeet shoot.
Oh, Arthur's a skeet shoot. I thought of something I wanted to tell Arthur that might help him in writing his book.
Yeah?
There's someone on the floor. Behind the bed. Harry!
Stay where you are, June.
It's Arthur. It's Carter.
Shut up, Susan. Shut up, Harry.
Oh, it's...
I'll do more than choke you if you don't shut your mouth.
You murdered Arthur.
Yes, my dear. I murdered him. I slit his throat with this knife. It was a very pleasant experience, I assure you.
Barry, you can't get away with this. The police...
I have no worries about the police, my dear. No worries about the police at all.
They'll find out, Bill. Why? What are you going to do?
No worries at all about the police, my dear. What a pity you chose this time to come back and visit poor Arthur.
No. I won't tell my daughter.
No, June. I don't think you will tell.
So, this guy Arthur Gideon wrote your letter, did he, Bart?
That's right, Inspector. He expected to be murdered this weekend, and he thought I might like to be around.
Very funny. Now, how about telling me what this trip is all about?
I'm quite serious, Inspector. Gideon is writing his memoirs. He had quite an eventful life, you know.
Yeah, I know. 5 wives, a couple of duels in Europe.
Right.
International politics, a royal scandal or two. Oh, the guy got around all right. So, now he's writing a book about him, eh?
That's right, Inspector. He's invited most of the people who will appear as characters up to his place on the Hudson for the weekend.
And he expects one of them to murder him.
That's it, Inspector.
Sounds like an original party, at least.
Hope we aren't too late for the big event.
I don't think we will be. Turn here, Inspector. This is the place.
Okay. Say, look at that bunch of cars.
Yes, and there's a larger bunch of people. Apparently, they've just come back from someplace or are just leaving.
Now, wouldn't it be our luck if they were leaving and me just spoiling for a good red-hot murder?
Park in behind this line of cars, Inspector. We can walk the rest of the way.
Okay.
Good.
Hey, here comes someone to meet us.
Yes. Rather matron-looking lady. Probably Arthur Gideon's sister.
Good afternoon. I suppose you're more of Arthur's guest.
Yes, my name's Drake, Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Datton.
Hi.
Drake, Benton. Well, the names aren't familiar. Well, Arthur knew a great many peculiar people whose names he neglected to mention to me. Come along up to the house and have a drink.
Peculiar. Did you hear what that old battle axe said, Bart?
I certainly did, Inspector. That confirms the stories they've heard about Arthur Gideon, doesn't it?
Confirmed. Hey, what are you looking at?
That young girl who just came out of the house. She looks scared to death.
Say she does it there. I wonder what's the matter.
Well, we'll probably know in a minute, Inspector. She's heading for Miss Gideon.
June, what in the world is the matter? Oh, Miss Gideon, it's terrible. Barry Kirster's been bitten by a black widow spider. What's that? Barry bitten by a spider? What's so tragic about that?
You don't understand. This was a black widow. They're poisonous.
The young lady's right, Miss Gideon. If someone's been bitten by a black widow, you'd better send for a doctor at once.
I've done that. He's on his way now. I tried to find Arthur to tell him, but he's disappeared.
Arthur disappeared? Oh, come, June, you're all excited. Calm down and explain yourself.
It's true. I went to his study. The manuscript was on his desk. Arthur was gone.
Well, could Mr. Gideon have just stepped out somewhere?
And leave his manuscript for prying eyes to see? Oh, not Arthur. Oh, come, I think we'd better look into this. Well, he's certainly not here.
There's the manuscript on his desk. The last page is half completed. He must have been writing when...
When what, June?
When... whatever happened to him happened.
June, what in the world ails you? You're white as a ghost. You're trembling.
Oh, my trembling. It's cold in here. What is this, Gideon? An Eskimo or something?
I don't think June is trembling from the cold.
There's nothing wrong with me, really. I'm just worried about Barry. Perhaps the doctor won't get here in time. And what do you think happened to Arthur?
Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Come over here a minute.
Right. You found something, Inspector?
I don't know. Look down there behind the desk.
A dark spot on the rug, eh?
Yeah.
Any idea what it is, Inspector?
Sure, I got an idea. It's blood.
Oh, no, it isn't blood. I'm sure it isn't. It couldn't be blood.
And why couldn't it be, June?
Because it couldn't. I mean, why would there be blood in Arthur's study? It's perfectly ridiculous.
There's something peculiar about all this. I think I'd better call the police.
Your brother's already attended to that, Miss Gideon.
Attended to it? Arthur? Whatever do you mean?
Inspector Datton's a policeman. Your brother wrote us a note asking us to come up here for the weekend. He said he expected to be murdered.
Murdered? Oh, great heavens, by who?
I don't think that was important to him. I think, Miss Gideon, that your brother wanted to be murdered.
Wanted? Oh, Mr. Drake, if that is your name, that is the most ridiculous statement I have ever heard. If this is some sort of practical joke...
I assure you, Miss Gideon, it's no joke. Your brother's been ill for the past 3 years. Did you know that he'd been suffering from an incurable disease?
Why, no, why?
He would have been dead in a short time anyhow. By allowing himself to be murdered, a chapter would be written in his book of memoirs that would give a publication a sensational value. I think that's what Arthur Gideon wanted.
Hey, Bart, we missed the boat again. That spot on the floor isn't blood, it's water.
Water?
Yeah. Now, what do you make of that?
I don't know what you two make of it, but it confirms my belief that this is nothing but one of Arthur's...
Look out, Inspector.
Good gosh, the bait fainted. Okay, nothing to get excited about. She'll be all right in a minute.
I can't understand it, June. Such a healthy girl. What do you suppose made her faint?
The usual causes. Miss Gideon, would you mind getting a damp cloth and some smelling salts, please?
Oh, I'll ring for one of the servants.
I think it would be better if you saved time by going yourself.
Well, all right.
And tell someone to get some wood and start a fire in this fireplace. I'm frozen.
All right, Inspector. Go over and lock that door.
Lock the... Why, for crying out loud?
Sorry. June is regaining consciousness.
Okay. Only I don't feel it.
Are you feeling better, June?
What happened? Where am I?
Nothing. You fainted. You'll be all right in a minute. Where's who, June?
Nobody. I'm all right. Have they... Has Arthur come back yet?
Can Arthur come back, June?
What do you mean? What are you saying?
I was just wondering if it were possible for Arthur to come back. Or is he dead?
Oh, no, of course he's not dead. What makes you even think such a thing?
Well, the blood.
It wasn't blood, it was water. That other man said so.
And where did that water come from?
Where did it come from? I don't know. Why are you asking me?
Because I think you know the answer. There's no reason why there should be water on the floor. There's no water pitcher in sight. Who put the water there, June?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yes, you do. You put the water there, June. You wiped the blood with a wet cloth, didn't you?
No, I didn't. Oh, please don't ask me any more questions.
You're frightened, June. Why? Was it you who murdered Arthur?
No, I didn't. I swear I didn't.
You admit coming here to the study and finding it deserted. Was it deserted, or was...
I'll get it.
No, you mustn't. It's for me. I'm sure it's for me. Let me answer.
Just a minute, lady.
Let her answer.
Let her know. Look, Bob, I'm the cop here.
Hello? Hello, who is it, please?
It's Barry, June.
Barry. Where are you?
I'm upstairs in my room. The doctor just left.
The doctor?
Yes, he gave me an antidote to the spider bite. I'm going to be all right, June.
That's fine, Barry.
Have they found Arthur yet, June?
No. The policeman is still here. They're right at my elbow, Barry. They're listening to every word you say.
Is that so? Well, ask them to come up and see me, June. Maybe I can help them out.
All right, Barry. I'll tell them.
And remember, June, I'm all right. I can get around. I can do things. I'm as good as new.
I understand, Barry. Goodbye. That was Barry Kester. He thinks he might be able to help you find Arthur.
Mm-hmm. I think so, too. Come on, Inspector. Let's go have a talk with Barry Kester. This must be the room here, Inspector. Let's go in.
Yeah. Oh, hello there. Are you the policeman?
That's right, Mr. Kester. How's the spider bite?
Oh, I'll live, I guess. Still a little weak. Those things can be dangerous, though. I'll say they can. I didn't know there were any black widow spiders around this section of the country.
Yeah, indeed there are, Inspector. Black widows aren't as common here as in some of the western states, but they're just as deadly. Eh, Kester?
Deadly? I never heard of a man dying from one.
Oh, there have been cases. You were smart to call the doctor the first thing. What did he use for an antidote?
Oh, the usual stuff, I suppose.
What's the usual stuff?
Serum made from the blood of the victim.
I see. You were fortunate that the doctor had some on hand. I suppose that bandage around your arm covers the wound.
Say, I'd like to see what one of those bites looks like. Sorry, old man. Removing the bandage would be strictly against the doctor's order. Yeah, I guess you're right.
June told us that you might be able to throw some light on the whereabouts of Arthur Gideon.
No, I wouldn't worry about him. Arthur's always disappearing for short periods of time.
I suppose, like most riders, he likes to spend considerable time alone.
Yeah, creates an effect. Arthur was always one to create an effect.
So I've heard.
Now, wait a minute. This doesn't add up. The guy invites a lot of people up here for a weekend, then goes off by himself because he doesn't want to be around the people he invited up here.
But Mr. Kester just explained that, Inspector. The more people he has around, the better the effect he can create.
That's all right, but... I wouldn't worry about it, Inspector. No? Arthur will turn up in a day or so and get a big laugh out of our concern.
Yeah, but... Mr. Kester's right, Inspector.
Huh?
We don't want to make fools of ourselves, do we? Come along. I hope you have no ill effects from that spider bite, Mr. Kester.
But I'm beginning to get another one of my headaches from watching you work.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Inspector.
Now, look, that guy Kester didn't fool you, did he?
Not for a minute, Inspector.
Good. That makes me feel better.
On the other hand, I'm sure we didn't fool him.
Huh? Were we trying to fool him?
But definitely. That must be the stable over there.
The stable?
That's right.
What do we want the stable for? No. Don't tell me, I know. We're looking for something.
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
Yes. So, now I'm supposed to ask you what we're looking for. Nothing doing. You won't tell me anyhow.
Well, of course I'll tell you, Inspector. We're looking for Arthur Gideon's body. Body? Naturally. We can't prove there's been a murder unless we have a body. Corpus delicti, you know, Inspector?
Yeah, corpus delicti.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's just one thing wrong with that theory, Bart.
Oh, what?
Bodies are usually dead. Now, if this Arthur Gideon is only sitting off in some corner thinking about his...
Arthur Gideon, Inspector, was murdered. His corpse has been hidden somewhere around these premises. If we don't find it before nightfall, the murderer is going to sneak the body out and dispose of it.
Is that a fact?
That's a fact.
Oh, I wonder why I didn't figure that all out.
Why? Because you're not a figuring man, Inspector. You're a man of action. Here's the stable. Let's go in and have a look. You take a look in the horse stalls, Inspector. I'll browse around the feet and...
Well, what if there are horses in the stall?
Don't ask questions. Just...
Now what?
Here comes Miss Gideon, and she looks excited.
Maybe Artie has returned.
No, I doubt that.
Oh, Mr. Drake, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Something wrong, Miss Gideon?
Oh, you've got to help me find Arthur, Mr. Drake. Our guests are asking questions. I'm rapidly getting into a stew.
Is that a fact? It's a tough thing to get into, lady.
Inspector. Is anything else wrong, Miss Gideon?
Oh, everything's wrong. June acts strangely. Barry Kester's being bitten by a spider. The servants are bringing wood for the fire. Everybody's cold. It looks like rain. Arthur can't be found.
Now what? Now what, Inspector? Now I know what happened to Arthur Gideon, and I know where to find him. Come along. Well, June, I'm surprised to find you still here in the room where Arthur Gideon was murdered.
Murdered? What do you mean?
Don't ask him, lady. He might tell you. That might prove embarrassing for certain people.
You know he was murdered, June. You saw it happen.
That's not true. I didn't see it happen. I didn't.
But you know who murdered him.
Oh, I don't. I don't know anything. Won't you please stop hounding me?
Concealing guilty knowledge is as bad as committing the crime itself, June.
I can't tell you. I can't. I'm afraid.
Afraid? Of what?
Oh, June, Oh.
Come in, Chester.
Hey, for a guy who just got out of bed, you're acting kind of spry, aren't you, son? I'm sorry. I thought June was alone.
Just a minute, Chester.
Well?
Close the door, Inspector.
Closed it? Okay. It's closed. Now what?
Chester, you must be a pretty tough guy.
What do you mean by that crack?
Why, the way you frightened June into not talking. The way you manhandled Arthur Gideon before murdering him.
Before murder? Are you crazy?
I wonder just how tough you are, Chester.
Why, you... keep your hands off me, Drake.
Come, Chester. You're not going to just stand there and take it, are you?
Quit it. I'm no match for you. That spider bite left me as weak as a kitten. That's right, Bart. Better take it easy. The guy can hardly stand up.
I disagree, Inspector. Chester's just as strong as he ever was. He just doesn't dare fight back because he knows that by doing so, we give away the fact that he wasn't bitten by a Black Widow spider at all.
I was. I can prove it.
And I can prove that you're lying, Chester, this way.
You keep away from me.
On the contrary, I'm going to follow you right around the room. Lock the door, Inspector.
You won't get out.
How about it, Chester? How long can you keep your temper,
Watch out, Mr. Drake. He's dangerous.
We'll soon find out, June. Well, come on. Stop talking and do something, man.
Quit!
You what, Chester? Come on. At least put up your dukes, man.
I'll do more than put up my dukes, you dirty copper. I'll make you wish you'd never...
Your face is bleeding, Bart. Be careful.
What? She says he doesn't like blood, lady. Watch.
Fine. Now we know, don't we, Chester? You got to do better than that.
I'll do better.
You don't. This won't do it.
Nice going, Bart. He's out like a light.
Yes, I guess that takes care of Mr. Chester. You better put some handcuffs on him, Inspector.
With a right cross like that, he writes books.
Your poor cheek. Let me wipe off the blood. Oh, and you were magnificent, Barton.
You flattered me, Miss... June.
Nothing.
I'll answer it. What in the world is going on in here? Who's that on the floor? It's Barry. Mr. Drake just knocked him out. It was wonderful. Wonderful. Mr. Drake, what is the meaning of this?
I'll explain as briefly as I can, Miss Gideon. And then I think you'd better summon the coroner.
The coroner? Why?
Because the body of your brother is stuffed up the chimney in that fireplace, and it's held in place by the damper.
What?
Barry Kester murdered him when he learned certain things your brother was writing in his book of memoirs.
I can't believe it. It's true. I came in and saw Arthur's body on the floor. Barry tried to kill me, too, because he thought I'd tell. I begged him not to. We heard someone coming, and he told me if I said a word, Oh, it was awful. Fun, Mike. So.
So, when Barry forced June to wipe up the blood in the carpet while he stuffed the body in the chimney, he had to work fast. He had to think quick. If he could keep anyone from discovering the body until tonight, he had a chance to dispose of it. That's why he thought of Black Widow.
The Black Widow? Whatever did that happen?
The Black Widows are sometimes deadly poisonous, Miss Gideon. Everyone knows that. The tester merely announced he'd been bitten by a Black Widow spider while picking up some wood from the fireplace.
Say, that's the reason none of the servants had lugging any wood. They were afraid of being bitten by a spider.
Exactly, Inspector. You see, Kester couldn't afford to have anyone start a fire in that fireplace.
Well, I'm a Black Widow's spouse. But that was a nice piece of work. Knocking out Kester, I mean.
Yes, it was fortunate, wasn't it, Inspector, that for once there's something besides mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I've selected case history number 116 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Death is a Twin.
This is the place, Riley. You wait out here. I'm going in.
Okay, Chief. I better try again.
Come in. Come in. The door's unlocked.
I'll call you if I need you, Riley.
In here, in the living room.
Be right there.
You're the police? I phoned for the police.
Inspector Noah Danton. You're Susan Waterstone?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
Inspector.
Okay, Miss Susan. What's this all about?
It's my sister, Claire. Something's happened to her. I know it.
Huh? What?
She went into the library about 10 o'clock this morning with George Gale, our attorney. Told me if I needed anything to call out. I'm a cripple, you see.
Yes, I see the wheelchair.
A spine injury. I'm unable to walk a step. Claire does everything for me. If anything's happened to her, what would become of me?
No. Just calm yourself. Maybe nothing's happened to her.
But it has. I've been calling for her for the past half hour. She won't answer.
Why didn't you wheel yourself into the library and see what was the matter?
But I did wheel myself to the door. The door is locked.
From the inside?
I'm afraid so. I can't see through the keyhole.
Well, guess I better take a look.
Oh, we'll be along, will you please? I want to see which
Yeah, sure. Which one?
This door right here.
Locked all right. Yep, keys in the lock on the inside. It's Wonderstone. Anything the matter?
Oh, something's happened. I know it.
Well, guess I'll have to break in the door.
Oh, no, please don't. That's such a beautiful old door. If you had to break anything, why not a window?
Okay, it doesn't make much difference. I'll get Riley to do it. Hey, Riley, try and get in one of the library windows. They're all locked. Break one.
Okay, Chief.
Riley will be in the jiffy.
Oh, what'll I do? Poor Claire.
Oh, maybe she just had a fainting spell. Guess the windows must have been locked.
Holy cow.
Chief, boss. She's dead.
Claire dead. Oh, no. No! Oh, no!
Mike Fatt, Barton Drake's Chinese houseboy, carefully twirled the bottle of rare old vintage in the ice bucket and carefully adjusted a spotless napkin around the top. Carefully, he set just the right glass on each stand beside the two easy chairs, and then, just as carefully, placed a carpet tack point upwards in the chair where the good Inspector Danton would soon be planting his very ample frame. Mike Fatt loved the good inspector, but he also loved his little joke better.
Mike, you up for something?
Oh, no. Just putting out very cooling refreshment.
Well, all right, but you sound rather suspicious. Hope you have dinner ready. Inspector's always hungry, you know.
Oh, yes, Mr. Drake. Dinner ready?
Good.
Yeah. Oh, Inspector here now, I think. I go.
I'll be out in a minute.
Well, evening, Mike.
Thousand welcome, Mr. Inspector, to the abode of Mr. Drake. Also of humble Mike Fatt. Please to wait up.
Yeah, thanks. Where's Bart? Dinner ready?
Mr. Drake enjoying pleasure of admiring new hand-painted necktie in the mirror.
Uh-huh.
Please sit down.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, no. This the chair, please.
Huh? What's the matter with this one?
Oh, that Mr. Drake's chair, please.
Oh, I think I'll stand for a while. I'm tired of sitting.
Oh, no. Better sit. Old Chinese proverbs say, quote, man who sits in friend's house is friend of long standing, unquote.
All right,
Oh, something the matter? Inspector, was that you yelling?
I sat on something.
Oh, yes, in one moment. Oh, only carpet tack.
Mike, did
Funny
you...
thing, carpet tack should be in carpet. Excuse me, please. I get emergency blinding.
That conniving, scheming celestial heathen. I had to take him and...
Now, Inspector, mustn't accuse without proper evidence, you know.
Evidence? The carpet tack.
I'll bet you Mike didn't leave a single clue.
Well,
Sit down, Inspector. I'll have Mike pour you a drink.
I'll take mine standing up, thank you.
Have it your own way.
Oh, here, lead flossy bandage.
Yeah, well, you can take it right back where you got it.
Pour the Inspector a drink, will you, Mike?
Not on your life. I'll pour my own.
All the Chinese proverbs say, he who drinks from white bottle, get red nose.
Well, you get that... Get out of here.
Oh, yeah, all right.
You can sit down safely now, Inspector, I'm sure.
Well, okay.
Pour yourself some wine.
Okay.
Pour mine, too. I'll trust you. Well, Inspector, have a hard day?
No, nothing interesting. A few robberies, hit-and-run driver, wife beat up her husband, and a suicide.
Oh, well, suicides are always interesting. Always some very tragic reason that makes a man take the matter of his life into his own hands.
Nothing odd about this one. Just plain open and shut case.
Yeah? Who was it?
Gal by the name of Claire Waterstone.
How did you do it?
Poison. Glass of milk. Look, Bart, how about dinner?
Fingerprint?
Sure. Dead girls on the glass.
What did it happen?
In the library. Sat there reading a book, drank her poison milk just as calm as you please, then dropped over dead.
Reading a book, huh?
Now, look, Bart. Don't start getting any ideas. This was suicide. Plain and simple. Why, even all the doors and windows were locked on the inside. We had to bust a window in order to get in. And the only other person in the house was a crippled sister who couldn't walk 2 steps if the house was on fire. Now, come on, let's eat.
Reading a book. What book was it, Inspector?
If any satisfaction to you, it was one of yours.
Huh?
The first edition of Mystery is My Hobby.
What do you know?
Now, will you tell that Chinese boy to start serving the food?
Food will have to wait, Inspector.
Huh?
If that girl was reading my book when she died, I feel duty-bound to look into this case.
But it was suicide. I solved the case myself.
Yeah, so it would seem. But anyway, get your hat and coat. We're calling on the remaining Miss Waterstone. Come along, Inspector.
Oh, but I'm hungry.
And now, back to Glenn Langan for the second act of...
Mystery is my hobby.
Waterstone. You know, that name strikes a familiar note somewhere, Inspector.
Sure, you remember old man Waterstone who made a killing during the First World War? All kinds of publicity. War, profiteer, and all that stuff.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, the newspapers made it so unpleasant for him that he retired and has been living on his millions ever since.
Then he's still alive?
Nah, he kicked off about 5 years ago.
What about his money?
Left in trust equally to his 2 daughters, Susan, the crippled girl, and this Claire, the one who committed suicide. The mother died when the twins were born.
Twins?
Sure, Susan and Claire. They were twins.
Oh, I see.
We'll pull in here. This is the place.
It seems there's another visitor.
Huh?
That chap's just going in the door. You know who he is, Inspector?
No, can't say I do.
Well, we'll soon be finding out.
Miss Waterstone isn't at home, gentlemen.
Just a minute, you. We're the police.
Police? Oh, well, that's different. Come right in.
Thanks.
I thought this matter had all been settled.
It has.
Well, then what...
This is just a final checkup, Mr.
I'm George Gale, Miss Waterstone's attorney.
How do you do? I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
How do you do?
How do you do?
George? George, is that you?
Yes, Susan.
Is that someone with you?
Yes, Susan, the police. And a Mr. Barton Drake.
Well, bring him on in.
Follow me, gentlemen, please. Miss Susan is confined to a wheelchair, you know, Mr. Drake.
Yes, I've been told.
I didn't expect you back, Inspector. I thought this matter was all settled when they took my poor sister's body away.
It is settled. It's just that Bart here...
Miss Waterstone, I'm Barton Drake. I knew of your father.
Oh? Barton Drake, the writer?
Yes.
Susan is very fond of your books, Mr. Drake.
So?
Yes, indeed. Being confined as I am, I find reading a great relaxation, and I'm particularly fond of mystery stories.
I'm very flattered, Miss Waterstone.
Would you gentlemen care to join me in a cup of tea? I have some here, all nice and hot.
I would. I'm hungry.
Thank you. Miss Waterstone, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind. I know this must be a very painful subject to you, but...
Well, it's all right, Mr. Drake. I'm only too glad to have someone to talk to.
Thank you. Now, Miss Waterstone, do you know of any possible reason why your sister Claire should commit suicide?
Why,
I can give you a very good reason.
Yes, Mr. Gale?
Claire lost all her money.
Oh?
All that money her father left her?
Yes. Claire was a spendthrift. She ran with a fast crowd, Mr. Drake. Why, I've seen her lose 10,000 over a gambling table in one night.
But if you handled a trust fund, why did you let her?
The terms of the will allowed me to make a cash settlement when she was 25. I advised her against it, of course, but...
Mm-hmm. And she lost it all, eh?
Yes, she did. She couldn't take it, I guess, so she took the easy way out.
But you still have your share of the money, Miss Waterstone?
Oh, yes. I'm able to live very well on the interest of my investments. You see, Mr. Drake, I've taken the precautions never to be a burden to anyone.
A very wise move, I'm sure.
Claire didn't think so. She was mad as hops because Susan wouldn't give her half of what she had.
Poor Claire. I did take care of her, Mr. Drake. I gave her an allowance of $100 a week.
I see. Inspector, I want you to show me around the library.
Oh, well, come on.
You'll excuse us for a bit, won't you, folks?
Yes, indeed. What's the matter with you, Bart? I've never seen you act this way before.
Yeah.
Not just over a plain old suicide.
This the door?
Yeah. Well, come on in if you're coming.
Oh, just a minute, wait a minute. Did you oil this lock when you were trying to get the door open, Inspector?
Oh, of course not. Riley opened that door with a key from the inside.
That's strange. Well, now, where was the body?
Slumped over in this chair?
And the book, my book?
Laying in her lap.
That's the book for fingerprints?
Sure.
Whose?
Hers.
Oh. What was the glass of milk?
Laying on the floor. That spot there was the milk.
I see. How do you know the milk contained the poison?
We analyzed the spot. Now, are you satisfied?
What's that broken window?
Where Riley came in. Bart, I told you all about this before. Now, what are you trying to...
Look at her. They both must have liked mysteries. You know, here's a book of mine I'd forgotten I'd ever written.
Well, I wish you'd go home and write another. I'm hungry. I want to eat.
Very well, Inspector. Let's go.
You mean back to your house and good old Mike Fat's dinner?
No, Inspector. Down to the morgue. Good evening, Charlie.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Drake. You come down to take a look at my customers.
We came down to look at a stiff.
Yes, of course. Come right in, gentlemen. How are you this evening, Inspector?
I'm starving to death.
Good. I had a cadaver that came in this morning starved to death, rather thin. Now, what can I show you? I've got all types.
Look, we aren't down here to pick out Miss Corpse of 1947.
Oh.
We'd like to look at Miss Claire Waterstone, Charlie.
Claire Waterstone?
Yes,
Oh, yes. I'll see if she's in.
Thank you.
Yes, here she is. Someone to see you, my dear. Beautiful girl.
Of course, Charlie, of course. You're sure this is the right one?
Yes, indeed. I have her case history right here. Got it tied to her big toe. Claire Waterstone, poison, suicide. Yes, she's the right one, all right.
Well, what are you waiting for, Charlie?
Just looking at her face. Awful sad. Well, there you are.
By Judge, Inspector, what a remarkable resemblance.
Why not? They were identical twins.
Yes, this must account for it. Well, that's enough. I've seen all I care to.
My pleasure.
Come on, Inspector, let's go.
You mean at last we're going to eat?
Well, maybe. If Miss Susan will make you a cup of tea.
now back to Glenn Langan for the third act of Mystery is My Hobby.
Well, I hope at last you're satisfied, Bart.
Yes, Inspector. I'm satisfied.
I told you it was suicide all the time.
I'm satisfied that it's murder.
Murder? Oh, now, Bart,
Stop
look.
at this drugstore, Inspector. I want to make a phone call.
Phone call to whom?
My stockbroker.
Stockbroker? Are you nuts?
I don't think so.
Well, while you're phoning, I'm going to have a double banana split.
Hello, Al? Barton Drake. Listen, Al. You know a chap by the name of George Gale? Yes, that's the one, a lawyer. Yeah? Down at the stock exchange, that's right. Okay. Quite a heavy loser, huh? Thanks, Al. That's just what I wanted to know. Yeah, sure. Meet me for lunch tomorrow. All right, bye.
And vanilla. And plenty of nuts, Barney. You through already?
Yes, Inspector. Come along. We've got work to do.
But I just ordered it. No, what's the use? I'm coming. Suicide. Morgue. Murder. Stockbroker. I give up.
You want to solve this case, don't you, Inspector?
I've already solved it. All I want to do is eat.
Back to the Waterstones, Inspector.
Oh, now, look, Bart, I don't mind going along with a gag, but this time you're going just a little bit too far.
You think so, Inspector?
You're darn right. This is nothing but an ordinary police job, just plain suicide. That's the way it's marked up on the books down at headquarters, and that's the way it's going to stay.
Oh, Inspector, I'm afraid you're in for a big surprise.
But it couldn't be anything else. It couldn't be murder. Look, be reasonable, will you?
Why couldn't it be murder?
Because nobody could walk into that library, give Miss Claire a glass of poisoned milk, and then walk out and leave all the windows and doors locked on the inside. That's why. Claire just had to lock that door herself.
Well, it's been done before. If you read my book on the case of...
And besides that, there weren't anybody else's fingerprints on that glass but Claire.
Of course there weren't, Inspector. You wouldn't expect there would be, would you?
Oh, no.
And now, Miss Susan, just one more little thing, and then we'll go, maybe in peace.
Of course, Mr. Drake. What is it?
Susan, it seems to me they've been poking around quite enough.
Oh, never mind, George. I'm sure Mr. Drake knows what he's doing.
Thank you, Miss Susan. I'd like to look at your sister's room, if you don't mind.
Oh, certainly. Right down the hall. The last door on the left.
Thanks. Coming, Inspector?
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I won't go with you. My wheelchair.
Of course. I think this is it.
Yeah. Kind of dark and gloomy.
Yes, isn't it? Now, let's see.
What are you looking for?
Well, just things. Not much in here. She wasn't very fancy.
No. A little bottle of perfume.
Let's look in the closet. Huh? Not much of a wardrobe.
Well, you got to remember, Claire lost all her money. Probably sold all her fur coats and stuff.
Kind of heavy for dressing gowns and robes. And pretty nice slippers.
Probably stuff she had left over from the good old days. Seen enough?
Oh, yes, in here. While we're at it, we might as well take a look at Susan's room.
Okay, anything to get you out of here so I can eat.
Must have shared the bathroom.
Yeah. Well, this girl Susan has the best room.
She says she has. Very nice.
Want to look in the closet, Bob?
No, you look. What I'm trying to find will more likely be in a dresser drawer.
Yeah, she's got plenty of clothes. Evening gowns, 4 dresses, 3 fur coats, and about 50 pair of shoes.
Yes, so I suppose. She has all the money, remember? Isn't that what you said, Inspector?
Yeah, I sure did.
Inspector, here it is.
Here, what is?
The key to the whole crime.
It's nothing but a knitting needle.
Yes, that's right, Inspector. What do you suppose that string is doing tied to the end of it? Is that the way you knit?
Is that... I don't know. I suppose she... What is it doing tied there?
Just another fatal mistake our murderer made, Inspector. This knitting needle sews up the whole case. Now I'm able to tell you who our murderer is. And who was murdered.
But we know who was committed suicide. It was Claire Waterstone.
You're sure of it, are you, Inspector?
Of course I'm sure. I'm sure.
Glad you had to figure it out, Mr. Drake.
Hey, Bart, look. Susan Waterstone, she's wanted.
Your mistake, Inspector. Not Susan, but Claire.
Then where's Miss Susan? We just left
We
her...
just left Miss Susan Waterstone with Charlie down at the morgue.
I would like to know just how you figured this all out.
Well, stop me if I'm wrong, but here's the way I think it happened. After you lost your money, Miss Claire, you were forced to depend upon your sister, Susan, for your very existence. In order to get the weekly allowance she gave you, you had to wait on her hand and foot.
You're right so far.
That got to be pretty tiring after a while. You couldn't see why a crippled girl who was unable to go anywhere should have all that money while you, who were young and healthy, didn't have a dime. So you decided it would be wonderful to change places with your sister and have all that money for yourself.
Yeah, but one of them was crippled, Bart.
Susan, why did you get out of the chair?
Oh, it's no use, George. Mr. Drake knows everything.
Oh, that's too bad. You don't think I'm going to let him tell, do you?
Barty's got a gun?
Yes, indeed. I wouldn't use it, though, Mr. Gale.
No, I don't think I will. After all, Claire is the murderer.
No, George. You are the murderer.
What? Why,
This morning, when Susan was in the library, you brought her a glass of poisoned milk. You'd been careful to hold the glass with a napkin in order not to leave any fingerprints. Susan drank the milk, or at least part of it. And the poison worked immediately.
But I thought that...
Then, George, you took her out of the wheelchair and dumped her body in an easy chair and placed an open book in her lap, a book that she'd been reading at the time. That was another mistake. People who commit suicide never do it while they're reading books, George.
Very clever, aren't you?
Not so clever, George. This case was very simple. Then you wheeled out the wheelchair and carefully oiled the lock in the library door. You took this knitting needle, in which you had attached this string. You put the needle through the handle of the key, stretched the string to the floor and under the door so that the end was on the other side, the outside. Then you carefully closed the door, pulled on the string, the needle turned the key and locked the door and then fell to the floor. It was a simple matter to give the string a yank and pull the needle under the door. And you hid it in Miss Claire's dresser drawer. And you had done the supposedly impossible. Locked the door on the inside.
How did you guess that?
I didn't have to guess. I'd written up a case just like this one. It was in the book Susan Waterstone was reading, and which, by the way, you also must have read. Well, that's about all. Except that you then forced Miss Claire to assume her sister's identity, didn't you?
I hate to do this. It's either you or me.
You ready, Inspector?
Don't try it. I'm going to shoot you first, Mr. Drake, and then I...
No, I won't do you.
I got it.
Inspector, I felt the wind of that one. I'd save those tears, my dear. You'll need them for your sister's funeral.
And now, back to Glenn Langan for the conclusion of...
Mystery is my hobby.
Oh, Mr. Inspector, you would like a maybe so have a little wine?
Okay, Mike. But no more tricks.
Oh, no trick. No, sir.
Dinner ready pretty soon, Mike? I'm starving.
Yes, sir. Few minutes, sir.
Good. You know, Bart, I can't get over the way that Claire grabbed that gun. I suppose that she was in with George Gale all the time.
Yes, she was, Inspector. However, embezzlement and murder are two different things. Clara wouldn't go for murder.
Yeah, but how about Susan's murder?
Clara really thought that it was suicide, the same as you did.
Yep. George sure had me fooled. I don't know how you ever figured out that Claire wasn't Susan.
Oh, no, Inspector, I'm surprised at you. That girl at the morgue, didn't you notice her legs?
Sure. She had two, just like everybody else.
No, not like everybody else, Inspector. Hers were thin, very thin. Not at all the legs of the girl who used them to walk on. And then, of course, the clues in the bedrooms were unmistakable. Did you honestly believe that Susan, being confined to her wheelchair, would use evening gowns, sport clothes, fur coats, and 50 pair of shoes?
Well, I don't know. How did you know that George killed her instead of Claire?
Well, primarily because of my call to my broker. He said that George Gale had been gambling on the stock exchange with much more money than he could possibly possess. Only, Inspector, it was Susan's money instead of Claire's. Hers was already gone, remember?
Gentlemen, dinner is served.
At last we eat.
Just a minute, Inspector. Barton Drake speaking. Yes? Yes. Well, yes, indeed. What? We'll be right over. Come on, Inspector, get your hat.
But, Bart, dinner's ready.
You
I
can
haven't
eat
eaten.
later, Inspector. You can eat later. Right now, we're going to investigate a very mysterious murder.
But, Bart, with me, eating is a very serious business.
I know, Inspector, but with me, mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. In the small town of Burley, in the upper part of the state, an old man named Ben Curtis, the village's leading and wealthiest citizen, lay sick in his bed. Millie Curtis, Ben's young and beautiful wife, was his only attendant.
Who's that? It's Millie, Ben. Time for your medicine.
Oh, medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Millie.
Yes, Daddy.
Have they caught him? Have they caught the killer?
No. Now, darling, please don't get excited.
Oh, no. I won't get excited. What would I get excited about? People taking a couple of shots at me, and I'm not supposed to get excited.
Ben, it must have been a mistake. The shot must have come from outside. Somebody target practiced.
Oh, sure. Somebody's target practicing, and a bullet punctured the wall 2 inches from my head. What were they doing, target practicing on the roof above the porch at midnight?
Ben, you're letting your imagination run away with you.
Who wouldn't? Now you look here, Millie. Trying to keep things from me ain't going to do any good at all. I know someone's trying to kill me. And by golly, I ain't going to just lay here and take it.
Oh, Ben, darling, what more can we do? The police have searched the grounds and found nothing.
Doggone the police. Get a private detective up here. Get that fella Barton Drake from New York.
Barton Drake?
Sure. He's the guy who writes all them books. He's smart. At least he thinks he is.
Darling, suppose Mr. Drake won't come. We're a long ways from New York.
He'll come, all right. Tell him to name his own ticket. Tell him I'll pay anything. Money's no object. I'm not going to lay here night after night waiting to stop a bullet. You get Barton Drake.
All right, then, I'll call him. But I don't think it will do any good.
It'll do plenty of good. I've read his books, and I know. Doggone it, that guy will do anything for money.
Yes?
Hello. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Denton.
Hi.
Oh, yes. Come in, please.
Thank you.
We didn't expect you until tomorrow.
The urgency in your mother's voice inspired us to immediate action, Miss Curtis. You see...
My mother?
Yes. Wasn't it your mother who called? Aren't you Miss Curtis?
I'm Mrs. Curtis, Mr. Drake. It was I who called you.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Wait a minute. I thought that Curtis was...
You thought that Mr. Curtis was an old man, Inspector Danton. Well, he is. My husband is 28 years older than I.
Oh, excuse me.
That's quite all right. I understand you're surprised. Most strangers are surprised until they see Ben and me together. Ben is far younger than his years.
Forgive us for making a mistake, Mrs. Curtis. Now, tell me, do you think that someone's trying to murder your husband?
Well, I don't know. He has been ill for over a month. When a man as active as Ben is confined to his bed, well, he's apt to imagine things.
Yes, that's true, but there was a shot.
Yes, the other night. It came through the window, and the bullet struck the headboard above Ben's pillow.
Did you notify the police?
Yes, they came and made a thorough investigation. They found nothing and finally decided that the shot was an accident. Probably a hunter or someone target practicing.
What?
Oh, that's Ben calling me. If you gentlemen will wait a minute, I'll go up and ask him if he wants to see you tonight.
Splendid, thank you.
Well, Bart, it's just like I figured. The whole thing was an accident.
No, I don't think so, Inspector. Well, who's this?
You're Barton Drake and Inspector Noah Dandon, aren't you?
Yes, we are. And you?
I'm Gretchen Curtis. Ben Curtis is my father.
Holy smokes. You're older than your mother.
Millie is not my mother, Inspector Danton. My mother has been dead for years.
My mistake.
Well, I don't blame you for wondering. Dad was a fool to marry that girl.
You sound as though you don't like your stepmother, Miss Curtis.
I don't. I hate her. She married Dad for his money, and now she's trying to kill him.
That's rather a vicious statement, isn't it?
Mr. Drake, there are some things I think you should know before you begin your investigation.
Oh, what are they, Miss Curtis?
Millie didn't want you to come here. It was only at my father's insistence that she called you. She was afraid to disobey.
Afraid? Of what, Miss Curtis?
Afraid that you'd find out about Marius O'Connor.
And who might she be?
Marius isn't a woman, Inspector. He's a man, and Millie's in love with him.
They're just waiting for Dad to die so they can get married.
Well, well, at last the soup begins to show a little thickness, eh, Bart?
Let's not jump to conclusions, Inspector. You're sure of that, Miss Curtis?
Of course I am. I've seen them together many times, although they didn't know it. It was Marius who shot at Dad.
Oh, and you're sure of that, Miss Curtis?
Yes, I am. I can prove it. It was I who talked Dad into sending for you.
Oh? You've told him your suspicions, then?
No, it wouldn't do any good. He wouldn't believe me. He thinks Millie's wonderful.
That's what makes you so sure that this Marius guy took a shot at your father.
Well, I found some things that the police overlooked. It was raining that night, and there was only one set of footprints. I followed them to where a car was parked up the road a little ways.
And you found Marius's car?
No, but I've seen his car parked there before when he's come to see Millie.
Well, well, well. Anything else, lady?
Yes. Dad's window was open that night. The bullet came through the screen. I've hidden the screen in the garage, and when you examine it, you'll see from the shape of the hole that the bullet was fired from the level of the window.
Pardon me for asking, miss, but have you been reading Barton Drake's books?
Dad and I have read them all. That's how I knew what to do until he got here.
My.
Quiet, Inspector. Thank you, Miss Curtis. You've been very helpful. Is there anything else you want to tell us?
Just one thing. Dad is dying of an incurable disease. He can't possibly live for more than a month.
What? Well, if that's the case...
Millie doesn't know about it, Inspector Danton. No one knows about it but me.
Not even your father?
No. Dr. Erskine could see no point in telling him, but he thought some member of the family ought to know.
Oh, he told you instead of Ben Curtis's wife. That seems odd.
It won't, Mr. Drake, when you learn all of the...
What's that? Come on!
It's Millie. Something's happened.
Don't play a hand.
Where's your dad's room, Miss Curtis?
Up these stairs.
Save your breath, Bart.
Don't worry about me, Inspector. I'm right behind you.
It's this room here.
My gosh. Look.
Mrs. Curtis.
Millie. She's been shot.
Take it easy, everybody. Let's see here.
Is she dead, Inspector?
Not yet, but she will be unless we get a doctor pretty quick.
Dad.
What's...
Dad. Dad, are you all right?
All right. Hey, there was a shot. Somebody tried to kill me again.
Better carry Mrs. Curtis into the next room and get a doctor quick, Inspector.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Millie, they got her. I saw it happen.
Just take it easy, Mr. Curtis. Your wife isn't dead. We'll have a doctor here as soon as possible.
Who are you?
Oh, this is Barton Drake, Dad. He just got here. What happened?
What happened? Doggone it, what do you think happened? That killer took another shot at me. That's what happened.
Where did the shot come from, Mr. Curtis?
Outside the window on the porch roof. Just where it come from before.
Doc's on his way. Be here in no time.
Oh, good, Inspector.
Miss Curtis, you better go in and do what you can for for Mrs. Curtis.
What if someone's trying
There's nothing you can do here, Miss Curtis. Please do as the inspector asks.
Oh, very well. Only I don't like the idea of someone roaming around outside of the house.
Come along, Inspector. I think we'd better take a quick search of the grounds.
Hey, you come back here. Don't you go off and leave me alone. Doggone it, Drake. What do you think I'm paying out my good money for?
I assume that you're paying it in the hopes that we can catch your would-be murderer, Mr. Curtis. Obviously, he isn't in this room. So I think we'd better look outside.
Sure, but
Come on,
once
let's
he
go,
climbs up
Inspector.
on the roof
Well,
again,
let him
I'll
lay.
take another shot at me. Doggone it, I'm paying for protection, and that's what I expect to get. Now...
Cantankerous old buzzard, isn't he?
Yes, and frightened to death. However, if anyone's lurking about the grounds, I think we ought to know about it. Just for the record, Inspector, let's take a look at the ground under the porch roof.
You think maybe there was someone on the porch roof, eh?
At the moment, it seems like the only possibility. Throw your flashlight around here, Inspector.
Okay. This ground's as hard as rock. No footprints would show up here.
No, you're quite right. Well, let's take a look at that trellis.
Huh. That's as good as a ladder if a guy wanted to climb up onto the roof. Look. Solid as heck.
Don't take it too hard, Inspector. Hey,
Listen, come in here. Somebody's climbing up the stairs.
There's a jump bunny cheek fish.
listen, Inspector, listen.
Listen, doggone it, where are you, girl? Where's that policeman?
Well, Gretchen seems to have wandered off somewhere.
Yeah, she's supposed to be in the next room with the door open.
Say is right, Inspector. It's all right, Mr. Curtis. There's nobody down here but us. We'll be right up.
But look, Bart, shouldn't
No. I'm beginning to get some ideas, Inspector. And the answer to them is inside the house, not outside. Come on.
Doggone you fellas, where you been? He tried to get me again. I knew he would.
No one tried to get you. That was us at the foot of the trellis.
I don't believe it. You're just trying to make me feel
What is
easy.
your daughter, Mr. Curtis?
I'm right here.
Oh.
You told me to go in and attend to Millie.
Gretchen, doggone it, why didn't you come in when I yelled? You must have heard me.
Of course I heard you, but I couldn't very well leave poor Millie.
Poor Millie. A minute ago, you
Just a minute, Inspector, please.
Huh?
Mr. Curtis, suppose you begin at the beginning and tell us exactly what happened when you were shot at.
Sure will. I heard voices downstairs and yelled for Millie. She come up and told me that you was here. We talked a while, then Millie went into the bathroom to get me a drink of water. It was then I seen him.
You saw whom?
The killer, of course. He was standing on the room outside the window. Yeah, on the roof out there. I yelled and rolled over as best I could. I guess the yell must have scared him. He missed me complete and hit Millie, who was just coming out of the bathroom.
Mm-hmm. Did you recognize the man outside the window, Mr. Curtis?
Nope, I ain't very strong. When I started to roll over, it made me kind of dizzy and I fainted.
I see. Gretchen, where were you when your father called down and asked his wife to come upstairs?
Where was I? Why, I was in my room across the hall.
Hmm. Well, in that event, I think you can add to the story you told us downstairs by naming the person who's trying to murder your father. I see. Oh, yes. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Burke. Goodbye. Oh, hello, Inspector. What did Dr. Erskine have to say?
He thinks Mrs. Curtis will live. Lucky thing we could get hold of him so quickly.
Yes, isn't it? It almost seems as though he were waiting for the call, doesn't it?
Has that crack got some special meaning?
Time will tell, Inspector. Time will tell.
Yeah, time. Now, how about explaining what you meant when you said Gretchen could name the guy who was trying to knock off her old man?
I think she will, Inspector, before we're through.
Yep, that's the kind of answer I expected. Oh, round and round we go. Well, here's one for you. Dr. Erskine says that Millie was shot at close range.
What? Is he sure?
Nope, only a guess. And the way I figured, he's guessing wrong.
Why, Inspector?
If Millie were shot at close range, there'd be powder burns.
True. There weren't any?
Nope, not a sign of any.
The bathroom door is next to the door to the hall. If someone stepped into Ben's room from the hall just as Millie came from the bathroom, he'd have to shoot her at close range.
Look, Bart, I've already explained it couldn't be a close-range shot because there weren't any powder burns.
On the other hand, the killer could have come through the window and followed Millie into the bathroom.
Excuse me, Mr. Drake, for interrupting your train of thought, but you're way off the beam.
What was that, Inspector?
I said you're off the beam. Nothing that you've said adds up. The killer was after Curtis, remember? Besides, Curtis would have seen the guy if he'd come in through the window.
I don't think so. Curtis had fainted, you know. Oh, by the way, is anyone with Millie now?
Yep, both Doc Erskine and Gretchen are up there with him.
Good. She shouldn't be left alone. I've just talked with Ralph Burke, Curtis's lawyer. He says that Millie and Gretchen are named as equal heirs to the old man's will.
Which gives both of them a motive for murdering.
How do you figure that, Inspector?
Why? Because if one of them dies, the other will get the whole caboodle, won't she?
Yes, but it's the old man that our murderer is trying to dispose of, remember?
Oh, yeah, that's right, isn't it? Say, nothing about this case makes much sense, does it?
Oh, no, I think it makes a lot of sense, Inspector. Come on, let's go out in the garage and have a look at that screen with the bullet hole in it. Here we are, Inspector. Throw your light around and see if you can locate a light switch.
Yeah. Yeah, there's one.
Fine. Well, then Curtis must have some influence somewhere. That automobile's a post-war model, isn't it?
Yep, nice-looking job, too. Look at the monogram stamped on the door. Fancy, eh?
Yes, MC. Those initials must stand for Millicent Curtis. Probably a present from Ben to his wife.
Old guys who marry young girls are always going haywire like that. Well, let's look for the screen.
There's a pile of junk over here in the corner. Imagine we'll find the screen in it.
Yeah, if we do, it'll be a wonder. What a mess. Why the heck don't people clean up their garages?
Here we are. The screen with the bullet hole in it, Inspector, just where Gretchen thinks we'd find it.
When did she tell you that?
That's unimportant, Inspector. I'd say the bullet passed through at almost 90-degree angle, wouldn't you, Inspector?
Yeah. Look, Bart, I wish you wouldn't keep making vague remarks and then not explaining them.
Oh, all right, Inspector, I won't. Let's see now. I just place that screen flat against this wall. Then I'll fitting it into the window of Ben Curtis's bedroom.
What good will that do? You don't know how far the window is above the porch roof.
Well, that's true. However, by Jove, Inspector.
What's the matter?
Run your hand over the face of the screen across the sharp points of wire made by the bullet hole.
Do what? Look, if we're going to... Hey, what? There's someone hiding over there behind those Don't move. Look, I'll wander over that way like I'm hunting for something. You stay here.
All right, Inspector. You better keep your gun handy.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a look over in this corner, Bart. Maybe we missed something.
All right, Inspector. I'll buy through this pile of junk.
Don't, you're not going to get me. Stop, or I'll shoot. Hey, Bart, get him in. He's coming around the outside of the car.
Don't worry, Inspector. I'm waiting. All right, Funny.
Keep your hands off me.
Sorry, my friend. If you do that, I'll have to...
Got him, Bart?
I think so, Inspector.
Let me alone. What did I do?
You tell us, Bubs. What did you do? What are you hiding behind those boxes for? What are you trying to run away for?
None of your business.
Oh, tough guy, eh? Well, we've met toughies before. Now, do you talk or do we make you talk?
Just a minute, Inspector. Your name is Marius O'Connor, isn't it?
What if it is? What right have you got to hold me?
See that badge? That's the right we got. Now, you tell us what right you've got to be snooping around somebody else's property.
You're a policeman?
Bub, you catch on fast. Now, how about it?
I know. You think I shot Millie? Well, I didn't. You'll never make me say I did.
How did you know Millie had been shot, Marius?
Why,
I'll tell you how you knew. You climbed up on the roof and tried to plug her husband.
That's a lie. I didn't. I wasn't anywhere near the roof.
Where were you, Marius?
I was out near the back door. Millie was going to meet me there. She didn't come, so I stepped into the kitchen. I was in the kitchen when I heard the shot.
A likely story.
It's the truth. When you people all ran up to the old man's bedroom, I came to the foot of the stairs and listened.
Then what did you do?
He came out here to the garage to find the screen before we could get to it. He knew if we found the screen first, we'd know he was guilty.
What screen? I don't know what you're talking about.
Whether or not you attempted to take Ben Curtis's life, Marius, the charges against you are pretty serious.
What charges? What did I do?
Trespassing, for one thing.
And admitting an attempt to alienate the affections of another man's wife for another.
It isn't any crime to fall in love with somebody, even if she is married.
Oh, so isn't it?
Millie doesn't love old Ben. She never did. She's in love with me.
Then what did she marry him for?
That's none of your business.
Oh, you double-crossing lovebirds make me sick. Bart, this is one time I'm not standing for any arguments. I'm taking this kid down to the local hooska.
Oh, Mr. Drake, I'm so glad you're back.
Oh, something wrong, Gretchen?
It's Dad. He's terrified that another attempt is going to be made to kill him. He's too weak to be moved, and I can't change the linen on his bed now that Millie
is... Dr. Erskine with Millie now?
No, he left about an hour ago. He said that if she were allowed to rest quietly, she'd be all right.
Then no one's in the house but your dad, Millie, and yourself.
That's right. Why?
I'm afraid your father's fears are justified. Another attempt is going to be made on his life. Tonight.
How do you know?
For the time being, you have to take my word for it. By the way, when the local police searched the house and the grounds, I don't suppose they found the gun from which the first bullet was fired.
No, they didn't.
Good. Inspector, are you quite sure that Dr. Erskine said the shot that wounded Millie was fired from close range?
Sure, I'm sure, but you know what I think about that.
Yes, I do. Well, I think the pieces of the puzzle are beginning to fit together, Inspector. Gretchen, I want you to go to your room and stay there until you hear from us.
I don't like being ordered about, Mr. Drake, and I don't...
Sorry, Gretchen. Inspector Danton is in the mood for arresting people tonight. Which will it be?
Why, this is preposterous. It's insulting.
Oh, we're past masters of this sort of thing, Gretch. Make up your mind.
All right. I'll go to my room, but tomorrow I'm calling in the state police, and you'll have some explaining to do.
Don't give a doggone what Gretchen said I said. She's lying.
Now, wait a minute. Let me understand this, Mr. Curtis. You don't actually think that another attempt will be made on your life?
Of course I don't. That'd be crazy.
Why would it be any more crazy now than it was before?
The killer, whoever he is, knows that you're here, doesn't he? You think he'd be stupid enough to come back and try again? He'd be a fool to do that.
We were here when the killer made an attempt on your life earlier this evening, and I've an idea he knew we were. No, I don't think our presence will make one bit of difference to him.
Drake, I'm surprised at you. I thought you had more sense. Is someone else writing those books of yours?
Suppose we keep personalities out of this for the moment, Mr. Curtis. The inspector and I are here to capture a murderer. We'd like your cooperation.
Oh, all right, all right. What do you want me to do?
Nothing. Just lie quiet and stop talking. We'll do the rest.
Just lie here, huh? I ain't got no other choice. And suppose the killer does arrive, which you won't. What am I supposed to do then? Just keep quiet and take it?
We'll guarantee that he won't be given an opportunity to shoot you, Mr. Curtis.
Oh, sure. That's what the cop said who was here before. That's just what he said.
Keep quiet.
Making a guinea pig out of me.
Inspector, you'd better open the window over the porch, please.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Thank you.
What are you trying to do? Make it easy for the guy?
It's open.
Where do you want me to be, Bart?
I think we'd both better crouch down here at the foot of the bed, Inspector, between Mr. Curtis's bed and the window.
Okay, well, let's turn off the light.
Fine. Bunch of dumb foolish. I'd advise you to stop talking, Mr. Curtis. It's much easier to locate a sound in the darkness when you think.
Oh, let him talk. Let him talk. It's his funeral.
Crouch down here, Inspector. Keep your head below the foot of the bed.
Yeah. The window's plainly outlined against the sky. We can't miss anyone trying to get through it.
Right. Now listen. You hear those crickets outside the window?
Yeah, I hear them.
When they stop, you'll know someone's approaching the house.
Yeah, I remember. We caught another guy like that about a year ago. I didn't think it'd work at the time.
It's all right. Keep quiet now. Listen.
Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
You must have been here an hour. Maybe your plan isn't going to work after all.
It will work. Don't worry.
Wonder how the old man is. Haven't heard a peep out of him.
No. Possibly he's gone to sleep.
I doubted it.
Inspector. Listen. The crickets have stopped. Someone's coming.
Yeah. I can hear him climbing up onto the roof.
Get ready, Inspector. This is it.
Yeah. Hey, shouldn't we warn the old man?
No. You'll probably yell and scare our man away.
Look.
Yeah. That's the man framed in the window.
Yeah, he's got a gun. Hey, Bart.
Yes.
It's Marius O'Connor, isn't it?
I think it is, Inspector. Stay here.
Hey, who's there? Who's that at the window? Drake, Danton, he's got a gun. He's going to kill me.
All right, mister. Turn on the lights, Inspector.
Yeah, I got him. Holy smoke, where's O'Connor?
I'm right here, Inspector. He missed me a mile. Let me be. Get your hands off of me. Drake, keep off now. Marius tried to shoot me.
Marius did exactly as I asked him to. I'm sorry, Curtis, but you fell into our trap very neatly. Take that gun away from him, Inspector.
Yeah.
And then I think you'd better arrest the old gentleman and charge him with the attempted murder of his wife. That's the way it happened, Gretchen. You see, your father knew, despite the fact that you thought he didn't, that he was dying of this disease.
I can't believe it. I can't. Dad was too weak to have tried to shoot Millie.
Nope, there wasn't anything weak about him. He only pretended to be weak, so no one would ever suspect.
But why would Dad want to kill Millie? He loved her no matter how she felt toward him.
Yes, that's just the point, Gretchen. Your father knew he was going to die. He knew that Millie was in love with Marius O'Connor. He couldn't bear the thought of anyone else having her.
Oh, it's too horrible.
Yes. All murders are horrible, Gretchen. There's nothing pleasant about any of them. I'm sorry this had to happen. Well, Inspector, I think we'd better get going.
Wait a minute. There are a lot of things I want to know.
Yes, well, we'll talk about that on the way back to New York. Inspector, Curtis had plenty of time lying there in bed to make his plans. And I must say, they proved almost infallible.
Yeah, that first time was only a build-up, eh? Nobody really shot at him, and he didn't shoot at his wife.
That's right. He convinced everyone that someone was actually trying to take his wife, including Millie.
And then, when Millie went into the bathroom to get him a glass of water, he saw an opportunity to carry out his scheme right under our noses and make it look genuine.
Yeah. The screen had been removed from the window, so he didn't have to go to the bother of shooting another hole in it.
Wait a minute. There's one thing wrong here.
Oh.
If Curtis shot Millie, when she was coming out of the bathroom, Doc Erskine must have been right in his theory that she was shot at close range.
She was shot at close range, Inspector.
Doggone it, there weren't any powder burns.
That's because Curtis shot through a corner of the bed sheet. The sheet absorbed the powder marks.
Say, that's why Curtis wouldn't let anyone change the linen on his bed, eh?
Right, Inspector. And that's why the local police didn't find the gun when they hunted. It never occurred to them, or us, to look in Curtis's bed. He probably intended to get rid of the sheet and the gun after he had accomplished his purpose.
Well. Now, for the final gimmick. What made you suspicious that Curtis was our boy?
Well, Inspector, it was the hole through the screen. Remember when I placed it up against the wall out in the garage?
Yeah, sure. You put it up there as though you were fitting it into the window.
Yes, that's right. And then I asked you to rub your hand over the pointed ends of the wire which had been broken by the bullet.
Yeah. And just then, I saw O'Connor hiding behind the box.
Too true. And if your attention hadn't been distracted, you'd have realized that since the broken ends of the screen pointed outward, the bullet that caused the hole must have been fired from inside the room.
Well, I'll be... Hey, that meant that Curtis had fired that shot out the window instead of someone else firing it in through the window like he said.
That you are, Inspector. And there was one other mistake that Curtis made.
What was that, Bart?
He made the mistake of reading too many of my books. He didn't realize that actually mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place a few weeks ago. Inspector Danton and I had attended a radio show called Cinderella for a Day. We were guests of Tony Bradford, the sponsor's son, and were enjoying ourselves thoroughly.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Felix Emery, our master of ceremonies, will collect the ballots from our judges and announce the winner in today's Cinderella for a Day contest.
Say, this is quite a deal, isn't it, Bart?
It certainly is, Inspector. One of the most popular radio shows on the air.
Must be some kind of a gag to it, giving away all that stuff.
I assure you, there isn't, Inspector.
How do you know?
Because Sam Bradford, who sponsors this show, is a good friend of mine, and Sam doesn't operate his business on gags.
Oh. Say, it was Bradford's son, Tony, who invited us here, wasn't it?
Yes, that dark-haired chap sitting up in front of the magic curtain, Tony.
Sitting in front of the what?
The magic curtain, Inspector.
Oh.
In a moment, the winner of today's contest will drink from the magic cup, and the magic curtain will open, revealing today's gift.
Oh, I get it. It's quite a gimmick, huh?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the ballots are in, and the new Cinderella for the day is Miss Nellie Easton.
Nellie looks right pleased.
She should. Besides receiving several $100s worth of gifts, she'll be the guest of the show at all the popular amusement spots in town during the next 24 hours.
Not bad. She's a good-looking babe.
Quite beautiful, I should say. Hey, it looks as though Tony himself is going to hand her the magic cup.
Yeah, I thought that'd be the announcer's job. Yeah, you're right. Felix Emery, the master of ceremonies, is presenting her to Tony Bradford.
I'll be interested to hear how Tony sounds as a speechmaker. He looks rather nervous.
You can't blame the guy. Must be a couple of thousand people here.
Tony's going to talk now.
Miss Easton, it gives me great pleasure to congratulate you on being chosen Cinderella for a day. I now offer you the magic cup, one draught from which will cause the magic curtain to open and reveal the many gifts that are to be yours.
Well, that wasn't bad for an amateur.
Sounded kind of stilted to me.
Oh, come now.
Say, what's the matter with that red-headed babe?
Oh, she's one of the contestants. She seems to be disturbed because she didn't win.
Who's that talking to her?
That's Nick Lewis, the announcer.
He must have said the right thing. She's quieted down.
Look, Miss Easton is drinking from the cup now.
Yeah. What's in it, anyway?
Well, nothing very exciting, Inspector. Colored water on that. Hey.
What's the matter?
Miss Easton seems to be ill.
Yeah, look, she's collapsing.
She's fallen into Tony Bradford's arms.
Call a doctor, someone. Close in those curtains.
If the only colored water was in that cup, Bud, come on. Let's get up on the stage.
Like that. This door must lead to the stage, Inspector.
Yeah. All right, everybody, stay right where you are.
Tony, what happened?
Hello, Bart. Glad you're here. I can't imagine what caused Miss Easton just to collapse. Obviously, heart trouble.
Heart trouble, Mike. But look at her. She's dead. Furthermore, she's been poisoned.
What? Poison? Well, you can't be serious. How could she?
From that magic cup of yours. Hey, what happened to the cup? Where is it?
Here it is. I took it from Miss Easton when it looked as though she were going to fall.
Well, that's just dandy. Anybody else handle it?
Well, I'm afraid we all did at one time or another. If it's fingerprints...
Yeah, that's it, son. It was fingerprints I was thinking of. Well, Bart, it looks as though we stepped into something.
Yes, it does, Inspector. I propose that we clear the auditorium.
Clear the auditorium, but look, suppose...
That one of the 2,000 witnesses committed the murder. Obviously, we can't question 2,000 suspects, Inspector.
Well, of course not. Besides, it's going to be bad publicity if it's suspected that Miss Easton was murdered. So far, the people out front think she nearly collapsed.
They won't think so after tonight's papers get out.
Inspector, the chances are 1,000 to 1 that it was someone connected with the show who was responsible. I think we'll have better luck apprehending the guilty party if we don't have 2,000 curious people milling around.
Yeah, maybe you're right at that. Okay, everybody. Only you hang around. Bart, get hold of a doctor, will you?
Bradford, give me a list of all the people who are connected.
I tell you, Bart, we can't keep those people locked up in those dressing rooms much longer.
No, why not, Inspector? Never mind. You're right, as usual.
Yeah.
Have you the doctor's report?
Yeah. There was poison in the cup, all right.
Now, if we only knew who put it in there.
If we knew, we'd have our man, wouldn't we,
Yeah.
Inspector? Murderers are such smart people.
Not all of them. Hey, where you going?
Step over here a minute, will you, Inspector?
Sure. Found something?
Possibly. That table in the corner is where the magic cup was left until the time when Miss Easton came to drink from it.
What about it? I don't see
No, wait a minute. Don't get that close, Inspector. Keep away.
Keep away, but look. If there's some evidence.
The evidence, Inspector, is on the floor, right under your nose.
Under my nose. Oh, say, those footprints?
Right. Inspector, the floor is a composition material highly polished. Now, there are 3 sets of footprints plainly visible, aren't there?
Yeah. But, how are they going to tell us anything?
Because until it was time for the winner of the contest to drink from the cup, no one approached this table. It was placed here in this corner out of the way.
I'll go for that, but I still don't see
This set of footprints here was obviously made by Felix Emery, the master of ceremonies, when he came to get the cup and hand it to Tony.
Okay, we can check that easy enough.
And the person who made this set of footprints obviously came from backstage.
Yeah, the guy who put the cup here in the first place must have made them.
Exactly. That's another fact we can check.
Sure. We're boiling them down, eh, Bart?
Right.
Yeah, the chances are that the guy who put the cup here in the first place is the boy we're after.
Why, Inspector?
Why? Because he had a chance to dump in the poison and he was carrying the cup.
That's good reasoning, Inspector, but I think we have something more substantial to go on.
Oh, you do?
Yes, the person who made the 3rd set of footprints is more likely to be our man.
Why?
Why? Because he was the only one of the 3 who had no other purpose in coming to the table during the performance.
Well, maybe you're right.
Yes, I'm quite sure I am, Inspector. It would have been a simple matter for our murderer to have moved over to the table while today's Cinderella was being selected, dropped the poison into the magic cup, quite unnoticed.
Okay, so that's how it happened. Now, how are you going to prove who it was?
I wish I could answer that question as casually as you asked it. Say, by Jove.
Now what?
Get down on your knees here, Inspector, and examine these footprints closely.
Down on my knees. Okay, so now we're down on our knees. If we only had some dice...
Take a good look at the heel marks on those 3 set of footprints, Inspector.
Yeah, I'm looking. They're all alike. That means that the same person could have made all 3.
They aren't all alike, Inspector.
No?
Notice that on this one, the circles made by the tread all appear to be hollow except one.
Hey, that's right. The circle's smooth. As though the ring was filled up with mud or something.
Yes, and this set of footprints was made by the person we believe was responsible for the death of Nellie Easton.
My golly, that's a fact. So all we have to do is find out who made the footprint.
Right. Inspector, I'd like you to get a police photographer and have some pictures made of these footprints.
Okay, what are you going to be doing?
Hi, Inspector. I'm going down to the men's dressing room where our suspects are waiting and ask them to take their shoes off.
Oh, for God's sakes, Tony, stop pacing back and forth. You're giving me the willies.
Here, say that again, Nick. Sit down, will you, Tony?
Okay. I suppose my pacing is the only thing that makes you guys nervous.
What do you mean by that crack?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about last night, that's all.
What's last night got to do with it?
You ought to know, chum. You and your big talk.
Listen, are you saying that I had anything to do with poisoning Miss Cinderella?
Sure I am. You brought the cup in from backstage.
Why, forget it, you two. Use your heads. Why would any of us want to poison the babe? None of us ever saw her before today, did we? Well, did we?
No, I didn't, if that's what you're driving at.
Neither did I. Well, then let's quit this wrangling. If we don't, Drake and Danton will get ideas.
Bud's going to find out about last night anyhow. Don't think he isn't. I know how he works.
Oh, stop hopping about last night. It hasn't anything to do with this business.
Oh, no?
Oh, hello, Drake. Put your finger on the murderer yet?
No, not yet, Emery. Tony, where's Cliff Ogden, the manager for the show?
He was here a minute ago, Bart. I think he went down to check up on the women who were in the contest.
I see. All the contestants are here, then.
Yes, Cliff locked them up in another dressing room.
Good. Well, gentlemen, come in, Inspector. Did you get hold of the photographer?
Yeah, Harry Carson came up with medical examiner Ryan. Harry's taking pictures and Ryan's examining the body.
Fine. Let's hope that we can clean this up within the next few minutes. Gentlemen, would you mind removing your shoes, please?
What? Removing our shoes? What kind of a gag is this?
The ways of the cops are strange, I always say. Well, it's okay with me.
Thank you. How about you, Louis?
Okay, what have I got to lose? Hope my socks haven't any holes in them. I'd be so embarrassed.
Maybe you will be anyhow, Bob.
Tony, have you any objections?
Well, no, although I can't see the point of it.
There's the first one.
Look it over, Inspector.
Okay.
Well, here's mine. What'll I do with them?
Hand them to the inspector, please.
Okay.
Well, this one's okay. So's this one. Let me see yours, son.
Tony, I'll take yours.
Here they are. Seems rather silly.
Yes, I know. Let me see. Now, the left shoe's all right. So's the right. Okay, Tony. Here you are. Thanks.
Okay, chum, put him back on.
I'll be glad to. My feet are getting cold.
Did you find anything, Inspector?
Nope, clean as a whistle.
That's odd. I don't understand unless...
Unless what?
Unless, by Jove, Inspector...
Aha, the mastermind has knuckled onto something. Tell us about it, Sherlock.
I intend to, but first
Keep your hands off me, Copper. I'm going in here whether you want me to or not.
Come back here, you.
Well, who's this?
It's the redhead.
I'm Wanda Graham, and I'm sick and tired of being cooped up in that lousy dressing room, and it was me who was to be chosen Cinderella for today.
I said come out of there.
Wait a minute, Ralph. This sounds interesting. Lady, what was that remark you just made?
I said I'm sick and tired of being cooped up in that lousy dressing room. I was supposed to be chosen Cinderella for today. Tony promised me.
Wanda, shut up.
I won't shut up. You double-crossed me, Tony Bradford, and you're not going to get away with it.
I didn't double-cross you. It wasn't my fault. Now, keep quiet.
I won't. I'm going to tell what happened. I'm going to tell who it was who poisoned Nellie Easton.
Wanda, if you open your head about last night, I'll...
You won't do anything, Junior. Now, sit down and cool off.
Miss Graham, you were going to tell us who murdered Nellie Easton.
Sure. It was Nick. It couldn't have been anyone else.
Oh, why couldn't it?
Because of what he said last night, that's why.
Pardon me for interrupting. But will somebody please tell me what happened last night? It must have been exciting.
That's a good suggestion, Inspector. Well, Miss Graham?
Sure, I'll tell you. Nick and I had been going around together. He kept promising he'd fix it so I'd get on the show and be chosen Cinderella. Only he never did. Well, then I met Tony, and he gave me a big rush. So I figured that maybe he could fix it. Hello, Tony, darling. You waiting long?
Hi, Wanda. Thought you'd never get here. Come on. I've got a table reserved near the dance floor. Okay, waiter. Yes, sir, Mr. Bradford. This way, please.
Oh, I love to go places with you, Tony. You're so important.
Anybody can be important if they have the money to pay for it. Here we are.
Oh, boy, it's wonderful music.
Shall we dance?
No, not yet. Say, Tony, did you...
It's all set, darling. Tomorrow I'm going to be on the show myself. Sort of a special occasion. The sponsor's son, you know.
And are you sure that I'll be chosen?
Don't worry about it. It's all set.
Oh, Tony, that's wonderful. Oh, Nick will be furious when he finds out about it.
Nick's furious about it right now, baby.
Nick, where did you...
If you hadn't been so busy making moon eyes at Babyface here, you'd have noticed that I was sitting at the next table. Listen, mister, I don't like being called Babyface. That's just too bad, sonny boy. What are you going to do about it? I'm going to have you fired off the show, for one thing. Not for 13 weeks you aren't, chum. The old man just put his John Hancock on a contract bearing my name. Contracts have been broken before.
No, for heaven's sake, why can't you boys stop arguing and be friends?
Because I'm particular about my friends. And about guys chiseling in on my girl. Louis, you're drunk. Now run along and peddle your papers, and we'll forget the whole thing. I'm not drunk, and we're not forgetting the whole thing. We're settling this right now.
Settling what? There's nothing at all to settle.
There's plenty to settle. Oh, you're my girl, Wanda. You always have been. Right now you're carried away by this goon and his dough, but one more crack like that, Louis, and I'll make you wish that you... Oh, relax, big shot, relax. You don't have to impress Wanda. She knows what she wants. Right now she thinks you can get it for her. That's her only interest in you.
Nick!
Sorry, honey. Bradford, I'm going to say something that won't make sense to a guy like you. Nothing you've said so far has made sense. I happen to be in love with Wanda. Sure, go ahead and say it. I'm a sucker. All right, so I'm a sucker, but that's the way it is. I'm in love with her, and I'm not letting any false alarm like you take her away from me. I've already taken her away, mister. You'd better start getting used to the idea right now. I'm not getting used to anything. I'm telling you to lay off. I'm warning you, fella. Get smart and see things my way. Because if you don't, I'm going to kill you both.
So that's all that happened last night, was it, lady?
All that happened. Say, isn't threatening to kill us both enough?
A threat to kill Miss Graham is hardly enough evidence to convict a man.
Also, where does Nellie Easton fit into the picture? Was she there? Did anyone threaten her?
Listen, I can tell
If
you...
you don't mind, Miss Graham. Thank you. Well, Louis, what have you to say for yourself?
Nothing. It happened that way, I guess. I was pretty drunk. Only I wasn't drunk today, and I didn't put the poison in that cup.
There's a switch. I thought the guy was going to break down and confess.
How about you, Tony? Any changes to make in Miss Graham's story?
She told it pretty straight.
So?
I hope it won't go any further about me arranging to have Miss Graham win today's contest.
That's something that will remain beyond the inspector's and my control, I'm afraid. Emery, will you come with the inspector and me, please?
Why, sure. If there's anything I can do.
There he is. Miss Graham, the officer outside the door, will escort you back to your dressing room. Tony, you and Lewis stay here.
No. I'm not going to stay alone with Lewis. After all, if he's already committed one murder...
Committed one murder? Doggone it! I wouldn't worry, Tony. However, if you're concerned, we'll station another officer in here with you. Come along, Inspector. All right, Emery. How much did Tony offer you to switch the ballot?
Switch the ballot? I don't know what you're talking about.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. Did he threaten to have you fired off the show, or did he offer you money?
He didn't offer me anything. Now, look, Drake. I don't have to answer your questions, and I'm not going to...
You're quite right, Emery. You don't have to answer my questions. It's entirely up to you. However, if you spend a few days in jail...
Jail?
Naturally. You don't think for a second we're going to let you off scot-free and arrest the others, do you?
But I didn't have anything to do with this. Listen, if I'm arrested, it'll ruin.
Perhaps you're right. However, if you care to cooperate now, I think I can assure you that it won't be necessary for you to spend any time in jail.
How can I believe that?
That's entirely up to you, Emery. It's your one chance.
I see. You think you've got me over the bell, don't you?
Quite frankly, yes.
I suppose you know I'd be fired out of my ear if I ever admitted switching those ballots.
There are two answers to that, Emery. First, the admission won't go any further than the inspector and me. Second, I don't think you did switch the ballots.
Well, then what do we...
You took money from Tony and promised him that you would switch them. Then at the last moment, you either got cold feet or found there wasn't an opportunity. Isn't that true?
If it were true, what difference does it make? So long as the ballots weren't switched.
It makes all the difference in the world, Emery. Now listen. Tony admits that he promised Miss Graham that he could arrange it so she would win the contest.
That guy. We were all getting sick of the way he was throwing his weight around just because he was a sponsor's son.
Yes, I know. Never mind that. It just stands to reason that the only way Tony could make his arrangements was through you. Because you were the only one who handled the ballots after they left the hands of the 5 judges.
I still don't see why...
Because, Emery, Nellie Easton was poisoned by mistake. Miss Graham was supposed to be the real victim.
I see. Okay, you win, Drake. Tony gave me $1,000. The last minute I got scared that someone would see me. My job was worth more than $1,000. I was going to give it back. Even if Tony did get me fired, I figured I could get another job if my reputation was clean.
Splendid, thank you. Your confession, Emery, has been taken down by Inspector Danton and the stenographer in the next room, so don't make the mistake of trying to change it.
Why,
There's no need for alarm. The information will be kept confidential. Right now, I can practically promise you won't have to spend any time in jail.
Sure, that was smart, all right, Bud, getting the confession out of Emery. But I don't see that it proved anything.
It may not prove a thing, Inspector, but it strengthens the theory I have. As soon as Lewis gets here, I'll show you what I mean.
You're going to accuse him of something, too?
Yes, I'm afraid I am, Inspector. You see, I already know who made those footprints.
You already know, but doggone it, none of the shoes we looked at corresponded to the pictures we took.
That's quite true, Inspector. However...
You want to see me?
Yes, we did, Lewis. Close the door, please, and come in.
There's anything more I can tell you. If you think you're going to make me confess to putting the poison that I
The last thought in our mind, Lewis, is to try to get you to confess to murdering Nellie Easton. It would be foolish of us to even think you would.
Well?
However, there's one thing I want you to confess to. You saw Wanda Graham again last night after leaving the nightclub, didn't you?
That's none of your business.
Frankly, Lewis, I'm only guessing. I don't know that you saw Wanda. I haven't a shred of proof. However, if you want to tell us what happened, it might save you a lot of embarrassment.
Why? Look, Drake, I've already told you that I didn't put the poison in that cup.
Yeah, we remember that. The trouble is, Bub, we don't believe it.
I don't care whether you believe it or not. I didn't do it. You can't prove that I did.
That's very true. On the other hand, Lewis, you can't prove that you didn't.
So that makes us even. Now, do you want to talk, or do I get out my shiny new handcuffs and try them on your wrists for size?
Look, I don't get this. What difference does it make whether or not I saw Wanda after she left the silver slipper?
It makes a difference, Lewis, of charging you with the murder of Nellie Easton or not charging you with it. Before you say anything, let me tell you what I think happened. And that way, all you have to do is answer yes or no.
Okay, go ahead.
You hung around the silver slipper until Tony and Wanda left. You followed them to her apartment. You waited until Tony drove off, and then you went up and pleaded with Wanda to forget Tony and marry you.
Go on.
That's all, Lewis. I'm not interested in what Miss Graham's answer was. All I want to know is what I said true?
Yeah, that's it, Drake.
Thank you.
Wanda will probably tell you herself when you ask her a little.
We're not going to ask you, Lewis. We don't have to. Thank you. Inspector.
Yeah?
Ask Ralph to bring Tony in here. We'll have a little private talk with him. And then I think we can definitely accuse the guilty party of murdering Nellie Easton. You see, Tony, it's like this. We feel reasonably sure that we know who put the poison in the cup, but it isn't going to do us much good unless we can get enough facts to substantiate a charge.
Sure, Bart, I understand. The trouble is I've told you everything I know.
Sure, that's what the others said, only we found out different.
But there isn't anything else to tell. If there were, I'd
How about after you left Wanda's apartment last night, Tony? What? I don't know what you said to each other before you left, and I'm not particularly interested. I have a hunch, however, that Wanda was impressed by Nick's admission at the Silver Slipper that he was honestly in love with her.
Well?
Because of that, she was probably a little cold to you. After all, women are flattered when a man tells them he's in love with them and means it.
Now, look here, Bart.
The chances are that Wanda toyed with the thought anyway. She wanted to be left alone. She sent you home earlier than you'd intended. Is that right, Tony?
It seems to me that you're sticking your nose into something that doesn't concern you.
Well, that's very possible, Tony. My guess is that you became suspicious because of Wanda's attitude, and you hung around outside for a while. And you weren't too surprised when you saw Nick Lewis drive up and go in.
Oh, so you know about that?
Yes, Lewis just told us.
Well, what about it? Lewis didn't see me, and I didn't go up to see Wanda again.
I know you didn't, Tony. You went home. You got to thinking about it. It occurred to you that Lewis might have been right when he said that Wanda was interested in you only because of your money.
Oh, that's a lot of nonsense.
No, it isn't, Tony. You probably had some drinks, and the thought grew in your mind. You enlarged upon it. Your natural vanity rebelled. So then, you got to thinking of today's show. And you saw an opportunity to get your revenge. That's when you decided to murder Wanda Graham and make it appear that your rival was guilty of the crime.
You're crazy.
No, I'm not, Tony. I have positive proof that it was you who put the poison in the magic cup. And now I have your motive.
Inspector, you won't get away. Oh, no. I'll show you.
Bart, there's a funny thing.
A funny thing? What's that, Inspector?
Somehow or other, we most always wind up here at the Lamplighters Club playing chess after working on one of these murder cases. Why?
Well, it's relaxing, Inspector. Figuring out a murder is strenuous business, you know.
It doesn't bother me any.
It doesn't, Inspector.
No. So, that's the only reason you always suggest a game of chess, eh?
Well, it does give you an opportunity to ask me how I knew that the guilty party was guilty.
Yeah. I thought you might have that in mind. Well, this time I'm not going to ask you.
You aren't?
No.
Oh, very well, then I'll tell you anyhow.
Okay, go ahead and tell me.
It was the footprint, Inspector. Remember that one of the heel marks, the one that we decided was worn by the person who put the poison in the cup, had a tread ring that seemed to be filled with mud or some other substance.
Sure. And I also remember that when we looked at the shoes of the suspect, all the rings were free of any trace of such a substance.
Quite true. And, Inspector, it probably was unfair of me not to have shown you Tony's left shoe.
Why?
Because you would have noticed that there was an extra nail hole.
A what?
The nails that hold a rubber heel to a shoe, Inspector, are always sunken in the rings of a tread, so that they're not visible until the heel becomes worn down.
So what?
There are 8 nails on the average heel, Inspector. There were 8 impressions on the right heel of Tony's shoe, Inspector. But there were 9 on his left.
A phenomenon, eh?
No, not a phenomenon, Inspector, a fact. Why were there 9 nail holes on the heel of his left shoe? Because he had stepped on a thumbtack and had removed it before we examined the shoe.
Well, doggone. The thumbtack made the 9th hole, eh?
That's it, Inspector, and that's why the ring appeared to be filled with mud or something. The thumbtack left a flat impression.
Well, I'm a so-and-so, and you figure I would have noticed that, eh?
Naturally, you would, Inspector.
Oh, Nat. Now, tell me why you noticed.
All right, Inspector. I noticed it because mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby.
Okay, Bart, go ahead and laugh. So I didn't recognize your voice over the telephone. Ha, ha, ha.
Inspector, I
I'm not laughing.
And what's that noise you're making? You gonna lay an egg or something?
I'm sorry, Inspector.
What burns me up is that this Albert Evans calls you instead of the police when he finds the body of John Crane. Fine thing.
Well, let's not be too hard on Evans, Inspector. He has the reputation of his hotel to think about, you know.
When a murder's been committed, nobody's got any
Murder?
right.
What makes you think that John Crane was murdered, Inspector?
Now, look, Bart, I'll admit that Crane was a crackpot. He had plenty of dough, and he lived like a hermit. But he wouldn't be screwy enough to kill himself by climbing into a trunk and then jiggling the thing into the lake.
I must confess, it's rather a unique way of committing suicide.
And besides, Crane died of a knife wound.
What? How do you know that?
Because I called up the doc at Chatsworth and asked him to examine the body. He found that a knife had penetrated the body just above the heart.
Inspector, you did that after I took you into my confidence and phoned you.
Yeah, you're darned right I did. I'm sick and tired of playing the dumb cop. Okay, Evans, so you won't talk because if your name is connected with John Crane's murder, your hotel gets a bad reputation. So we close up the hotel till we catch the murderer. How's that?
Oh, dear me, Inspector Denton. You wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't, eh? I'll even print your picture in the paper and tell the world that the trunk Crane's body was found in came from this hotel.
Oh, dear me, dear me. That would be dreadful. It would ruin me completely.
And stop being a cluck and talk.
Very well. What do you want to know?
Who found the trunk with a body in it?
Hugh Crane did. He's John's brother.
Brother, eh? Where's he now?
Oh, I don't know. He's around somewhere, I suppose, making himself obnoxious. What a man.
He can't be any worse than some of the other characters I've met up here. Okay. So Hugh Cross, John's brother, found the body. Then what?
Well, then nothing.
What do you mean, then nothing?
That's all I know. Hugh Crane told me he'd found the body, and I called Barton Drake.
Yeah, Drake. Why didn't you call the police?
Because if I did, they'd come up here and start bullying my guests, just the way you've been doing ever since you arrived.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Well, you listen to me, you little sawed-off cream puff.
Inspector, have you found out anything?
Oh, hello, Bart. And who's this gentleman?
This, Inspector, is Hugh Crane, brother of the dead man.
Well, if it isn't good old Inspector Danton. How are you, Inspector, you old bloodhound?
Mister, you hit me on the back like that again, and you'll find out how I am mighty quick.
Can't take it, eh, Inspector? Come, old man. Let's not get off on the wrong foot. We've got a lot of work to do together.
Yeah, what kind of work?
What kind? Listen to him, Drake. What kind of work he wants to know. Why, Inspector, you're a cog.
I told you he was an obnoxious person.
Now, listen, Shrimp, pipe down or I'll twist your little nose into the shape of a pretzel.
Hey, he's a real tough character, isn't he? Where'd you pick him up, Bart?
I didn't. He picked me up. Tell the inspector all about yourself, Crane. I'm sure he's in the mood for
Glad
listening.
to, Drake, glad to. Inspector, you doing anything for the next couple of hours?
Look, I can see everyone's having a good time at the poor old inspector's expense. That's all very nice, but the only thing I want to know is who murdered John Crane and why?
Now, there, Inspector. That's what I call getting at the hub of the thing. I'm glad you asked that question because I know the answer.
You know that. All right. Who did it?
Why, Shrimp here. Albert Evans, proprietor of the exclusive Chatsworth Hotel.
Why, that's a lie. How dare you accuse me of such a thing?
Because you've got a motive, Shrimp, and a good one. John owed you money, bought all the supplies here. You went down to his cabin to collect, got into a fight, knifed him.
Of all the outlandish frauds, I never in my life tried to collect money from John Crane. I didn't even tell anyone he owed me anything.
There, you see, he admits that John owed him money. Don't try to get out of bed, Evans. I'm too sharp for you.
You're nothing but a loud-talking, obnoxious windbag.
Now, Evans, just because you're going to the electric chair doesn't mean you should get sore.
Oh, no?
Sometimes I think I should have been a detective. It's such nice, easy work.
Now, think of that.
Crane, perhaps now that you've had your say, you'd better let Inspector Danton take over.
Sure thing. Help yourself, Inspector. Glad that I could solve the case for you.
Well, now, Mr. Crane, that's mighty decent of you. As soon as we get the little fella here locked up,
You can't lock me up. You can't. I didn't do it. Just because this big lummox said I did doesn't prove...
Take it easy, Bub. No one's going to lock you up yet.
But you just
The
said...
inspector was being sarcastic, Evans. It's a habit he has. You see, he was a little bit out of sorts because you didn't call him instead of me.
You bet your life I am. It's things like that make the cop wonder why he's in the business.
Well, that's all right. But if you think that I murdered...
The inspector doesn't think that you murdered John Crane, Evans. As a matter of fact, we're both convinced that you couldn't have.
Oh, now look here, Drake. I've already explained why I'm sure that Evans killed my brother. Being next of kin, I demand you arrest Evans.
And being the cop on this deal, I demand that you stop talking, Crane. Bob, explain to this loudmouth why Evans couldn't have done it.
Glad to, Inspector. John Crane weighed a good 200 pounds. The trunk he was found in weighed at least 25. Our friend Evans weighs about 110. It would have been impossible for him to lift your brother's body into the trunk and then carry the trunk down to the lake.
You see what I mean, blabbermouth? Bart and I had that one figured out an hour ago, didn't we, Bart?
You bet we did, Inspector. Come on, let's take a look at that corpse. Crane's body and the trunk in which he was found are both in this shed, Inspector. Let's take a look.
Yeah. So that's what's left of Crane, eh?
Yeah.
Say, he was a big guy, wasn't he?
Yes, but of course you knew that, Inspector, when we figured out that Evans was too small to carry him, remember?
What? Oh, yeah, sure. What stumps me is, who would want to murder a guy who lived all by himself?
Anyone who wanted money badly enough and who figured that Crane had some hidden away in his cabin.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. See, the water sure did a job on the corpse, didn't it?
Yeah. Dr. Mason estimates the body must have been submerged about a month.
A month, eh? It was a month ago that Crane disappeared, wasn't he?
Yeah, no one thought much about it at the time. Crane always lived by himself in the cabin down by the lake. He came up to the hotel once every 2 weeks to get supplies. Evans got curious when he didn't show up and went down to investigate.
Yeah. Say, here's something.
Huh?
If the body is decomposed by water to such an extent that it is not recognizable, how is everyone so sure that it is Crane?
His brother, Hugh, the loud-talking gentleman, identified him by a ring he wore and a birthmark on his back. And his wife also identified him.
Wife?
Yes, they were divorced, but when she heard that Crane had disappeared, she came up to help in the hunt.
Decided she loved him after he was dead, eh?
No. Crane had a reputation for being a miser, and Mrs. Crane probably reasoned he might have some money lying around.
I get it. Say, is that why Brother Hugh is here, too?
That isn't likely. Hugh has more money than he can spend. I'm convinced his only purpose in coming up here is to help locate John's murderer.
And I wish he'd do his locating away from me. By the way, where did Hugh find the trunk?
In a cove not far from here. He was walking along the shore and saw it floating on the surface when... By Jove, Inspector.
What's the matter?
I just thought of something.
Huh?
Yes, I am right. I'm sure I am. Inspector, let's get down to the cabin where John Crane lived at once. That must be the cabin, Inspector. You just see it there through the trees.
Yeah. Not much more than a shack. I guess Crane was a miser, all right.
Inspector.
What's the matter?
There's someone in the cabin. I saw a movement behind one of those curtains.
Yeah? Yeah, and I can hear voices, too.
Let's get up closer so we can hear what they're saying. All right, box down, Inspector.
You're a fool to come up here, mate. I told you once it was all over between us, and I haven't changed my mind.
You can't mean that, Daphne. You said that only because of John that
That
you...
was when John was alive. He's dead now, and I'm free.
And you didn't mean it when you said you loved me?
Me? Oh, Nate, you're so naive, really. Of course I didn't mean it. Oh, you were funny, you amused me no end, but what's the loving...
Stop it! How can you be so cruel? Daphne, in heaven's name, be human. You've got to marry me. I can't live without you.
Can't live without me. Darling, you're so old-fashioned, really.
Stop it, I can't.
You might as well know it now, Nate. I'm going to marry you.
You're going to marry you?
Yes, she asked me this morning, and I accepted it.
But you don't love you.
Did I say anything about love? You is one of the richest men in the state.
You're desperate. You're inhuman. You don't deserve anyone's love, and I'm going to...
Stop. Let go of me.
I'll show you. No one's going to have you but me.
Nate, please.
Come on, Inspector.
Grab him.
Yeah, all right, Brother. Take it easy. Take your hands off me. Let me alone. Now, it isn't polite to choke ladies.
She's no lady.
Yeah, I quite agree with you there, Bob.
Thank heaven someone arrived in time.
I presume that you're Mrs. John Crane?
Yes, I am. I was looking over some of my dead husband's personal things, and this terrible person came in and attacked me.
That's a lie. She asked me to meet her here.
Yeah, we know all about that. We were standing outside listening.
You were eavesdropping? You heard our conversation?
Yeah, every word, lady. So you might as well stop trying to act like a lady, ma'am, and be yourself.
Why, you dirty wretch. Who are you anyway?
The police, Mrs. Crane. The gentleman holding your erstwhile love is Inspector Noah Danton. I'm Barton Drake.
The police? Then...
Yeah, then. That's the best answer you can think up, ma'am.
Okay, Flatfoot, what do you want of me?
Letty, what's all this business about you and your dear, dead, departed husband? You and he were divorced.
Were we? That's where you're wrong. John wanted me to give him a divorce, but I refused. So he came up here and lived like a hermit. The fool.
Well, so now we got all kinds of motives.
What do you mean, all kinds of motives? If you think I had
Tut. Wait till you're accused before you start thinking up alibis, ma'am. I'm only saying that a babe who wanted a divorce from her husband so she could marry the guy's rich brother has a motive for murder, that's all.
That's ridiculous. I've told you that it was I who wouldn't give John a divorce.
You're lying, Daphne. You've been begging John for a divorce for years so that you could marry me.
You see what I mean, Bart? Motive. They're flying at us so thick and fast we gotta hire us a shorthand artist to take them down.
Yes, I see what you mean, Inspector. You're thinking that perhaps Nate decided there were other means of getting rid of her husband, so Mrs. Crane could marry him.
Sure, that's
not true. It's not true, I tell you. I hated Crane, but not enough to murder him.
Oh, that's it. That's what you meant, Nate Hobart, when you said it wouldn't matter how we got rid of John, so long as he was no longer around. Oh, how foolish I was not to have guessed at the fiendish thoughts in your mind.
Daphne, what are you saying? You're making that up. You're trying to pin John's murder onto me because of what I might tell you.
What a fool I've been. If I'd only known there was murder in your heart.
Out of your mind. No one would believe such an absurd story. There isn't a shred of evidence.
Oh, that you two are breaking my heart. Any minute now I'm going to bust out weeping. Hobart, you're under arrest.
You can't arrest me. I didn't do it. I won't let you arrest.
Stop him. He's getting away. Why didn't you stop him? You deliberately let him escape.
Yeah, that's right. We let him escape.
Why?
She wants to know why, Bart. Shall I tell her?
No, not yet, Inspector. The pieces of the puzzle are beginning to fall neatly into place. We still have one more person to question before we can begin to speculate on the identity of John Crane's murderer.
I got your signal back there at the cabin, and I let Nate Hobart escape, but I still don't see the reason for it.
Well, Hobart can be more help to us free than if we held him prisoner, Inspector.
Why?
Because he's still in love with Mrs. John Crane, for one thing.
Yeah, how's that going to help us?
And for another, he's not the murderer of John Crane.
Now, wait a minute. He's got a motive, and the girl said he made threats.
The girl was lying. Here's your impel, Inspector. Let's go in.
So, what do we do now?
We have another talk with Albert Evans, the hotel proprietor. In case I didn't mention it before, Mr. Evans not only knows who murdered John Crane, but he holds the key to the entire mystery.
What mystery? All we got to do is catch Crane's murderer. That takes care of all the mystery.
Does it? I think we're going to find that apprehending the murderer is only a prelude to the real mystery, Inspector. Well, Evans isn't behind his desk. I wonder where he is.
Probably taking his midday nap. I'll ring the bell. No soap. Well, he can't be far away.
Listen.
Stop! Keep away from it! Stop!
It's Evans, covered with blood.
Looks like someone knifed him and then threw him down the stairs.
Go after him, Inspector. I'll take care of Evans. Well, Inspector.
Whoever it was got away. How about Evans?
Dead. A knife through the heart.
Then that means...
Yes, that means whoever murdered John Crane also murdered Evans. Because the murderer knew that Evans was aware of his identity.
Well. If it isn't old Inspector Gumshoe. Say, what's happened?
What's it look like, loudmouth?
That's Evans. There's blood. He's been stabbed.
That's right, Mr. Crane. Stabbed through the heart. In exactly the same manner that your brother was stabbed.
By George, this is a job for the police.
He's catching on, boss. Now life is worthwhile.
But look here, why would anyone want to murder the shrimp?
Because the shrimp, as you call him, Mr. Crane, knew who murdered your brother.
You don't say.
Yes. Mr. Crane, I'd like you to join the inspector and me at your brother's cabin in an hour.
At the cabin?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Glad to do anything you ask, but couldn't you make
Conduct my investigation here? No, Mr. Crane, I couldn't. The answer to the mystery lies in the cabin. Your sister-in-law will be there, and unless I'm greatly mistaken, your rival, Nate Hobart. I think you'll find a most interesting gathering.
Well. Isn't this the coziest little party? Mountain cabin, excellent company, and, by the way, Hobart, you were smart to give yourself up.
I'm not giving myself up. I came back to prove that it wasn't I who murdered John Crane.
You fool. Why didn't you stay away while you had the chance?
Because then everyone would have thought me guilty. And that's what you wanted, Daphne.
Oh, really, Nate? Must you be dramatic?
Returning here to the cabin was the smartest thing you've done, Hobart.
The kid couldn't be smart if he tried. Oh, is that so, Crane? Ever since you made your pile and retired,
Okay. Pipe down, you two. We didn't come here to listen to you birds throwing insults at each other.
Well, what are we here for?
Do you object to being in this cabin, Mrs. Crane?
Oh, of course I do. This is where poor John was murdered. I hate the place.
I should think you might. Crane, what are you doing over there at that cupboard?
getting myself a drink. We've got to stay here and play cops and robbers. We might as well enjoy ourselves. Drink, darling?
No, thanks. You know I don't like scotch.
Well, that's all there is. Here's looking at you, Gumshoe.
Mr. Crane, at the time your brother was reported missing, did you come up here to Chatsworth immediately?
No, I waited a couple of weeks. Wanted to make sure he hadn't just wandered off for a while like he'd done before.
Not many people knew it, but John was a little odd.
He must have been to marry a babe like you.
I think you're positively insulting.
Well, I gotta live up to my reputation. Everyone thinks that cops are roughnecks.
Another crack like that, Gumshoe, and I'll take a hand.
That's what I'm hoping for. All I want is an excuse.
Mr. Crane.
Huh?
Is it true that when your father died, he left you practically his entire fortune and omitted your brother John's name from his will?
Where did you get that information?
I've done some telephoning within the past hour. Your father objected to John's marrying Daphne because she was a chorus girl. When Daphne learned that her husband was to receive nothing, she left him.
And that's why Johnny decided to come up here and become a hermit.
Yes.
I don't see that's any business of yours.
Yes, what's all this about?
I'll explain in a minute. Mr. Crane, while you were up here conducting your search for your missing brother, did you live here at this cabin?
In this dump? I should say not. I stayed at the hotel.
Then this is the first visit to the cabin, inside the cabin, I mean.
Yes. Now, what's all this about, Drake? I don't like the tone of your voice.
I was just wondering how you knew where your brother John kept his scotch. He walked directly to the proper cabinet and found it.
Why,
This is silly. I told him where it was. I found it this morning.
While you were looking over your dear, dead, departed husband's personal things?
And I was wondering, Mr. Crane, how you knew that your brother John owed Albert Evans a sum of money for supplies he'd bought. This morning you gave that as an excuse for Evans murdering John.
This is nonsense. Why shouldn't I know? Evans told me.
On the contrary, Evans stated definitely that he told no one that John owed him money.
Yeah, that's right. He didn't want his guests to know about it.
What are you getting at, Drake? Are you accusing me of murdering John Crane?
No, Mr. Crane. John Crane isn't even dead.
What, not dead? No,
John is dead. His body was found.
Not John Crane's body, Mrs. Crane. It wasn't John Crane's body that was in that trunk.
Then whose was it?
It was the body of Hugh Crane. This man here who claims to be Hugh Crane is John.
Drake, you're too smart for your britches. You haven't got a chance of proving that.
Oh, yes, I have. You and your brother Hugh look enough alike to be twins.
No, wait a minute. Bart, are you saying...
I'm saying, Inspector, that when the elder Crane died, John came up here and lived like a hermit, so people would forget any particular traits he might have had.
Oh, this is utter nonsense.
No, it isn't. You and John did look alike.
Why, you're crazy, Nate Hobart. You never saw them together more than once or twice. And that was 10 years ago.
I remember that they looked alike. They were the same size, too.
Go on, Bart.
John spent those 10 years trying to make himself as much like you as possible. He practiced his gestures and his blustering voice and his handwriting.
That was so he could sign checks, eh?
Yes. John and Daphne wanted the money they felt they'd been cheated out of. They inveigled Hugh up here, murdered him, placed his body in the trunk, and submerged the trunk in the lake, so his features would be decomposed to a point of being unrecognizable.
I get it. Then John, pretending to be Hugh, meant to go back and pick things up where Hugh left off. He and the girl here would be married a second time, and everything would be rosy.
That's it, Inspector. But unfortunately, John made one fatal mistake. Look out, Inspector. He's going to throw that bottle.
Hit him, John.
Put down that bottle or I'll...
Duck, Inspector.
That'll take care of you, gumshoe.
Get the Inspector right between the eyes. He's heading for the door. Grab him, Hobart.
Got him. Wait a minute, Sam.
Nice work, Hobart.
I learned that one when I played football in college.
Another minute and it would have been too late. Shane had a knife in his hand, the same knife with which he murdered his brother and Albert Evans. Well, how's the head, Inspector?
Okay. That guy was pretty good at throwing bottles.
Yes, and knives, too. I imagine that was another thing he practiced while pretending to live as a hermit.
Well, it's the first time a bottle of scotch ever went to my head. Say, I still don't see why Crane knocked off Evans.
Because Evans was the only man who saw John Crane while he was a hermit. Evans suspected that Hugh was John.
Then why didn't he call the cops?
But he did.
Huh?
Oh, I beg your pardon, Inspector. Evans called me.
Yeah, I remember. Now, if he...
And, of course, when John realized what Evans had done, he murdered him.
Okay. Now, what was the one fatal mistake that Crane made?
Both John and Daphne wanted to be sure that when the body was finally discovered, it would be decomposed to a point where no one would recognize it. So, John decided to discover the body himself.
So he discovered the body himself?
Yes. But when he told how it happened, he said the trunk was floating.
Something wrong with that?
Plenty, Inspector. If enough water had entered that trunk to decompose the body, it couldn't have been floating. It would have sunk.
Well, now, think of that. Now, wait. I know how you figured it out. You got a hobby.
Yes, Inspector. Mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Noah Danton and I had driven to Lake George for a few days' rest, and were returning to New York. It was early spring, and the mud season was at its height. Early in the evening, a young practicing physician in the town of Cranston had been attending to his last patient of the day.
All right, Horace, you can put your shirt back on.
Okay. Well, everything all right, Doc?
Oh, hello, Hala. Come in. We're all through.
Did you give the patient a clean bill of health, Doctor?
Doctor isn't talking. Look at him. He's disgusted because he can't find anything wrong. You know, it must be discouraging when a fine, healthy specimen like me comes in for a checkup.
I wish all our patients were as healthy as you look, Horace.
Yeah, Doc doesn't think so. He'd go out of business, eh, Doc?
Sometimes people who look healthy are actually sick.
Yeah, I suppose you're right at that. Hey, Doc.
Yes?
There isn't anything wrong with me, is there?
We've been friends a long time, Horace. You want the truth, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I want the truth.
It's your heart, old man.
My heart?
Yes, it's quite bad.
Oh, you're kidding, Doc. I mean, well, I'm not going to die, am I?
Not right away. That is, if you're careful, very careful. Any unusual exertion would prove fatal.
What do you mean, careful? Look, Doc, I can't be careful. I'm an engineer. I can't quit work. You know that.
I'm afraid you'll have to quit your work.
Oh, no, I can't. What'd be the good of living if I couldn't build things? Look, Doc, I don't know. You must be kidding.
Sorry, Horace. This is as tough on me as it is on you. Sometimes it isn't pleasant being a doctor.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. All right, Doc. That's the verdict. I guess I can take it.
That's the spirit. Just take it easy, and you might live to be 100.
Yeah, live to be 100. Well, so long, Doc. Good night, Hala. Thanks for everything.
Good night, Horace.
Good night. Oh, what a pity. Charles, are you sure?
Do you think I'd tell him such tragic news if I weren't sure?
But wouldn't it have been better to have let him go on thinking?
That he was in fine physical shape? Would that have been fair? If he's careful, he might prolong his life for years.
I wonder if Horace wants to prolong his life if he can't build things.
Some men's work is more important to them than life itself.
Your interest in Horace seems somewhat unusual, my dear.
I've known him since we were children. Once long ago, he asked me to marry him.
Marry him?
Yes. Oh, it was before you came to town, Dr. Morrow. After working as your nurse for a month, I knew.
Knew what?
Why I didn't accept Horace. It was because I'd been waiting for you.
Darling, thank heaven you did. I suppose you know that was why you got the job when I advertised for a nurse.
Why?
Because I fell in love with you the minute you stepped through that office door.
Oh, so you didn't think I'd make a good nurse. All you wanted was... Oh, Dr. Morrow, after all, do you kiss all your nurses during office hours?
Only those I happen to fall in love with. And since you're the only nurse I've ever employed, how could I have fallen in love with the others? Besides, office hours ended 15 minutes ago.
Then go and change your clothes and take me out to dinner. I'm starved.
Ah, me. Women and their appetites. Be back in a shake, darling. Don't go away.
I will if you're gone more than 5 minutes. The darling.
Hello, Kayla.
Terry.
Take it easy, baby. I ain't a ghost.
Terry, it can't be you.
No. I'll take a good look, sister. A good look.
Terry, what are you doing here?
Well, for the past couple of minutes, I've been outside, listening to your sloppy conversation with your doctor friend.
Terry.
You know, honey, you sure know how to get 'em. Why, you got that sawbones eaten out of your hand. Just the way you used to have Horace Graham.
Stop it, Terry. What are you doing here? What do you want?
I had a little accident. Here, take a look.
You're wounded. You've been shot.
That's it, honey. Got into a little jam with the cops. Begun throwing lead around. I stopped one with my shoulder.
So, it was you.
Yeah, it was me who knocked off that payroll clerk. Now, look, honey. I got to get this shoulder of mine fixed up. I was thinking that maybe your boyfriend...
You fool. Of course he won't.
You planning on making a telephone call, baby?
That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to call the police.
No, ain't that something? My own sister turning me in. I can just see the headlines tomorrow. Escape con captured. Doctor breaks engagement with jailbird's sister.
So that's why you came here.
That's why I came here. Figure some other doc might start asking questions about how I got this bullet hole.
And why do you think Charles won't ask you those questions?
Charles, huh? It's like this, honey. I was thinking you wouldn't want Charles to know that it was because of me you didn't marry Horace Graham.
That's a lie. It wasn't because of you that I didn't marry Horace. I didn't love Horace.
Oh, sure. Now, look, honey. You're not kidding me. So long as I was alive, you wouldn't marry nobody because you figured they might find out and object to having a jailbird in the family.
Horace knew. I told him.
No, you didn't. You never told nobody about me. Then you hear I'm dead. After a while, you go overboard about this doctor guy. You figure everything will be okay because there won't be a chance of me showing up.
Charles!
It's all right, Hela. I heard it all. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Well. If it ain't Doc Sawbones himself. And with a gun, too.
That's right, mister, with a gun. And I know how to use it. Don't forget that.
I ain't forgetting nothing, mister. Least of all, I ain't forgetting my sister.
That's enough. I'm not interested in your opinion of your sister. Hela, there's just one thing I want to know.
Yes, Charles.
Did you refuse to marry Horace Graham because your brother was in jail?
No. Horace knew about Terry. I told him. The reason I didn't marry Horace was because I didn't love him.
Well, that's all I wanted to know, honey.
You're making a mistake, Doc. It ain't going to do you no good. It ain't going to do Hela no good when folks find out who I am.
He's right, Charles. It'll ruin you. People will ask questions. They won't patronize a doctor who's married to a sister of a jailbird.
That's it. Don't make a mistake, Doc. You got too much to lose. Or you might even lose Hela.
Hela?
Don't listen to him, Charles. It wouldn't make any difference. You're right about calling the police. I'm going to.
You ain't going to call nobody.
Look out, Charles.
Stand still, you fool.
No one ain't going to turn me over to the police.
The light.
Terry, come back or I'll riot. You ain't going to...
You know, Bart, I'm kind of glad we decided to drive through to New York tonight after all. We ought to be there by dawn, eh?
I should think so, Inspector. What's the matter? Don't you like the country?
Oh, sure. I like it all right.
Nice place to visit. As a matter of fact, I understand there are people who live here all the year round.
I wouldn't be surprised to find you were right. Say, Inspector.
Yeah? What's the matter?
Look, isn't that a man lying up ahead beside the road?
Huh? Where?
By Jove, it is.
Hey.
Pull up, Inspector.
Yeah, okay. Probably some farmer got pie-eyed on hard cider. Good thing you saw him, or we might have run over him.
Possibly he's a victim of a hit-and-run driver.
Yeah.
Let's go back and take a look.
Two-Bit says this means we don't get back to New York by dawn.
Get out your flashlight, Inspector.
I got it out. There he is.
Yes, lying in the mud beside the road. Hold the light steady while I roll him over. There we are.
How about a drunk or dead?
I'm not sure. There don't seem to be any bruises. I think we'd better get him to a doctor in any case.
A doctor? Where are we going to find a doctor in this wilderness?
There must be a town somewhere nearby, or else it... Listen, Inspector.
Huh? Listen to what? Hey, someone coming up the road.
Swing up your flashlight, Inspector.
Yeah.
Hello there. Something wrong?
Oh, yes. We were driving along and saw this man lying beside the road. Are you a native in this locality?
Yeah, I am. Oh, well, what's the matter? Is he dead?
We don't know yet. Know who he is?
Wait a minute. Throw your flashlight on his face. No? No, I never saw him before. Probably struck by a hit-and-run driver, huh?
Could be. What's your name, mister? And what are you doing walking along the road at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Well, I'm Horace Graham. I live in the village down the road. Well, as far as what I'm doing, I was just out for a walk.
Well, how do you like that? Out for a walk at 2 a.m. on a pitch-dark night.
Never mind that now, Inspector. Is there a doctor in the village, Mr. Graham?
Yeah, there's a doctor there. His name is Morrow, Charles Morrow.
Good.
His place is at the north end of the town. You can't miss it. There's a sign.
Splendid. Grab hold here, Inspector. This man needs treatment badly. This must be the place. Yes, there's a sign.
Black as ink. Maybe he isn't home.
I think it more likely that he's asleep. All right. Help me lift up our friend, Inspector.
Okay. Let's go.
All right.
There's something screwy about this, Bart, and I think you know it.
We both know it, don't we, Inspector? All right. Ease him down here on the porch. Careful now. There we are.
I'll knock. Why didn't you say so back there on the road?
I didn't think it expedient, Inspector. Neither did you.
Huh? Well, as far as I'm concerned...
Hello? Who's down there?
Dr. Morrow?
Yes, I'm Dr. Morrow.
We've a patient here who needs immediate treatment.
Immediate? Look, I've had a busy day.
This guy was struck by a hit-and-run driver. Come on down.
Hit and run. Very well, I'll be down. Wait until I put some clothes on.
Why is it that some people always have to stop and argue?
Are you asking me, Inspector?
What's that supposed to be? A wisecrack?
There's a light. All right. Let's lift up the body, Inspector.
Body? Who said it was a body? You don't call a man a body and...
Keep quiet.
Bring him inside, gentlemen. My office is to the left. You can place him on the operating table.
All right, fine. Careful now. Sorry to disturb you, Doctor, but this looks serious.
By George, he is messed up, isn't he?
Well, at least there's a lot of mud on him.
Let me see now. Hit-and-run driver, you said. Gentlemen, I'm afraid your act of mercy came too late. The man is dead.
So? How would you say he died, Doctor?
How? Why, probably a fractured skull, or worse. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Tomorrow, I'll make out my report and...
Would you mind showing us where the car struck him?
Look here, gentlemen, I'm a doctor.
Well, we're policemen, and we want to know a few things.
Policeman?
Yes. This man here wasn't struck by any hit-and-run driver. There isn't a bruise on him, and he was dead when we found him.
Inspector.
Well, there's no use kidding anybody. We both knew it.
I see. Well, as policemen, you should know it's illegal to move a corpse without a coroner or a doctor. Now, if
the inspector spoke too hastily, Doctor. We weren't sure that the man was dead. It was reasonable to suppose that he was the victim of a hit-and-run driver until we saw the bandages.
Bandages?
Yeah, under his shirt. You better take a look, Doc. Make sure there aren't any bullet holes.
Well, there is a bandage, isn't there?
Yes.
Let me see. This is a bit irregular, but... By George, look there. There is a bullet hole.
Through the shoulder. I wouldn't say that such a wound would kill a man, would you, Doctor?
Oh, it's quite likely. You see, loss of blood...
But the wound had begun to heal. That means, of course, that the blood had stopped flowing. No, Doctor. I think you'd better unwrap the rest of the bandage so we can see the second bullet hole. The one that really killed him. Doctor. The headlights are shining on the exact spot where we found the body. Let's get out and take a look around.
You think we're going to find something here, do you?
Naturally, I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suggested that we come back.
Well, for my dough, we should be talking to a guy named Horace Graham.
Stop here, Inspector. And why should we be talking to Horace Graham?
Because nobody with any brains will be walking along a country road in the pitch dark at 2 o'clock in the morning. Because the bullet that killed the guy we found entered through his back and penetrated to his heart. Because...
Yes, I think you're right, Inspector. However, let's look around here first. Yeah. There are the victim's footprints in the mud. There's the place where he fell.
Yep, and there are tire tracks where the car swerved off the pavement. Say?
Yes, I was thinking the same thing, Inspector. It almost looks as though a car had chased our friend off the road. Otherwise, the tire tracks would have swerved in the other direction.
But why? The guy wasn't hit by an automobile. He was shot. Remember?
And I strongly suspect that Dr. Morrow knew he was shot. By the way, Inspector, do something for me, will you?
Sure. What do you want me to do?
Follow that line of footprints made by the victim.
You mean you want me to walk through the mud?
Yes, do you mind?
I mind a lot, but I don't think it'll do any good. Here goes. This way you want me?
Fine. Come on back, Inspector. I think we've made a discovery.
Discovery? What did you discover about me walking through the mud?
Turn around and compare your own footprints with those of the victim, Inspector.
What's different about him? Say, Bart, look.
That's it, Inspector. You're a pretty big man, yet the footprints you made aren't nearly as deep as those made by the man we found lying here.
And he was a little guy.
Right.
Which means that someone must have carried him through the mud and dropped him beside the road to make it look as though a car hit him.
Which brings up another point. When we knocked at Dr. Morrow's door, he told us he'd be down as soon as he put some clothes on.
So he did. And when he finally got down, he was in his stocking feet.
Inspector, it struck me as odd that a man would fully dress himself and forget to put on his shoes.
He didn't forget. But I think we'd better go back and have another talk with Dr. Morrow.
Yes, but not right away, Inspector. As Sherlock Holmes used to say, let's smoke a couple of pipes on it first.
But look, if Doc's shoes are covered with mud...
They won't be, Inspector. The man isn't a fool. He probably wiped off his shoes long before he ever returned to the office. No, there's some other reason why Dr. Morrow came downstairs in his stocking feet. And I'm beginning to think I know the reason why.
Well, gentlemen, back again, eh? Did you make any startling discoveries?
Yeah, we made a few, Doc, that'll knock your eye out. Who's your girlfriend?
This is Miss Hala Knight, my nurse. Hala, Barton Drake, and Inspector Noah Danton.
Inspector
Hi,
Barton Drake.
And now, gentlemen, please tell me what you've discovered.
Would you mind if we looked at the corpse again, Doctor?
No, not at all. You just step into my office.
Thank you.
I've made out a full report on the happenings of last night, and I'll turn it into the police immediately.
You better hold it up a little bit, Doc. There might be some things you'll want to add to that report.
Oh?
Well, you seem to have changed the appearance of our corpse somewhat, Doctor.
Oh, you mean the mud? Yes, I cleaned him up a bit. He was pretty muddy.
Especially his shoes.
His shoes? Well, yes, I wiped them off, if that's what you mean.
I suppose that accounts for the peculiar odor.
Peculiar odor?
Yeah. Smells like burning cloth.
Did you burn the cloths with which you wiped off the shoes, Doctor?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I did.
I see. Dr. Morrow, do you mind if Inspector Danton and I search your bedroom?
My bed? Now, look here, gentlemen.
You don't have to let us if you don't want to, Doc. Only if we don't, someone else is going to.
I'd like to know who. I can't possibly
Let them, Charles. What difference can it make? We've nothing to hide.
That's very sensible of you, Miss Knight. Will you show us the way, Doctor? And these are the shoes you wore last night, Doctor.
Yes, why?
Dr. Morrow, you're a man of intelligence. Doesn't it strike you as a bit ridiculous trying to cover up your guilt?
My guilt? I don't know what you mean.
I'm sure you do, Doctor. You really should have studied the business of crime before attempting to commit one.
Now, look here, Drake.
You look here yourself, Doctor. Look closely at this shoe, the left one. There are still particles of mud buried in the crevices of the heel.
Well, why shouldn't there be? This is the spring of the year. There's mud everywhere.
Exactly. Can you explain why there's no particle of mud at all on your right shoe?
Why,
Perhaps you didn't wear both shoes at the same time. Is that it, Doctor?
Nonsense. Of course I did.
It does sound like nonsense, doesn't it? The idea of a man wearing shoes that aren't mates. I don't suppose you'd mind if we took these shoes out and tried fitting them into the prints that we found near where the body was picked up.
Of course not. In fact, I'd welcome such an experiment.
Yes, I think you would. You're too eager, Doctor. You fell into my trap very neatly.
Trap? What are you talking about?
Amateur criminals, Doctor, are always over-anxious. Shall I tell you what happened?
Nothing happened. I don't know what you're talking about.
The inspector and I found that the footprints were unusually deep. We reasoned that they had to be made by a very big man with small feet. Or a normal-sized man who was carrying someone else.
Well?
We decided that they'd been made by a normal-sized man carrying someone else. And that man was you.
If it were I, then these shoes would fit the prints, wouldn't they?
Oh, no. When you reached the spot where you decided to leave the body, you changed shoes with the victim, carried him to the side of the road, and then returned to your car. It's the victim's shoes that'll fit the prints, Doctor.
Of course they will. He was hit by that automobile.
It was pitch dark when you put your own shoes back on. You couldn't see what you were doing. You got one of the victim's shoes on by mistake. You came back here wearing one brown shoe and one black one, a fact that you didn't discover until last night when we knocked on your door.
Get it, Doc? You came downstairs fully dressed, but without shoes. That made us kind of suspicious.
I see. All right, I guess it's no use.
Oh, Charles.
There, dear. I was a fool to think I could get away with it.
But it wasn't murder. It wasn't. It was self-defense.
If it was self-defense, why didn't you notify the police instead of trying to pull this hit-and-run gag?
Because the man who was killed was my brother. He'd been in jail. He came here last night wounded. He threatened to tell who he was unless I influenced Charles into attending to his wound. I knew it would ruin Charles, so I refused.
I see. And then what happened, Miss Knight?
Charles had overheard our conversation. He stepped into the room. He was holding a gun. Terry tried to get out of the room. He switched off the lights and opened the door.
Was he facing you both when he switched off the lights?
Facing us?
That's right.
Yes. He made some remark about not letting us get away with it. Charles thought he was reaching for a gun and fired.
Hey, what's that?
Someone just went through the front door.
Whoever it is in a hurry. I'll take a look. Hey! Whoever it is swiping our car. Wait, that's
Horace Graham. He's got someone with him.
That isn't someone, lady. That's our corpse. Come on! Doc, can't you get more speed out of this jalopy of yours?
Sorry, Inspector. It's a pre-war model.
With a 5-minute start, we'll never catch him.
Doctor, can you think of any reason why Horace Graham would want to steal the body of Miss Knight's brother?
Yes, I can, but until I know for sure, I'm going to keep it to myself.
Look, there's a car up ahead.
That's our wagon, boss.
I see it is, Inspector.
Give her the gun, Jack.
I'm doing the best I can.
Look, he's turning into that side road.
That guy must be nuts. He knows we're behind him.
Perhaps he wants us to catch him, Inspector.
Better slow down, Doctor. He won't get far on that gravel road.
Here's the turn here. Take it easy, Doc. This is nothing but a cart path.
There's the other car. He stopped at the foot of that embankment.
Jumping Judas, what's the guy up to? He's dragged the corpse out of the car. He's trying to carry it up the embankment.
Oh, the idiot. I told him.
Come on, Doctor. We've got to hurry.
Horace, stop that. Stop that, Horace.
Come on, let's go after him.
Now, there's something screwy about this. I don't get it at all.
We will in a minute, Inspector.
He stopped. Oh, Horace.
Horace, you fool. I told you that any strenuous exercise...
Sorry, Doc. I didn't want you to get into a jam for something I did.
Something you did? What are you talking about, man?
It was I who shot Ayla's brother.
What? Horace. Listen, Horace.
Charles, is he...
Yes. Yes, he's dead. Carrying that body was too much of a strain, as I think he knew it would be.
Inspector, we ought to be back in New York before dark.
Yep.
Wonder if the old place will have changed much.
I imagine it'll look about the same as it would have looked if we got there by dawn.
I don't know. A lot can happen in 12 hours.
You're right there, Inspector. A lot certainly happened in the past 12 hours, didn't it?
For us, it did. You know, Bart, we should have suspected that Horace Graham guy right from the start.
Oh? Why, Inspector?
Why? Why, just like I said at the beginning, any guy who'd go walking on a cold black night at 2 a.m. is a screwball.
Being a screwball doesn't make a man a murderer, Inspector. I can understand why he'd want to be out walking by himself, just having been condemned to death by his physician.
That wasn't why he was out walking. He just killed a man. He wanted to see if the hit-and-run gimmick was going to work.
Yes, I know. Inspector, men who are condemned to death have a curious attitude. Horace was once in love with Miss Knight, you know. When he came back and overheard their conversation and realized that her chance of happiness was being jeopardized by a black sheep brother, he decided to do something about it.
Figured he had nothing to lose, eh?
I suppose so. He hadn't planned on Dr. Morrow being accused of the crime. He couldn't figure out why.
So he stuck around, and when he learned that we'd tipped over the apple cart as far as Doc was concerned, he decided to swipe the body. Corpus delicti.
You know, Inspector, I think he had a dual purpose in trying to steal that body. It worked out exactly as he planned it.
Yeah, I guess it did. Now, how did you know that neither the Doc nor Helen Knight had killed her brother?
Did I know, Inspector?
Well, didn't you?
No, not until the very end. When Miss Knight told us that her brother was facing into the room when Charles shot, that just stood to reason that he missed and that the bullet went out the door.
Well, by golly.
By golly's right, Inspector. The bullet that killed Miss Knight's brother entered through his back, didn't it?
Yep, that's right. That's 100% right. Was Doc surprised when you told him that?
No, not particularly, Inspector. As a matter of fact, he only grinned and asked me to autograph a book he had.
Is that it? Fine. What was the name of the book?
Why, Inspector, what else but mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. The story began last autumn. Mr. Grant Parker, a wealthy art collector, had called me and asked me down to his country place for the weekend. 15 minutes later, I picked up my good friend, Inspector Noah Danton, and we were on our way to Woodsville, the small country town where Parker spent his summers.
So, we're going down to see this Grant Parker who says he's a what's the thing you call him, Bart?
A numismatist, Inspector.
Is that good?
Well, a numismatist, Inspector, is a man who collects coins.
Who doesn't? Personally, I prefer collecting the folding kind of dough.
Numismatology, Inspector, is somewhat different than merely collecting money.
Oh?
Some rare coins, minted at a value of, say, 50 cents, have sold for as high as $10,000.
You don't say.
And I understand that Grant Parker has an equally valuable coin in his collection. It's called a Maria Theresa Toller from the island of Matsura.
Well. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
Doesn't it ever hurt to know so much?
Now, don't you take it seriously, Inspector. I looked that information up before we left headquarters.
Why?
Because Grant Parker explained to me over the phone that he believes one of his weekend guests is planning on stealing that coin.
Now you're talking my language. What gave him that idea?
Because last night Parker was knocked unconscious while working on his study.
And the coin was stolen, eh?
No, but the room was ransacked. Fortunately, Parker had taken pains to find a good hiding place for the coin.
Yeah, but not so good that the thief can't eventually find it, eh?
Yes, that's right, Inspector. Oh, Inspector, we are to pretend we're merely guests. Parker told no one of the attempted theft, and he doesn't want his guests to know our real purpose in being there.
Good idea.
Turn here, Inspector. This is the place.
Okay. Here's the gate right here. Well, how do you like that? The driveway gate is closed.
And locked, too, if that padlock means anything.
Yeah. Did you say that Parker expected us?
Yes, well, he probably has some reason for wanting to keep the automobiles out. Shut off the motor, Inspector. We'll walk the rest of the way.
Yeah. Walking's out of my line. Wonder how far it is to the house.
Oh, it can't be a great ways. There's a small door here beside the gate that seems to be unlocked.
This guy Parker must expect an invasion. Iron gates and 10-foot brick walls. Say, isn't that a house up there through the trees?
Yes, I believe it is. Let's go.
It's kind of pretty around here, all these trees and everything. Hey, what's that?
Duck and duck!
Holy suffering cats, what was it?
A boomerang.
A what?
There it goes, behind that clump of bushes. Come on, Inspector. Let's find out what this is all about.
Here, you two. What are you doing?
There he is.
Yes, I see him.
What the deuce are you two doing running around here? This is private property, I'll have you know.
And we'll have you know we don't like being targets for boomerangs.
Where is it? Where's what?
The boomerang.
Boomerang? What the deuce are you talking about?
You know darn well what we're talking about.
Inspector, since the boomerang seems to have disappeared, suppose we introduce ourselves and explain what happened.
Well, who are you?
I'm Barton Drake, and this is Inspector Noah Danton.
Drake, Danton, never heard of you.
We're here at the request of a Mr. Grant Parker.
Nonsense. I'm Grant Parker, and I requested nothing of the sort.
You are Grant Parker?
Of course. Now get out of here, or I'll call the police.
How do you like that?
I don't like it, Inspector. Mr. Parker, someone called me this afternoon, said he was Grant Parker, and asked me and Inspector Danton down here for the weekend.
Why, that's preposterous. Now, look here, you two. I don't know what your game is, but
Good gosh, what's that?
Someone's in trouble. Come on,
This
Inspector.
way.
I see them over here.
Yes, there's two of them.
Gary, come away. Gary, what are you yelling about? Good heavens.
Jumping Judas, look at that guy on the ground.
Yes, he's practically decapitated. Uh-oh. So?
Yeah, I see. The boomerang and covered with blood.
Charity, in heaven's name, how did it happen?
I don't know. I was coming along the path and found him.
Perhaps you can tell us how it happened, Grant.
Me? Blast you, Monty, what are you suggesting?
Yes.
Why, you miserable young pup.
Come, break it up. Who are you? The police.
The police?
Yeah, convenient, isn't it, to have the police right on the spot when a murder's committed. Now, suppose we ask a few questions. Parker, who's the dead man?
None of your business. I've already told you to get off my property. If you don't,
You've told us too much already. All three of you are suspects. Now, smarten up, wise guy, and...
Look here, are you accusing me of...
Grant, let's not make things any more difficult than we can help.
Well, now...
The dead man is some gentleman. He was a guest of ours.
Of whose?
Mine and Mr. Parker.
Oh.
I'm Mrs. Parker, and this gentleman is Marty Osgood.
He's a guest, too, I suppose?
Oh, yes. Now, may we all go up to the house, please? I feel rather faint.
Keep your hands off my wife, Osgood. As for you two, I don't know who you are, and I don't believe you're the police. I order you to get off my property.
Just a minute, Mr. Parker. All this blustering doesn't impress us in the least.
Why?
There's been a murder committed here. Whoever called on the telephone anticipated it. Neither the inspector nor I are leaving until we find out just what this is all about.
Look, Bart. Sitting here in this room and waiting isn't getting us anywhere.
It will, Inspector, if you can just control yourself.
Yeah? What do you expect to happen? The murderer going to walk in here and give himself up?
Perhaps not the murderer, but I am expecting a visitor.
Who?
We'll know in a minute, Inspector. In fact, we'll know in less than a minute. Oh, hello, Mr. Parker. Come in. We've been expecting you.
Expecting me?
Yes. Are you quite sure our conversation here can't be overheard?
Positive. Look here, Drake, why do you ask that?
Isn't that your chief concern? Didn't you want to wait until we could get someplace where we could talk freely?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. So I'm blamed if I can figure how you knew it.
That's unimportant. The point is, it was you who called me this morning, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Well, You mean you were putting on an act out there in the woods?
Yes.
Huh.
Gentlemen, I'm in grave danger.
What kind of danger, Mr. Parker?
In danger of being murdered, I'm afraid. Whoever threw that boomerang this afternoon intended me to be the victim.
How do you figure that?
I had announced earlier that I meant to take a walk. I knew I'd be followed.
How did you know it, Mr. Parker?
Because one of the guests who's staying here this weekend is determined to get hold of my Maria Teresa Tala.
Is that $10,000 50-cent piece you were telling me about, Bart?
Yeah.
So you figure somebody would murder you for a $10,000 hunk of lead? Nope, I can't buy that, Mr. Parker. There's easier ways than that to get dough.
Ah, you don't understand, Inspector Denton. You, Miss Mathis, in fact, collectors of all types become fanatics.
Oh.
They'd go to any lengths to acquire a rare specimen.
Yes, that's true, Inspector. The intrinsic value of items can't be considered here. Mr. Parker, why exactly did you put on your act out there in the woods? Was it because you feared that whoever followed you would overhear our conversation?
Yes, I was sure of it. I didn't want anyone to know that I was suspicious enough to call the police.
Not even your wife?
I see what you mean, Drake. Please remember that there was another person present when we discovered my wife beside the body of Sam Jenkins.
Yes. Your wife is considerably younger than you, isn't she, Mr. Parker?
Yes? Why?
Is she in love with you?
I resent that question, Drake.
Now we're getting to the real motive.
You can leave my personal affairs out of it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parker, but your personal affairs are most important where murder is concerned. By the way, may I see your Maria Teresa Toller?
Yes, of course. I carry it here in my wallet.
So that's the reason the thief didn't find it when he knocked you out and ransacked your room, eh?
Yes. After today's experience, I'm convinced that whoever is after the teller has figured out that I carry it about my person at all times.
So he's got some murder to get his hands on it.
That's right. It is, Drake.
Thank you. Yes, this is a collector's item, all right.
Who's the dame on it?
That's Maria Teresa herself.
Oh.
The date the thaler was minted, 1790, is directly beneath.
Well, you seem to know considerable about rare coins yourself, Drake.
A minor hobby of mine, Mr. Parker. Look, Inspector, you see the band of pearls in Maria's hair?
Why, sure, I see him.
That band and the clasp on her dress, also made of pearls, is what makes the thaler genuine. Isn't that so, Mr. Parker?
Yes, it is. Drake, you should make numismatology a hobby.
I already have one hobby, Mr. Parker. One that takes most of my time. It's murder. Which brings us back to the matter at hand. How many guests are staying here with you this weekend?
8, or rather 7, now that poor Sam is gone.
And are they all collectors?
Well, let's say they're all interested in collecting. Any one of them would like to possess this thaler.
Exactly. Mr. Parker, I'd like you to invite all your guests out into the lawn immediately.
But look here, what for?
I took the trouble to investigate your guests before the inspector and I came down. Most of them are independently wealthy. That's why they're interested in collecting rare items. Something to amuse them. That and hunting big game with boomerangs.
I get it. We'll let them show us how good they are with those boomerangs, and that'll tell us something, huh?
That, Inspector, is going to tell us more than you think, if we're allowed to live that long.
We've got to tell him, Monty. Don't you see we have?
No, Charity, not now. It's too dangerous.
Why is it dangerous? Oh, Monty, I'm frightened.
Oh, there, Monty. Charity, why did you slip away and go down the path after Grant this afternoon?
Because I wanted to talk to him. I wanted to tell him about us.
Oh, you shouldn't have, darling. That's my job.
No, it isn't. I'm his wife. What a fool I was to ever believe he loved me.
Charity, where were you when poor Sam was hit with a boomerang?
So what? I don't know exactly. Monty.
There, darling, I only thought...
You thought what?
Charity, please, don't look at me like that.
You thought that I murdered Sam.
Of course I don't, darling. I only want to help you.
Jesus. I can't believe it.
Now, see here, Charity, listen to me. You were alone out there in the woods, and so was Grant. You hated him, and everyone knew it.
No, but I won't listen.
You will listen. Those police are going to ask you questions. They're sure to find out that you're an expert with a boomerang. They're bound to think that you mistook Sam for Grant.
I hate you, Monty Osgood. I was a fool to have ever listened to your drivel. And you said you were in love with me.
I am, believe me, I am, Charity. If you need help...
If I need help? Is yours then the kind of love that can attach itself to a murderer?
Charity, stop.
Now I see your game. Sam was your best friend. You loved him more than you did me. You thought I was jealous of him, and that I deliberately...
Charity, you're out of your mind. Come back here.
Okay, Mr. Monty Osgood. Perhaps I did murder Sam. Wouldn't you like to know? And wouldn't you like to know also what my plans are for you?
Drake, I don't like this. After what's happened today, no one's in the mood for playing games.
This isn't a game, Mr. Parker. It's deadly serious.
And we're not kidding.
All right, folks. Who will be the first volunteer?
I will. I'm no good at boomerang throwing, but I'll be glad to help you out.
Thank you, Osgood. Select your weapon and go ahead.
One's as good as another.
Hand me one, Drake.
Yesterday you were bragging how good you were. Here, take this one.
No, thanks. Man's out of style if he doesn't brag in this gathering. Okay, here goes.
This is the craziest night roll. Right around that clump of trees. Here it comes back. Too bad. Off about 10 feet.
Oh, there you are, Drake. Does that make me the murderer?
The purpose of this experiment, Osgood, is not to identify the murderer.
No?
No. On the other hand, making a wild throw doesn't prove you innocent either.
I don't like this. I'm only trying to cooperate, and you fellas are trying
Thank
to...
you very much, Osgood. Now, will you please step aside and let the next volunteer take over? Who's next, please?
I suppose sooner or later you'll come to me. I'll talk if you like.
Thank you, Mrs. Parker.
So, it's a woman's game, too, eh?
My wife is considered an expert at many kinds of games.
Are you trying to be subtle, Grant? Please don't. You succeed only in sounding ridiculous.
Blast you, Charity. I'll not tolerate
Would you mind throwing the boomerang, Mrs. Parker?
Well,
I know, never.
Very well.
Watch it! Wow! Hot diggity. Low and fast. The gal's good. Here it comes back.
Yes, only it isn't coming back where it should.
Doc Parker! Good heavens! Whipped him on the side of the head. Good heavens, his head.
He's not seriously hurt. Well, Mrs. Parker, whoever said you were an expert with the boomerang was either lying or you are being very clever.
Oh, no, it was an accident, I swear. Oh, Grant.
How does it feel now, Mr. Parker?
Well, I'm all right. It's just a nick. Where's Charity?
She's downstairs.
She with Osgood?
No, she's alone. Mr. Parker, do you think your wife deliberately tried to hit you with that boomerang?
Oh, no. Of course not. It was an accident.
But you yourself said she was an expert.
Well, she was nervous. She must have been. I shouldn't have spoken to her the way I did. It must have upset her.
I see. It would have been much more gallant if Osgood had failed to make a perfect throw, wouldn't it?
What do you mean? What are you driving at? I'm deeply in love with my wife, and she with me.
Did I say that you weren't, Mr. Parker?
Well, you implied it. Drake, you're overstepping your authority. I asked you down here because
Because, as you expressed, that you felt you were in grave danger. It seems to me, Mr. Parker, that some of that danger has materialized.
Nonsense. Drake, do you think that my wife deliberately tried to kill me?
Do you?
No.
Come, Parker, stop pretending. Have you ever known your wife to make such a wild throw with the boomerang?
Well, no, I haven't. Well, wait a minute. Something did happen once.
Oh, so?
Well, it's ridiculous to think of. I'm sure it was an accident.
Tell me about it.
There's not much to tell. Haven't given it a thought since. Once a group of us had gone to Africa to hunt tigers.
Oh. And what happened?
Nothing. That is, Charity and I were out one day alone with a native guide. We saw one of the beasts crouching in a tree. Charity made a throw and missed. The guide had to shoot the tiger with a high-powered rifle.
And what happened to the boomerang?
Why, it barely missed striking me. But this is absurd. I'm sure it was an accident.
Your story is absurd, Mr. Parker, but not for the reasons you suggest. Oh, come in, Inspector.
How's Parker?
He's doing very nicely.
Now, look here, Drake. I want you to explain that remark you just made.
In a moment, Mr. Parker, in a moment. Inspector, have you talked with any of the guests?
Yeah, I talked to them all. You know, Bart, it's a funny thing.
What is?
I got a feeling that most of these people hate each other. All this double talk they do is an act. They don't mean it.
Now, you two listen to me. I won't have you talking about my guests like that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parker. We've a murder to solve. Go on, Inspector.
Well, the way I get it figured is this. These people haven't got enough to do. They've all got more money than they can get rid of. They spend their time collecting things and big game hunting and being mean to each other.
Nice work, Inspector. I think you're right. A murder on the side gives them a new lease on life, something unusual and exciting.
Yeah. I think any one of them could have committed that murder.
Blast it. You're not going to get away with such talk. I'll turn you over to the police.
Relax, Mr. Parker, relax. Inspector Danton is all the police that are necessary to solve this crime.
But what do you mean?
I mean that the guilty party has been painfully obvious in his mistakes. We know positively who it was that murdered Sam Jenkins.
Well, look, Bart. If we know who it was murdered Sam Jenkins, why don't we arrest the guy?
Well, it would be much easier if the murderer came to us than if we went to him. Don't you think so, Inspector?
No.
No?
No. If he comes to us, he'll come with homicidal ideas.
That's exactly what I want, Inspector. If he attempts to murder us, then we'll be positive he's guilty, won't we?
Positive? Yeah. Say, wait a minute. I thought you said you were positive.
I did, Inspector, and I am. But I want to be able to prove the person's guilt once we decide to make an arrest.
Well, I'll be, look, Bart, sometimes, boy, you wear me down.
Oh, I'm sorry, Inspector.
Yeah. But 2 hours ago, you announced that you knew who murdered Jenkins. Where are we going now?
We're going to trap the murderer.
We're going to trap... Jumping Judas, Bart. Let me in on the deal, will you?
Yes, you bet I will, Inspector. But here we are.
What's this?
Grant Parker's trophy room.
Where'd you get the key?
Parker gave it to me. Must be a light switch here. Yeah, here it is.
Jumping Judas. Look at that.
Yes, quite a display of trophies and equipment. Well, Inspector, that does it.
Huh? What does what?
Here's the rack where the boomerangs are kept. Let's take a look at them, Inspector.
Hey, look, Bart. Are you going to let me in on this, or aren't you?
Am I a cop or what?
Quiet.
Huh? What's the matter?
Don't look now, Inspector. But there's a man peering in at us through the window directly behind where we're standing.
Behind me? A man? How do you know?
I can see his reflection in this glass case.
By gosh, you're right. Hey, he's opening the window.
He has a rifle, a high-powered, big-game rifle.
Well, what are we going to do? Are we going to just stay in here and be knocked off like clay pigeons?
No, wait a minute. Wait until he gets his rifle leveled.
Huh?
Then I'll throw this handful of boomerangs at him.
Why wait till then? I'm sweating already.
No, if we wait, it will take him a few seconds to detach himself from that cumbersome rifle, and we can use those seconds, Inspector.
I get it, but I don't like it. Hey, he's leveling the rifle now.
Yes, and he has his finger crooked around the trigger.
I can't stand it any longer.
All right, Inspector, jump!
Yeah!
Come on, Inspector, after him.
I'm right with you, son.
There he goes, Inspector.
Yeah, I see him. Stop or I'll shoot.
I guess he didn't hear you.
Well, he'll hear this.
Too bad, Inspector. He ducked behind the garage.
Why, the dirty... He's shooting at us.
I suppose we have to expect that kind of treatment from a murderer.
Have you got to be funny at a time like this?
There he goes.
Yeah, and this time he's out the open.
Take your time, Inspector.
Yeah, I can't miss.
Good work. Your aim is improving, Inspector.
I only hit him in the leg.
He dropped his rifle when he fell. Come on, let's have a look.
Jumping Judas. Look who it is.
Are you surprised, Inspector?
Grant Parker. Say, I thought he was the guy we were supposed to protect.
He was and still is, Inspector. Here comes his gang of alleged friends from the house to gloat over what they probably hope will be another murder.
Well, it's certainly good to be back at the old Lamplighters Club after all that excitement. How about a game of chess before we turn in, Bart?
Excellent idea. Well, Inspector.
Yeah?
Well, don't you want to know? You've been sitting there for 15 minutes trying to act unconcerned.
Oh, is that so? Okay. How'd you guess?
It wasn't guesswork, Inspector. It was knowing certain facts.
I suppose so. What facts?
Facts about the Maria Teresa collar that Parker had. It was a phony.
Well.
You see, in the first place, the date on it was 1790. All collars from the Madeira Island, Inspector, carry the original date of minting, which is 1780.
My.
Also, the band of pearls in Maria's hair contained exactly 8 pearls, but there were 10 on Parker's coin.
How can you argue with a guy like that?
You see, Inspector, Parker knew that Osgood was in love with his wife, and she with him. So he used the coin as bait to get Osgood down here, because Osgood is a collector of rare coins.
So Parker decided to become a collector of corpses, eh?
Right, Inspector. And Parker thought it was Osgood who had followed him on his walk this afternoon. He had to throw that boomerang hurriedly because he heard us coming through the brush. When he discovered his mistake, well, it made him a little mad.
No regrets, eh? Nice people.
Plus, he saw a chance to get back at his wife by letting me think she deliberately tried to kill him when she made that wild throw this afternoon.
But, of course, you knew he was lying, eh?
Yes, Inspector, I did.
How?
Because Parker said he and Mrs. Parker had hunted tigers in Africa.
Well?
There are no tigers in Africa, Inspector. All the tigers known to exist are in Asia.
Well, I'll be a monkey's dear departed aunt. Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
I can't wait. Tell me.
All right, Inspector. Murder is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. For more than 2 years, a pair of top-flight radio comedians, Kit Fairfax and Jay Hardy by name, have been delighting millions of listeners from coast to coast with a friendly feud which they've been carrying on over the air. On the afternoon our story opens, Inspector Noah Danton had called at my apartment and said that he'd received a mysterious phone call in which some unknown person had told him that Kit Fairfax was to be murdered during his broadcast scheduled for that evening. Now, Noah Danton isn't the type of man to be taken in by crackpot telephone messages. And so, when he urged me to accompany him to the broadcasting studio, I readily agreed.
All right, just to show you I'm no cheapskate, I'm getting a cocktail party up in my room after the broadcast, and you're all invited. The only thing is, you'll have to bring your own liquor.
Bring your own liquor. That guy kills me.
You and about 20 million others, Inspector. By the way, did it ever occur to you that Hardy and Fairfax might be serious about some of those insults they hurl at each other?
Bart, you're smart enough to know that's exactly what Hardy and Fairfax want people to think.
Maybe.
That they are serious. They work at it. That's why it's such a good gag.
Exactly. It's a very convincing routine, almost too convincing.
Huh? Say, nobody's tipped you off to anything, have they?
No. Just making idle conversation. You know, Inspector, I was a little bit surprised to find you waiting outside the studio with a couple of tickets in your hand when I arrived tonight.
Well, now, think of that. That's what I call gratitude. Here, I go to the trouble of getting you a free ticket to a bus.
Oh, thank you, Bob. Ladies and gentlemen, Jay Hardy and Kit Fairfax will be back in a moment. Meanwhile, a serious question. Have you put a black mark against every suggestion of black marketing? We've set up price controls to protect ourselves against runaway, uncontrolled price rises.
Hey,
then
that was a shot.
Then let's
Probably
keep
part of the
those
sound effect.
protections.
Not while the commercial is on. There wasn't anything phony about that.
Mr. Fairfax has been stopped. Mr. Fairfax has been stopped.
Holy smoke. Come on, Bart.
Right with you, Inspector. Better keep the crowd from leaving till we find out what the score is.
Yeah.
Hey, you ushers, lock those doors. All right. Take it easy now, folks. One side, big away.
Here we are, Inspector, through the store.
Which way now?
This door here opens onto the stage, I think.
Please, will everyone please be quiet. My sergeant guard of the police will be here in a moment. Please, will everyone please be quiet.
All right, mister, all right. I'm Inspector Noah Denton, police headquarters.
Well, my sergeant guard, how did you get here so soon? I mean, how fortunate that you are here.
Yeah. Suppose we take a look at the body.
Now, just a moment, Inspector, please. I must caution you. I will not tolerate any publicity. It would be very bad.
Look, Bub, do you take us to the body or do I arrest you for obstructing justice?
Arrest? I? What such language? Oh, very well. This way. Through the door here.
The spot to hold a murder.
You said it, Inspector.
Oh, Mr. Flagg, it's terrible.
There, Amanda.
All
Now,
right,
calm yourself.
folks, all right. I'll take over. Stand back, please. Let's have a look, Bart.
All right.
Dead, all right.
Through the heart. Killed instantly, wouldn't you say, Inspector?
Yep. Hey, you.
Are you addressing me?
Yep. What's your name?
Me? Why, I'm Gregory Flagg, of course. My stars and garters, everyone knows me. I'm Kit Fairfax's manager.
Okay. Look, call up my office and tell them to send medical examiner Jim Ryan out here.
What?
Also a squad car.
But I'm not
Now, get going, will you?
Oh.
All right, the rest of you people. Let's have your names. You first. I guess you're Hardy.
That's right, Inspector. Jason Hardy.
It was I who discovered the body. You see...
Never mind that now. You, ma'am, you must be Amanda Gale, the singer on Fairfax's show?
Yes, that's right.
I'll just write that down here. Now, you.
Me? I'm Gabby.
The bodyguard, eh, Gabby? What?
Nobody never called me nothing but Gabby.
You got a last name, haven't you, bub?
Yeah, I got one.
Well, what is it?
Zobel.
Spell it.
I can't.
Oh, smart guy.
Inspector.
Let's get... Yeah, Bart?
I think you'd better take charge of this.
The gun, huh? Where'd you find it?
Under Fairfax's body. Keep my handkerchief around it. There'll probably be some fingerprints.
Hey, that's my gun. Jeepers, how'd Mr. Fairfax get hold of it?
Maybe he just borrowed it to shoot himself.
No, he didn't. He ain't gonna pin this on me. Mr. Hardy shot him.
Oh, so Mr. Hardy...
Cut him out, Gabby.
Now, wait a minute, you guys.
Now, Hardy shot him. I seen him do it.
You what?
Why, you dirty liar. You hands off me, Hardy. I can tell a lot more. Don't forget that.
Hey, what is this? Break it up. Get away from him, Hardy.
Slap-happy bodyguard is nuts.
Yeah.
Kit was my best friend.
It's ridiculous to think that Jay could do such a thing.
Well, now, think of that. Just one big, happy family, eh? Everybody loves everybody else.
Inspector, perhaps it would be better if we adjourned to Hardy's dressing room. I'm sure his description of how he discovered the body will make interesting listening.
Good idea. Okay, everybody, in you go. Might as well go there as anywhere else. Okay, Hardy, let's hear it. And don't leave out any details. The rest of you keep quiet.
Well, there isn't much to tell. After we finished our turn, Kit and I came off the stage. Kit is an inveterate tea drinker. Thinks he does no more cups a day. Says he gave him a lift. Formed a habit of sneaking back to his dressing room for tea during the band number. The commercial follows the band, so he had about 2 minutes. Gabby here always had a hot cup ready just at the right time. Here's about the way it happened.
Show's going all right, isn't it, Jay?
Yes, well. Rolled him in the aisles with that last gag.
Oh, that was the build-up you gave me, boy. Hey, how about a spot of tea?
No, thanks. I've got to make a phone call. See you in about 2 minutes.
All right.
All right. Hello, operator? This is Jay Hardy. Yes. Would you get me the passenger agent of the American Airlines, please? Yes, that's right. I'll hang on. What the devil? Good heavens, Kit. Holy smoke, he's been shot. Here's a gun.
Hey, what's the matter?
Gabby, Kit's been hurt. Get hold of his leg.
Jeepers. He's been shot. There's blood all over.
Take it easy. Getting excited won't help. Just do as I say and...
You shot him.
Oh, don't be a dope. I didn't shoot him.
You done it. You got the gun in your hand right now. You shot him. Mr. Fairfax been shot. Oh, come back later, crazy lug.
That's all there was to it. Gabby lost his head and went running out onto the stage yelling like a wild man.
Okay. Now, Gabby, what's this story of yours about seeing Mr. Hardy shoot your boss?
Oh, he's lying. Gabby hated Jay because Jay wouldn't give him a job.
Please, Miss Gale, your turn will come. Well, Gabby?
Hardy had the gun in his hand. He was standing over the dead body. Ain't that enough?
Hardly. Inspector, do you mind if I ask a few questions?
Go ahead, Bud.
Mr. Hardy, did you have the gun in your hand?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I did. You see, it was quite a shock finding Kit like that. I was dazed. I didn't realize what I was doing.
But you weren't too dazed to hide the gun under the body. Is that correct?
Well, knowing that Gabby thought I shot Kit, I didn't want to get...
Oh, this is utterly ridiculous, cross-examining poor Jay. But you men don't seem to realize that Jay's an awful...
By the way, Miss Gale, weren't you supposed to be engaged to Fairfax?
Why, well, not really. It was a sort of a publicity stunt to build up the show.
I see. Where were you when the shot was fired, Miss Gale?
Why, I was in my dressing room.
I'll bet.
Miss Gale, a moment ago you mentioned that Gabby hated Mr. Hardy because Mr. Hardy wouldn't give him a job.
Yes, I did. And it's true.
But why?
Because Kit Fairfax fired Gabby just before tonight's broadcast. Gabby asked Jay for a job, and Jay turned him down.
Is that right, Harvey?
Yes, it is. You see, tonight was Kit's last night on the air.
You mean Kit Fairfax was going off the air?
When did this happen?
Well, he planned to make the announcement at the end of tonight's show. Not many people knew it. But Kit's been suffering from heart trouble. His physician ordered him to take a long rest.
I see. Then tonight was the first time the public would know that Fairfax's program had been canceled, huh?
Yes. Kit was also going to announce that from now on,
Amanda would be singing on my show.
That's a lie. Miss Gale was supposed to be in love with Mr. Fairfax. When he told her he had to quit the radio account he was sick, she begins to make passes at Hardy. I won't. I'm going to tell what happened.
Is that coming, Rat? One more yip out of you.
Hardy, I told you once to lay off that rough stuff. Now I'm going to
Just a minute, Inspector.
Yeah, what's eating you, Bart?
Before you do anything drastic, do you mind if I ask our friend Gabby a few questions?
Well, no, I suppose not, but...
Gabby, tell me, where were you when the shot was fired?
I was in Mr. Fairfax's dressing room where I was supposed to be.
And you heard the shot quite plainly.
Sure, you could hear it all over the place.
And what did you do?
I already told you. I run to the door, flung it open, and I...
And did you run to the door and fling it open immediately after you heard the shot?
Why, sure I did.
Inspector, I'm afraid that Gabby is the man you should arrest.
What do you mean, arrest me? What for? I didn't do nothing.
Fairfax's body was found in the hallway between his dressing room and the stage. That's right, isn't it, Inspector?
Why, yes, but...
The room we're in now is Mr. Hardy's dressing room. It's located farther away from the stage. So that means Gabby had about half as far to go to reach the body as Hardy.
Bart, you got something there.
Yes, if Gabby ran out of the door immediately after the shot was fired, he'd naturally be the first to reach the body.
Holy smoke, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah, why didn't you? Well, maybe when I get through, none of you'll wish you had.
Put down that gun.
I'll put it down when I get ready. You ain't gonna arrest me. You think just because I'm a punk you can hang this murder on me, huh? I know your game. You don't want the public to know it was that pantywaist Hardy that murdered Kid Fairfax. You don't want them to even think that Hardy and Fairfax was good friends because it would be bad publicity. So you're going to pin the rap on me. Well, you ain't going to get away with it. You ain't going to get away with it.
Help my Sergeant Garner.
Just in time, Mr. Flagg, come in.
Gabby, what are you doing with that gun? Put it away, put it away. I hate the sight of guns.
Well, you're going to hate the sight of this one more than most. I suppose you think that I killed Mr. Fairfax, too.
I think that you killed... What? No such thing, Gabby. On the contrary, I know you didn't.
What the devil do you mean, Flagg?
Precisely what I said, Inspector Danton. Your friend, Medical Examiner Ryan, has arrived. He's examined the body, and he states positively that Kit Fairfax was dead before the bullet penetrated his heart. He was poisoned.
We practically have the murderer on ice, then the medical examiner throws a monkey wrench in the works by telling us that Fairfax is poisoned.
We can't expect all the breaks, Inspector. Here's Fairfax's dressing room. Let's take a look.
Quite a place. Looks just like all the others.
But what did you expect? Burning incense and a gorgeous blonde reclining on a chaise lounge?
Yeah. Wouldn't have surprised me any. What have you got there?
Fairfax teacup. Yes, it smells of poison, all right. Strychnine, I think.
So what does that prove? Nothing. Any one of a dozen people could have dumped poison in that mug of tea.
That's not quite true, Inspector. You know, Fairfax had only a few minutes. He probably gulped the tea without tasting the poison.
So what does that add up to? Did Gabby dump the poison in?
No. It was Gabby who shot Fairfax, remember? If he poisoned the tea, he wouldn't have shot him.
Yeah, I know. By the way, I've been thinking about that.
About what?
About the way you tricked Gabby into showing his hand.
Tricked? Why, Inspector?
Well, if it had been Hardy who did the shooting, he would have had to leave his room before Gabby heard the shot. And that would have placed him in the corridor exactly as Gabby described.
Yes, it certainly would.
I'll get it. Hello? Yeah, he's here. It's for you, Bart.
Thank you, Inspector. Drake speaking. What? Oh, splendid. Thank you very much. That was a studio switchboard operator. I asked her to check any calls made from Hardy's dressing room tonight.
Yeah?
Hardy put through a call at 7:16 to American Airlines. He broke off in the middle of it.
So that means he was telling the truth. He wasn't in the corridor when the shot was fired. Gabby was lying.
It was Gabby who shot Fairfax, all right. After Fairfax drank his tea and left, Gabby probably opened the door, took a quick shot at him, ducked back into the room, and waited until he heard Hardy running along the corridor.
Well, But Fairfax was dead on his feet when Gabby plugged him. Poisoned.
Yes, and I think the answer to that poisoning is right here in this room.
What do you mean?
I'm not sure yet. There's something here that shouldn't be, or there's something missing that should be here.
I don't get it.
Neither do I. Inspector, Poisons are usually kept in some kind of container. They're not carried around loosely.
What are you driving at?
Just this. Whoever put that poison in the tea must have had a box or a bottle of some sort. Inspector.
Huh?
There's someone in that closet. I just saw the door move.
Oh, there is there? I'll just get out my gun and, Okay, come on out and with your hands up. Oh, so you're going to play hard to get, huh?
Bart, flatten yourself up against the wall and jerk the door open.
Right, Inspector.
Well, my sergeant Garters, you've certainly got a nerve.
Well, if it isn't Paddy Waste himself, okay, Flag, what's the gimmick?
I won't talk to there.
Won't? Hey, this guy's been reading too many books. Look, Angel Eyes, don't make me sore, will you? I'm just a poor cop trying to do his duty. What were you doing in that closet?
Don't yell at me like that, you thing.
Perhaps I can answer your question for you, Inspector. Probably as Fairfax's manager, Mr. Flagg wanted to look over some of his papers.
Yes, that's exactly right. And I think it's simply wonderful of you for thinking of it, Mr. Drake.
Oh, yeah? Then why did you hide in the closet when you heard us coming?
Because I like to listen to other people's conversations. I adore eavesdropping.
I give up.
I didn't poison Kip Fairfax, though, if that's what you're thinking. Oh, I simply hate people who poison other people.
Mr.
So you needn't
Flagg,
accuse me of it.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Why, of course not, Mr. Drake.
Thank you. As Mr. Fairfax's manager, I suppose you handled all his affairs.
Naturally.
You'd see that he had comfortable accommodations, attend to his needs, things like that?
Of course.
Then, of course, you'd provide him with a teapot and cup.
Hey, that's an angle. Nice work, Bart. All right, Angel Eyes, how about it?
My sergeant Garters, what a silly question. Of course I prepare. Oh!
Well?
Oh, it's a trick. Oh, you're trying to trap me into saying that Oh, Mr. Drake, I'm furious at you. I'm simply furious at you. Well, I'll not stay here another minute. I'm going to leave this in.
Hey, come back here. And me, standing here with a gun in my hand watching him walk out.
Well, he can't get very far, Inspector, but I'd track him down if I were you.
You bet your sweet life I'll track him down.
Operator, this is Barton Drake. I'd like to be connected with my office, please. Yes, that's right. The number is 20... Come in. Why, Miss Gale, I've been expecting you.
You have?
Yes. You've been waiting for an opportunity to talk to me, so I arranged to be here alone. For a talk, right?
Why, yes.
You want to assure me that it wasn't Jay Hardy who poisoned Fairfax?
Yes, Well, I did. Well, how did you know?
It's quite obvious that you're in love with Hardy, Miss Gale. You'd hate to see his career ruined by the publicity he'd get if you were arrested.
Why, that's it exactly. Well, you do understand, don't you? I was afraid you wouldn't. But Jay couldn't have murdered Kit. He's an artist and an idealist. He couldn't murder anyone. Oh, I think this whole thing is terrible.
Oh, there, Miss Gale. Here, take my handkerchief. Yours is all stained and wet. I guess this isn't the first time you've broken down tonight.
Oh, thank you. No, it isn't. I've tried to pretend that I wasn't upset for Jay's sake.
I know.
I guess I haven't been very successful at it.
I think you're a brave girl. Could you tell me, Miss Gale, did Fairfax and Hardy dislike each other as much as they pretended on their shows?
Why, of course not. It was all a gag to arouse public interest.
I see.
A month ago, Kit's doctors told him he'd have to quit radio. Well, Kit and Jay and I talked it over. We didn't tell anyone else. Tonight, Kit was going to announce that Jay had won me away from him. In the feud, I mean, and that was the reason he was quitting radio. We wanted to keep the gag running until Kit was well enough to come back on the air.
I see. Sure, people have a curious way of doing things, but...
What was that?
Sounded like a shot.
Oh, it came from the direction of Jay's spectacles.
Come back here, you!
What happened, Inspector?
Oh, the dumb truck of a bodyguard took a pot shot at Hardy. That guy must have an arsenal.
Jay! It's Jay!
No, Gabby missed him a mile.
Oh, that fat-headed bodyguard.
Oh, Jay, are you all right?
Sure. I'm okay, honey. Did you get Gabby?
It certainly appears so.
He's not hurt. I only winged him.
Get dirty copper. I'll get you for this. I'll get you
for... Sure, that's what they all say.
Well, what happened, Jay?
I was calling up American Airlines to make my reservations. I saw Gabby's reflection in the mirror.
You were making your reservations, Mr. Hardy.
Yes. Is there anything wrong with that?
You used the singular pronoun. Weren't you taking Miss Gale with you? Didn't you tell her she was to sing on your program in Chicago tomorrow night?
Why, yes, but...
I see. Inspector, I think you'd better inform Mr. Hardy that he won't be taking any airplane tonight.
Another dressing room. Holy smoke, how do these actors stand such lousy cubby holes?
They love it.
What the devil are you looking for?
I'm playing a game, Inspector. Button, button, who's got the tea leaves?
Tea leaves?
Yes. There weren't any in the cup that Fairfax drank from. You'd see most anywhere around here, I suppose.
No one would be dumb enough to throw them in a wastebasket.
On the contrary, Inspector, if the person were smart, he'd throw them away in the most obvious place. Thinking, of course, we'd never look there.
Yeah, I can't see what a handful of tea leaves is going to get us.
Possibly nothing. Let's see now. Some old press clippings, theater programs, a couple of letters.
What's the matter?
I found it.
Say, what the... See, that looks like a tea bag.
That's exactly what it is, Inspector, a tea bag. Some of the tea leaves had been removed and poison substituted.
Well, then that's how...
Yes. This tea bag could have been prepared by the murderer days ago and placed in a box with other tea bags. Inspector, now I know who murdered Kit Fairfax.
Done, eh? Fairfax unknowingly put the poison tea bag in the cup himself.
Yes, he gulped down the tea, then headed back for the stage. He was probably just about to collapse when Gabby shot him.
Okay. Now, who was it that...
Don't move, you love. I've been standing outside listening. Clever of you, Drake.
The blonde singer, and she's got a gun, too. Well, now, think of that,
Neither of you are going to be able to think of anything in about a minute. Drake, it's a pity I have to do this. I was really beginning to think you were an all-right guy.
I'm flattered, Miss Gale.
Sticking your nose into crimes that don't concern you is bad medicine. Say, by the way...
How did I know it was you who poisoned the tea bags? Woman's curiosity can always be depended upon.
Never mind the cracks.
I'm sorry. It was like this, Miss Gale. First, there was something missing from Fairfax's dressing room. Remember, Inspector?
Yeah, I remember.
I didn't realize what had happened until I saw Miss Gale's stained and moist handkerchief.
My handkerchief?
Yes, your tears touched me, Miss Gale, but it occurred to me that a woman as charming as yourself would not carry about a handkerchief that was stained an ugly brown.
Now I get it. The babe here sneaked into Fairfax's dressing room, wrapped up the tea bag in a handkerchief, and took it away. That's how she destroyed the evidence.
Yes, that was what bothered me. Tea cannot be made without tea leaves. I could find neither a tea bag nor loose leaves anywhere in the room. It was Miss Gale's stained handkerchief that made me curious. So I had my office check up on your past, Miss Gale.
Why?
I wanted a motive for your murdering Kit Fairfax. Miss Gale, why didn't you divorce your first husband?
He wouldn't give me a divorce, the rat, so I left him. I changed my name and I got a job singing with Kit. Sure, I made passes at Jay when I found out that Kit was leaving radio. I was on the way up and I wanted to stay there. Well, how did I know Jay was going to fall in love with me and want me to marry him? Well, I didn't do any more than any other dame would have done who wanted to get somewhere. Why would have married Jay if he'd insisted? Then that lousy husband of mine turned up and got the Kit. Kit and Jay were friends. Good friends. Kit didn't want to see Jay getting mixed up in anything that would harm his career. He told me that unless I laid off Jay, he'd spill what he knew.
So you decided the Kit had to be eliminated.
Yes, and I would have gotten away with it, too, if you hadn't interfered. I'm still going to get away with it because right now...
Hi, Sergeant, got us another gun.
Grab her, Inspector.
Yeah.
Miss,
I got her.
Grab the gun.
Sergeant, this is dreadful. We simply can't have this sort of thing, you know.
Okay, Bart. You can let her go. I got the bracelets on her lily white wrist.
Right.
Well, if it hadn't been for that dumb manager...
Aye. Why, I had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. My Sergeant, got it.
And look, Bart, the next murder that comes up, let me handle it, will you?
Inspector, how can you ask when you know that mystery is my hobby?
Mystery is my hobby.
began on a cold, blustering day last winter. For several months, Inspector Nordatin and I had been trying to track down a gangster known as Duke Hensler. Duke operated a murder syndicate, and up to now had skillfully evaded all the traps we'd set for him. That very night, a telephone call came in, and we learned that on the day before, Duke had paid a call at a modest dwelling on the outskirts of the city.
Yes? I'm looking for Basil Fleming. I am Basil Fleming. And you're the man I want to see. The name is Duke Hensler. Oh. You, Duke Hensler. That's right. Surprised, huh? Yes, I am. Very much surprised. They all are. Part of my business to look like a, shall we say, successful lawyer. Successful law? Yes, of course. Come this way, please. In here, please. Ah, nice place you got here, Fleming. You must be a rich man. Far from rich, Mr. Hensler. Retired, aren't you? Yes. I've been retired for more than 10 years. With an annual income of approximately $11,000. You seem to know considerable about my private affairs. I have to. Part of my business to know. Yes, I suppose it is. Is there anything else you care to know about me? No. Still, there's some things I can't figure. As far as I can see, you're pretty clean. Clean? Yeah, you never got mixed up in any deals. Nobody's blackmailing you. Most of my clients are troubled with blackmailers. Yes, I suppose that would be a logical reason for engaging your services. Oh, there are plenty of other reasons. Well, let's get down to business. Who do you want bumped off? Bumped off? Yeah, bumped off. Annihilated. That's what you sent for me for, isn't it? Oh, I see. Yes, it is. Now, let's have his name and address. Maybe it's a job I won't touch. There are, then, jobs that you won't touch? Definitely. Men in my business can't afford to take chances. My boys are kind of particular. Boys? Then you don't do it yourself? Yeah, you bet I don't. I'm not that much of a sucker. The suckers are the boys who work for me. But the boys don't even know who I am. I see. I only make the contact. After tonight, you'll never see me again, Fleming. And you won't be able to find me either. A man in my business has to be careful. But you guarantee results? Never missed yet. Say, this must be someone special you got in mind, huh? Asking so many questions. Usually guys just give me a name and the dough and let me do the rest. It is someone special, Mr. Hensler. Someone very special. Yeah? Who? My wife. Your wife? Yes, Mr. Hensler. My wife. Now, wait a minute. An old guy like you can't be playing around. I'd have known about it if... No, Mr. Hensler. I haven't been playing around, as you phrase it. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not knocking off any old days. Wait, please. You must listen to me. No soap, Pop. In my business, a man has his ethics, just like in any other. No, Mr. Hensler. My wife is very ill. Sick? Well, then what the devil do you want? Let me explain, Hensler. Lottie, my wife, is suffering from cancer. The doctors say she can't live more than a few months. Well, this is something I don't get. If she's going to die anyway in a couple of months... Every moment of every day, Lottie's in excruciating pain, Mr. Hensler. They give her dope, but the dope wears off, and she wakes up screaming. It's terrible to watch, Hensler. Terrible. Yeah, it must be. Lottie has begged them to give her something to end her misery, and so have I, but they won't. There's a law. Yeah, I've heard about it. There's been a lot of talk about it. What do they call them? Mercy killings. I love my wife more than life itself, Hensler. We've lived together in peace and happiness for 50 years. I can't go on watching her suffer like this. I can't. Yeah, I see what you mean. I'll pay you anything, everything I possess if you end Lottie's suffering. Yeah, well, maybe you're going to change my mind a bit. Yeah, I never had a deal like this before. Then you will do it? Yeah, Pop, you've sold me a bill of goods. Where'll I find your wife? She's upstairs in her room. I wanted to keep her here with me rather than send her to a hospital. Hensler.
Yes?
You'll be gentle.
You won't know a thing, Pop. Not a thing. My boy's a professional. And now...
Yes. Now about the money. How much?
To you, Pop, I'm going to give you my rock-bottom price. $10,000.
$10,000. Very well. I have the money here. I think you'll find it all here.
Thanks, Pop. I won't even bother to count it. I trust you, see?
Mr. Hensler.
Yeah, Pop.
When?
Maybe tonight. Maybe tomorrow. You'll have some visitors, see?
Oh.
Don't worry. Everything will be taken care of. So long, Pop.
Hello? Yes, this is Fleming. Oh, yes, Dr. Harvey. Yes? What? What? You took new x-rays? And you feel sure that with an operation you can save Lottie's life? Oh, my God. Forgive me.
Hensler! 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 Where's Hensler?
It sounds like a screwy deal to me, Bart.
Yes, Inspector. There are some rather odd circumstances connected with the case.
Who was it called you, anyway?
That was Fleming himself. He merely stated that he'd come into his wife's room and found this young Dr. Gil Martin dead on the floor.
Funny Fleming didn't call the police.
Mr. Fleming explained that, Inspector, by saying that his wife was seriously ill. He was afraid that any undue excitement might upset her.
Well, if a guy being murdered in her bedroom didn't upset her, he shouldn't worry about a couple of cops being around.
Well, you see, Mrs. Fleming was under the influence of an opiate when the intern arrived, Inspector. She didn't know about the murder.
Intern?
Yes, Dr. Gil Martin. He's an intern at the Long Meadows Hospital. He come with the ambulance that was to take Mrs. Fleming to the hospital for an operation.
It still doesn't make sense.
Why not?
No motive.
That, Inspector, is why I disregarded Basil Fleming's request and brought along a cop.
Oh, Bart, you're wonderful. You know, sometimes I suspect you of thinking of me as a human being.
Oh, calm, Inspector. You know very well that I became convinced long ago that you have at least half a dozen human qualities.
There must be some reason why I like this guy.
Hanson. Come on in.
Thank you.
Who's that with you, your grandfather?
Now, just a minute,
Relax, Gramp. I was only kidding. You're Barton Drake, aren't you, Hanson?
Why, yes, I am.
I thought so. I heard the old man give you a buzz. I've seen your pictures and read a couple of your books. You're a pretty smart cookie.
Well, thank you.
And who are you?
Me? Oh, I'm May Hamilton. I was the old lady's nurse.
What do you mean, was the old lady's nurse?
I got canned about an hour ago.
Well, that hasn't seemed to upset you very much.
You bet it hasn't. I was sick of the job anyway. And now that Gil's been knocked off...
Gil?
Yeah, Gil Martin, the intern. Him and me trained at the same hospital. He was my boyfriend.
Well, now, think of that. She's all broken up about it, isn't she?
Oh, corpses are okay when they happen natural, but... Well, Gil didn't die natural, see? Geez, just looking at him give me the screaming memes. No, sir, I'm getting out of here just as soon as Charlie arrives.
And, who's Charlie?
Charlie Butler. He's my other boyfriend. Them two sure hated each other. Oh, wait till Charlie hears what's happened to Gil. You'll sure get a laugh out of that.
I'll bet. It seems to me that you have rather an amorous existence, Miss Hamilton.
Amorous?
Hmm.
Hey, you wouldn't be calling me names, would you, Hanson? Anyway, As soon as I got the can, I buzzed Charlie and told him to pick me up here.
Oh? Miss Hamilton, I thought I told you to leave this house.
Now, skip it, chum. I'm not leaving till Charlie gets here.
Pertinent woman. I beg your pardon, gentlemen. I'm Basil Fleming. I presume you are Barton Drake?
Yes, I am, and this is Inspector Noah Denton.
Hiya. Oh, the police. Mr. Drake, I specifically
I'm sorry, Mr. Fleming, but I asked Inspector Denton to come along as a personal favor.
And it's a lucky thing he did.
Why do you say that, Inspector Denton?
Well, this babe here has given us more motives for a murder in the last 5 minutes than we've had for a week.
Listen, Flatfoot, are you saying I had anything to do with Gil being knocked off?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it?
Why, you
I
jerk.
think the inspector means, Miss Hamilton, that he'd like to ask you some further questions. Will you please not leave the house until we've had a chance to talk to you again?
I'm leaving the house when Charlie gets here, and no one's stopping me.
No? Well, you try it and see how far you get there.
This room here, gentlemen. There's the corpse lying on that bed.
Now, wait a minute. This isn't your wife's room.
Naturally not. I couldn't very well have the body there where Lottie
Well,
might...
you should have.
Yes, Inspector Denton's right, Mr. Fleming. You shouldn't have had Dr. Barton's body removed until we arrived.
But you don't understand, gentlemen. If Lottie had awakened and found a dead man in her room...
Your wife was under the influence of opiates, wasn't she?
Even so, I didn't want to run the risk of her waking up. Dr. Harvey quite agreed with me.
Dr. Harvey?
Dr. Leslie Harvey. Yes, sir. He's our family physician and an old friend.
I see.
He arrived shortly after the ambulance. When he learned what had happened, he helped me remove Dr. Martin's body to this room across the hall.
And where's this Dr. Harvey now?
He's returning tomorrow to take Lottie to the hospital. He wanted her to have a day's rest after what happened.
Did Dr. Harvey say what he thought had caused Dr. Martin's death?
He said it appeared that death was due to poisoning.
Poisoning?
Dr. Harvey wasn't sure. He said the exact nature of death would have to be determined by the police.
And then he walked out before the police arrived.
Dr. Harvey is a very busy man, Mr. Drake.
Was it Dr. Harvey who recommended Miss Hamilton to care for your wife?
No. Help is so very hard to get these days. One has to take most anyone.
Yeah, that's just what you got, Father.
How long has this Miss Hamilton been here?
She came on duty this morning.
This morning? Say, that gives me an idea.
Yes, Inspector?
Don't you get it, Bart? It's as plain as the nose on your face. Hamilton had these two guys in love with her. Doc Martin knew she was coming to work on this case, so he got assigned to the ambulance that was sent for Mrs. Fleming.
I see. But before taking Mrs. Fleming away, he decided to poison Miss Hamilton because she wouldn't marry him.
Yeah, that's it. It'd be easy to make it seem like Hamilton had drunk the poison by mistake.
Yes. And they probably decided to have a friendly drink while waiting for Mrs. Fleming to wake up, and she switched glasses on them.
Sure, it's simple.
Oh, Inspector. No, I'm afraid you're all wrong.
Huh? Why?
Why? Because it's too simple. In the first place, there wouldn't likely be deadly poisons lying around. Nor would there be any liquor for that friendly drink that you speak of. Nor would it be natural for one, even as crass as Miss Hamilton, to suggest a toast over her patient's sleeping form.
Well, it could have happened. Jumping Judas, what's that?
Sounded as though Miss Hamilton's in trouble. Come on, Inspector.
From the kitchen, huh? This way. Good heavens. Jumping Judas, look at that guy lying there with a knife in his chest.
It's young Butler, Miss Hamilton's other boyfriend. And there she is lying on the other side of the table.
Yeah, it's the nurse, all right.
Is she dead, Inspector?
No, only fainted.
There's no doubt about Butler being dead. That knife penetrated his heart.
What a horrible sight.
Do you recognize the knife, Mr. Fleming?
Why, yes, I do. It belongs here in the kitchen.
Come on, babe. Up on your feet. You're all right.
What happened?
Suppose you tell us.
Charlie. Where's Charlie? Oh, no.
So you recognize him, do you?
Oh, yes.
As a mackerel.
Oh, Charlie. Charlie, why did you
come
Now,
here.
Miss Hamilton. Miss Hamilton, suppose you tell us exactly what happened.
Oh, I don't know. I came into the kitchen a little while ago, and he was lying there.
Just like that, eh?
I think I screamed, and then I must have fainted. I don't know.
Bart, it doesn't add up. When boyfriend number one gets knocked off, she makes for the wisecracks. When boyfriend number two gets it, she's there with the tears.
Yeah, there's many things here that don't add up, Inspector. Look, I want you to take Miss Hamilton into the library and stay there with her until I get back.
Where are you going?
Mr. Fleming and I, Inspector, are going to call on Dr. Lester Harvey.
When's that guy coming back? He's been gone an hour.
Take it easy, babe. You're not going anyplace.
Oh, no. Well, you listen to me. I'm sorry, Inspector.
What's the matter?
I shouldn't have spoken that way. I must be upset.
Yeah.
Inspector Danton,
Well?
did anyone ever tell you you were a striking figure of a man?
What?
So strong and masculine looking.
You don't say.
I could go for someone like you, Inspector Danton.
Well, now.
Inspector,
Uh-huh.
kiss me.
Nuts. Listen, babe, you're not kidding me. Now take your arms from around my neck and go over there and sit down.
Why, you dumb flatfoot,
Anything wrong, Inspector?
No, everything's just dandy. What are you grinning about?
Nothing, Inspector. Absolutely nothing. I hope you and Miss Hamilton haven't been bored.
Now, listen, Bart, if you think...
Oh, not at all, Inspector. Not at all. Miss Hamilton, I'm sorry I kept you waiting so long.
Skip it, Hanson. For a minute, I almost had Grant acting human.
Sure.
What's the verdict?
Not very good, I'm afraid. Mr. Fleming and I went on a wild goose chase.
Couldn't locate Doc Harvey, eh?
No, Harvey's out of town for the weekend. Miss Hamilton, I suppose you've been wondering why I insisted that you remain in this house.
I've spent more exciting hours.
The reason, Miss Hamilton, is that you're in danger of being murdered.
Murdered? Me? Say what?
I'm positive that you're scheduled to be the murderer's next victim.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Nobody's mad at me. I haven't done anything.
That's just the point. The murderer intends to prevent you from doing anything.
Oh, for crying out loud, can't you stop him?
I hope so, with your help, Miss Hamilton.
What do you want me to do?
The murderer knows you're in this room. He thinks you're alone. I propose that the inspector and I step behind that
Hey,
door.
roll back up. You're off the beam, Hanson. If you think I'm going to set myself up as a clay pigeon for a nut with a gun, you're crazy.
Then, what are you going to do, Miss Hamilton?
Why, I'm going to get out of here.
Oh, so?
Yeah, right now. You got any objections?
No, not at all.
Well, then. Say, who is this screwball who's got a yen to give me the work?
I'm not sure yet. All I know is that he's not far away this minute.
In this house, you mean?
Or outside, waiting.
For me?
Yes.
I see. You're a cool one, Drake. Okay, so I got my choice of being a clay pigeon or a dead herring.
You're a very brave girl, Miss Hamilton.
Skip it. What do you want me to do?
Sit down. Relax. Pretend complete surprise if you have a visitor. Inspector Danton and I will be behind that closet door.
Safe and sound, huh?
Everything depends on you, Miss Hamilton. The person who comes into this room will reveal himself to be the murderer in one of two ways. He'll either tell you...
Or he'll shoot me and explain things afterward, huh? Barton Drake, you're wonderful. Okay, let's go. Hamilton, you're a sucker. But so what?
Bart, what makes you so sure this plan is going to work? We've been here a half hour and nothing's happened.
I'm not sure, Inspector. It's a chance we just have to take.
The babe can't stand the strain much longer. It's the fourth cigarette she smoked.
I think we can depend on her, Inspector. She's much braver than either you or I. Consider.
Brave, my eye. She just doesn't know any better. By the way, what happened to Fleming?
He's upstairs with his wife. Mrs. Fleming died in her sleep while we were out.
What?
Yes, the strain was apparently too much for her.
Well, I'll be... Hey, what's that?
Keep quiet. Someone's opening the door. Hello, sister.
Hello yourself.
You alone?
No, the U.S. 15th Army is hiding behind a floor lamp.
You killed me.
Well, you just make sure you don't return the compliment, and everything will be lovely.
Hey, you're kind of a cute number. Related to the old man?
Yeah, I'm his father.
And why didn't I meet you when I was here before?
So you've been here before?
Yeah, I was here before yesterday.
What's your name?
Duke.
Duke what?
Duke's all you need to know, baby. Where's the old man now?
How should I know?
Look, baby, skip the cracks. I got a message for the old man.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
You're supposed to tell him for me, baby.
Tell him what?
To say Duke was here and the deal's off.
What deal?
He'll know. To tell him Duke said it was a matter of ethics. I got a reputation to think of like anyone else.
I don't get it, but I'll tell him.
Thanks, baby. You're all right.
Am I? Look out behind you.
What? Quit shoving me.
Well, Duke, you're a prize we've been after for a long time.
Tucker, you can't prove a thing on me, not a thing.
Oh, so? Well, I'm afraid you're wrong, Duke. Basil Fleming is quite dead, Ed.
Yeah, and you shot him. We both saw it. So did the girl. Hey, what happened to the babe?
She made a quick exit, Inspector. Really can't say I blame her.
So she didn't have anything to do with the murders, eh?
Not a thing, Inspector.
Then who was it?
Fleming.
Fleming? But he...
Yes, I know. You see, Fleming had hired Duke here to dispose of Mrs. Fleming.
That sounds crazy.
No, Inspector, it isn't. Mrs. Fleming was suffering from cancer. Fleming only wanted to end her misery. Unfortunately, after he hired Duke to take care of the matter, Dr. Harvey called and held out some hope for his wife's recovery.
But Fleming couldn't get hold of Duke to call off the deal, eh?
That's right. So it drove Fleming mad. He became suspicious of everyone who came to the house, thinking that Duke had sent them.
And he figured the only way he could stop him was to kill him himself.
Yes, the poor devil's warped brain became obsessed with that one thought. My suspicions became aroused when Fleming identified Charlie Butler as Miss Hamilton's boyfriend. Now, there was only one way Fleming could have known that. Charlie himself had to tell him.
But Fleming didn't believe him. He knifed him in the kitchen while we were in here talking to Hamilton.
That's right, Inspector. And then Duke, he had to return to protect his reputation.
And Fleming almost got him, too.
Well, now ain't that cute? All tied up and ready for delivery, eh? Just a couple of smart cops.
Yes, that's right, Duke. You know, Duke, there's one thing about you I can understand perfectly.
Yeah?
That's why you worried about your reputation as a head of a thriving business.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm. You see, in a way, you and I were running in competition. We were on opposite sides of the fence. Murdering was your business, and it's murderers like you that make mystery my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story began in New York shortly after Christmas. I'd received a phone call from an Ambrose Carlton, and I'd asked him to come to my apartment for a consultation. Yes? You are Barton Drake? Yes, and you're Ambrose Carlton. Will you come in, please?
Thank you. Oh, you have company. Mr. Drake, I ask especially...
Yes, I know. You asked especially to see me alone. However, if I decide to take your case, Inspector Danton would work with me. I thought it would save time and bother if I asked him to come to my apartment to listen to your story.
This, then, is Inspector Noah Danton, your co-worker?
That's right. And how are you, Mr. Carlton?
Good evening, Inspector. Well, Mr. Drake, have you given any thought to my proposition?
I have, and I'm in favor of it.
Splendid. And you, Mr. Drake?
Well, I share the Inspector's enthusiasm for a trip south, and yet...
Yet you doubt the credulity of my story?
No, not at all. I don't for the moment question the value of your original paintings, or the fact that someone's trying to steal them.
Oh, Bart, why not forget for once that murder's your hobby? Let's go down to Florida and sit in the sun and watch the bathing beauties bathe.
Florida bathing beauties, Inspector. Never bathe.
Never bathe? Now, wait a minute,
I
Bart.
mean, of course, in the ocean, Inspector.
Oh. Mr. Drake, the man who is attempting to steal my paintings is Brian Quirk.
You're sure of that?
Brian Quirk. Hey, that is something. He's the most famous international crook out of captivity.
You're quite right, Inspector Danton. He would stop at nothing to obtain possession of my Rembrandt.
And what makes you so positive, Mr. Carton, that it's Quirk who's attempting to steal your paintings?
Quirk himself has told me so.
Quirk told you so?
Yes. On several occasions, Brian Quirk has called me on the phone and stated flatly that he intends to possess my paintings.
Quirk is noted for that sort of thing. He's a shrewd operator.
3 days ago, Mr. Drake, one of my servants was murdered.
Murdered? Well, now you're talking our language. Shall I make our reservations back?
Just a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Have you reported this murder to the police, Mr. Carton?
Of course. They investigated and learned nothing except that Leopold was shot by a man who was attempting to steal the paintings.
How do you know that?
Leopold was not killed instantly. He lived long enough to explain that he had been attacked while on guard in the very room where the pictures are kept.
I see. And the police have been unable to uncover any clues that might lead to the identity of the murderer?
The identity of the murderer is already known, Mr. Drake. Ryan Quirk left his calling card. A note pinned to the floor with a dagger.
Say, I saw that gag work in the movies once. It was called The Clutching Hand or The Hooded Terror or something like that.
I assure you, this is no movie, Inspector Denton.
Oh.
So the police have abandoned any further attempts to run down Brian Quirk. Is that right, Mr. Carton?
Well, I can't blame them. They did what they could. Obviously, this man Quirk is shrewd beyond human conception.
No man is that shrewd, Mr. Carton. All criminals are possessed with at least one weakness. I imagine that weakness with Brian Quirk is his vanity. Eventually, it'll lead to his downfall.
Well, I hope you're right. Frankly, Quirk's attitude is something of a challenge. I dislike to think that he can outsmart me.
Yes, but on the other hand, you have your other servants to consider. If more murders result from Quirk's attempt to steal your paintings, you will feel personally responsible.
Mr. Drake, it will be worth $10,000 to me if you'll come to Florida and take over my case.
$10,000, that's a lot of dough, Bart.
Yes, it is, Inspector.
If at the end of a week's time you feel that apprehending Brian Quirk is beyond your ability, I will pay you the $10,000 and you may return to New York.
Hey, that's fair enough, Bart.
And what of your paintings, Mr. Carton?
Well, I suppose I shall have to dispose of them. I can't continue to be responsible for the lives of the people in my employ.
Splendid. Inspector, make reservations on the first available plane to Miami.
Hey, Bart, for gosh sake, can't you drive easier?
Sorry, Inspector. These swamp roads here in the Everglades weren't built for automobile travel.
Well, what were they built for? And what does Carlton have to live way out here in the jungle for anyway? And why didn't he meet us at the airport?
Inspector, I think you're annoyed because you didn't get a chance to watch the bathing beauties.
I'm not annoyed. I'm doggone sore about it.
Hey, Inspector, you're magnificent.
Yeah? Well, why didn't Carlton tell us he lived way to heck and gone out of here instead of in a nice, cool stucco bungalow on Miami Beach like any sensible man would?
I suspect that Mr. Carlton didn't want to discourage us, Inspector.
Discourage us? I've been discouraged ever since we stepped off that plane.
I guess this is it.
Well, for crying out loud. Look at that wall with the barbed wire on top.
Yes. And Mr. Carlton said he had his home protected against thieves. I guess this was what he meant. There's the house beyond the wall.
Yeah. You can barely make it out in this dim light. Listen. What's that?
It's the voice of the swamp, Inspector. Come on, let's go up and announce ourselves before it gets completely dark.
I don't know why Carlton couldn't have left that iron gate open so we could drive up to the house.
I imagine Brian Quirk was disappointed also, Inspector. The gate seems to be locked.
Yeah, there's a rope hanging through the slot. Shall I give it a yank?
Yes, it's probably a latch string.
Here goes. The jumping Judas, what's that?
It sounds like an alarm bell. Here comes someone.
Yeah, he come out of that little house. Hey, he's got a gun.
He's probably one of Mr. Carlton's guards. He's a regular giant, isn't he? Hello there.
The alarm bell she rings and Carlo comes quick.
Yeah, well, shut it off. It's getting on my nerves.
Si, senor. You are senors Drake and Danton, si?
That's right. We're Drake and Danton. Mr. Carlton's expecting us.
Si. I will open the gate.
Thank you.
Be careful, senors. There are many traps about.
Traps? What does Carlton take us for, a couple of wolves?
The wolves are all over on Miami Beach, Inspector.
Very funny.
You will follow me, senors, please.
Hey, Bart, I don't like this.
What don't you like about it, Inspector?
It's spooky.
Oh?
Look at the way those vines are crawling over the house. And listen to those noises. They're not real.
Come, Inspector. Let's not allow our imagination to run away with us.
Hey, listen.
Yes, I hear it.
Now, don't tell me that's my imagination. That's organ music.
It certainly is, Inspector.
You will follow me, please?
Come on, Inspector.
Hey, is someone coming from the house?
Yes. Oh, it's Mr. Carlton. Are you disappointed because it isn't a spook, Inspector?
Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome to Hurricane Manor. I must express my regrets at not being able to meet your plane.
You're not half as regretful as we are. Look, Mr. Carlton, why didn't you tell us you lived way out here in the swamp?
For the very reason that unhappy expression is on your face, Inspector Danton.
Unhappy? Me?
You're disappointed in my home. If I'd explained where I'd lived, you might have refused to accept my proposition.
The inspector's only disappointed, Mr. Carlton, because he was unable to see the bathing beauties of Miami Beach.
Well, that will come later. Very well, Carlos. Return to your post.
Si, senor.
I'm glad to get rid of that guy. He looks like a zombie.
Carlos is my most reliable servant. Come along, gentlemen. Dinner is waiting. And then I want you to see my paintings.
Well, I got to admit that your cook knows how to put together a meal, Mr. Carlton.
Thank you, Inspector. Jose will be pleased. Are there any questions you'd like to ask before we look at the paintings, Mr. Drake?
Yes, several. Just as a matter of curiosity, we heard organ music as we came up the walk.
That was Laura. She's my secretary.
Uh-huh.
She plays beautifully, doesn't she?
Yeah, but sad. What's the matter? Is she unhappy about something?
I'm afraid that the atmosphere of Hurricane Manor creates a sad mood, Inspector.
That I can understand.
Laura is very young and beautiful. She doesn't like it here, and I can't blame her.
Then why does she remain?
The answer to that is simple. I need a secretary. Laura needs money. And I can afford to pay her a large salary.
I see. I suppose that living in this remote section of the Everglades is part of your plan to frustrate Brian Quirk's attempt to steal your paintings.
That's exactly right, Mr. Drake. Frustrating Brian Quirk has become an obsession with me. I will stop at nothing to capture the man.
And Quirk will stop at nothing to obtain possession of your paintings.
Correct. It's become a sort of game with us.
I see. That's why you brought the paintings to this old house and challenged Brian Quirk to steal them.
Yes, and he will accept the challenge, too. This is to be the showdown between Brian Quirk and myself. Come along. I want you to see my paintings.
Look, Mr. Carlton, how many more of these halls have we got to walk down? I'm getting tired.
Inspector Danton, you flatter me.
Flatter you? What do you mean? I only asked a simple question.
Yeah, but a very pointed question. Would you believe that this is the third time we walked down this same hall within the past 5 minutes?
Are you kidding?
Oh, not at all. Rooms and corridors are so arranged that a stranger can easily become lost. Walking you down this same hall 3 times was the test.
I suppose that's all part of your plan to confound Brian Quirk. Is that right, Mr. Felton?
Exactly. And here's another.
What? That door? What's confounding about that?
I'll show you. Open the door, Inspector.
Huh? Open. Okay. Jumping Judas.
You see?
Well, that's very ingenious. I suppose all of the doors in the house are equally well equipped with burglar alarms.
Not only the doors, Mr. Drake, but the wire atop the wall that surrounds the place. And all of the windows.
With that kind of a setup, what are you scared of?
Brian Quirk succeeded in getting over the wall once, Inspector Danton. He murdered one of my servants. It was only because he touched off one of the alarms at the downstairs window that he failed to get inside the house.
Yeah, but...
The alarms on the windows ring bells all over the house and in the guardhouses. They also switch on automatic floodlights.
And still Quirk got away. The man is a genius.
There's one thing that puzzles me, Mr. Carlton. If all the doors in the house are equipped with alarms, why is it that they don't ring when you or someone else opens them?
Because of this. You see, it is possible to open the doors without touching off the alarm.
But your servants?
I alone know the combination. Whenever I wish the servants to move about the house, I temporarily disconnect the system. Except for the one in this room.
Oh, then it's here where your paintings are kept.
Yes. Step this way, please.
Thank you.
I'll turn on the lights. There they are, hanging on the wall.
By Jove, they are beautiful.
Not bad at that. Say, the guy who painted those things must be a comer, all right.
Rembrandt was the greatest master of them all, Inspector.
You're fortunate to have such valuable possessions, Mr. Carlton.
Well, I hope that the time will come when I can feel fortunate, Mr. Drake. Since I bought them a year ago, they've brought me nothing but grief.
I see what you mean. By the way, did you install the indirect lighting system that brings out the rich color tones?
Yes. You see, the wall paneling being dark, it was necessary...
Hey, what's that?
Sounded like a scream.
There it goes again.
Good heavens, it must be Laura. She... Hey! Good Lord, gentlemen. Brian Quirk has arrived. This way. Scream came from the organ room.
Better get out your gun, Inspector.
Don't worry, I got it out.
Here we are.
Jumping Judas, there's a girl lying on the floor.
It's Laura.
I don't think she's hurt, Mr. Carlton. Probably fainted.
Yeah, she's breathing all right. Whoever fired the shot must have missed.
Lift up her head, Inspector.
Okay.
Mr. Carlton, I think you'd better get back to your paintings of Brian Perkins.
George, you're right. What am I thinking of? Take care of Laura.
Turn off those doggone alarm bells.
Careful, Inspector. Here, you'd better carry the girl over to this couch.
Yeah, good idea. I wonder what's scared her.
Never mind that now. Put her down easily.
Yeah, putting her down easily. Well, thank gosh those bells are stopped.
The girl's eyes are opening, Inspector.
Yeah. Say, she is good looking, isn't she?
She's beautiful. Feeling better, Laura? You are Laura, aren't you?
Oh, where am I? What happened?
You're safe now. You better not try to get up just yet.
Just lie back and take it easy, lady.
Who are you? What are you doing here? Keep away from me.
Just a minute.
Don't touch me. Let me go.
Don't try to get up, Laura. You're still weak.
Let me up. Keep your hands off me. Oh, I hate you. I hate you all.
Okay, so you hate us now. Look.
Look out, Inspector. She has a gun.
Yeah.
Yes, I have. And I know how to use it, too. Now stand back, both of you.
Okay. We're not arguing.
Don't move. I'll shoot if you do. I promise you I will.
Never mind promising, lady. We'll take your word for it.
Well, Inspector, she's gone.
Yeah, shall we go after her?
I don't think it would help much even if we caught her.
No. If we found that one bullet had been fired from that gun she was holding, it would.
Why?
Why? Well, for Guy's sake, we'd know it was her who fired the shot, wouldn't we?
And how would that help us?
Well, we could ask her questions. Maybe she saw somebody. Maybe firing the shot was a gag.
I doubt if it were a gag, Inspector. Obviously, the girl had fainted, and just as obviously, she was frightened of us.
I'll say she was. I wonder why.
I think I know the answer to that one, Inspector. Come on, let's look around this room a bit.
You know the answer to that one. And what the heck do you mean?
Here's the organ. It's a beauty, isn't it?
Now, wait a minute, Bart. I asked you a question.
These windows are all equipped with the burglar alarm system. The wiring is plainly visible up there.
Okay, the heck with the alarm system. What do you mean you can answer that one?
The windows are all bolted on the inside, Inspector. How do you suppose the person who frightened Laura got into the room?
Doggone it, Bart. Now,
Or perhaps it wasn't a person. What do you think, Inspector?
Bart, for the last time... What'd you say, Bart?
I said perhaps it wasn't a person who frightened Laura.
Huh? What do you mean, not a person? What else?
Spooks, Inspector. Remember you were worried about spooks a little while ago.
Mr. Drake! Inspector Danton! My paintings, they're gone! Someone has stolen my paintings! You must see for yourself. I can't believe my eyes. It's incredible. It simply cannot be. There. Look.
They're gone all right.
Yep, they're gone. The wall's as bare as Mother Hubbard's cupboard.
How could it have happened? How could it? Every door and window was protected with alarms. There were guards everywhere. When could it have happened?
I'm afraid the answer to that question is obvious, Mr. Carlton. It happened when we ran down the hall to investigate the shot and scream.
Say, that means that the babe must have been in on the deal. No wonder she acted so screwy.
That reasoning is ridiculous, Inspector Danton. Laura's characters are absolutely impeccable. I had her investigated.
And what about your other servants, Mr. Carlton?
They're all beyond reproach. Besides, there is one thing that both of you have overlooked in your reasoning.
Yes, what's that?
It would be foolish of any of the servants to steal the paintings. They're too rare, too valuable. If offered for sale, they would be spotted immediately.
Wouldn't the same theory hold true if Brian Quirk...
No. Quirk is a man of culture and taste. He wants the paintings for their own pleasure, not for their monetary value.
I see. Well, Mr. Carlton, I don't think you'll have to worry about the loss of your paintings.
I'd worry about them? What the deuce are you saying, man?
Just this. Quirk apparently got into your house, but not without setting off the alarm system. Could he get out without causing a similar disturbance?
By George.
Say, he couldn't, could he? That means that guy must be floating around here somewhere.
Exactly. Now, I propose that you spread the alarm, Mr. Carlton. And, Inspector, we conduct an immediate search of the grounds. A man with two large paintings in his arms would have little chance of escaping unnoticed.
Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
I thought we were going to hunt for Brian Quirk. Doggone it, all you've done since we got out here is to walk around peering into windows.
I'm not peering into windows,
No?
Inspector.
Well, then what are you doing?
I'm, checking the burglar alarms,
Checking
Inspector.
the burglar alarms. For God's sake, why? We know they work.
Well, there might be one that doesn't. Suppose one of Carlton's servants were in cahoots with Quirk. He might have disconnected the system on one of the windows.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. That isn't what you're doing.
It isn't? Why, Inspector?
Because we know that one of the servants didn't disconnect the system. How do we know it? Because the whole doggone system went off when Quirk entered the house.
You caught up with me that time, didn't you, Inspector?
Yeah, I caught up with you. Now, what the heck are you up to? What do you mean,
I found it.
Found what, for crying out loud?
I found the...
Inspector, yeah? What's the matter?
Someone's coming. Step back into the shadows.
Okay. Hey, it's the girl.
Yes. She looks more frightened than ever.
Yeah, look at the way she's sneaking along.
Mr. Drake. Mr. Drake.
She's calling you, Bart.
All right, Laura. Over here.
Oh, Mr. Drake, is that you?
Yeah, that's him and me, too.
Oh, thank heaven. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Now, there's one for the book. The last time we saw you, you couldn't get away fast enough.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Yeah, we're sorry, too, but look, lady.
Inspector.
Huh?
What was it that you didn't know, Laura?
I didn't know who you were, not really.
Oh, you didn't? Well, how do you know now?
I heard you and Mr. Carlton talking in the room where the paintings were kept.
Oh, eavesdropping, eh? Well...
Inspector, will you stop your prattling for a minute and let Laura talk?
Now, listen, Bart. Keep quiet.
Huh? So when you found out who we were, you came looking for us. Why, Laura?
Because... Oh, Mr. Drake, I'm frightened. I want to get away from here. I thought you might help me.
What were you frightened of, Laura?
I don't know. The very atmosphere of the place. There's something dreadfully wrong.
Yes, but something particular must have happened to make you afraid.
It did. 2 weeks ago, Leopold was murdered. And then tonight when I was playing the organ...
Yes? Exactly what happened when you were playing your organ?
I'm not sure exactly. I felt that someone was behind me, just standing there, and I was petrified. I didn't know what to do. So I kept on playing with one hand and tried to reach into my pocket for the gun that Mr. Carlton had given me. And just as I turned, the alarm started. I fired the gun and then I fainted.
But you didn't actually see anyone?
No. Oh, I don't know. There might have been someone. It was terrible.
Oh, you poor kid. Now, look, there's just one more question I'd like to ask, Laura.
Yes?
Why hadn't you given up your job and gone back to Miami before now?
I wanted to, but Mr. Carlton begged me to stay. He raised my salary and gave me the gun and showed me how to use it. He was awfully nice. He said that if another attempt were made to steal the paintings, he wouldn't try to hold me any longer.
Well, Laura, I think that after tonight, your troubles will be over. Inspector? Inspector!
Yeah, what do you want?
Well, what the deuce is the matter with you?
Oh, you mean I can speak now?
Do I mean you could... Inspector, you're magnificent. See here, both of you.
Yeah, what is it?
This is a spot where the wires connecting Mr. Carlton's alarm system enter the house.
So what?
So in a minute, Inspector, I want you to get out your jackknife, bare the wires, press them together, and set off the alarm.
You want to hear the bells ring again,
Don't
eh?
get sarcastic, Inspector. Laura, the minute the alarm starts, the guards will come running. I want you and the inspector to pretend that you saw someone running through the shrubbery toward the wall and give chase with them.
Well, I'll do my best.
Fine. And you, Inspector?
Okay. But what is the great Barton Drake going to be doing all this time?
Believe it or not, Inspector, the great Barton Drake is going to be returning Ambrose Carlton's paintings to the spot where we first saw them hanging.
Just a minute, Mr. Carlton. It wasn't our fault Brian Quirk got away.
Whose fault was it, then? You were both outside the house when the alarms went off.
Well, you were outside, too, and so were all your guards.
Laura, there's no point in you staying longer. If you'll come up to my study, I'll give you your check.
All right, you can ride back to town with us.
Oh, thank you, Inspector Danton.
Very decent of you, Danton.
Thanks.
I suppose your Mr. Drake will expect me to pay him the $10,000 I promised, even though my paintings have been stolen.
I'll expect you to pay me the $10,000, Mr. Carlton. But not because your paintings have been stolen.
Where the devil did you come from, Drake? And what do you mean by that remark?
Which remark, Mr. Carlton? About your paintings? They haven't been stolen, you know.
Haven't been stolen? Nonsense. You saw with your own eyes.
Come in here, please. This is the room where the paintings were kept, isn't it?
How the devil did you know?
Your complicated system of rooms and hallways isn't as complicated as they at first seemed, Mr. Carlton. Look over there, please.
Good heavens. The paintings.
Hanging right where they were before. Well, I'll be an oversized crocodile. Bart, how did you do it?
Before I answer that, Inspector, I want to explain how I solved the 2-week-old murder of Leopold, Mr. Carlton's servant.
Solved? Drake, you don't mean that you know...
Yes, I do mean, Mr. Carlton. I'll explain by asking a few questions. First, why didn't Brian Quirk steal the paintings on the day when he gained admission to the grounds and murdered Leopold?
Well, I can answer that.
I prefer that you didn't, Mr. Carlton. I have my own answer.
But look here.
The reason he didn't want the paintings stolen is because he couldn't dispose of them if he did steal them.
But I've already explained...
Not to my satisfaction, you haven't, Mr. Carlton. Second, how did Quirk gain admission to Hurricane Manor? You've made the place impregnable, Mr. Carlton. You were too thorough.
What do you mean? The alarms did
The
go
alarms
off.
had nothing to do with Quirk's visit. Quirk was already inside.
Ridiculous.
Not ridiculous, Mr. Carlton. Clever. There's only one man who would benefit by the theft of your paintings. He could do so only if the paintings were insured against burglary. And the only burglar who would attempt to steal them would be a man such as Brian Quirk, who would keep them for their beauty's sake.
I see. And I suppose you know the identity of Brian Quirk?
Yes, I do, Mr. Carlton. You are Brian Quirk.
Oh, Mr. Drake, it's so good to get away from that terrible place. I can hardly believe it.
Yes, I can appreciate your point of view, Laura.
I think it's wonderful the way you figured out that Mr. Carlton was really Brian Quirk.
Thank you, Laura.
And I also think it was wonderful the way you took the gun away from him when he tried to shoot Inspector Danton.
Thank you again, Laura.
There's one thing that bothers me, though.
Oh? What's that?
How did you know the paintings were hidden in a false panel behind the real panels where they were originally hung?
There are several reasons. Carlton, or Brian Quirk, had gone to elaborate plans to have his paintings legitimately stolen. The murder of Leopold and the soundings of the alarms, they were all designed to give an impression that someone was definitely after them.
And Mr. Carlton knew that even he couldn't get the stolen goods out of the house, so he decided to hide them in the house itself.
That's right. You were part of the plan to make everything seem logical. Because of all that had happened, you were certain that someone was actually trying to get into the house and steal the paintings. Isn't that so?
Oh, yes. I'd become so jittery that I kept imagining things. How did you know the paintings were hidden behind the panel?
Well, for one thing, when pictures are removed from the wall on which they've been hanging for some time with light on them, there's always a faint outline of their shapes.
And there were no outlines on the false panel?
That's right. Also, the pictures were hung from brackets in the molding above. And there was no sign of a bracket when the false panel appeared. I was quite sure that Brian Quirk would never stop to remove the bracket.
Oh, Mr. Drake, you're simply wonderful.
Oh, nuts. Oh, well. You're still there, are you, Inspector? Gotten over your gripe yet?
No.
No? Well, you will, I'm sure, when we reach Miami Beach.
Are we going to stop there?
Of course, Inspector. We've got to have a look at those bathing beauties.
Say, Bart, that's swell.
But, Mr. Drake, I thought that...
Not at all, Laura. Not when I have such charming company as you. Not when there are bathing beauties to observe. It's going to be a pleasure to forget that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place one cold day last November. I'd received a phone call for an appointment from a young lady up in the Tupper Lake region of the state. 2 days later, she called on me at my apartment. Yes?
Are you Barton Drake?
Yes, I am. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you. My name is Ellen Wade.
Yes, I know. I've been expecting you. Sit down, please. Cigarette?
No, thank you.
Miss Wade, since talking to you on the telephone, I've taken the trouble to inquire into the circumstances of your brother's arrest.
And to conclude that he's guilty of murdering Rose Clinton, and you don't feel that you can help me. Is that it, Mr. Drake?
Unless some new evidence has turned up, Miss Wade.
Some new evidence has turned up, Mr. Drake.
Oh? Then why haven't you gone to the authorities with it?
For the same reason, Mr. Drake, that you don't go to the authorities if you uncover a new piece of evidence when working on a case.
I see.
They've already decided that my brother is guilty of murder. All the evidence is against him.
Yes, I know.
There isn't much time left, Mr. Drake. If I went to the authorities with my evidence, I'm sure they'd laugh at me.
But you think that I will give it serious consideration?
I think this. You have a reputation for honesty, Mr. Drake. Most of the cases you've worked on have had, shall we say, an unusual twist.
Yes, that's quite true.
I've admired your work greatly. You're a clever man, Mr. Drake.
You flatter me.
No, please. My purpose is not to buy your services with flattery. Here. There are $2,000 in this roll of bills.
Well?
It's all I have. I believe my brother is innocent of murdering Rose Clinton. The money is yours if you'll listen to my story.
Listen to your story, but I thought...
I must tell you about Peter, Mr. Drake, before I show you my evidence. I wouldn't ask even you to believe that what I've discovered is important until you first heard the true facts of Peter's love for Rose Clinton.
Then your brother did love this girl,
He believed he did. Peter's a country boy. We'd always lived in Hartsville.
Yes, I know. Your parents are both dead. Those facts were mentioned in the newspapers out of the case.
That's right. Peter and I were getting along fine. And then Rose Clinton came to town. She'd been ordered into a drier climate because of sinus trouble. She came from New York. To Peter, she represented all the glitter and glamour of a way of living that he'd always dreamed.
Hello, Peter.
Ellen, why aren't you in bed? It's almost 1 o'clock.
I waited up for you, Peter. I want to talk to you.
Oh, Skip, but I don't want to
Peter,
talk.
listen to me. Jules Magnus is here tonight.
Magnus? What do they want?
Just what you think, Peter. Either you stop seeing Rose Quentin or Mr. Magnus will withdraw his offer to take you into the bank.
Oh, so that's it. Just because he offered me a job, he thinks he owns me. He thinks he can tell me how to live my own life, huh? Well, he can't. He can take his bank
Peter,
and...
stop it. Mr. Magnus is right. He was kind enough to offer you an opportunity to make something of yourself. The least you can do is give some consideration to his reputation.
His reputation? What the devil has Jules Magnus' reputation got to do with me being in love with Rose?
Love? Oh, Peter, be reasonable. How can you mistake a boyish infatuation for something as deep and sincere and honest as love?
Ellen, if you weren't my sister,
But I am your sister, Peter. I'm older and more experienced. I feel responsible.
Oh, nuts.
Peter, listen to me. Rose Quentin is bad. This small country town bores her. She's found a way to amuse herself by encouraging you and others to...
Others? Oh, what do you mean by that crap?
Peter, are you so blind that you don't realize you're only one of many who go to see Rose Quentin?
That's a lie.
It isn't, Peter. It's the truth. Everyone in town but you knows it. They're laughing at you behind your back.
I don't believe it. It can't be true. Rose is good and loyal and honest. She wouldn't betray my love.
Oh, you poor dear fool, Peter. You're so honest yourself, you can't believe anyone else can be otherwise.
Rose wouldn't do that to me. She wouldn't.
You're whistling in the dark, Peter. Deep down, you know that it's true. I don't want to hurt you, Peter. Believe me, I'm telling you this for your own good.
My own good? You think I was a child? Ellen, I don't know what's behind all this, but if you think I'm going to give Rose up, you're crazy. Rose and I are going to be married.
Married?
Yeah, she promised me tonight. But getting out of this stinking town and its small-minded people forever.
Peter, I'm sorry.
Oh, forget it. I'm not blaming you.
I mean, Peter, that I'm sorry I have to tell you this. I hoped it wouldn't be necessary.
Tell me what?
Jeff Bullard was at Rose Quentin's last night.
Oh, Ellen, for gosh sakes, quit trying to dream up wild stories in order to
I saw
make
him, Peter. I saw him with my own eyes. And the night before, my Tanner was there.
Ellen, if I thought you were lying to me,
I'm not lying. I'm your sister, Peter. You're all I have in the world. Do you think I'd lie to you? Peter, what are you doing?
What does it look like?
Peter, no! Put that gun back! Peter, in heaven's
Keep your hands off me! I'm going to settle this thing right now, tonight.
Not that way, Peter. Killing won't settle anything. Peter, you fool! You fool! Oh, Peter! I didn't dream that Peter would lose his head, Mr. Drake. He was never an impetuous youth. I tried to follow him, but we only had one car. He'd taken it.
I see. And the next morning they found Rose Quentin dead, shot through the head with a .32 caliber pistol.
Yes.
What caliber was your brother's gun, Miss Wade?
It was a .32. But they never found it. Peter had dropped it somewhere.
Dropped it?
Yes. He didn't go to Rose Quentin's that night, Mr. Drake. Long before he reached her house, he realized what a fool he was. He changed his mind about wanting to kill her.
Where did he go? As I remember the case, he was picked up the next morning in the woods several miles from Hartsville.
Peter doesn't remember where he was or what he did. He left the car and spent the night wandering aimlessly through the woods.
I see.
Oh, I know. Everything points to Peter's guilt. I have only his word against the evidence. I believe my brother, Mr. Drake. That's why I brought you this.
Oh? Is this your evidence, this picture?
Yes. On the night Rose Quentin was murdered, we had a thaw in Hartsville. The next morning, the temperature dropped. The ground was frozen solid.
I see. So you found a footprint in the frozen ground and took this picture of him.
Yes.
Seems to be just an ordinary picture of a footprint.
Except for the fact that the man who made it wore hobnails in his boots.
I see you did. I suppose now you're going to say that your brother owned no boots with hobnails.
No, he didn't, but that's unimportant. Look closely at the picture, Mr. Drake. I don't want to influence you. You must see for yourself.
See what?
Turn the picture sideways. Study the design of the hobnails. Do you see anything unusual?
I turn the picture sideways and By Jove.
Do you see it?
See it. It's as plain as day. Miss Wade, I shall be delighted to take your case.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. I read all about the Wade case. The police did a good job.
I read all about it, too, Inspector, and I agree with you 100%.
Well, then?
Well, then, I'm going to prove that the authorities were 100% wrong, Inspector.
You are, eh?
I am.
Well, count me out. I'm not sticking my chin out on anything as dead open and shut as that.
Very well, Inspector. By the way, Here's a picture I'd like you to have a look at.
Huh? A picture?
Mm-hmm.
What's it a picture of?
What does it look like?
Look like? It's a picture of a footprint. The guy had hobnails in his boots.
Exactly. These boots were worn by the murderer of Rose Quinton.
Is that a fact?
Yes. Turn the picture sideways, Inspector. Look closely. What do you see?
What do I see? Well, doggone it, I see the same thing I saw before. Jumping Judas.
Well, Inspector.
Bart, where'd you get this?
A very lovely young lady gave it to
A
me.
very lovely young... I'll bet. Well, what are you going to do about it?
I've already told you what I'm going to do.
Yeah? So you did. Huh. Let me see that picture again, Bart.
Of course, here it is.
Huh. Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
Oh, get that smug grin off your face and make 2 reservations for Hartsville.
You see, Mr. Magnus, Ellen Wade mentioned that her brother was going to work in your bank, and we thought possibly you could help us.
Mr. Drake, I know you'll pardon my frankness.
Of course.
Believe me when I say I've always admired your work. Your reputation is to be envied.
How about me? I figured in some of Drake's deals.
I know you did, Inspector Danton. I admire you, too. Believe me, I do.
Well, now.
What you're trying to say, Mr. Magnus, is that in your opinion there's little hope of proving Peter Wade innocent of the murder of Rose Quinton.
You embarrass me, Mr. Drake. Ellen's and Peter's father was my dear friend. Yet under the circumstances...
Show him the picture, Bart.
Yes. Mr. Magnus, this is a picture of a footprint taken by Ellen Wade on the morning after Rose Quinton's murder. Will you examine her closely, please?
Ellen always was a fairly good amateur photographer. Say.
See it, do you, Mr. Magnus?
Oh, I should say I do. Gentlemen, this throws an entirely different light on the matter.
Yes, we thought it did too, Mr. Magnus. Tell me, how many cobblers are in this town?
Your problem there is simple. There's only one. His name is Ethan Lance. He lives... Good Lord.
Yes, Mr. Magnus?
Ethan Lance lives next door to the house where Rose Quinton lives.
Now we're getting somewhere. If the cobbler lived next door, then he knew what...
Here are the statements, Mr. Magnus. Oh, I didn't know you were busy.
Come in, Jeff. I want you to meet these 2 gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
This is Barton Drake, the criminologist, and Inspector Danton, his co-worker.
Aye.
Gentlemen, this is Jeff Bullard.
How do you do?
Jeff Bullard, say his name.
Hello, Jeff. Nice to know you.
Jeff's our newest employee. He took the job that I had in mind for Peter Wade. Yes, Mr. Drake and Inspector Danton are investigating the murder of Rose Quinton.
I thought the case was solved several weeks ago.
It was, Jeff. But it seems that some new evidence has been uncovered. Tell me, my boy, your favorite sport is hunting, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Why?
Nothing. I was just wondering. Here we go.
Yes, sir. Oh, his favorite sport is hunting, eh?
Just a moment, please. Let's not jump to conclusions. I'm afraid I was wrong in asking Jeff that question in front of you, gentlemen.
Why do you say that, Mr. Magnus?
Jeff's a good boy. I couldn't ask for better. It's unfair to suspect him.
Unfair? Look, Mr. Magnus, there's been a murder and the wrong party's going to pay for it. That's kind of unfair, too.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I hadn't looked at it that way. Well, gentlemen, it seems to me that your task is comparatively simple. Our cobbler friend Ethan Lance holds the answer to your mystery.
Yes, we'd better have a talk with Ethan Lance at once. How far is it out this place, Mr. Magnus?
About 5 miles. Suppose you 2 gentlemen come home and have dinner with me. Then I'll drive you out to Ethan's place. We can stop and pick up Ellen and Mike on the way.
Mike
Tanner. Something wrong?
I'm not sure. Mike Tanner was one of the 2 people that Ellen Wade mentioned whom we might consider suspects.
Did?
Mm-hmm.
What? That's odd.
What's odd about it?
Mike Tanner and Ellen Wade were engaged to be married. Ceremony's scheduled for next week.
I think you're a nice guy and all that. I'm willing to play along with you, but...
But you don't like the idea of passing up a good dinner for a ride in the country, eh, Inspector?
Oh, it isn't a dinner. I'm like a camel. I can go for days without eating.
You mean drinking, Inspector?
Oh, drinking either. I'm a very rugged fellow.
Well, then what is your particular complaint, Inspector?
It's the principle of the thing, Bart. When a gentleman asks me to dinner, I at least like to be polite.
But instead of that, we ignore his invitation, borrow his car, refuse his company, and set off by ourselves.
Yeah. Now, do you call that good manners?
No, I call it atrocious
manners. Well, then.
There are times, Inspector, when it's smart not to consider one's manners or stomach. This must be the place.
What place? Oh, the cobbler's. I forgot where we were going. Hey, there's the cobbler. What are you running away for?
He isn't the cobbler, Inspector. That's Mike Tanner. Come on.
We're going to try and catch him?
Naturally not. We have more important things to do.
What, for example?
Examining the corpse of Ethan Lance, for example.
Examining the corpse, for God's sake, Bart.
We are. There's no point in knocking. Our cobbler friend is dead, Inspector. Open the door.
Okay. I won't ask any questions. Just do as I'm told.
He isn't in this room, is he, Inspector?
Nope.
Well, let's try the kitchen.
Okay, let me open the door. That's my job.
There we are, Inspector.
There we are, he says, pointing casually at the corpse. Do you have to be so cold-blooded about it?
Sorry, Inspector. I was thinking of young Peter Wade, who was scheduled to die for a crime he didn't commit.
You're sure Wade is innocent, eh?
Positively, Inspector?
Yeah. Well, how are you going to prove it now that Ethan Lance is dead?
I can prove it, Inspector. Come on. We're going to report this murder to the local authorities, and then we're going to have a talk with Ellen Wade.
I know why you're here, Mr. Drake. You found out about me and Mike.
I'm not at all interested in your flirtation with Mike Tanner, Miss Wade.
How dare you imply that I'm capable of carrying on a flirtation with a murderer?
I'm not implying anything, Miss Wade. I merely want to
Why
ask
don't you let me explain? Mike and I were engaged before Rose Quentin came to town.
Inspector.
Yeah?
Would you stop saying, aha?
Okay.
Thank you. Miss Wade, it is important that you answer some questions I
And
have
it
to
is
ask.
important that you understand about my interest in Mike Tanner.
Very well, Miss Wade. You're merely pretending to be in love with Mike Tanner in the hope of getting information from him that will prove your brother innocent. Is that it?
Yes, that's it.
That's what I thought. And how have you made out?
Why,
Also, why didn't you mention your plans to me when you called at my apartment in New York?
because
And why didn't you tell me that you called on Ethan Lance and asked him in whose boots he placed those hobnails?
Who told you that?
Nobody. It merely seemed logical. And I think the reason you neglected to mention those facts to me in New York was because you were afraid I'd refuse to take your case. Is that correct?
Yes, it was. I needed help desperately. I'd have done anything I could
I understand, but unfortunately, your desperation has been the cause of another murder.
Another murder?
Yes. Ethan Lance was shot through the head this morning.
Ethan Lance shot?
Unfortunately.
Now, we'll never know who killed Rose Quentin. Ethan was the only one who knew the identity of the real murderer.
Oh, no, lady. Drake knows, don't you, Bart?
As a matter of fact, I do, Inspector.
You do?
Yes, but proving it is another matter. Miss Wade, have you any idea where your brother went after he left this house on the night that Rose Quentin was murdered?
I've already told you. He doesn't remember himself. He was dead.
Yes, I know. But a man in that condition usually follows a pattern, Miss Wade. The chances are that his wanderings carried him to some place where he'd been before.
Peter was in the woods all the time. He's sure of that.
Say, I once knew a guy who got lost in the woods. You know how he found his way home?
No, Inspector.
Huh?
Your brother was quite a sportsman, wasn't he, Miss Wade? He must have had a favorite spot where he went to hunt or fish.
Well, yes, I suppose he did have.
I'll be glad to tell you folks how this guy I know found his way home.
It's important, Miss Wade. You see, if we can find the gun that Peter lost and that hasn't been discharged, that will prove conclusively he didn't shoot Rose Quentin, won't it?
Won't cost you a cent to listen.
I remember now. Peter was always talking about a place called Sunset Hill. It's beautiful there, and there's excellent partridge cover.
Splendid. Come along, Inspector. We're going hunting for a gun.
Okay, so you don't care how the guy found his way home. Okay, all I was trying to do was tell you. Bart, this is the nuttiest steal you ever got us into. How the heck do you think we're ever going to find a gun in this stuff?
Just keep your eagle eyes open, Inspector. We'll find it.
I wish I could feel as sure of myself as you sound. Look, don't you think the local authorities came looking for that gun when Wade told them he dropped it?
I certainly do, Inspector.
Well, then.
Well, then what?
If they couldn't find it, how do you expect us to find it?
They didn't have you to help them, Inspector.
Very funny. Now, look, Bart, I'm getting sick of this. That gun was lost a month ago. It's been looked for. There wasn't a... What do you mean,
Look over there, Inspector.
Huh? Over where?
Not there. There. See it?
Well, I'll be a ruffled grouse. It's a gun.
Not a gun, Inspector. The gun. Pick it up.
Sure, lying right there, all shiny and nice. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
This is cockeyed.
Oh?
If we found the gun so easily, how is it
I told you, Inspector, the others didn't have you along.
There's another thing.
Put the gun in your pocket, Inspector, and let's get back to Ellen Wade.
Just a minute
asking
now.
so many questions, Inspector. Come along.
But, Bart, don't you see?
I see more than you think I see, Inspector. If you must talk, tell me about your lost friend and how he found his way out of the woods. Come along, man. There's the Wade cottage, Inspector.
And there's someone going into it. Say, isn't that Mr. Magnus?
Yes, I think it is, Inspector. And the young man with him is Jeff Bullard.
Well, what do you know? Now, if Mike Tanner would only show up, it'd make things simple, wouldn't it?
No, Mike Tanner won't be far away, Inspector. Let's hurry along.
Well, gentlemen, I'm glad to see you.
I've unearthed a bit of interesting information.
That's right, Mr. Magnus. Miss Wade, you were right about your brother going to Sunset Hill.
You mean that you found
No, not I. The inspector found it, Miss Wade. He has very sharp eyes.
Oh, sure. As a boy, they call me Gimlet-Eyed Danton. Now, look.
Gentlemen, if you don't mind, I think you'll find that what I have to say is important.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Magnus. What is it you want to tell us?
And after you left the bank this afternoon, I got to thinking.
That's the way Bart figures things out, thinking.
Yes. It occurred to me that since Jeff here had been, seeing something of Miss Quinton before her death, he might possibly have been near her home on the night that she was so brutally murdered.
I see. Well, Jeff?
Well, I guess I should have mentioned this before. I did go out to see Rose that night. I didn't go in, though. I heard a shot, and then I saw someone run from the house.
You certainly should have mentioned that before, Jeff. Did you recognize this person who ran from the house?
Oh, yes, sir. That is, I think so.
Well, tell them who it was, Jeff.
No, Jeff. I wouldn't if I were you. If you mention the name and I can prove that you're lying, you'll be worse off than you are right now, and that, my boy, will be bad.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, Jeff, that you're going to lose your job at the bank anyhow, so you might as well not talk.
Drake, what the devil are you getting at?
A lot of things, my friend. A boy is accused of committing murder. He has a trial which very little evidence is presented, and then suddenly everyone seems to have ideas on the subject. I wonder why.
I'll tell you why. Magnus here owns the town and everybody in it. He's got everybody scared of him. They only talk when he tells them to.
I think you're right, Inspector.
Why, you keep a civil tongue in your head. I'll have you run out of town. I'll have you tried and...
Sit down, sport.
Well,
you won't do anything. That's better. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you, Inspector. Magnus, besides being the most wealthy and influential man in town, I think you must be the most hated. I think that Ethan Lance must have hated you.
What about it?
Probably you held a mortgage on his home or loaned him money to operate his business. Obligating a man is a certain way to make him hate you.
Is that the kind of stuff you write in your books, Drake?
Yes, it is. Ethan Lance lived next door to Rose Quinton. He probably amused himself by watching the progress of her various romances.
I know he did. He used to sit in his window with...
Shut up, Jeff. You didn't want it known that you were calling on Rose Quinton, Magnus, did you? Because of your important position in town.
I calling on her? Oh, it's ridiculous.
No, it isn't ridiculous. You probably tried to make her promise that she would see no one else, and when she refused, you threatened to kill her.
That's a lie.
Ethan Lance must have been a bit of a philosopher. He knew the type of person Rose Quinton was. He knew that she'd do as she pleased. Lance guessed that one of the men who was going to the girl's house would kill her, and he had his own way of picking the winner.
I suppose now you're going to tell me that stupid picture of the footprint that Ellen took was made by my boots.
Yes, I am. You brought the boots to Ethan Lantis to be resold, Magnus. They were hunting boots, and you ordered hobnails. The cobbler, being a whimsical sort of chap, cleverly designed the word guilty in the sole of one boot when he inserted the nail.
Yes, old man Lance thought he was pretty cute. Well, he can't prove who owned the boots.
But I can, Mr. Magnus.
I don't believe it.
Very well. Lance saw you murder Rose Quinton. He was afraid to do anything about it because of what you might do to him. So he kept quiet, hoping that someone would discover the footprint. He didn't even dare speak when Peter Wade was arrested.
And so?
Oh, I realize you've had ample time to destroy your boots, Magnus. That's why I worked on another theory. That's why we hunted for and found the gun with which Peter Wade was supposed to have shot Rose Quinton.
But it's impossible. We looked for that gun.
But you didn't have Inspector Danton's eagle eyes to help you. Show him the gun, Inspector.
Sure, here it is, Sport. No bullets discharged, and a fingerprint test will prove who owned it.
Exactly, and Ethan Lance's testimony given to us this morning before we saw you, Magnus, will prove that you...
Inspector, I see him all right, Sport. Keep away from me, Danton.
Why, you...
What's my death? What don't you do?
Nice work, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, son. I've been wanting to hit that rat for years.
Mr. Drake, I don't know how to thank you for what you've done for me. And Peter.
Oh, there's lots of ways, lady.
That will be enough, Inspector.
Pardon me. And look, lady, ask him how he happened to find your brother's gun so easily.
I did wonder about that, Mr. Drake.
Yeah, so did I. The thing is, here's a gun all shining and bright lying out there in the woods staring up at us. Ask Mr. Drake why it wasn't kind of rusty and dirty after lying around in the brush for a month.
It didn't look as if it had been lying outdoors very long.
No. Now, ask Mr. Drake if he ever owned a gun of that caliber, and if he just happened to have it with him when we were walking through the woods.
Mr. Drake, you didn't...
Miss Wade, there are times when a man in my position has to resort to artifice to achieve an end. such as selling Magnus the idea that we had actually talked to Ethan Lamb.
Now, that was a pretty speech, wasn't it? Say, Bart.
What now, Inspector?
How were you so sure that it was Jules Magnus who had knocked off the babe?
Inspector, do you mean to say you don't know the answer to that?
Oh, Bart, can't you take a little ribbing?
All right, Inspector, I'll tell you. You see, Magnus knew about the existence of that picture. Ellen showed it to him. Isn't that right, Ellen?
Well, he acted as though he wanted to help me.
Naturally, he would. So when you showed him the picture, he tried to lash you out of doing anything about it. Isn't that true?
Yes. So I decided to come to New York to see you without telling anyone.
Yeah, but what happened when you showed the picture to Magnus, Bart?
Why, I showed it to him upside down, Inspector. Yet he knew the word that was written there. A word that you and I had to look at twice to discern.
Why, that's wonderful. I can't imagine anyone being so clever.
He's got the answer to that, haven't you, Bart?
Yes, I have, Inspector. You see, Ellen, mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Danton and I decided to take a few days off and do some fishing. We stopped at a place called Pine Haven Lodge, located in the heavily timbered slopes of the Adirondacks. Judd Loring, owner of the lodge, had told us of a likely pool, which was known only to himself and a few others. Well, I guess this is the place, Inspector.
Yeah, I guess it is. Look at that pool. Quiet as a mill pond. You know, it reminds me of the time we were on that windmill case up in New Hampshire.
Oh, yes, I remember that. The surface of the water on that pond was as smooth as this one, but the sails on the windmill were turning.
Yeah, and we wondered why the pond wasn't ruffled, if there was enough wind to make the windmill sails go round.
Yes, which led us to suspect that some mechanical device was being employed to turn the windmill.
Yeah. We found it was a hidden motor that was turning the windmill, and the windmill was pumping oil from a pipeline.
You certainly were clever to figure that one out, Inspector.
I was clever?
Yes.
Yes, I was, wasn't I?
You were indeed. Well, let's hope that no murders occur to spoil our fun this time.
Yeah. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Did you bring the worms?
Worms?
Sure. How are we going to fish without worms?
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm going to use the Royal Coachman, Inspector. Pass me that bait box, will you?
Bait box? Sure. Here.
Thanks.
What's the Royal Coachman? When I was a kid, we just stuck a worm on a bent hairpin. We didn't need any coachman along, royal or common.
A Royal Coachman, Inspector, is a wet fly.
Oh?
And there we are. Did you ever catch any fish, Inspector?
Ever catch any fish? Thanks.
You stand aside, please, Inspector. I'm going to cast.
Okay. This fish I caught was bigger
By
than...
Jove, Inspector, did you see that rainbow leap?
No. My fish was bigger than...
Inspector, Jim Loring was right. This pool is fairly alive with trout.
Is it? That fish of mine must...
Look out. I've got a strike.
What? Do you want to hear about my fish or don't you?
Too bad he got away. Oh, well, there seem to be plenty more. Oh, what were you saying, Inspector?
Nothing.
Oh, calm, Inspector. Tell me about it.
Nothing doing. I'm not forcing my fish stories on anyone.
Well, very well. Suit yourself.
You mean you're not going to insist that I tell you?
Naturally not, if you don't want to... Wait a minute. Inspector, listen.
Huh? Listen to what?
Someone's coming.
Well, what about it? Let them come. We don't own this pool. Maybe they got some worms, huh?
Jim Loring said that nobody at the lodge knew about this pool. Keep quiet a minute. Listen.
It's perfectly silly you make such a fuss. You're really in fun.
Fun? Are you kidding? Listen to me, Rita. Unless you make up your mind to forget that old buzzard and come away with me, I'm going to kill him. I mean it.
Oh, you...
Hey, that guy sounds serious.
Keep quiet. We're hidden by that screen of bushes. They can't see us. Keep quiet now. Listen.
Oh, you darling, you shouldn't talk like that. You know you shouldn't.
Why not? It's the way I feel. You're in love with me, and... Rita,
Yes, sir.
you are in love with me, aren't you?
Yes. I only know that.
Well, then.
Oh, but this has got to end, you.
And?
I've made up my mind, darling. We can't keep holding these clandestine meetings. It isn't fair, and it makes it harder for both of us.
And do you think it's going to be easier if we don't see each other, huh? Rita, be reasonable.
You know what will happen if we call it quits.
I know it'll be best for both of us.
It won't. We'll stay apart for just so long, and then we'll be back together again. It's happened before.
I know.
Rita, listen to me. We were made for each other. No two people were ever more suited, and you know it.
Oh, I don't know what to say or do. I'm so unhappy.
Now, don't worry about it, darling. Let me take care of everything. There's no use of us ruling our lives.
Well, how do you like that?
I don't like it, Inspector. Do you know who that was? That was young Hugh Osmond and Rita Conrad.
She's the babe who's married to the Oil King, isn't she?
Yes, Gil Conrad. The gossips at the lodge have it that she married him for his money.
The gossips must know what they're talking about.
Yes.
No young girl would tie up to an old buck like that unless he could offer something besides the wisdom of his 75 years.
You're becoming lyrical, Inspector. I wonder just how serious Osmond was when he threatened to solve his and Rita's problem by murdering the old man.
Kids are always making big talk like that. It doesn't amount to anything.
That was a shot, Inspector. You don't suppose that he...
Forget it. Probably somebody target practice.
Well, maybe you're right.
But I wish you'd quit going around looking for murders every time we go any place.
Inspector, apparently the target practicer hit the bullseye. Come on.
Okay, but I still say we're looking for trouble.
A shot and a woman's scream make a perfect formula for trouble, Inspector. It came from this direction, I think.
Yeah, I bet we don't find a thing except a dead squirrel or something.
Yes, I suppose the woman was screaming for joy because her boyfriend proved himself a great huntsman.
Yeah. Oh, you're certainly quick with comebacks, aren't you? Sometimes I wonder...
Look, Inspector.
Hey, the guy lying on the ground and a babe kneeling over him.
Yes, and unless I'm greatly mistaken, the guy is Gil Conrad and the woman is Rita, his wife. Let's get over there quick.
Oh, Gil. Why did you do it? Why? Oh, thank heaven, someone's here.
What happened, Mrs. Conrad?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that Gil shot himself.
Shot himself? Well, maybe you're right. There's a gun in his hand, there's a bullet hole through his head, and there's powder burn.
Tell us exactly what happened, Mrs. Conrad.
Well, I was walking along the riverbank, and I heard a shot. I came over to investigate, and I'm still lying here.
See? Everything adds up. It was suicide, all right.
Yes, maybe. What makes you think it was suicide, Mrs. Conrad?
Because Gil told me.
Your husband told you?
Yes, he wasn't dead when I got here. He lived long enough to tell me that he'd decided to end it all.
What could be more perfect? Bart, let's get the coroner.
Inspector, wait a minute. Where was Hugh Osmond when all this was happening, Mrs. Conrad?
Hugh? Why, I don't know. Why should I?
Because we just overheard a conversation between you and Osmond. We heard Osmond threaten to kill your husband.
No, you didn't do it. You mustn't think that he did.
No?
Gil shot himself. He told me he did.
Rita, what happened?
Hugh.
Oh, good heavens, it's Gil. Yes, it's Gil, all right, Osmond. What do you know about it?
What do I know about it? Why should I know anything about it?
Oh, lots of reasons, Bub. You've been bragging about how you're going to knock the guy off, haven't you?
What the devil are you talking about? Of course I haven't.
Oh, no, Hugh. No. Don't deny it. I heard us talking.
Hey, what?
I'm sorry, Osmond. We were fishing in the deep pool, and we heard your conversation with Mrs. Conrad a few minutes ago.
Well, what about it? Doesn't mean that I shot Conrad. I'd be a fool to think I could get away with anything like that.
That's the most sensible thing you've said, Bub. What I want to know is why weren't you two together when you heard the shot?
Oh, what's the use? If you overheard our conversation, then you know why. We didn't want to be seen returning to the lodge together.
Don't answer any more of their questions, Rita. We don't have to without a lawyer. You've already told them that Gil admitted suicide. If that isn't enough...
How do you know that, Osmond?
How do I know what?
That Mrs. Conrad told us that her husband had admitted taking his own life.
Didn't she?
Yeah, but you weren't here, Bub.
Why, I...
Yeah, I. You two kind of got your wires crossed, haven't you?
No, we haven't. What are you two trying to do? Trick us into admitting we're responsible for Conrad's death?
Could be. The thing is, though, if we put the finger on you, we'll do it without tricks. But I take it all back. There's dirty work afoot.
I quite agree with you, Inspector. Sorry, Osmond. You get your lawyer, we'll get the coroner. Then we'll take on from there, eh?
Hello, Bart. Come on in.
Thanks. Has the coroner gone yet?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Nice guy. You left the whole deal in my lap. Where have you been?
I've been having some further conversation with Hugh Osmond. I'm afraid he succeeded in selling me a bill of goods.
What kind of goods?
Osmond claims that when he heard the shot, he came running back. Just before he reached the clearing where Conrad lay, he heard Rita scream.
So then, what did he do?
He stopped behind some bushes and listened. He overheard Conrad tell his wife that he had shot himself.
So that's how he knew Conrad had admitted suicide, eh?
Apparently, yes.
Do you believe him?
I believe part of what he said. He showed me the spot where he'd been standing. It was close enough to the clearing so that his story could be true.
Well, why did he keep hiding there after we arrived?
Well, according to him, to see which way the wind blew. It was only when he believed that we were going to accuse Rita of murder that he decided to show himself.
And that's the part of his story you don't believe, eh?
I don't know, Inspector. I'm not sure yet. By the way, Inspector, what have you been doing?
Oh, I've been getting along. Come over here.
Well, discovered something, huh?
I modestly admit that I've discovered quite something.
Well.
Yeah. That's Conrad's body lying there on the couch, isn't it?
It certainly is, Inspector.
Note the bullet hole through his head.
Yes. It's a clean hole all the way through.
Yeah. Now, there are powder burns on the right side of his head, aren't there?
That's correct, Inspector.
Sure. And since we found Conrad holding the gun in his right hand, the setup would indicate that the guy is right-handed, wouldn't it?
Quite true, Inspector.
Well, the guy is left-handed.
What?
Now, why, when he decided to shoot himself, would he do it with his right hand?
A good question, Inspector. How do you know that Conrad was left-handed?
That's my discovery. Look, I've been fishing through his pockets. I found his keys and his loose change in his left-hand pants pocket.
By Jove, Inspector.
Yeah. A guy who carries his dough and his keys in his left-hand pants pocket only does so because he's left-handed. So the way I figure it is, Mr. Gil Conrad was murdered and someone tried to make it look like suicide.
Amazing. Do you mind if I look through his pockets too, Inspector?
Go ahead. Who cares? If you don't want to take my word for it.
Come. You know your word is as good as gold, as far as I'm concerned.
As far as you're concerned. So everyone else thinks I'm a liar. Well, now who's that?
Why don't you open the door and see? Possibly the murderer has come to confess his crime.
Very funny. Huh. It's a babe. You, looking for someone, miss?
Yes. I'm looking for Inspector Danton. Are you Inspector Danton?
Yep, I'm Danton. Come on in.
I'm Laura Bailey. Mrs. Conrad's my sister. I just heard about the terrible thing that happened to Gil.
Oh, you did? Know anything about it, do you?
I think I might be able to tell you something that will help explain why Gil took his own life. I thought you were alone, Inspector Danton.
No. That guy standing up over there is Barton Drake. The horizontal gent is your brother-in-law.
Barton Drake? Oh, I'm so glad you happened to be here, Mr. Drake. I've heard so much of you. My name is Laura Bailey.
Sure, everybody's heard of Drake.
How do you do, Miss Bailey? Did I hear you say you're Mrs. Conrad's sister?
Yes. We were all staying here at the lodge together. Oh, I would have come sooner, only I couldn't believe that Gil was serious when I talked to him this morning.
When you talked to... When was that, Miss Bailey?
Shortly after breakfast. He asked me to come to his cabin.
Now, don't tell us that he threatened to commit suicide.
That's exactly what he did, Inspector Danton. You see, Gil had found out about Rita and Hugh.
I see. And why should he talk it over with you, Miss Bailey?
He felt that he had to talk to someone. He knew that I was his friend. I couldn't believe that Rita was being untrue. He asked me what I knew about it.
And what did you tell him, lady?
I told him that Rita was in love with Hugh Osmond. Why should I deny it? Rita is young and beautiful. Why should she waste her life on an old man?
The thing is that Rita should have thought of that when she married the old man. These women who take a guy for his dough and then try to walk out on the deal get in my hair.
It wasn't Rita's fault. Gil begged her to marry him. But she hadn't met you then.
Oh, nuts.
So Conrad told you he was going out and commit suicide. Is that right, Miss Bailey?
Yes. I didn't believe him, of course. He wanted me to talk to Rita, persuade her to forget Hugh. When I refused, he tried to work on my sympathy by threatening suicide.
That is probably because he figured you were his best friend. Now, look, lady, we happen to know that...
Inspector.
Huh?
Miss Bailey, was your brother-in-law right-handed or left-handed?
What a strange question. Why, he was right-handed.
Uh-huh.
You're sure of that, Miss Bailey?
Of course I'm sure. I've known Gil for years. I'd most certainly have noticed any strange traits of character that he had.
Now, just a minute. Just 1 minute. Lady, I'm too polite to call a female a liar, but I just got through proving
Careful, Inspector, careful now.
Huh?
There's no doubt in my mind that Miss Bailey's telling the truth.
Oh, what was that, Bart?
Of course I'm telling the truth. Gil was as right-handed as I am. Everybody knows that.
That's just the point, Inspector. Everybody probably does know it. It's a fact that can be easily checked. Because of that, I hardly think Miss Bailey would run the risk of lying.
But doggone it, Bart. That means the guy probably did commit suicide. And you said yourself he was murdered.
Murdered?
Yeah.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Of course Gil took his own life.
On the contrary, Miss Bailey, your brother-in-law was very definitely murdered. Furthermore, it was either you or your sister or Hugh Osmond who murdered him. The two of you who are innocent of the crime know which one is guilty and are trying to shield him or her. I hope you realize that makes you all equally guilty in the eyes of the law.
Come in, dear. Did you see Inspector Danton? Yes, I saw him.
Did you tell him that Gil had told you he was going to commit suicide?
Yes. Hugh, how did Gil know that you and Rita were in love? The last I knew, you were taking every precaution to keep that knowledge from him.
I told him myself.
Hugh.
Sorry, darling. I should have told you. I couldn't see the point in keeping him in the dark any longer. I went to him this morning and asked him to give you up.
Oh, darling, you shouldn't have. And, of course, Gil refused?
Not only refused, he wouldn't believe me. I guess that's why he sent for you, Laura.
Undoubtedly. And you knew nothing of this, Rita? Oh, no. Gil acted strangely this morning, but I didn't guess what was behind it. Oh, Hugh, why didn't you tell me?
Well, why should I? It would only have made you more unhappy. I hope that I can make you see things my way.
Oh, I wish I had. I wish I'd seen things your way a long time ago. Perhaps this never would have happened then.
Darling, everything's going to be all right.
I'm afraid everything isn't going to be all right, Hugh.
What do you mean?
Barton Drake is convinced that Gil was murdered. He says that he can prove it.
Oh, that's nonsense.
I hope you're right, Hugh. Mr. Drake says that one of us murdered Gil. He says the two who are innocent are trying to shield the guilty one. He has the proof, Laura? Yes.
I don't believe it. If he knows that Gil was murdered and that one of us is guilty, why hasn't he made an arrest?
Because he isn't sure yet which one of us three committed the murder. Laura, you sound as though you believe one of us is guilty. I do. Laura.
Don't look at me, Laura. I didn't do it.
Oh, Laura, you don't think that I had...
Say, where were you, Laura, when Gil was being murdered?
You see? None of us actually trust the other, do we? Well, what are we going to do about it? Is the guilty party going to confess to save the other two? Oh, you don't know what you're saying. Of course we're not going to confess. I mean, you didn't.
Of course I didn't.
It certainly wasn't I. Laura. Control yourself, darling. I'm not going to confess either. I didn't murder Gil, but I know who did.
So, we're working out another of your little deals, eh, Bart?
That's right, Inspector.
And we had to wait until night to do it. Eh?
Right again, Inspector.
Why?
Why, what?
Why did we have to wait until it got dark? Why don't you tell me what we're up to? Doggone it, Bart.
Be quiet, Inspector. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Let's wait here and see what happens.
Yeah, why not? That sounds like fun. For crying out loud, what do you think is going to happen?
We'll know in a minute, Inspector, if I've guessed correctly. You see that group of 3 cabins over there, the ones with the lighted windows and drawn curtains?
Sure, I see them. That big one is where Gil Conrad and his wife live.
That's right. And the one in the middle is occupied by Laura, Rita's sister. The one next to that is occupied by Hugh Osmond. And the... Uh-oh.
What's the uh-oh for?
Someone just walked past the window in Laura's cabin.
What about it? Maybe the babe can't sleep. Maybe she's walking back and forth to wear herself out.
Maybe, but the trouble is we're not sure that it was Laura, are we, Inspector? All we can see is the silhouette behind that curtain.
Oh, look, Bart. I love mysteries, but when you pull them out of thin air...
Look, Inspector. There goes someone pacing behind the curtain in Osmond's cabin.
Yeah. Now, don't tell me that wasn't a man.
No, you have good eyesight, Inspector.
Sure.
Have you your gun handy?
Why, sure I got it handy. Right here in my hand.
Fine. You may need it. Look, there goes someone past the curtain in Rita's cabin.
So that makes all 3 of them pacing the floor.
Right.
Now are you happy?
Perfectly, Inspector. I couldn't have hoped for better results. Keep your eye on them, Inspector.
Okay. How long do we keep this up? I'm getting cold.
There. Osmond passed the window and didn't return.
Neither did Rita. So what?
Only Laura seems to be active. I wonder now how long... That's it, Inspector. Come on.
Someone shot at the girl in Laura's cabin.
And hit her, too, I think. Over this way, Inspector. The shot came from behind that cabin.
Yeah, there he goes.
Let him have it, Inspector.
Yeah. Stop! Stop or I'll shoot!
Get down, Inspector. He's going to be stubborn.
Who can play at that game?
You missed him, Inspector. He's heading for the woods.
I never miss. That guy's hit.
By Jove, you're right. Look, he's stumbling.
He's more than stumbling. He's flat on his face. Come on.
Here he is.
Yeah.
Look out, look out. He's still holding his gun.
Yeah, but he's in no condition to use it. I'll just roll him over. Judas, it's Osmond.
Of course it's Osmond, Inspector. Let's hope he'll live long enough to confess to the shooting of Gil Conrad. Otherwise, I think we're going to have a time proving him guilty.
Mr. Drake.
Yes, it is. Is your sister seriously hurt, Mrs. Conrad?
No, the bullet just grazed the neck.
Oh, I'm glad. I sent for a doctor. He should be here any minute.
Doctor won't be necessary. I've taken care of Laura.
Oh, you have?
Mr. Drake.
Yes?
It was you, wasn't it?
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry, Mrs. Conrad. Hugh must have loved you very much.
Is he dead?
Well, Oh, Inspector. Is he dead?
Yeah, he's dead. Lived long enough to tell us it was him who shot your husband, lady. You know, that's something I can't figure out. He didn't have to confess. Why did he?
Well, the answer to that's pretty obvious, Inspector. Hugh knew he was going to die. He didn't want anyone else to be blamed for a crime he had committed.
I guess that must be it. Even when he passed out, he didn't know we had him pegged for the crime.
Yes, Inspector.
That royal coachman of yours doesn't seem to be doing much good.
Ah, patience, Inspector. Patience is the virtue of all fishermen. Patience and silence.
I see what you mean.
Thank you.
Wish we'd brought along a set of chessmen. I even wish there was a good-looking babe around so we wouldn't have to just sit here and stare at the water.
Okay, Inspector, let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's.
All right.
Now, look, this is the way I got it figured. You told Laura that you knew one of the three was guilty, so she'd tell the other.
That's right, Inspector. I also told her that I believed that the two innocent people were trying to shield the guilty one.
So Osmond, being the guilty one, had to dispose of Laura because he thought she knew he was guilty.
That's right. He also knew that if she continued to shield him and was found out, she was going to be held as an accomplice.
He knew that Rita would never give him away because Rita was in love with him.
Right you are, Inspector. You know, Laura actually hadn't much to gain. He was afraid she'd break down, which she probably would have, too.
Huh. Now, there's two other things.
Two, Inspector? What?
Yeah. How did you know that Conrad hadn't committed suicide?
Well, that one's easy, Inspector. You see, Conrad was shot through the head. That means he was killed instantly, doesn't it?
Well, so what?
So, Rita told us that when she reached him, he lived long enough to confess to his own suicide, remember?
Well, I'm a royal coachman's coach dog.
You see, Rita either saw Osmond shoot Conrad or suspected that he had. So, naturally, she wanted to protect him. That's why she told us the story of Conrad's confession.
And that's how you knew that Rita would never give Osmond away?
Yes, that's it. Now, what was the other thing you wanted to know, Inspector?
Oh, yes. Now, look, Bart. I proved, by a bit of ingenious deduction, that Conrad was left-handed, and then you come along and call me a liar.
Oh, no.
You
There's
did.
the thought, Inspector.
You did.
Never would I call you a liar, never.
Well, it amounted to that.
No.
I don't like it. You gotta back up that crack you made with some proof of your own.
All right, Inspector, I'll do my best. You believe that Conrad was left-handed because he carried his money and keys in the left-hand pocket of his trousers. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm. That was a clever piece of work on your part, Inspector. The trouble is, you didn't go far enough.
What do you mean I didn't go far enough?
You didn't look in his other pockets. You see, in the right-hand pocket of Conrad's trousers, there was a hole. By Jove, Inspector, look out. I've got a strike.
All right. So he carried his stuff in his left-hand pocket because he had a hole in his right-hand pocket. All right.
Aside, Inspector. Oh, boy, what a beauty. Look out, Inspector. He's heading for that log.
Who cares? Doggone it.
Oh, the devil. He got away. Inspector, I give up. I thought it might be fishing.
What might be fishing?
My hobby, Inspector. I'm afraid I'll have to continue to admit that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last fall. Paul Arnold, a lifelong friend of mine, called me on the phone to report a murder. At the moment, Paul was unaware that only a few hours previously, his wife, Brenda, It had an unexpected caller.
Yes?
Hello, Pop. Now, don't tell me you're the great Paul Arnold.
I beg your pardon. Look here, you can't come bursting in this way. Who are you, anyway?
I asked you first, Pop. Who are you?
I'm Robert, Mr. Arnold's butler.
But... Well, what do you know? Toots did all right for herself.
Toots?
Sure, Toots. You mean you never heard of Toots?
Naturally not. There's no one here by that name.
Now, wait a minute. Whoa. Toots would like... Toots? Well, I'll be a cross-eyed lizard. Say, if you ain't
Tony,
the pretty...
please.
Huh? What's the matter?
Tony, we're not alone.
Oh, I get it. His nibs there might tell your old man, huh?
If this person is annoying you, Mrs. Arnold...
No, it's quite all right, Robert. You may go.
But, madam...
You may go, Robert.
Very well, madam.
Well, what do you know? Toots, you done that like a lady. Yes, sir, you done it just like a lady.
I am a lady, Tony.
Huh? A lady, eh? Now, wait a minute, Toots. Take it easy. This is Tony Irwin you're talking to. Remember?
When did you get out, Tony?
Oh, so that's it, huh? I got you worried, eh, baby?
Oh, no,
You're
Tony.
thinking that I'm sore because I come home and find you married to this pantyweight.
And why should you be sore, Tony?
That's what I was saying to the boys just this morning.
The boys?
Yeah. Some of the boys said, Tony, you ought to be sore at Toots, they said.
But why, Tony? Why?
That's what I told them. Why? I says, how did Toots know that I was going to get sprung after only doing a couple of years?
Tony, please.
Double cross? No, sir. I laughed at him. Why, I says Toots wouldn't double cross nobody.
I didn't double cross you, Tony.
Sure you didn't. That's what I'm saying, baby. You wouldn't double cross nobody.
I'm glad you feel that way, Tony.
You bet. Baby, I'm proud of you. You got class. I always figured you'd make the grade if you got the break.
Yes, Tony?
I ain't like some guys. Some of them boys... You know what they wanted me to do?
What?
Take that Chuck Pizzera, for instance. Now, there's a character.
Well, what did Chuck say?
Why, he says, look, Tony, don't be a dope. Toots is in the chips, he says. Look, he says, she used to be your girl, didn't she? Okay, go on up and clip her for a few $100. She'll never miss it, he says.
And what did you say, Tony?
Nothing doing, I told her. Not me. I ain't that kind of a guy, see?
Thank you, Tony.
I ain't that kind of a guy, I says, who'd stool on a friend. Not even if she did double-cross me.
Tony, I didn't.
So what if Toots would pay off to keep me from telling about the weekend we spent together?
Tony, that's not so.
Sure, it ain't. Yeah, but the thing is, this Paul Arnold don't know it ain't so.
What do you mean?
Well, it's like this, baby. Suppose this Paul Arnold was told you used to be a burlitue dancer.
Oh, Tony, you wouldn't.
Suppose he got to know about you and Jerry the Duke in that nightclub raid.
Oh, Tony, please.
Suppose he told and was told about you and me, and I showed him some pictures.
Paul wouldn't believe you. He'd throw you out of the house.
The way I figure it, baby, Arnold could check them things. He'd find they was true. Then, when I mentioned about that weekend...
Stop it, Tony. Stop it.
What's the matter, baby?
What do you want, Tony?
Want? Me? Not a thing, baby. Not a thing.
Yes, you do. What is it?
Baby, you got me all wrong. You know, I wouldn't put the bite on you for nothing. Of course, since it's getting along towards Christmas.
Oh, I see. Very well, Tony. I'll give you a Christmas present.
Ah, swell, baby. Swell. Wait.
The safe is over here behind these curtains. I'll be back in a minute.
No, you don't. I'll just go along, too, huh? Maybe you got some ideas about telephoning? Hey. Ah. This is a kind of a cute idea, ain't it?
Go back where you were, Tony. I'll not...
Yeah. Kind of a cute idea. Big, heavy curtains hanging on the wall, just like there wasn't this little alcove behind them.
If you think I'm going to open this safe with you watching me, you're crazy.
Yeah, kind of cozy, too. Just big enough for us two.
Tony, don't look at me like that.
Come here.
Tony, you keep your hands off me.
Come here. Just us two.
Oh, no.
Like it used to be, huh? Come here. Take it easy, baby. Take it easy. Maybe we can make another deal. What's that?
There's someone...
Hey, who turned off the lights?
Yes, Drake speaking.
Hello, Bart. This is Paul Arnold.
Paul Arnold. Well, Paul, it's good to hear your voice. How are you?
Right now, I'm not so good, Bart. There's a dead man lying in my living room with a bullet through his heart.
What?
Yeah, he was murdered.
Murdered? How do you know?
Well, my wife was standing beside him, and my butler was standing in the doorway and saw it. My sister was in the hall and heard it happen. And by the way, there's a guy here named Danton who's accused practically everyone of making it happen.
Danton? Not Inspector Noah Danton.
That's the guy. Know him?
Yes, slightly. Tell the inspector, Paul, that you've talked to me and I'm on my way out. And don't worry about him. The old boy's bark is worse than his bite.
Hello, Bart.
Hello, Inspector.
Come on in.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for you. You got my message, huh?
No, Inspector. What message?
What message? Didn't the babe call you?
What babe?
Arnold's sister. I was busy and I asked her to get in touch with you. I thought she did.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I haven't heard a female voice in a matter of hours, worse luck.
Oh, no? Then how'd you know about this murder? How do you happen to be here?
Paul Arnold called me.
Arnold? Why, that... Hey, what's he think he's getting away with?
Hello, Bart. Glad to see you.
I'm glad to see you, Paul. It's been a long time.
More than a year. I've been in the service, you know.
Yes, I certainly do know. Wasn't I at your going-away party? What a time.
Pardon me for interrupting. You two gents don't happen to know each other, do you?
Paul and I are old friends, Inspector. We've known each other for years.
We were roommates in college, Inspector.
Well, isn't that sweet? Unless somebody thinks up some excuses mighty fast, somebody's going to be cellmates in Sing Sing. Now, look...
Always the man of duty, eh, Inspector? By the way, have you identified the corpse?
Sure, it was a punk named Tony Irwin. He was doing a stretch for grand larceny and got let off for good behavior.
I see. And what was Tony Irwin doing here?
Well, obviously his motive was robbery. His body was found lying near the wall safe.
Yeah, and there was a gun lying beside him with one bullet discharged. Look, Bart, come over here.
Yes, Inspector. You better come along, Paul.
Yes, I think I'd better. Your friend, the inspector, has ideas.
And I can guarantee you'll have a lot more before we get much farther in this case. Yes, Inspector?
You see these portieres hanging against the wall?
Yes, I see.
Look like decorations, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Okay, now I swing them out like this. On that crane they're hung on, and what do you see?
Well. A dead man on the floor, a gun beside him, and a small safe fitted into a sort of an alcove.
That's right. Now, when I got here a couple hours ago, things looked exactly as they do now.
Well, and what have you been doing for the past 2 hours, Inspector?
What have I been doing? I've been lining up the suspects. I've been waiting for you. I've been looking for clues.
All right, Inspector. All right. Now, who are your suspects?
Well, Mrs. Arnold admits being right here when it happened.
Now, just a minute, Inspector. Brenda didn't do this. You can't
Keep
say...
your shirt on, Bub. I didn't say she did it. I only said she was a suspect.
How did Brenda happen to be here, Paul?
Well, she came into the room and saw movement behind the curtain and decided to investigate.
What happened?
This Tony, whatever his name is, was tinkering with a safe. Just as Brenda looked behind the curtain, the lights went out. There was a shot. Brenda screamed and ran out of the room.
That's her story.
Now, look here, Dan.
Never mind, Paul. The inspector sounds much worse than he means to.
Oh, is that so?
Inspector,
now,
have you checked the fingerprints on the guns?
That's being done now.
How about the safe?
What about the safe?
Well, if Mrs. Arnold were telling the truth, as you seem to doubt, Inspector, Tony's prints would be on the safe.
Huh. That's right, isn't it? Well, I'll have the boys check.
Good. And tell me, who are your other suspects?
Roberts, the butler, for one.
Why?
He claims he heard Mrs. Arnold talking with someone in here. Just as he opened the door, the lights went off. Roberts says he saw someone standing near the door to the hall across the room. Then the shot came.
Did Robert see where the shots came from?
Yep. He says the guy that was standing near the other door fired it.
But he didn't recognize the other party.
No. He only got a glimpse.
Inspector, why do you suspect Roberts?
Because he must have been lying. That gun right there is the one that killed Irwin.
Oh, you're sure of that, Inspector?
Sure, I'm sure. You know I don't make idle statements, Bart.
No. Whom else do you suspect?
Arnold's sister, Agatha.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Aggie's so scared of firearms, she won't even look at one.
Yeah? And why didn't she call Drake when I asked her to? I'll tell you why, Bub. She's the guilty party, and she knew that if Drake got on the job, he'd prove she was guilty.
Inspector, let's not make idle statements, remember? Paul, it looks to me as though you're the only one that's in the clear in this case.
Yes, and I'm sure I wouldn't be if I hadn't happened to be on a plane coming back from Boston at the time the murder was committed.
Oh?
That checks. I called the airport. A Paul Arnold left on the plane that took off from Boston at 6:30 p.m. He couldn't have gotten here before 9 o'clock, and the murder took place at 7:30 p.m.
Well, thanks for that much, anyhow.
Don't mention it, Bub. We always aim to please.
And stop calling me Bub. Bart, it seems to me your friend the inspector is determined to make a complicated plot out of a purely simple case.
Yeah, well, Bart, it seems to me that your friend Bub Arnold is talking out of turn. What's simple about it, Bub?
Well, anyone with any sense wouldn't ask. This man, Irwin, is an ex-convict, sent up for larceny. Obviously, he came here with the idea of robbing my safe.
Okay, so then what happened?
We already know what happened. Someone shot him.
See what I mean, Bart? Everybody wants to get into the act.
I'm sorry, Paul. The inspector is right.
Thanks.
Why Tony Irwin is here is unimportant. Somebody murdered him. It's the inspector's job to find out who.
Okay, I guess you're right.
The only thing that we're sure of is that you're not the guilty party because you were on that plane.
Well, Brenda isn't guilty either.
I appreciate how you feel, Paul, but still the inspector...
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes, Robert, what is it?
There's a Mr. Harrison on the phone, sir. He'd like to talk to you.
Harrison? I don't know any Harrison. What's he want?
Well, he said something about a ticket, sir.
Oh, yes. Of course. I'll talk to him, Robert.
Very good, sir. If you'll pick up the extension...
No, I'll take it in the library.
Very good.
Excuse me, Bart. I'll be back in a minute.
Take your time, Paul. No hurry.
Harrison, he doesn't know him.
Inspector, what are you doing?
I'm listening in on that conversation over this extension telephone.
Inspector, gentlemen, don't do that sort of thing.
I'm not a gentleman. I'm a cop.
Well, at least keep your hand over the mouthpiece.
I've got my hand over the mouthpiece. Ah.
Something interesting, Inspector?
Yes, something very interesting. Well, I'll be...
Well, Inspector?
But how good a friend of yours is this Paul Arnold?
Why, the best. I've known him for years.
Think he's on the up and up, eh?
Yes, I gamble on it.
That's too bad.
Why?
But I hate to tell you this. Arnold wasn't on the plane.
What do you mean he wasn't on the plane?
That guy Harrison that Arnold was talking to, he used the plane ticket that Arnold bought. He just called to thank Arnold. But Paul Arnold was here in New York at the time Tony Irwin was murdered.
Brenda.
Yes, Paul?
Well, what are you doing?
I'm packing. I'm leaving you, Paul.
Leaving me? Why?
Because I think it'll be best for both of us.
Oh, then you've stopped loving me.
Oh, no, Paul.
Well, what else am I to think?
Well, I'm not very proud of my past, Paul. Among other things, I was a dancer in a burlesque show.
And you're ashamed of it.
Oh, no, I'm not ashamed. I did nothing to be ashamed of.
Then why?
Because I met you, Paul. Because I fell in love with you. Because I wanted so desperately to have you love me. And I knew that Paul Darnell could only fall in love with a lady.
He did.
What?
I said, Paul Arnold did fall in love with a lady. You're that lady.
You're trying to be kind. You're pitying me. I can't stand pity.
Nor I. No, look, Brenda, listen to me. I've known for the last 3 months about your past.
You've known?
Yes, sure. Tony Irwin called on me. He told me all about you, even threatened blackmail.
And you didn't believe him?
Well, I found that everything he told me was true.
But why didn't you tell me, Paul?
Why should I worry the girl I love with something that was completely unimportant?
Oh, Paul.
Oh, there, you poor kid.
Kiss me, Paul. Hold me close. Oh, darling, what a fool I've been.
No such thing. I should have warned you. Irwin waited until things quieted down, then tried his blackmailing stunt on you. That's why I didn't go to Boston. I was worried.
You didn't go to Boston?
No, at the last minute I had a hunch. I gave my ticket to a man named Harrison at the airport. In fact, he just called me on the phone to thank me.
Then you were here when...
When Irwin was shot? Yes. I came in the back way just as the shot was fired.
But you didn't...
Shoot Irwin? No, darling. I didn't get the chance. Someone beat me to it.
Paul, listen to me. Does Barton Drake know that you weren't on the plane?
No, why?
Then you've got to tell him, Paul. If he finds out that you were lying...
Nonsense. Let Bart have his fun.
But it isn't only Drake, Paul. It's Inspector Danson. Oh, Paul, can't you understand how important this is? Drake's clever. He might prove that you...
Brenda, you don't think that I... Oh, darling, come here to me. Listen, Bart's my best friend. Don't worry about him. And even if I did kill Tony Irwin, I've got the best alibi in the world.
Look, Bart. When are you going to give up and admit that your friend Arnold is the guy we want?
Why should I, Inspector?
Why should I, he asked. Because all the evidence we've uncovered points to his guilt. That's why.
What evidence, Inspector?
What evidence? Now, look, Bart, I'm a patient man. You know that.
Yes?
Paul Arnold had a motive. He wasn't on that plane,
And we're keeping that knowledge to ourselves, Inspector. I don't want Paul ever to suspect that we broke his alibi.
Oh, you don't? This isn't a game, you know, Bart. Just because the guy's a good friend
What
of
other
yours.
evidence we the points to Paul's guilt, Inspector?
His sister knows he was here, for one thing. I just talked to her. She admits that's why she didn't do as I asked and call you.
Because she thought that Paul had shot Irwin?
Sure. She didn't want to see her own brother go to the chair.
Oh, Inspector, that's weak. Very weak.
Oh, yeah? Well, there's the gun lying beside the corpse.
From which the fingerprints have been carefully wiped. So far, you haven't mentioned anything that would stand up in court.
Okay. How about the fact that no fingerprints were found on the safe?
Yes, that proves that Mrs. Arnold was lying, doesn't it? She just said she stepped around the curtain and saw Irwin tinkering with the safe.
Yeah, but if you just let me talk to...
You want to see me, sir?
Yes, Robert. Will you ask Mr. and Mrs. Arnold to step down here, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Inspector, what was it that you were about to say?
I was going to say if you just let me talk to Arnold,
You'd sweat it out of him, eh, Inspector?
Well, how are you going to find out if a man is guilty if you don't ask him any questions?
You'll get your chance to ask questions in a very few minutes, Inspector.
I will?
Mm-hmm. As soon as Paul and Brenda get here, I'm going to have the crime reenacted.
That ought to be fun. I can hardly wait.
Now, let's not be sarcastic, Inspector.
I'm not only...
Hello, Paul. Brenda. Come in, please.
Bart, Brenda and I have just had a little talk. There's something we want to tell you.
I'm sorry, Paul, but that'll have to wait. We've something more important to do now.
Wait a minute. If the guy wants to talk, let him.
It's really quite important, Mr. Drake.
I'm sure it is, Brenda, but it'll still have to wait. Inspector, will you ask Roberts to step in here, please?
Now, listen, Bart.
And, Inspector, will you also ask Paul's sister, Agatha, to stand in the doorway to the dining room? That's where she claimed she was when the shot was fired, wasn't it?
Sure, but...
Fine. Hurry along, Inspector. We'll have everything ready by the time you get back.
Okay. Only I'm more used to giving orders than taking them.
Now, Brenda, if you'll stand over there, near the curtains, in the exact spot where you were when the lights went out.
I will. Only if you'll listen to what Paul has to say.
I'm sorry. What Paul has to say will have to wait.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. This may change your whole outlook on the situation.
I'm sorry, that's impossible, too, Paul. Listen, I appeal to you. If Brenda won't cooperate...
She'll cooperate if you weren't so doggone rude.
I'm sorry. There are times when a man in my position has to appear rude.
Not to my wife, you don't.
Whose wife it is doesn't matter.
It does in this case. Now, listen,
All right, Robbie, inside.
Just a minute, Inspector Denton.
Pipe down, Gramp, and do as you're told.
Danton, take your hands off Roberts. He's done nothing.
Well, now, what's happened to the big, happy family I left a few minutes ago?
Never mind the wisecracks, chum. Bart, I thought you were a friend of mine.
Friendship ceases where murder's involved, Paul. Now listen to me, all of you. You're going to do as I say, or Inspector Danton will take the three of you down to headquarters and lock you up.
Now you're talking my language, Bart, old boy.
So this is when I ask a friend to help me out.
Oh, what's the use, Paul? If this is the kind of person Barton Drake is, and what we have to say won't matter anyhow.
Brenda, you're 100% right.
All right. If it's going to make you any happier, what do you want us to do?
Thank you, Paul. Brenda, will you stand over near the curtains, please?
Yes, all right. This is where I was when the shot was fired.
Fine. And where was Irwin standing?
Directly in front of the safe.
How were the curtains arranged?
Well, they were halfway open. About like this.
Thank you. Stay there, please. Now, Roberts, if you'll just stand here in front of this door.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes?
It wasn't near this door that I was standing when I saw the shot fired. It was over there near the library door.
Yes, I remember your saying so. However, if you don't mind, I prefer that you stand here.
Now, look here, Bart. If you think that Roberts had anything to do with Irwin's killing, you're crazy. He's been with me for years.
We'll go into that later, Paul. Inspector, where's Paul's sister, Agatha?
She's out in the hall near the dining room door, bored stiff.
But look here, sir. If it were Miss Agatha, I mean, the dining room door is right behind where I'm standing. I mean...
Well, what do you mean, Roberts? Are you implying that Agatha murdered Tony Irwin?
Oh, no, sir. Of course not.
Then keep quiet.
Say, everyone's getting mad at everyone, aren't they?
Paul, will you go over and stand near the doors of the library, please?
Okay. So now I'm standing here. What am I supposed to do?
Look over towards the curtains. Can you see Brenda standing behind them?
Sure I can. They're half open.
Excellent. All right, Robert. Tony Irwin was supposedly standing in front of the safe, farther back in behind the curtains, when you stepped into the room. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Robert, I want you to raise your hand as though you had a gun in it. Point it in the manner you claim to have seen the figure point it, and fire.
Yes, sir. The figure was standing here. He aimed deliberately. Good heavens.
Well, Robert.
You tricked me.
Look out, he has got a gun in his hand.
Hey, someone turn off the light.
Look out, Agatha. He's coming at you. Which way do we go, Inspector?
Through this door. Come on.
Right.
It's Agatha. He's holding her in front of him.
Stand back or I'll shoot. All right.
Look out, Inspector. You'll hit the girl.
Not me, brother. All right, Roberts. You got one chance. That does it.
You blundering idiot. You hit Agatha.
No, I didn't. I hit Roberts.
Nice work, Inspector. Come on.
Agatha, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Is Robert dead?
Yeah, he's dead, lady. Inspector Danton never misses.
So you knew all the time that it was Roberts, huh, Bart?
No, I only suspected. The thing that puzzled me is the fact that he had no particular motive.
But he did have a motive, Mr. Drake.
Oh?
Roberts knew that Paul and I were happy. He apparently overheard my conversation with Tony Irwin and realized that our happiness was being jeopardized.
Roberts has been in our family for years. He was just being loyal. You know, I wish somehow we could repay the debt.
Well, I think Roberts would feel repaid if he knew how things had turned out.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Oh, Paul.
Oh, no, darling.
Can I say something?
Yes, of course you can, Inspector.
All I want to know is, how did you know that Roberts was it?
Well, that's a fair enough question, Inspector. Roberts said he glimpsed a figure standing in the doorway that led to the hall. He said he saw that figure take deliberate aim and fire.
I get it. Anyone standing in the doorway leading to the hall couldn't see the two people standing behind the curtain.
Ah, that's right, Inspector. Roberts, standing in the doorway of the library, could see them plainly. So he assumed that the figure could see them, too.
Uh-huh. And how did you know that this figure just didn't fire blindly and hit Tony Irwin by mistake?
Oh, Inspector, I'm ashamed of you. Because if he had, there would have been a bullet hole in the curtain. Now, wouldn't there?
Yeah. And there wasn't, was there?
No, there wasn't. By the way, Paul, what was it that you and Brenda were so anxious to tell me a little while ago?
Why, well, Bart, it really doesn't matter now.
No, it isn't important at all.
As a matter of fact, it had something to do with my alibi. Bart, it would kill you if you knew.
It would, huh? Bart, shall we tell him?
Absolutely not, Inspector. I told you I'd like Paul to think that...
I don't mean that.
No, what do you mean?
Tell him, you know what?
Huh?
Maybe they won't think they were so darn smart after all.
Oh, I see what you mean, Inspector, yes. Paul, whenever you think of how you put one over on Barton Drake, just remember that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place one evening last October. It was Indian summer, and I had gone out for a stroll after dining alone at the Lamplighters Club. Suddenly, a young girl rushed up and threw her arms about my neck.
Darling, how are you?
I beg your pardon. Well, after that, I'm sorry I'm not the man you were...
Pretend that you know me. I'm being followed.
Followed? By whom?
He's behind you, leaning against the bank building. Oh, no, don't turn around.
Oh? Well, there's a policeman on the corner. I'll call him.
No. A policeman would only make things worse.
But...
Come, walk along with me. Here, I'll take your arm. He must be convinced that we're old friends.
This is rather an amazing experience. Would you mind telling me your name?
It's Claire Wesley. You've probably heard of my uncle, Howard Wesley.
Howard Wesley?
Yes.
Oh, yes, of course. He recently returned home after being marooned on the South Sea Island for more than 30 years.
Yes, Uncle Howard was the only survivor of the line of Balmoral. He had a most unusual experience.
And what has your uncle's return to do with the man who you believe is following you?
A good deal. Barton Drake.
What? Oh, you know my name.
Oh, yes. Oh, please trust me. I need your help.
Oh?
When Uncle Howard was living on his island, he discovered a buried treasure.
Buried treasure? Now, come, Miss Wesley.
Oh, I'm serious, Mr. Drake. Uncle Howard drew a map. At first we thought, like you, that, well, perhaps he'd only been imagining finding a treasure.
Mm-hmm. And what convinced you otherwise?
Well, he had removed part of the treasure and brought it home with him.
Oh, I see. What type of valuables were they?
Well, a few old coins dated in the 16th century. A brooch and a ring.
You've checked and found them authentic?
Yes. 2 experts have guaranteed their authenticity.
Well. And why exactly do you need my help?
Because someone is trying to steal the map.
Oh.
Ever since the newspaper story was published, men have been coming to the house.
And what makes you think their purpose is to steal the map?
Because of the way Uncle Howard acts. He's terrified half the time, and... Oh, here, this is where I live.
My advice to you, Miss Wesley, is to get in touch with the police immediately.
Oh, but you don't understand. There have been threatening letters. Uncle Howard has been warned that he'll be murdered if he contacts the police.
Miss Wesley, I still don't understand why that
Uncle
would stop
Howard
people...
has been away so long. You see, well, he's afraid of civilization. He's told me he'd destroy the map if it would assure him of a peaceful existence for the rest of his days.
I see. Tell me, are you your Uncle Howard's only heir, Miss Wesley?
No. There I am.
Oh. And naturally, you don't want the map to be...
Yes, you're quite right, Mr. Drake. Naturally, we don't want the map destroyed or stolen. It is worth a small fortune. I don't pretend that we're not interested in that fortune. I'd be a hypocrite to say otherwise.
I admire your frankness, Miss Wesley.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Drake, will you come in and talk to Uncle Howard?
But if your uncle's frightened of people, if he suspects that everyone's attempting to steal his map...
I'll introduce you as my fiancé.
Your fiancé... You tempt me, Miss Wesley.
Then you will come?
How can I refuse? First, I'm accosted and kissed by a beautiful girl. Then asked to be her fiancé. Lead the way.
In the library, Mr. Drake. Uncle Howard's room is just down the hall. I'll call him.
Thank you. Miss Wesley.
Yes?
Since we're supposed to be engaged, couldn't we drop the formalities? Just for appearance's sake, of course.
Why, I suppose so.
Your uncle, I'm sure, would think it's strange to hear his niece referring to the man with whom she's deeply in love as Mr. Drake.
Deeply in... Oh, very well, Barton.
Thank you, Claire.
I'll be back in a moment.
That is interesting. By Jove. Maybe something is the matter after all. I'm coming. Take it easy. Claire, what happened? Good heavens.
It's Uncle Howard. He's been shot. He's dead.
Don't expect me to believe that stuff about buried treasure and maps and shipwrecked millionaires, do you?
I was as amused as you are at first, Inspector.
But now you believe it, eh?
I don't know. A man's been murdered. Apparently, there were no other motives but obtaining possession of the treasure map.
Treasure map. Look, how did this guy happen to be rescued after being lost for 32 years anyhow?
Well, according to the newspaper, Inspector, a fisherman found a sealed bottle on which there was a note written 32 years ago by Howard Wesley, giving the location of his island.
Shades of Captain Kidd. Bart, have you been reading adventure books or something?
You don't believe it, eh, Inspector?
Of course not. Look, have you seen the treasure map or the note that was sealed in the bottle?
Not yet, but I expect you shortly. Oh, Claire, come in. Claire, this is Inspector Noah Denton.
How do you do, Inspector Danton?
Hi. Just a minute. Bart, how long have you and Claire known each other?
Oh, about an hour, Inspector. You see, Claire
An hour, he says. And already he calls her Claire.
I'm trying to explain, Inspector.
Mr. Drake, if you don't mind, I think we'd better forget the fact that we were engaged.
Engaged?
After all, my uncle is dead.
Yes, I know. However...
Oh, please, Mr. Drake, I'd rather not discuss it.
Very well, Miss Wesley, but I really can't believe your grief over your uncle's death is very sincere.
I beg your pardon?
After all, you've known your uncle for less than a month.
But
According to the story, he disappeared 32 years ago. Are you, 32 years old, Miss Wesley?
Of course not.
Which means that he disappeared several years before you were born.
Say, that's right, isn't it?
I'm afraid, Miss Wesley, that the bond of affection that you feel toward your Uncle Howard is based on something much more practical than deep human emotion.
I see. Very well, Mr. Drake. Since that's the way you feel, I'll have to ask you to leave.
Whoa, just a minute, lady. Drake stays. There's been a murder, remember?
I don't care if there has. Mr. Drake was working for me.
And now he's working for me. Go ahead, Bart. Ask your question.
Thank you, Inspector. I'm sorry, Miss Wesley. Is that the map of the buried treasure you're holding?
Yes. If you care to look at it.
Thank you.
And now, if you don't mind, I'll go. Unless I'm to consider myself under arrest.
Now, look, young lady, we haven't got time to fool around with injured pride and that sort of
Now,
thing.
wait a minute, Inspector. Miss Wesley, did you find the note that was taken from the sealed bottle?
Find it? Why, I think it's in my purse. Oh, yes, here it is.
Thank you.
In her purse, she carries it.
Well, is there something wrong with that? And Judd copied it off of the newspapers, and I put the note back in my purse. Well, how can you possibly
Who's
think...
Judd?
He's my half-brother. Why?
Just asking. What's the note say, Bart?
I'll read it, Inspector. Whoever finds this, please have the authorities broadcast by radio my location. It's somewhere near 18 degrees south latitude and 175 degrees west longitude.
Long ways away. Now, go ahead, Bart.
I'm the sole survivor of the liner Balmoral, wrecked 4 months after leaving New York. I shall go mad unless soon rescued. We'll try and hold out until help arrives. Signed, Howard Wesley.
It doesn't tell us anything. I read the same thing in the newspapers a month ago.
Yes, so did I, Inspector. Miss Wesley, if your uncle valued his treasure map so much, how was it that you were able to put your hand on it immediately?
Uncle Howard valued my confidence also, Mr. Drake.
Oh, so. Then he told you where the map was hidden.
Yes.
Did Judd Graham also know the hiding place?
Of course. However, Judd is inclined to disbelieve Uncle Howard's story of the buried treasure.
Well, it's nice to know that someone's being smart in this deal.
Oh, well. You still discredit the story of the buried treasure, eh, Inspector?
Sure I do. Why, doggone it.
Why, Inspector?
Why what?
Why do you discredit the story?
Because it doesn't make sense.
No?
Now, look, this is the room where Howard Wesley was found murdered, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, look around. Everything's in order, nothing touched, no drawers open, no rugs pulled up, nothing.
Well?
If the guy who murdered Wesley was looking for the buried treasure map, he'd have turned the place upside down.
You're forgetting, Inspector, that the map was hidden in another room. Miss Wesley just brought it to us.
Okay. How about it, Miss Wesley? Was the other room ransacked?
Why, no. As a matter of fact, it wasn't.
There, I guess that proves my point. I'm not dumb, you know, Bart.
You certainly are, Inspector. Your reasoning in this particular instance was most logical.
Well, thanks, Bart. It seems nice to have you agree with me.
I'm sorry, Inspector, but I don't agree with you.
Huh?
I think that the person who murdered Howard Wesley believes there is a buried treasure. I believe his motive for murder was to secure possession of that map. I also believe that the murderer will return here within 24 hours.
Hello, Betty.
Well, Judd Graham, where have you been?
I got here as quickly as I could.
Quickly as you could? That's a lie. You've been drinking. You stopped at Tony's.
Oh, Betty, listen to
Take
me.
your hands off me. I told you what the deal was going to be. Well, did you get the map?
Oh, be reasonable, Betty. I did what you told me. I tried to find it.
Oh, Judd. And you promised.
I know I promised, and I'll keep the promise. Believe me, I will.
How can I believe you now?
Oh, Betty, listen to me. The map's around the house somewhere. It's got to be.
You've been saying that for a month. Well, what if someone else finds it first?
Oh, how can they? Claire and I are the only ones allowed in the house.
But Claire might...
Oh, that's nonsense. Even if Claire did know where Uncle Howard had hidden the map, she wouldn't steal it.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. Claire... Well, Claire isn't that kind of girl.
Oh, I see. Then you think that I am.
No, I don't think that at all. I think you're the most wonderful girl in the world.
Do you, Judd?
You know I do.
Judd.
Yes, Betty?
Love me?
Yes, I love you so much, I sometimes think I'll go mad.
Darling, kiss me.
Betty, you will go away with me, won't you?
Well, of course I will, Judd, darling. And we're going to be terribly happy together. Only...
Yes. Only you want me to get the map.
But, darling, don't you see we haven't any money? It wouldn't be any fun without money, and, well, so many people would pay us for the map.
Okay. I'll try again.
Well, you don't want to.
Oh, I do, Betty, I do. I said I would, didn't I?
It didn't sound very convincing. You don't seem to care what I want.
Oh, Betty, stop talking like that. You know that's all I care about.
Well...
I'll get the map for you, Betty. If it's what you want, I'll get it. Even if I have to kill Uncle Howard.
I must say, Mr. Drake, I'm not much impressed with your method of solving a murder.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Wesley. What would you suggest I do?
Oh, I don't know, I'm sure, but I'm not a detective. If I were, I'd certainly do more than merely sit around waiting for the murderer to put in an appearance.
Then you don't think he will?
Certainly not. That story about a criminal returning to the scene of his crime is a fallacy.
Is it really?
Well, very well. Laugh at me. But I've read a dozen times where that theory's been exploded.
I'm not laughing, Miss Wesley. Furthermore, I've read the same thing.
But, of course, being Barton Drake, you're going to prove that the authorities are wrong.
I'm going to attempt to. I can tell you better what my chances of success are after Inspector Danton has completed his search of the house.
And just what does Inspector Danton expect to find as the result of his search?
I don't know. Possibly he thinks the murderer might be lurking in some dark closet ready to pop out at us.
I'm not amused, Mr. Drake.
No? Well, then perhaps you'd like to accompany me on an errand I have to do.
Well, under the
My
circumstances...
destination is a reference room of the Morning Ledger.
But I don't believe that
I'm quite sure I can show you something of interest, Miss Wesley.
I see. You're not asking me to go. You're demanding.
Oh, come, Miss Wesley.
You suspect me of murdering my uncle. All right. I'm your prisoner.
But a very charming prisoner. Will you get your hat, please? Let me see now. September 5th. September 6th. Here we are, Saturday, September 8th.
If you're looking for the account of my uncle's rescue, it's on page 7.
Thank you, Miss Wesley. Page 7. Here it is. Lost millionaire rescued after 32 years on South Sea Island.
Do you no good to read the entire account, Mr. Drake? You'll find that everything I've told you is true.
Are you bored, Miss Wesley?
Well, I've had more exciting times.
Miss Wesley, you are a very charming prisoner.
Your flattery is wasted, Mr. Drake.
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me, please. Howard Wesley, millionaire, who was believed drowned from his yacht at Balmoral. Well, what do you know about that? So, Mr. Wesley's taken up temporary residence with his niece, Miss Claire Wesley, at her home on Clock Street.
I suppose by that, you mean to imply that you've made a great discovery.
Indeed, I do, Miss Wesley.
Well, what, for goodness sake?
For one thing, I'm surprised to learn that your uncle was picked up in a small boat which he had manufactured himself.
How remarkable. The fact that Uncle Howard manufactured a boat of his own gives Barton Drake a clue to the identity of his murderer.
Yes, it's amazing, isn't it, Miss Wesley? Well, let's go back to the house. Inspector Danton will be getting impatient.
Well, here we are, Betty. You wait outside
Oh,
and I'll...
nothing doing. This time I'm going to see to it that you really look for that map.
Yeah, but Claire might be home
Well, I
and
hope she is. Time I met that sister of yours. Say, you're not ashamed to introduce me to her, are you?
Of course not. I want you to meet her, darling. Only...
Only what?
Nothing. Come along.
Why did you ring the bell?
Well, if Claire's home, I don't want to go barging in on her unannounced.
Well, no one's answered the bell. Have you got a key?
Yes, I've got one.
No one here could have heard us before now.
I guess you're right.
Well, where's your uncle's room?
Come with me.
You're sure he keeps the map in the house?
Oh, yes, he wouldn't trust it anywhere else. This is Uncle Howard's room here.
Well, at least he doesn't keep his door locked.
Well, it wouldn't do him any good. The keys to all the rooms are the same.
Nobody here.
Uncle Howard and Claire probably went out together. They usually do at this time of day.
Well, come on, let's get started.
Well, you begin at the bureau, and I'll go through his desk.
Okay. Hey, what does the map look like anyway?
Oh, it's just an ordinary piece of paper.
All right, you two, get your hands up.
Say, what is this? Who the devil are you?
Santa Claus. Now, do you get your hands
Don't
up?
do it, Judd. He's after the map. Go and get him.
Yeah, get him. How about it, Bub? Are you going to take the babe's advice or mine? I got the gun, you know.
Well, what is it you want? If it's the map, you're wasting your time.
Bob, in just a second, I'm going to waste a bullet.
Oh, don't believe him, Judd. He wouldn't dare shoot.
Lady, it looks like you're asking me to plug holes in your boyfriend.
All right. I've got my hands up. Now, what am I supposed to do?
You're supposed to tell this babe to shut up, for one thing.
Oh, don't listen to him, Judd. He's going to try and make you tell where the map is.
Lady, if you don't button up your lip,
Tell him who you are, Judd. Tell him you live here. Tell him...
Live here?
Well, of course he lives here. Who do you think you are, breaking into honest people's houses? You're just a...
Now, wait a minute. Bub, is your name Judd Graham?
Well, of course he's Judd Graham. You knew he was all the time. Now get out of here before we call the police.
Oh, shut up.
I won't shut up. You won't make me shut up. I know why you're here.
Why?
What?
I said why?
What?
Now, just a minute, Betty. For heaven's sake, calm down. There's nothing we could do so long as he has the gun.
Bub, you're smart. Now, look.
What's that?
Don't get excited. It's only Drake.
Drake? Who's he?
You'll see in a minute. Hey, Bart. Bart. Down here.
Coming, Inspector. Well, what have we here?
A talking machine and a guy who says his name is Judd Graham.
A couple of cops. Judd, what in the world has happened?
Perhaps you can tell us, Claire. If this man is a friend of yours, I wish you asked him to point that gun the other way.
But why is he pointing it at you at all? Doesn't he know who you are? Sure, he knows who we are. We just told him, but the big flatfoot hasn't got any sense.
One more crack out of you, lady, and I'll...
You
Just
what?
a minute, please. Inspector, whom did you think these two people were?
How should I know? They come sneaking in here, began poking around. I figured they were looking for the map.
The map? Oh, then it's all a mistake. Judd wouldn't have to look for the map. He knows as well as I where Uncle Howard kept it. What was that?
Now, just a minute, Betty.
Why, you double-crossing, two-timing chiseler. What kind of a sucker do you think you're playing me for?
Oh, Betty, listen. You've got to listen. I didn't know. Honest, Claire only thought I did.
Oh, Judd, that's not so. Oh, the lousy tricks. Hey, I'm getting out of here.
Just a minute.
Get out of my way, Breaker, Jake, or whatever your name is.
Inspector.
Yeah, it'll be a pleasure. All right, lady, relax.
Keep your hands off of you. If Betty wants to leave, she can.
Says who?
Oh, Mr. Drake, will you please explain what this is all about? It's Judd's business if he wants to bring his girls to the house.
Yes, but it's not Judd's business when there's a crime involved.
A crime? What the devil are you talking about?
In a minute, I'll explain, Graham. Tell me, was it really the map you were looking for, or this slip of paper?
What slip of paper? Where did you get that?
Your sister gave it to me. She had it in her purse ever since you copied it off and gave the story to the newspapers.
But that's only the note that Uncle Howard wrote and placed in the sealed bottle. But Judd...
Do you want to tell her, Judd?
Why,
Naturally, you don't. But suppose you tell me why you pretended to this young lady that you'd been searching for the map. Or shall I tell you?
Yeah, you tell us, smart guy.
Frankly, I can only guess. Judd, are you in love with Betty?
Well, Yes, I am.
I thought so. Up until she read about your uncle's treasure map, Betty wouldn't marry you. Is that correct?
That's none of your business.
But I'm making it my business for a very definite reason, Judd. When Betty read about the treasure map, she asked you to get it. She figured it would be worth considerable money. She threatened to break your engagement if you didn't get it.
Now, look here, Drake,
I'm
you
still
can't...
only guessing, Graham. You can deny my statements anytime you like.
Oh, what's the use? Sure, you're right. I told Betty I'd get her the map. I didn't want to lose it.
But you never found the map, even though you knew where it was all the time. Instead, you kept searching for this note.
Yes, that's
but
right.
But why, Judd? Why?
I'll answer that, Miss Wesley. Judd knew the map was worthless. He knew there wasn't any treasure. He knew that unless he found and destroyed the note, which your uncle allegedly wrote, someone would reveal the hoax and his girlfriend would lose interest.
Hoax? What do you mean, hoax?
I'm sorry, Miss Wesley. The man who told you he was your uncle was an imposter. He was never shipwrecked. In fact, I doubt if he was ever out of the city.
Well, now, isn't that just dandy? So Uncle Howard made chumps out of the whole bunch of us, huh? Well, okay, so we lose. Anyway, we're still alive, and that's something.
What do you mean we're still alive, miss?
Well, we are, aren't we? And that old coot...
Go on.
Nothing. I wasn't going to say anything.
On the contrary, you were going to say that old coot was dead.
I wasn't. I don't know what you're talking
I'm
about.
afraid you do, miss. How did you know that Uncle Howard was dead?
Well, I didn't. Hey, you're not going to pin this on me. Let me out of here. You're not going to...
Hold her, Inspector.
Don't worry. She won't get away. Relax, lady. You've got nothing to worry about. You're only under arrest for committing first-degree murder. I guess we cleaned that one up pretty fast, eh?
Yes, I guess we did, Inspector.
You know, Uncle Howard wasn't so dumb at that.
You're quite right, Inspector. He planned his hoax skillfully and nearly succeeded in fooling everyone.
Yeah. If he'd sold that map, he'd have been set for life.
He certainly would.
Too bad for him that the babe decided to come looking for the map herself, got caught, and had to shoot good old Uncle Howard.
Yes, a pity, Inspector.
The thing is, Uncle Howard fooled everyone but Drake, eh?
You're quite wrong, Inspector. Judd Graham wasn't fooled for a minute.
Is that so?
Very much so, Inspector. It was Judd, you know, who gave the story of the sealed note to the newspapers.
Well?
Well, when Judd copied off the note for him, he omitted one phrase.
One phrase?
Yes.
What is that?
He omitted the phrase that said, "Whoever finds this, please have the authorities broadcast by radio my location as somewhere near 18 degrees south latitude and 175 degrees west longitude."
No such location, eh?
No such thing as a radio 32 years ago, Inspector.
Well, I'll be a cross-eyed goose. Say...
Yes, Inspector.
Where are you going?
Well, if you'll pardon me, Inspector, I'm going to find Claire.
So, it's Claire again. What do you want to see her for?
I want to explain to her, Inspector, in a negative sort of way, that among other things, mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. I'd received an urgent request by a Mr. Tracy Winthrop to visit him at his home on the Hudson. My interest was aroused because of certain enclosures contained in the letter. So I called Inspector Danton, and we started north late that evening. Now, here we are. I'll ring the bell.
Stop. Jumping Judas. What's that?
There's someone over there in the shadows.
He who rings that bell is doomed.
Hey, Bart, that sounds like a voice from the grave.
Oh, stop using your imagination, Inspector. Hello? Is someone there?
This is the house of doom. Enter not or you die.
That's straight from the shoulder talk, Bart. Well, let's set a knot.
Keep quiet, Inspector. Hello? We're looking for Mr. Tracy Winthrop.
I thought I heard voices out here. Was there something you wanted?
Yes. Are you Tracy Winthrop? I'm Barton Drake.
Drake? Well, I didn't expect you until tomorrow. Yes, I'm Tracy Winthrop. Come in, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Winthrop. There was someone there at the end of the porch who spoke to us. We're curious to know who it was.
Someone spoke to you?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, just a minute. I'll turn on the light. There. Well, the porch seems to be empty, Mr. Drake.
Yes, it does. That's odd.
Odd? It's downright impossible. Look, Mr. Winthrop, both of us heard a voice. Really? I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh, excuse me. This is my assistant, Noah Danton. Noah, Mr. Tracy Winthrop.
Nice to know you, Inspector Danton. I've read a lot about you.
Inspector, look. How did you know I'm Inspector Danton? Barton, I thought...
Oh, come now, Inspector. When I asked Barton Drake to take my case, I hardly expected him to arrive without you. After all, it's a well-known fact that Mr. Drake considers you indispensable.
Well, now, Bart, did you hear what the man said?
I certainly did, Inspector, and he's 100% correct.
Well. I always thought...
Now, if you gentlemen are convinced there are no spooks lurking here on the porch, will you step inside, please?
Yes, thank you.
But look, that voice...
The wind plays peculiar tricks at Hurricane Manor, Inspector. Often we mistake its howling for the whispering of voices.
Whispering? By golly.
Step into my study, please. This is the only room in the house that's soundproof, so we can feel quite free to talk without being overheard. I'll turn on the lights.
Hey, Bart, are we nuts, or did we hear a voice out there on the porch?
Of course we did, Inspector, but for the time being, I think we'd better pretend it was the wind.
There we are. Now, sit down, gentlemen, and make yourselves comfortable.
Thank you.
Say, it's kind of nice in here, isn't it?
Well, it's the only room in the house I've been allowed to fix up to suit my own tastes, Inspector.
Allowed to fix up? I thought you were...
Yes, I know. You thought that being a millionaire, I would be master of my own home. Unfortunately, I'm the victim of circumstances.
Oh, what kind of circumstances, Mr. Winthrop?
Women.
Women?
Yes. 2 nieces and a stepdaughter. One of them is planning on murdering me.
That's a pleasant outlook. What does one of them want to murder you for?
My money, naturally. You see, in my will, I've left everything to my stepdaughter, Lucy.
Mm-hmm. And you think it's Lucy who's planning your murder?
Oh, no. Why should she? Lucy has no way of knowing that she's my heir.
So, do your nieces?
I think they suspect. Mr. Drake, I'd like to appoint you as Lucy's guardian.
What?
Well, that's a new one. How old is Lucy, Mr. Winthrop?
20. She's very attractive.
I'm sorry, Mr. Winthrop. Acting as guardian to an attractive girl is a little out of my line.
Please hear me out, Mr. Drake. Lucy is, shall we say, not a very strong character. She's rather shy and retiring. As soon as I'm dead, My 2 nieces are going to try and influence her to turn my fortune over to them.
You seem very matter-of-fact about all this, Mr. Winthrop.
Cold-blooded murder isn't something that should be spoken of so lightly.
I'm sorry, but being practical in this case is being smart. I know I'm close to that. I want Lucy's interest protected after I'm gone by someone of good sense. That's why I've taken legal steps to make you her guardian, Mr. Drake.
I'm afraid you took too much for granted when you assumed I'd accept the guardianship of your stepdaughter, Mr. Winthrop.
On the contrary, I rather think you will like the idea. I believe it appeals to you because it smacks of danger.
Danger? What's dangerous about playing nursemaid to a 20-year-old babe?
I explained all that in my letter to Mr. Drake, Inspector. That's why he indicated his willingness to do what I asked by cashing the check I enclosed.
Now, wait a minute. Just what did you explain in the letter?
Explained, Inspector, that there was a possibility of my being murdered.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Why is there a chance of Bart being murdered?
Because, Inspector, after I'm gone and it becomes known that Mr. Drake is Lucy's legal guardian, somebody's going to try and dispose of him.
I don't believe it. Those things only happen in books. Now,
Leave this house, Barton Drake, or you die.
Good heavens, what's that?
it's the voice of death. Where'd it come from, anyway?
Behind you, Inspector.
Behind me. I don't see.
This is the house of doom. Leave before it's too late.
It didn't come from behind me. It came from over there.
It couldn't have. This room is absolutely soundproof.
Tell me, is this the first time you've heard the voice, Mr. Winthrop?
Yes, it is. I can't imagine what its meaning is or how it's possible for us to hear it in this room.
Maybe it's the whispering of the wind.
Is that what you meant when you said you heard a voice out on the porch?
Yes. Are you convinced now that we weren't imagining things, Mr. Winthrop?
Yes, I am. That was a real voice, though inhuman sounding. Drake, this could mean the beginning of the end for me.
Why? What's the voice got to do with you? It was Bart the guy was talking about.
But don't you see? Somehow they've learned that Drake is here. Perhaps they know that I've appointed him Lucy's guardian. They're trying to frighten him away.
I think you're partly right, Mr. Winthrop.
Good Lord, listen to that.
Sounds like the voice of death got it herself.
Yes. I think we'd better find out where that came from right now, Mr. Winthrop. Will you lead the way, please?
But the voice was right here in this room.
Obviously, that's incorrect, since we can see every section of this room. No, I think if we look carefully, we'll find a loudspeaker attached somewhere and a microphone in some other part of the house.
Say, that could be the answer, couldn't it?
It must be the answer, Inspector. Well, Mr. Winthrop.
All right, come along. We'd better search the bedrooms first. The stairs are at the end of the hall. I'll switch on the lights as we go along.
Stop. Death lurks at the top of the stairs. Beware.
The guy must have a walkie-talkie. That came from over there. Under the stairs.
There's nothing under the stairs. You can see there isn't.
Mr. Winthrop, where's the switch that'll turn on the lights at the top of the stairs?
Right there on the wall beside you.
Oh, yes, fine. I'll turn it on. You'd better get out your gun, Inspector.
I've had it out for 5 minutes. Go ahead, switch on the light.
Good heavens.
That's jumping Judas. What happened? The lights are out. It's pitch dark.
Must be a sort of circuit. Mr. Winthrop. Inspector.
Yeah, I'm right here. Hey, Mr. Winthrop. Oh, looks like the old boy's left us. He was right there when... Okay. What's going on?
Get out your flashlight, Inspector.
Okay. Hey, will you dirty...
What's the matter?
Someone knocked the light out of my hand.
Well, pick it up.
Okay. I gotta find it first. Doggone it. I can't see a thing.
Wait a minute, Inspector. I'll light a match.
What is that?
Someone went through that door at the end of the hall. Here's a match. There's your flashlight over against the wall.
All right. Yeah, I got it. Now I can see something. Jumping Judas spot. Look.
Yes. I see it. Winthrop's body.
His body? Do you mean...
Look at his neck, Inspector. There's a strand of wire knotted around it. He's been strangled.
My golly. Let me take a look. Yeah, you're right, Bart. He's dead. Murdered right under our noses.
Yes, and quite cleverly, too. That wire had been fashioned into a noose before the...
Look.
I see.
Here comes the babe with a candle.
Well, gentlemen, you seem to have done rather a thorough job of murdering Uncle Tracy.
Murdering him? Us? Now, look, lady.
You're Inspector Danton, are you not? And this tall gentleman must be Barton Drake.
That's right. And who are you, please?
I? Don't you know? Well, I'm Lucy. Tracy Winthrop was my stepfather.
You're Lucy. And Winthrop must have been giving us a runaround. There's nothing shy and retiring about you.
In the face of death, Inspector Danton, even the shy and retiring are strong. And then, of course, I'm crazy.
Crazy?
Yes. Didn't Father tell you? Oh, yes, I'm crazy. I start staring mad. Cousin Mona.
What are you laughing at? Who turned off the light?
It's Father Tracy, Mona. He's been murdered.
Murdered? What are you talking about? I knew I shouldn't have left that girl alone. Lucy, who are these two men?
I don't know, Cousin Mona. I found them standing here over Father Tracy's dead body.
Good heavens. He's been strangled.
That's right, Miss Evans. You are Miss Evans, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Mona Evans. Who are you? What are you doing here? And who's this other man?
Danton is the name, ma'am. Inspector. Homicide.
Inspector? Then that's why you're here, because Uncle was murdered. Tell me, how did you know? He was alive an hour ago. This is all so confusing. Won't someone kindly explain what it's all about?
They killed him. I saw them. I was standing right there in the doorway.
Oh, hush up, Lucy. Policemen don't go around killing people. Now go back to your room.
But I
Go
saw...
back to your room, I say.
All right, Cousin Mona.
Cousin Mona. She's no more my cousin than the man in the moon. Now that Uncle Tracy's dead, I'll have her committed to a home.
You seem rather pleased that your Uncle Tracy is dead, Miss Evans.
Naturally. Helen and I stand to inherit his entire fortune. Why shouldn't we be?
Helen?
She's my sister.
Oh.
We'll share Uncle Tracy's fortune equally.
Where's this Helen now?
She's up in Maine visiting the family of the fiancé. Oh, dear, what a mess this is. I suppose you men are going to insist that Uncle Tracy was murdered?
Yeah. That wire wasn't put around his neck for comfort. Furthermore, we're going to find out who murdered him.
How annoying. Well, I suppose it can't be helped. How long do you think it'll take?
Well, that depends on how cooperative you are, Miss Evans. By the way, who's that standing over there in the doorway?
Where? Oh, that's Grace, our maid. What is it, Grace?
Is something wrong, Miss Mona? The lights went
No,
off.
there's nothing wrong at all, Grace. Mr. Winthrop has been murdered, that's all.
Murdered?
Yes, but don't worry. These gentlemen are here to find out who did it. You can go now.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Grace.
Yes, ma'am?
Miss Lucy will be leaving us tomorrow. You can help pack her things.
Leaving? Miss Lucy?
Yes. That's all, Grace.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Evans.
Yes.
I dislike disillusioning beautiful women, but I'm afraid you're taking too much for granted.
Oh?
In the first place, you are our number one suspect.
The idea.
In the second place, you are not the one of the heirs to your uncle's estate. He left everything to Lucy.
Nonsense. I've seen the will, and it's properly...
In the
written.
third place, I've been appointed Lucy's legal guardian, and I don't believe she's crazy.
That's ridiculous. Of course she's crazy. She's been crazy for years. Helen and I can prove it.
And I can prove something, too, Miss Evans. I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt who it was who murdered your uncle.
Convinced that there aren't any loudspeakers or microphones here in Winthrop's study?
Yes, Inspector. I'm afraid I'll have to admit defeat on that score.
So the voice of doom really does come out of the spirit world, eh?
In fact, your sense of dramatics sometimes proved to be the most ridiculous... Oh, hello, Miss Evans. Come in.
Mr. Drake, if you're so positive who murdered my uncle, why are you going to all this trouble to collect evidence, as you call it?
Knowing a person is guilty of murder and proving it are two different things, Miss Evans.
And Drake doesn't go around putting the finger on people unless he can prove their guilt, lady, so you might as well quit playing hard to get along with.
Oh, all right. What do you want me to do?
First, I'd like to see your uncle's will, the one in which he names you and your sister Helen as his heirs.
I see. You doubt that such a will exists. Very well, I'll show it to you. Uncle Tracy made no secret of it. He kept the will here in his desk drawer. Yes, here it is in the folder. Look it over, Mr. Drake.
Thank you. This is rather extraordinary. A will and handwriting.
Uncle Tracy was an extraordinary man. The fact that the will is in his handwriting proves it's authentic.
It might, if that's Winthrop's handwriting.
Don't be absurd, Inspector. Of course it's Uncle Tracy's handwriting. A dozen people can and will swear to it.
Tell me, is this the only will that your uncle ever made, Miss Evans?
No. A long time ago, before Lucy became deranged, he made another, naming her as heir.
Mm-hmm. And where's that will now?
I suppose that Attorney Scott Rowland has it in his office. But don't get any ideas. The will you have in your hand outdates the other by month. It's properly witnessed and otherwise quite in order. Now, what else would you like to know, Mr. Drake?
Oh, quite a few things. First of all, the inspector and I would like to search your bedroom.
My bedroom?
Yes. Then we'd like to examine the cellar.
The cellar? What an unusual request. Mr. Drake, Are you quite sure you know what you're doing?
Oh, very sure, Miss Evans. Furthermore, I'm quite sure that you know what I'm doing, too. Come along, Inspector. Here we are, Inspector. This must be the room.
Yep. I don't know what you expect to find in the babe's bedroom, but hey.
Well, this is something I didn't expect to find. Were you looking for something, Grace?
I was just cleaning up, sir.
That's a good one. You always start cleaning up by looking inside of desk drawers?
I don't know what you mean.
What's that you're trying to hide behind you, Grace?
It's nothing. Really, it isn't. It's nothing at all.
No, let's see here.
Oh, please. I didn't mean to steal anything.
Well, a book. Now, what the
May
heck?
I see it for a minute, Inspector?
Sure, it's nothing but an ordinary book.
No, it's quite a lot more than an ordinary book. It's Mona Evans' personal diary. Grace, what did you want with this diary?
Oh, I didn't steal it. I didn't. I was only going to dust it off.
Dust it off. But when this babe cleans up a room, she really cleans it, opens drawers.
I suppose you know that people who steal are sent to jail, Grace.
Oh, I wish you would send me to jail. I wish you would. I hate it here. Hate it. Are you really policeman?
Really, policeman? Now, look, lady, this is the first time anyone ever asked me that question.
Why are you so anxious to know if we're really policemen, Grace?
Because if you are, there's something I must tell you.
This is the House of Doom. All who come here must die.
There it is again. The voice. I know that I'll be next. They told me I would if I...
If you what, Grace?
I can't tell. I can't. I'll die if I do. They said I would.
Who said you would?
She did. The voice. She said that Mr. Winthrop would die, and then she said I would. Oh, I'm so frightened.
No. There's no need to be frightened, Grace. You're not going to die.
I am. I know I am. I'm so afraid.
No. Inspector and I'll take you to your quarters, Grace, and you can lock yourself in your room until we get back.
Where are you going?
Down in the cellar. And when we return, we'll have the voice of doom with us.
What are we stopping here in the kitchen for? I thought we were going down and trap the voice of doom.
Let me see.
Hey, Bart.
Oh, yes, Inspector. We are going down and trap the voice of doom. But first I want to check through this diary.
Why? You expect to find a confession of murder there?
No. Miss Evans couldn't have had time to record the murder since it only occurred an hour ago. Be reasonable, Inspector.
Okay, then what are you looking for?
A confession of murder, Inspector.
A confession? Now, wait a minute, Bart.
All right, Inspector. I found what I wanted. Get out your flashlight and let's go. Looks rather forbidding down there, doesn't it?
There's a light switch on the wall. No light?
No, I didn't expect there would be, did you, Inspector? Someone in this household is mighty handy with electric wires. Point your flashlight down the stairs, Inspector.
What are we looking for? That's what I want to know.
We're looking for the door to the furnace room, Inspector. Yes, this is it, all right.
Furnace? What are you going to do, start a fire?
We might have to smoke out the voice of doom at that.
Well, there's no furnace in here.
No. Appears to be nothing but a storeroom.
Hey, someone shut the door.
Not only shut it, but locked it.
Why, the dirty... Hey, open this door, open it!
No use, Inspector. Whoever locked us in here intended that we should stay.
So the great Barton Drake stepped into my little trap.
Where'd that come from? That grating up near the ceiling, I think, Inspector. It's an air duct from a furnace.
From the furnace?
Yes. This house is heated with a hot air system, Inspector, which means that there are one or more registers in each room. Now, any sound made inside the unlighted furnace would produce a hollow intonation which could be heard throughout the building.
So that's where the voice of doom came from, eh?
There's no doubt about it, Inspector.
How very clever you are, Barton Drake. You fool. You were warned. Now you must die.
Die, she says. What's she going to do, scare us to death?
Nothing so naive, Inspector Danton. Listen.
Hey, that sounds like escaping gas.
Inspector, that is escaping gas. It's coming through that air duct.
Well, of all the corny gimmicks. Hey, shut up the gas before I... Before
you what, Inspector?
Don't waste your breath talking, Inspector. You need all you have before we get out of this one. Pull that box over here.
Box, what for? What are you going to do?
I'm going to stand on it and stuff my coat into that air duct. Hurry now.
Okay. Stuffing up that hole isn't going to keep all the gas from getting in here. I'm beginning to feel lightheaded already. But we're doomed.
Nonsense. There we are. That'll keep most of the gas out. All right, Inspector. Start shooting.
Shooting? Shooting at what?
The lock, of course. 2 or 3 slugs should ruin it completely.
Oh, say, that's a good idea. Funny I never thought of it.
Well, hurry up.
Okay. Here goes. That ought to do it.
Better. I am beginning to feel lightheaded.
Okay, Bart. Come on, it's open.
Fine. Keep your flashlight handy, Inspector. The voice of doom must be somewhere nearby, and we're going to find her.
There's a door over there. Maybe...
Shh. Listen.
What'd you hear?
I'm not sure. Come over this way.
Hey, Bart, look.
As I said, behind that barrel. Come on, Inspector.
No, you don't, sister. Stay right where you are.
Grab her, Inspector.
I'll grab her all I can. Hear you.
Let me alone. Let me alone.
But Judas, it's Lucy.
Yes. Shy and retiring little Lucy.
You let me alone. You can't arrest me. I'm crazy. And everybody knows I'm crazy.
You're telling us?
What's going on down there? Lucy?
Mona. Help! Help!
I'm afraid your cousin Mona won't be of much help, Lucy.
There she comes, and the maid's with her.
Lucy, what happened? What's all this shooting about?
I think you know what the shooting was about, Mona.
Oh, I do.
Tell him I'm crazy, Mona. Tell him I'm not responsible for what I do.
Before you answer that, Mona, let me tell you something.
Well?
In the first place, I'm going to ask Inspector Danton to arrest you for being an accomplice in the murder of your Uncle Tracy Winthrop.
You what?
And in the second place, I'm going to ask the inspector to arrest this young lady here as the actual murderess.
Wait a minute, Barty. You mean you want me to arrest this one?
That's right, Inspector.
But this is Lucy. She's the old man's stepdaughter. Oh, so she's crazy.
I'm afraid you're wrong, Inspector. She's not crazy. In fact, she's not even Lucy.
Huh? What was that, by?
The young lady's name, Inspector, is Helen. She's Mona's sister. And this girl here who's been posing as a maid is Lucy. Isn't that right, young lady?
I'm not supposed to...
Shut up, you. If you open your mouth, I'll...
You won't do anything. Stand back and let the girl talk. Go on, miss.
All right. I'll tell you. They threatened to kill me if I did, but now that Father's gone, I don't care anymore. I'm Lucy. They made me pretend I was the maid. They killed Father. They've been planning...
You little wretch. I told you I'd kill you, and I will.
Put down that gun, Mona. Inspector.
Yeah, I got it. All right, lady. Take it easy.
Let go of me. Let go of me.
Mr. Drake.
Oh, yes, Grace.
You can call me Lucy now. That's my real name.
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. What was it you wanted, Lucy?
Are you and Inspector Danton leaving now?
Yes, we are. But don't you worry. You'll be all right. There's no one around to bother you now.
But I thought...
Yes?
Well, if Father appointed you my guardian, I mean... Well, I hate being left alone and...
Yes, I see what you mean. It wouldn't be quite right to leave you here all alone, would it?
Well, tomorrow I could go to Ann Fulton's house. Ann's my best friend, and they want me to live with them. And...
Okay, Bart, we're all set. Those 2 babes are taken care of, and I drove the car all the way up the hill. Say, what's the matter?
Inspector, I was wondering...
Oh, you don't have to brag. I caught on to the gimmick almost as soon as you did. It was the book.
Book? What book, Inspector?
The one with the writing in it. The diary that the young miss here was trying to steal.
Oh.
Hey, by the way, what did you want to steal it for, miss?
Well, you see, Inspector, I knew that Mona had been practicing Father's handwriting for months. I also knew she kept a diary, so I reasoned that the more accurate she became in writing like Father, the more the entry she made in the diary would resemble his hand.
Say, you're pretty smart. You figured it right. The last entries in the diary were written in exactly the same hand as that phony will.
And that meant that Mona forged the will, didn't it?
Right. They suspected that you knew what they were up to, so they forced you to play the part of the maid.
And then Helen pretended she was me and tried to make you think she was crazy. And later on, they tried to work it out so that I'd be committed to a home.
That's it. There's only one thing I can't figure out. Why did Mr. Drake here become suspicious in the first place?
Oh, I know the answer to that. When Helen first spoke to him, posing as me, she referred to Father as Uncle Tracy. You see, I'd naturally speak of him as Father.
Well, did you figure that one out, too?
Oh, no. Mr. Drake told me.
Oh, he did?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm glad you let me in on it. Bart would needle me about it all the way back to New York because I didn't notice.
Hey, Bart.
Yeah?
Let's get going. I gotta be back in New York tomorrow.
Sorry, Inspector.
Now, what do you mean, sorry, Inspector?
I'm leaving, but you're not.
What the devil are you...
We can't just go off and leave this little girl here by herself. One of us will have to remain until she can make arrangements with her friends.
Well, now, let's me out. Guardian Drake is the boy.
Guardian Drake is returning to New York, Inspector. As a policeman in charge of this case, it's up to you to stick on the job.
Nothing doing. Look, I'm a cop, not a nursemaid. Hey, Bart, come back here. This is your job.
Sorry, old boy. Playing nursemaid isn't my job or hobby. Writing is my job, and mystery is my hobby.
And now to Glenn Langan as Barton Drake and the first act of Mystery is My Hobby. Why the good inspector had to drag me to the theater tonight of all nights is quite beyond me. I could much more profitably have been finishing the first chapter of my latest book or calling upon a very desirable young lady I know. Of course, mystery is my hobby, but that doesn't include magicians, charlatans, and mind readers. And that's just what this Raja Vidrami is, I'll bet you. Even if he is billed as the greatest wizard of modern times.
Well, this ought to be a good show, Bart.
Inspector, you're getting childish. Certainly you don't believe in this stuff.
Of course not. I'm here on business.
Oh, you want to learn some card tricks?
Now, look, Bart, you know the department frowns on these kind of things. We got laws about fortune tellers. I'm here to see that this guy doesn't pull any monkey business, that's all.
And incidentally find out how your great aunt is doing in the other world, Inspector?
Now, Bart. Anyhow, they usually have some mighty pretty girls in these kind of shows.
That's right.
In tights. Now, be quiet. Here comes the man.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. To some of you, it may indeed seem strange that I appear before you in this unusual capacity, but I assure you I am the same Dr. Tree who was your professor of psychology at the university.
Yeah, it sounds as if the guy might be all right, Bart.
Why, Inspector?
A professor wouldn't give up a good job to handle a fake, would he?
Maybe not.
I am convinced that the Raja Hanuman Vidrami has developed the ability to control his mind, as well as the minds of others, to an extent never before known to science. That is why I left the university a year ago, to enjoy the company of this great man. I therefore take great pleasure in introducing to you Raja Vidrami.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I am Raja Vidrami. During the evening, I shall attempt many experiments. However, the greatest one of all will require the whole evening. I shall therefore begin it now. Loretta, if you please. You will become rigid, Loretta. Dr. T, you and I will bind her hands to her side. We will place the rigid body upon this bed of sharpened spikes. Strike them, Dr. Tree. I wish the spectators to know that they are real.
Yes, Raja.
We now place this sheet over Miss Loretta. Now, Dr. Tree, you will cover her completely with sand to a depth of at least 2 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, you shall see at the end of this performance that despite a complete lack of air, when we uncover her, she will still be alive. Dr. Tree is now removing the sand. Buried in sand for 2 hours, you shall see that Miss Loretta still lives. You may remove the sheet now, Dr. Tree. Miss Loretta. Miss Loretta. Dr. Tree, please.
She's dead, Raja. She's dead.
Impossible.
Loretta's been shot. Ladies and gentlemen, a terrible tragedy has occurred. The girl we buried alive in the sand is dead. Not by suffocation. She's been shot.
I'll pick out a couple of men and put them on the stage door, Bart. Then I'm going to call for a detail.
Okay, Inspector. Raja, could we have the curtains closed, please?
Yes. I attend to it at once.
Well, Dr. Tree, something seems to have gone wrong.
It's impossible. It couldn't be done.
Death isn't very pretty, is it, Doctor? But Raja can at least close up the curtains.
The Raja can do anything.
Yes, except bring this poor girl back to life. Help me turn her over, Doctor. Maybe we can find the wound.
Yes, of course.
Thanks. We'll set her down here, off the spikes. That's better. Yes, indeed.
It's terrible, sir.
A gaping hole in the back of her head. Bullet still in the brain.
It couldn't happen. It couldn't.
Yes, but it did. Let's take a look at this bed of spikes.
Well, there's nothing...
What's this?
What, sir?
This bent metal tube running to the spike. There's a mouthpiece on the end of it.
Well, it's...
There. I'll pull it out of the spike. Well, this particular spike is hollow. There's a hole barred in the stage just under it. There are two other holes slightly larger right alongside of it. Well, Dr. Tree, this exhibition was a fake, wasn't it?
What do you mean?
All the time the girl was lying buried in the sand, supposedly in a trance, she was breathing through this tube.
But she had to breathe, of course.
The whole thing was a fake. That's a funny thing, Dr. Tree. Even I was tempted to believe it was real, and you completely fooled the inspector.
Well, why not? I staged it. So far, I've been able to fool all the great authorities.
Well, never mind. Who was backstage, Doctor, during your act?
Only the girl, Mildred, Raja's other assistant. You saw her yourself.
Yes, she was quite alluring.
There's one thing I think you should know, Mr. Drake. This girl here, Loretta, was my wife.
Very interesting.
We've been married just a few months.
And I see you're completely overcome with grief.
Hey, Barnes.
Yes, Inspector.
I've got guards on the doors and the homicide detail. I'll be here any minute.
Good, old Inspector. You follow the routine to the letter, don't you?
You bet.
Where's our friend, the Rajah? Did you let him go?
I'll say I didn't.
The Rajah couldn't possibly have committed this crime, gentlemen. He was on stage during the entire performance.
Where is the Rajah, Inspector?
Downstairs in one of the dressing rooms.
Perhaps we'd better go have a talk with him.
Hey, what's that? Who's shooting?
Come on, let's find out.
Hey, give me that gun.
Who's in where, Mildred?
Man, I don't know who, but he ran back to the mummy case.
I'll black him out. Wait a minute, Bart. Let me get him out.
Okay, Inspector, go ahead.
Come on out, you. Come on or I'll shoot. Come out of that box. That'll get him.
You're so thorough, Inspector.
Nobody in there.
I'm sure I saw somebody. I'm sure I did.
Hey, what was that crash?
Where's Dr. Tree?
How do I know? He was just here.
I'm afraid this little pretty has tricked us, Inspector. She's distracted us long enough for Dr. Tree to go downstairs and conceal some evidence. Well, Dr. Tree, coming up again?
I was down here looking for evidence.
Uh-huh. And why did you expect to find some evidence down here?
It's obvious, isn't it? Loretta was killed while she was lying on her back, buried in the sand. She was hit in the back of the head. This is the only place the shot could have come from.
What evidence did you find, Dr. Tree?
None whatsoever. I even moved our wardrobe trunks.
What was that crash we heard?
One of the trunks, it got away from me as I tipped it.
Dr. Tree, there's something that's bothering me considerably.
Yes, Mr. Drake?
Your emotions. You seem to be holding them singularly in check for a man who's just seen his bride lying in front of him, dead.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. I have learned a great deal from the Rajah.
Yes.
Sublimity of the mind.
Well, Inspector, as long as we've come this far, we might as well go down and take a look for ourselves.
But I assure you there's nothing to be found.
Come on.
This is it, gentlemen. We are now directly beneath the stage.
I see. Are these the wardrobe trunks you were moving, Doctor?
Yes.
What's this little tin pail?
One of the pups, I believe, Mildred?
Yeah, the Raja makes roses grow out of them.
This one's been smashed.
I'm afraid the trunk fell on it.
I see that some of your sand has leaked through onto the floor from above.
Possibly. There are several holes in the stage.
Hey, Bart, come over here.
Yes, Inspector?
Here's where the murder was committed.
Yeah? How?
See one of these holes here in the ceiling? See, this one has powder marks. Somebody poked a gun through this hole and pulled the trigger.
I wonder who.
Mildred, that's who. She's the only one who was off stage, and I took a gun away from her, remember?
But Mildred's gun was an automatic. An automatic wouldn't fit into that hole, Inspector.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so it wasn't Mildred, but somebody did. How about us find the gun, too, right here in this basement?
Mr. Drake, could I speak to you alone?
Well,
Go ahead, Bart. I'll speak with the doctor here. I'm going to find that gun, and I'm betting he'll help me find it.
Bart. Mind if I call you Bart?
Why not?
Bart, do you believe love is overpowering?
Are you trying to tell me that this is a crime of passion?
Yeah, with me, love's everything.
It has its points. Just what do you want to talk to me about?
Well, you're more the romantic type than the inspector.
Thanks.
I could go for a guy like you.
It's pretty easy to go for yourself.
I'm in an awful jam, Bart.
Really?
Bart, kiss me.
Well, no. I never refuse a lady in distress.
When I get out of this mess, we'll have fun.
That depends whether the sheriff will let you out.
Oh, now, Bart, don't spoil it.
Open your heart, darling. What crooks?
Dr. Tree never would have married Loretta if he'd been here teaching the school. He was out of his environment.
Something like I was a few minutes ago.
Oh, now, baby. Be nice.
Sorry.
After the ceremony, he found out his mistake, but it was too late. She wouldn't give him up. After all, managing the Rogers, $100,000 racket, she wanted her part of the take.
You admit it's a racket, huh?
Only you. I can trust you, Bart, can I?
With certain limitations. What's the rest?
Well, I saw Dr. Tree needed sympathy. So I gave it to him.
In other words, you made a play.
Well,
and when you play hard.
That isn't very nice, Bart.
Let me say it for you. Loretta became jealous of you. She became so jealous that the doctor felt he had to kill her.
You know better than that. Dr. Tree was on stage all evening.
That's so. Then Loretta became so jealous that you had to kill her. You weren't on stage all evening.
That's the kind of conclusions I thought the inspector would make. That's why I wanted to talk to you.
It's a very simple matter to find out if you fired the gun. Those things leave powder marks embedded in the skin of your hand.
I did fire a gun. Out there on stage, remember?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's all you have to tell me. You're wasting time, my sweetheart.
I haven't mentioned the most important thing.
You mean there's more?
I was there once. I rode a guy for his dough. Loretta was with me. She held it over my head. Said if I didn't leave her husband alone, she'd go to the police about me. And while she was there, she'd expose the Raj as a fake. When she turned to leave me, the Raja was standing there. He'd heard everything she said.
So, you think the Raja killed Loretta, huh?
Well, I didn't actually see him do it, but he had a darn good motive.
But Dr. Tree made a great point of the fact that the Raja couldn't have killed her. Remember, the Raja, too, was on stage all evening.
So, Dr. Tree said that?
Yes.
But the Raja couldn't have killed Loretta. Well, I thought that he...
Yes? What did you think?
Yes, Mildred. Tell us, what do you think? Yes, my dear. Tell us. What do you think?
Well, Mildred?
Raja, I didn't know you were there.
Your words accuse me of murder.
I didn't mean to accuse you. I simply meant you could have killed her.
It is true. It would have been possible. I know something of firearms. Even better still, I know ways of controlling the human mind so that a person will destroy himself. I would have a care, Mildred.
I know, Raja, I know.
But I did not kill Loretta.
Did you know that Loretta had threatened to expose your claims to abnormal mental power as false, Raja?
I did. It was as though a great tree had fallen across my body, crushing out my spirit. How was I to know that these three had contrived to embellish my miracle with the use of mechanical contrivances, fraud and trickery. Since I learned this through Miss Loretta's thoughtless words, my life has become a mockery. I am nothing but a bit of chaff being ground in the middle of commercialism.
You must hold a great hatred of them, Rajah Bidrami. And especially for Loretta, who threatened to expose you.
Hatred is not within the concepts of my mind, Mr. Drake. It is an unworthy emotion.
I can sympathize with you.
Then, Miss Said, when this crime becomes public knowledge, my work as a charlatan for this past year will also become public, will it not?
I'm afraid so, Rajah.
Hold on!
Good heavens, that's the inspector.
Call!
Where are you, Inspector?
In here! In the mummy cave!
Stand where you are, Mr. Drake.
Dr. Tree, he has a gun.
Yes, and I'll use it. Unless you let Mildred and me go free.
What about the Rajah? Don't you want him to go free, too?
No. I'm certain that he killed my wife, Loretta.
Oh, put me out!
What makes you so sure, Dr. Tree?
Because the inspector found the murder weapon, this gun, in the Rajah's trunk.
I'm sure that the inspector must be mistaken.
Hey, Party, you don't let me out.
I'm sure he's not mistaken. This is the gun. I've seen it before.
But how could it be the murder weapon when I have the murder weapon right here?
You shot it out of my hand.
Now, will you please release the inspector from the mummy case?
I shall be happy to do so. Where is he? I'll send him up for life, interfering with an officer in the line of duty.
Now, don't feel too bad, Inspector. I've heard of Egyptians who stayed in those things for thousands of years.
The dirty lug, he tripped me. Pretended he was trying to help us. I dropped the gun and he shoved me inside that thing and slammed it shut. Oh, Bart, when the boys hear about this...
No, don't worry, Inspector. I won't tell.
I think I'll just work the doctor over for luck.
Just a minute, Inspector. Let's get one crime solved before we come involved in another. Now, the way I see it, Dr. Tree here and the beautiful Mildred are in love, age notwithstanding. Each seems to be afraid that the other did the killing, and each is trying to protect the other.
I can get results quicker with the heel of my hand. I'll make the doctor confess, but quick.
I'll save you the trouble, Inspector. If you all come out onto the stage, I believe I can now reconstruct the crime.
If you will be so kind, Mr. Drake, I would like to go to my dressing room and lie down. I'm overcome, which... Oh, no, you don't. You'll stay here.
I'd prefer it, Rajah.
As you wish. Although my shame is punishment almost too great to bear. If I committed a crime, it was in all innocence. I was gullible. These are the tricksters who blaspheme my work.
Yes. Well, we'll take care of that in a minute, Rajah. First, I want you to notice these 3 holes here in the floor. One was for the tube that Loretta breathed through. One was used to push the barrel of the revolver upwards. It's just tight enough to hold it firmly. But there's still another hole.
Yeah. What was that for?
The little tin pail, Inspector, that we found downstairs. It was tied to the trigger of the gun directly under this 3rd hole. So when the sand was shoveled in over the girl, some of it ran through the hole and into the pail. When the bucket gained sufficient weight, naturally, it pulled the trigger of the gun.
Well, I'll be darned. What didn't I think of it?
You will when you tell it to the boys.
Incredible. What I want to know is why we didn't hear the gun go off.
Oh, Inspector, how could you? The gun was under the stage. It was also covered by Loretta's body and over 2 feet of sand. A perfect setup. Even the murderer couldn't be exactly sure when it was going to go off.
Yeah, but why wouldn't it still be sticking there in the hole?
The murderer poked it out himself after the sand had been removed, Inspector.
But it would have been on the floor downstairs.
Any one of the 3 could have retrieved it from there, Inspector. Mildred wasn't on the stage all the time. The Rajah went down to rest, and Dr. Tree went looking for evidence.
Yeah. I think we'd better run all 3 of them in.
Oh, let the Rajah...
Hey, no, you don't. Give me that knife.
I'm afraid we're too late, Inspector.
I go where spirits are kind. Where there is no fraud or deception.
Roger.
Yes, my son.
You're dying. You know that, don't you?
Yes. This is as I wish it.
What about the murder, Raja? Tell us.
A human can only stand so much sight. I worked for greatness, then found that true greatness was not for me. That is a tragedy unto itself.
Tell us. Please tell us about Loretta.
Loretta?
Hey,
he's dead.
Yes, he's dead.
Well, I guess that just about closes the case.
Yes, Dr. Tree, it just about does. You know, Inspector, the Raja was a good and sincere man. He had a lot of talent, if the others hadn't tried to exploit it.
What kind of talent?
Extrasensory perception, for one thing.
What's that?
Skip it.
I don't believe it, whatever it is. Now, don't tell me that he gave you some kind of a thought transfer that made you tell me to arrest Dr. Tree for Loretta's murder. Or maybe you read his mind.
No, Inspector. It wasn't a thought transference. In fact, it was Dr. Tree's complete lack of thinking that put me on the right track.
Yeah?
Yes, I'm afraid so. You remember when he announced Loretta's death from the stage. He said she'd been shot. But when we looked at the body lying face up on that bed of spikes, there was no visible wound. We didn't find the wound until we turned her over.
Well, I'd have seen that, too. Only I was out posting guards on the doors and phoning headquarters.
Why, of course you would, Inspector. Just as you knew that Dr. Tree was the only person who could possibly have pushed that gun barrel down through the hole in the floor.
Did I know that?
I certainly did. He was the one who shoveled the sand out of the way. He was the only person who came near the body and the gun. You knew that, Inspector. You wouldn't have insisted on staying downstairs and searching for the murder weapon.
I found it, too.
Yes, you certainly did, Inspector. In the Raja's trunk, right where Dr. Tree had put it.
I'm good, ain't I?
Yes, you are. You certainly are. It was you who also pushed the trunk aside, Inspector, the trunk that Dr. Tree used to hide and smash the little tin pail, which was attached to the trigger of the revolver.
That was easy.
Oh, I don't
It was you, though, found a little pile of sand.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Bart, love's a terrible thing.
Oh, Inspector, don't tell me that you're down on love.
I am when it makes a guy kill his wife because he wanted a babe like Mildred.
Mildred isn't so bad, Inspector. You can blame greed just as much as love. Loretta hung on to the doctor not because she loved him. She only wanted a wife's share of his $100,000 racket.
Yeah, love and greed. Both of them are terrible. Hey, Bart, remember, you promised that you wouldn't tell the boys down at headquarters about me being locked up in that mummy case.
Oh, Inspector, of course I won't. I don't get any pleasure out of telling the world that a man is a fake. Mystery is my hobby.
Why, who's up there?
Mystery is my hobby. Tonight's story began 2 days before state election last fall. Andrew Bradford, gubernatorial candidate on the independent ticket, was concluding a final speech, his final campaign speech, at a rally that was being held for him.
And in closing, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say this. If I am elected governor at the polls next Wednesday, it will be the beginning of a new era of state politics. An era of square dealing and fair play. An era of prosperity and economic advancement. This I give you as my solemn pledge. Thank you.
Andy, you were wonderful.
Thanks, darling.
Congratulations, Andy.
Thanks, George. Nice going, boy. You're as good as in. Well, thank you, Bill. Claudia, where's Dexter?
Right here, Mr. Bradford. Ready to go?
Yes, I think we'd better. I'm feeling rather tired.
But Andy, the banquet.
The banquet will have to get along without me, I'm afraid. I haven't had any sleep for days.
This way, Mr. Bradford.
Andy, wait. You can't walk out on all these people. How can I ever face them?
Don't face them, darling. Come along home with me. You could use some rest, too.
Andy, you can't. Don't you realize...
I realize that I'm about ready to drop in my tracks. Come along.
I should think you'd have more consideration for other people. I should think you'd consider me. I should think you'd realize you can't do this sort of thing.
to do this, Andy Bradford. I'll speak
Here
to
we
him.
are, home. At least wait until we're out of Dexter's hearing, will you? Here we are, Mr. Bradford. Thanks, Dexter. Need me any more tonight, Mr. Bradford? No. Go and get some sleep. This campaign hasn't been easy on you either. Oh, I'm all right. Well, good night, Governor. Good night, Dexter. Thanks.
I'll never forget you for this, Andy. Think to me that you could have at least...
Claudia, please. Can't we postpone this until tomorrow? I'm so tired.
No, we can't postpone this until tomorrow. You seem to forget that I married you when you were nothing. You seem to forget that at the end...
All right. I owe everything to you. I appreciate it. Only right now...
You appreciate it. You expect me to believe that? After the way you treated me tonight?
No, I don't expect you to believe it. I was a fool to ever expect you to believe anything I say.
Andrew!
Sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
So that's the way you feel about this?
No, Claudia. Not real. I'm tired. I'm going to bed, Claudia.
No, I'm not going to bed. We're going to have this out right now. Andy!
Good night, Claudia.
Andrew, come back here. I'll not let you treat me like this. If it weren't for me, there'll be nobody. I'll never...
Hello, Andy. What's the devil? Nerves jumpy, Andy? Thought you'd have gotten over that by now. Ray Stevens? Yeah, that's right, Andy. Ray Stevens. I thought you weren't going to recognize me. Some of the boys said you wouldn't. Saying I think you got to be a big shot. You're forgetting a lot of your old friends. Ray, how did you get us? You mean you ain't heard? I know. Why, it was simple, Andy. A bunch of us got together one night and persuaded the guards to lend us a couple of Tommy guns. I told you when we were at Joliet together that I... In heaven's name, man, not so loud. Okay, Andy. I forgot you wouldn't want to know you and me were cellmates. Don't mention that word. Easy, Andy, easy. Now, don't get excited. You've come a long way, boy, a long way. Andrew Bradford, alias Fritz Carlson, alias Tommy... Ray, shut up. I paid my penalty. I've gone straight. Sure you have, Andy, sure you have. From convict to governor, just like in the movie. Shut up, I said. Well. You're still pack of gat, huh, Andy? Got a permit, I'll bet. How's it feel to be able to do things legally that in the old days they'd send you up... Get out! Get out, or I'll... You're what, Andy? Don't force my hand, Ray. I still know how to use this gun, and I will. Andy, I'm surprised. Think of tomorrow's headline. Gubernatorial candidate slays old friend. Corpse found in Andrew Bradford's bedroom. Ray, you always were a sucker. Who's going to know we were old friends? You fool. When they find out who you are, I'll get a medal for capturing an escaped convict. Wait a minute, Andy. Wait a minute. Didn't I mention that some of the boys came with me when I made that break from Joliet? What do you mean? Why, Andy, I'm surprised you ain't caught on. This is big-time stuff. Just as a punch, is it? Oh, that's better. Well, it's like this, Andy. We got things fixed, see? Nothing ain't going to happen to me because if it does, Charlie Messer, your worthy opponent, is going to get a letter, see? You rat. What do you want? Well, now we're getting places. It ain't what we want, Andy. It's how much we want. Naturally. I can tell you right now, my resources are limited. But your wife ain't. My wife? Listen, Steve, I refuse. I told you this was big-time stuff, Andy. We've covered all the angles. Now, it wouldn't be a shame if your wife found out she married the next time. Why, you... It's almost as bad as Charlie Messer knowing about it, wouldn't it? Ray, you can't do this to me. It's done, Andy. It's done. It's all wrapped up and ready for delivery. Ray, listen to me. You've got to listen. Oh, sure, Andy. Sure. I got all the time in the world. We're friends once, Ray. Good friends. But I told the boys, Andy and me, I told them we're just like that. He won't let us down. And I won't, Ray. I swear it. Just don't say anything until after election. Until after election, huh? Yeah. Well, come, Andy. Be reasonable. Our information wouldn't be worth a nickel after you're in. It would, Ray. It would. Well, I'd give you anything you want. There'd be ways of raising money then. There's ways now. Quit stalling, Bradford. We ain't waiting for nothing, see? We know you can raise the dough, and we ain't listening to any sob story. Pay up or else. How much? $200,000. 200,000? Are you crazy? I couldn't raise half that amount. Shut up. 200,000 is the price, and you're lucky it ain't more. I'm getting out of here. We got 2 days, Bradford. You bring the dough to... Put down that gun, you fool. Come back here, Ray. Come back and sit down. Keep your hands where I can see them. You can't get away with it, Andy. I always talk. Keep your hand away from that pocket, you crazy fool. I only want you to...
Andy, 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 Andy,
Victory. Candidate for governor murdered. Slayer escaped. Paper, read all about it. Big mystery. Surmounts murder of Andrew Bradford. Get your morning paper. Barton Drake to investigate slaying of Andrew Bradford. Bradford murderer captured by chauffeur Raymond Seaver. This candidate wants his cellmate at Joliet.
Danton speaking.
Hello, Inspector. This is Bart.
Hello, Bart, my boy. How are things?
Not so good, Inspector.
Huh?
I'd like to have you meet me at the Andrew Bradford place right away.
Bradford? Hey, wait a minute, Bart. Haven't you heard? That murder's been solved.
The solution might have been offered to satisfy the public, Inspector, but it doesn't satisfy me. Nor does it justify calling an innocent man guilty.
Yeah, but look, Bart, all the evidence
The
shows
evidence
that...
shows nothing conclusive. I've just come from the Bradford home.
Oh, you have?
Yes, and I'm going back. I need someone of authority to go with me. Will you come along?
It isn't that I don't want to, Bart. Only the investigation is ended
Mine is just beginning. Will you come along?
Wow, gosh, Bart.
Very well, Inspector. Then I'll have to get someone else.
Oh, no. Look, don't do that. You win. Pick me up in your car.
Thank you, Inspector. I'll be there in 15 minutes.
I think you're crazy to do this, Bart. Ray Seaver isn't innocent. He was already doing a life stretch for one murder. He admits coming to Bradford's room and trying to blackmail him.
I'm quite aware of all that, Inspector. Dexter, the chauffeur, made a hero of himself by finding Seaver hiding in the greenhouse. And I'm still convinced Seaver didn't murder Andrew Bradford.
I give up. How do you know?
I'll tell you later. Here we are.
Well, look, why not tell me now? If I'm going to stick my chin out, I ought to be in the know.
I think it'd be a better idea if I show you, Inspector. Mrs. Bradford should be in.
Oh, it's you again, Mr. Drake. I've already told you.
Good evening, Mrs. Bradford. I said I'd be coming back. This is Inspector Denton.
Hello.
Inspector Denton?
Yeah.
Mr. Drake, I don't wish to appear rude.
So you think there's nothing more I can produce in the way of evidence? Is that it, Mrs. Bradford?
I'm positive there isn't.
And I'm just as positive there is.
I don't want to argue with you, Mr. Drake. I appreciate your taking over the case, but since my husband's murderer has been apprehended...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bradford. Your husband's murderer has not been apprehended.
I don't believe I understand. The newspapers...
The newspapers, Mrs. Bradford, were merely responding to the public's demands. They have offered nothing conclusive to prove that Ray Seaver murdered your husband.
Mr. Drake, aren't you being a bit egotistical?
You mean, of course, that my professional reputation has been challenged? Yes. I was called in on this case, and a few hours later, your chauffeur, Dexter, stole the show by capturing the alleged murderer in the greenhouse.
To put it crudely, that's exactly what I mean.
And you're quite right, Mrs. Bradford. A man in my profession does have his reputation to think of.
I see. Well, I'm sorry that I can't cater to your professional whim. I'll have to ask you to leave.
Which, of course, is your privilege. Well, Inspector.
Huh? What do you mean, well, Inspector?
Mrs. Bradford can force me to leave. As a police officer, you can remain, if you're convinced that Ray Seaver's not guilty of the murder of that...
But it puts me in. Look, Bart.
The murderer and the bullet that killed Andrew Bradford was a .32 caliber, Inspector. The gun found on Ray Seaver was a .38 caliber.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean...
Of course it doesn't. Seaver could have had two guns. Most gangsters do. He could have disposed of one.
Yeah, that's the way I figure it.
There were powder marks on the inside of the bathroom door. Where did those get there? Unless someone fired the shot from behind that door, Inspector.
But look, Bart.
How stupid of you, Mr. Drake. The murderer was standing in the bathroom when he fired the fatal shot.
Yeah, I sort of figured it that way, too, Bart.
An empty shell from a .32 caliber revolver was found on the ground beneath that window over there, Inspector. Where did it come from?
Oh, well, the way I figured it
Mr. Drake, it seems to me you're trying desperately to vindicate yourself. The empty shell that you speak of was undoubtedly dropped there by the murderer when he was making his escape.
Yeah. Now, that could have happened, you know, Bart.
Quite true, Inspector, quite true. But Mrs. Bradford admits hearing 3 shots. One of them killed her husband. That one, we know, came from a .32 caliber revolver.
Oh, for goodness sake, Mr. Drake.
The other 2 bullets we found embedded in the walls of this room. One was a .32, the other was a .38.
That's right. But, What could prove?
Possibly nothing, possibly a great deal.
This is nonsense. I demand that both of you leave this house at once.
Well, Inspector?
Well, Inspector. There it is again. Poor me.
I'll not tolerate this any longer. You will please leave.
Inspector?
Okay, Bart. You win. Lady, we are not leaving here until we found out who murdered your husband. And heaven help us, if we don't. Look, Bart, I hope you're not sore at me.
Not at all, Inspector.
After all, the evidence does point to Seaver's guilt.
It certainly does, Inspector. And besides that, Seaver was already serving a life term. Another murder charge couldn't affect him one way or another.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Bart. If you're accusing me of...
Come, Inspector. I'm accusing you of nothing. Well, there's the garage. Dexter's room must be in that L over there.
You know, this guy Dexter's a tough character. I don't think he's going to want to answer any more questions.
Frankly, Inspector, I don't expect much cooperation from anyone.
Oh. Huh. I suppose that's attracted me. Now, look, Bart,
I'm sorry, Inspector. Totally forget about it, here we are.
Looks like he isn't in.
On the contrary, I think he's merely being stubborn.
Yeah? Well, I'll take care of that. Hey, open up in there.
Oh, so it's you again. Look, when are you two going to stop playing cops and robbers and go home?
That'll be enough out of you. Come on in, Bart. If Junior wants to play rough, we'll help him out.
Now, wait a minute. You can't
Yes,
come in
we
here.
can, too. Get over there and sit down. That's better. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you, Inspector. Dexter, we're working on a theory that Ray Seaver didn't murder your boss.
What am I supposed to do? Break down and confess that I shot the old man?
That would certainly simplify things, wouldn't it?
You're crazy, Drake. As plain as the nose on your face. Why don't you get wise to yourself and go home and write your book?
Because I pride myself in putting accurate facts in those books, my friend. And if I stated that Ray Seaver murdered Andrew Bradford, it would be inaccurate.
Ah, nuts. You're sore because I stole your thunder. You just can't take it if you're not in the limelight, can you, Drake?
That's it, Dexter. I can't take it. Now I want you to show me the ladder that you found leaning against the house beneath Mr. Bradford's window.
Show it to you. Look, Drake, if you think
Show it to him, Junior.
Take it easy, copper. You can't make me do anything I don't want to do.
That right? All we can do is take you down to headquarters and have some of the boys sweat it out of you.
Sweat what out of me? What is this anyhow? I've told you all I know.
No, you haven't, Dexter. You've only told us part of what you know, and only a fraction of that is correct.
Who says so?
I do, and I can prove it.
You see?
Now, wait a minute. Are you saying you can prove there wasn't a ladder leaning against the house?
No. That part of your statement is quite true. There was a ladder leaning against the house. There were imprints in the flower bed beneath the window to substantiate the fact.
Well, then?
That's probably also true that you heard the shot and ran outside. But when you say that you saw Ray Seaver coming down that ladder, you're lying.
Oh, am I? Drake, you killed me. So you're going to prove that I went up the ladder and shot Bradford, huh?
No, I don't think that's what happened at all. Dexter, exactly what did you do when you saw Seaver coming down that ladder?
I've already told what I did 100 times. Now, look.
You're going to tell it 100 more. If we want to hear it, what you do?
Okay. I ran after him. He had a gun. He took a shot at me, so I ducked in the house and called the cops. That's all.
Not quite all, Dexter. Who removed the ladder from the side of the house?
I did. The cops told me to. That's how I happened to find Seaver.
Well, that part's right, Bart. The ladder belonged in the greenhouse. And when Dexter here went to put it back, there was Seaver, sound asleep.
Yeah, that's it. He was sound asleep. He'd been there for 2 days trying to keep awake. Couldn't take it any longer.
That makes sense, Bart. It was kind of clever of Seaver at that, to hide on the grounds instead of trying to escape as everyone would think he'd do.
Seaver was clever, Inspector. Too clever to hide in the very place from which he'd stolen the ladder. Don't you suppose it occurred to him that the ladder would be returned?
Say, maybe that's something to think about.
Oh, nuts. If that's all you've got to go on.
There's considerable more to go on, Dexter. All right, let's go have a look at that ladder.
Well, there it is. So what mighty deduction are you going to spring now, Drake?
Dexter, I'm not quite sure yet.
No.
Yes, this is a ladder, all right. The dried mud on the wide end where it sank into the flower bed beneath Bradford's window.
Now, ain't that wonderful?
Pipe down, Junior. What now, Bart?
A little experiment, Inspector. Grab one end of the ladder. I'll take the other. Come along, Dexter.
Where are we going to take this thing, Bud?
Over to the house. I want Dexter to show us exactly where it was when he saw Seaver making his escape.
Oh, for crying out loud. You already said you knew the ladder was there because you saw the imprints of it in the dirt.
Mrs. Bradford?
Yes, I rather expected she'd want to witness this.
Mr. Drake, I want you to know that I've contacted the State House and Governor Johnson has promised to put a stop to this nonsense.
Governor Johnson was a friend of your husband, wasn't he, Mrs. Bradford? I suppose he felt that doing you a favor would be a nice gesture.
I don't like the implication, Mr. Drake. Dexter, return to your room.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, stay here, Junior.
Sorry, Mrs. Bradford. Dexter's going to help us conduct a little experiment.
He's not. I forbid it.
It won't do any good, lady. Bart's a stubborn guy.
Please stay, Mrs. Bradford. I'm sure that what we're about to do will prove most interesting.
I'll not stay. You're both of you crude and discourteous. You're acting like children. You have no respect for a widow's sorrow. I'm running to the house and call someone. I won't have this sort of thing.
Hey, she's mad.
Mad. Clever. All right, Inspector. Up the ladder. Yeah. Careful now. I want those points in exactly the same imprints that were made in the flower bed when the ladder was up here before. All right, there we are.
Reaches right up to the upstairs bedroom window.
Yes. All right, Dexter. Up you go.
What do you mean, up I go?
I want you to climb the ladder and show me just how Seaver looked when he made his escape.
Are you crazy? What kind of kid stuff is this?
You'll see. Unless you're afraid.
Afraid? Of what? Get out of the way. I'll show you.
Splendid. When you get to the top, start down as fast as you can. Well, Dexter?
Hey, he starts halfway up.
Keep going, Dexter.
Hey, I get it. He can't keep going. If he goes up any further, he'll fall over backwards.
That's right, Inspector. That ladder was placed so close to the house that it would have been impossible for anyone to climb up or down it.
Jumping Judas. And that means that Seaver couldn't have. But who put the ladder there and why?
Why, Inspector, Dexter put it there. Didn't you, Dexter? You put it there to corroborate your story because you knew it was going to... Came from the house, Inspector.
Yeah. From one of the upstairs windows.
Up on the porch, Inspector.
There's the door and it's open. Come on.
No, wait. Huh? That door is open for a purpose. Follow me. Let's try this window. It's locked.
Shall we bust it in?
Yes, tap the glass with your gun, Inspector, then reach in and open the latch.
That does it.
Good work. Now we'll just raise the window. Okay, Inspector. Let's get inside.
Yeah.
Careful, Inspector. We don't want to have to shoot Mrs. Bradford if it can be helped.
Bradford?
Yes. She who shot Dexter.
Huh?
Now, that door there probably leads to the kitchen. We can get up the back way.
Yeah. I'll just open it easy like and...
Yep.
All right, you two, get your hands up.
Well, Mrs. Bradford, you handle that gun quite well.
I'm an expert, Drake. Keep that in
I've
mind.
no doubt about you being an expert, and rather a cold-blooded expert. 2 murders to your credit.
And now 2 more, you and Denton. Is that what you're thinking, Drake?
Well, it stands to reason. But you can't be executed any more thoroughly for 4 murders than you could for 1.
You're a cruel one, Drake.
Yeah, well, I'm not. I'm hot. Lady, would you mind pointing that gun toward the ceiling? It might go off.
It's going off, my friend, and it's not going to be pointing toward the ceiling when it does.
I was afraid that's what you'd say.
But first, you want to know how I happen to suspect you of murdering your husband. Is that it, Mrs. Bradford?
I don't believe you did suspect me. I think you suspected Dexter.
That's right, Mrs. Bradford. And until you saw Dexter trying to climb that ladder, you weren't sure whether or not I had any grounds for my suspicion.
I don't get this. If the lady here knew you suspected Dexter, what did she shoot him for? That's what I call sticking your chin out.
I'll tell you why she shot Dexter, Inspector. Both Bradford and Dexter overheard the conversation between Andrew Bradford and Ray Seaver. And Mrs. Bradford was standing in the bathroom between her room and her husband. Dexter was outside in the hall. Neither one knew of the other's presence. That's right, isn't it, Mrs. Bradford?
Go on, Drake.
You both decided that Seaver had to be eliminated. You both opened your doors and shot at the exact moment that Seaver and Bradford came to grips. One of you missed. The other hit Bradford by mistake.
So that's it. Dexter and Mrs. Bradford got a gander at each other. Both were guilty. They made a pact to pin the murder on Seaver because he was doing a life sentence anyway.
That's it, Inspector. So naturally, when I found the flaw in Dexter's story, Mrs. Bradford had to eliminate Dexter because she knew he'd talk in order to protect himself. And look out, Inspector! I'm looking at this tail. I'll do it, will you?
What the deuce are you doing with that notebook and pencil?
Oh, just jotting down a few notes, Inspector.
About the Bradford case, huh?
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
Maybe you got it figured out why Bradford's wife and Dexter both decided to shoot Seaver.
Oh, I had that figured out long ago, Inspector.
Yeah?
Mrs. Bradford certainly didn't want it known that she'd married an ex-convict, and Dexter figured there'd be a reward for capturing Seaver.
I see. You going to write all about that in your book?
Certainly. After that crack that Dexter made, I've got to be more careful than ever to get my facts straight.
Yeah. What's the name of this book going to be, Bart?
Why, Inspector, what other name could it possibly be than Mystery is My Hobby? Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place here in New York early last month. In a third-floor apartment located in the upper 80s, a young woman stood near a window, furtively peering down into the street.
See anything?
Yes. Peter just came in with the door. Just a minute.
Okay, honey. Well, this is it. Remember now, stay in the kitchen. Make him come to you out there.
Dad, I'm scared. What if Peter suspects? What if our plans don't work? What?
They'll work. They can't help it work. Stop taking it. Don't start trying, baby, now. Remember how much depends on this. Remember all our weeks of planning.
It's not a time soon. I'm so afraid.
Forget it. We can't turn back now. If Peter found me here, it would be worse than if we didn't go further.
You're right. You're always
There. Is that better?
Dad, you always make things right.
Everything's going to be all right from now on, honey. Everything's always going to be all right with us from now on.
We'll be, won't it, Dad?
Yeah.